We're just
Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance.
Journey. You can keep Journey up. That's fine.
You what?
You can keep the Journey up.
No, you can keep it up. That's fine. I mean, This is the first time I've ever heard this song.
Ever?
Yeah.
Journey?
Yeah.
It's a good song. You'd like it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dell would have liked it.
Sounds pretty good.
If Dell grew up in the 80s, I know he'd have been, like, he is a John Hughes movie already, but just in League City and just with, like, he's in League City as a loner, and there's no Molly Ringwald, although he would have really liked Molly Ringwald.
Well,
kind of just slightly off-putting redhead.
But isn't he it's a December-January story with Granny right next door.
Yeah.
Didn't you say I liked someone else before the show? You said I tweeted out something about someone?
Yeah, I said I said that you found Caitlin Clark to be your kind of girl, and then you deleted it.
What did you say I tweeted about Caitlin Clark?
It's irrelevant.
It is Caitlin Clark Day, by the way. It's Caitlin Clark Day. What did she score? 49?
49. I watched it.
You watched it?
It was on Peacock.
What about the one that set the record?
Oh, the
40-footer.
Who pulls up? She should have immediately been benched if that missed.
She pulled up from
me and Gunny would have got her out of the game.
She pulled up from 40.
Coach, she's trying to set the record. I don't care. There's better shots on the court than that.
But wait.
She pulled up. It was like a runner. She didn't even get her feet set. She was running down early offense. It wasn't even like a fast break, but it was early offense. She runs, and she doesn't even set, like, she's got momentum toward the basket as she jumps. Like, why are you taking – she took a shot that most people would shoot if the buzzer's going off in the quarter. Like, you got to get rid of it. 2, 1, and that was her regular shot with like 10 minutes to go or whatever, 8.5 minutes to go in the quarter. It was unbelievable, honestly, the distance, and it was – and perfect. It was a splash. It actually was an appropriate shot for her to make the record on.
Yeah.
Even though it was what I would consider a poor shot.
Of course, that was their 8th point, and she needed 8.
She got
the first 8.
She was 3 for 3 with 8 points. And then they kept the Caitlin Clark running tally on the broadcast on Peacock. Points, rebounds, assists. She had 23 in the first quarter. Which, by the way, we're about to have a conversation about first quarter, first half stuff, men's and college women's basketball. But she had 23 points in the first quarter.
I don't mind women's having quarters. Do you? Women having quarters?
No, that's what we all do.
Yeah.
High school, for some reason, men's basketball use soccer halves.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing in the world. Why have they not gotten on board with quarters?
The only thing that you lose out on is that last shot at the end of the first and third. That's it.
I mean, they should be playing quarters, though.
Yeah.
Why would they play a different brand of basketball? There's no other, not in high school, not in youth sports. There's no other level of basketball, not in G League, not in the Ignite. Nobody plays 20-minute halves. Nobody.
Well,
it doesn't exist anywhere. And for some random reason, because this is the tradition of college basketball, we just do this. Well, you know what? I say this. Let's start having 30-minute halves in football. Why not?
I don't know. Why not?
Let's just do 30-minute halves.
Well, unless the wind changes drastically or something. So, but
Caitlin
does she? Okay, who's got more range, Dame or Caitlin Clark?
Probably Dame.
Dame can
stronger. I think
Steph.
But, I mean, Steph's got. Did you see Steph's latest shot? This man should be.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he should have so many Guinness Book of World Records. He made a shot the other day.
Yeah,
they have it on tape. Did you see it?
Yeah.
He's in the tunnel, the visitor's tunnel, and throws it longer than half court and makes it. Like, he is sold as so the devil, or there's something going on there, or he needs to be studied. His ability, his hand-eye and spatial relationship, I have never in my life. Dude Perfect can edit together as many videos as they want. Steph, does this all the time. It's not a big deal.
Did the Steph Ionescu thing go off yet?
All-Star Weekend.
Oh, it's just coming up.
I think it's All-Star
They should
have
waited until Caitlin Clark, or they should have asked Caitlin Clark to come instead of Ionescu.
Well, Ionescu's a pro.
Yeah,
Ionescu,
but
they went WNBA, NBA.
I get it, but the two best shooters in the world right now are Steph and Clark.
And Ionescu and Steph have a previous thing. They've had this talk before, so that's where it came from.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I know, but you want to make it big?
We'll eventually get that.
Is Caitlin Clark – I mean, you put it out there that she'll get more money at Iowa than she would in the WNBA.
Well, she will if it's just NIL versus salary, but people reminded me, and I can't believe I didn't think about this. I can't believe Dusty didn't text me. The same people who will give her NILs
we'll give her
WNBA.
She's already in.
But I'll say this, I don't know, and I do. People said platform's bigger in college basketball. I think the excitement is bigger in college basketball. But but she's beyond the college basketball platform. Caitlin Clark's a transcendent athlete who people know. So when she's on TV, when you see the marketing for her, you'll already know Caitlin Clark. Like, it's true. The marketing is going to be just as big whether she's in college basketball or not in college basketball. Now, if this were a men's player, it'd be a no-brainer. You can make more with your NIL quote-unquote salary than you would be able to with your NBA salary if you were like a 14th pick or something. WNBA, she'll make like $270,000 because they have special salary allotments for the very best players. And so the big difference here, John, is that she's going to get the same. The NIL is basically just sponsorship. Well, she'll get the same thing either way.
Well, she's already in State Farm commercials, or which one is Patrick Mahomes in? No, those.
Yeah, so but what she's not going to get is a $270,000 salary at Iowa. It would have to be through NIL, which she'd already get in marketing deals in the WNBA.
She'd get more than $270,000.
In what?
In her salary from NIL.
I know, but the same money would transfer with her, and she'd get a salary with WNBA. You know what I mean? Like, once you start thinking about it, once I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, they're right. All the same people who advertise with her at Iowa are going to advertise with her if she's in the WNBA.
Well, I know, but she's probably got a bigger platform at Iowa. I mean, honestly.
It doesn't. But if you're on TV, that's your platform. If they're putting you on commercials, your platform's huge.
We've watched more Iowa basketball than any WNBA
I'm going to predict
team.
You'll watch more WNBA. You may not. I don't know. But I'm going to predict she is going to have a Jordan-like impact on the WNBA.
You think so?
Yeah. It won't be the same as Jordan, obviously, but I think her impact on – she's an unbelievable player. Like, the women's basketball game, I say this I don't watch a ton of women's basketball. But if you do sit down and watch any in the WNBA or any, you recognize very quickly the skill level has rocketed from when you and I know this because when we first started WNBA was in radio, it was just getting started, and it was not good. And we knew the names from college basketball, the famous names, but like Cynthia Cooper was easily the best player in the WNBA because she had skill.
Wow.
She was when we first started.
Wow.
Well, who's better?
Cheryl Swoops has some thoughts for you and Caitlin Clark.
Cynthia Cooper had the smoothest game. She had the game that, since you do your women's golf thing where you talk about they're as good as us, the regular people.
They are.
I know. That's what Cynthia Cooper was.
They're way better than us.
Yeah.
They're way better.
Guys, they can actually hit it.
No. Right. Well, I mean, if you want to know the truth, guys don't like women's basketball because it's not played at the same level as the NBA. Guys don't like women's soccer because
I think
of
some guys
you know what?
Some guys think that it's not even played at a high pickup levels what guys have thought. But golf,
exactly.
You see the skill levels like, oh, I couldn't do that. Cynthia Cooper is one that even back in 97, I looked and I said, she looks like somebody I might be playing against on a court. Like, she's got legitimate fluidity, agility. She's got a game. Caitlin Clark would bust your ass on the court. You couldn't, like, Caitlin would hit threes in your face all day long.
Yeah.
Caitlin would she's quick. Her vision is unbelievable. She had 14 to 15 assists last night to go 49 points. Her vision, her people don't talk about her assist record. She's got that too. I mean, she is unbelievable. And I just wondered, could she come back? Because for women's college basketball, it would be a boon if she came back because she's got a COVID year. Everybody who played was in college athletics starting in 20. They've got a COVID year that they can use if they want. And I was like, man, she should come back. But then the more I thought about it, the money is you actually are just, she's going to make $270,000 more because every advertiser that would want her at Iowa, they're just going to want her in the WNBA because she's Caitlin Clark. She transcends the sport.
I mean, she would be number one, whoever it is. She's number one overall. And by the way, you want her to go to the right place, though, too. You want her to go to a major media market as opposed to somewhere. I can't even name I don't know. Can't name the WNBA teams, but
Las Vegas Aces, New York.
Well, they're one of the better teams, so
Phoenix,
she's not going there.
Mercury, New York, Liberty.
Do they do it where the worst team gets the number one pick?
Yes,
or
they're
do
a real
they
league.
just give it to the?
Yes, they have quarters. They do
Las Vegas
They
Aces.
no, they don't assign players. Although, frankly,
they should.
Frankly, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No,
but
put her in New York.
You want to talk about a disrespect of women's basketball? Hey, listen, we're gonna switch up your team to make it the way we want to make it. Like, well, these are my teammates. I don't care.
No. Well, you're going to go over here.
But she's a lot of fun to watch because she's got the same way Steph. I've always enjoyed watching Steph when the Rockets weren't playing him because he's got this insane range where he does things that other humans just can't do. I mean, they just can't pull up like he does until now. So many players are doing it, which is kind of – Steph did change the game in that way where people now will take 29-foot jumpers.
So
think twice.
The worst team in the league is the Phoenix Mercury.
Okay. At one time, I think they were good.
They were good because they had what's her name on the team forever. Yep. Diana Taurasi. Diana Taurasi was forever. And I think she might still be. I think she's still alive.
No, Diana Taurasi.
Yeah, she's not dead. I'm not sure.
She's on a good team, I think.
I don't know why. I keep looking at all the mock drafts, and they have the Indiana Fever as having the opportunity to take Caitlin Clark.
Maybe they traded up
Brittany Griner, Diana Taurasi are both on Phoenix, and they've got like 6 wins
and
all
the
year.
Phoenix Mercury are supposed to have the 3rd pick overall, so I'm not sure how it played out. Do they have the same type of NBA lottery thing where it's not?
You're the ally. You tell us the rules.
You should know everything.
Come on, Mr.
Why should
Ally,
I know
tell us
everything?
the rules.
Why should I know everything?
Why do they only have 9 wins and yet they're not going to get the number 1 pick?
I don't know if a trade happened or not. I'd have to look into it. I don't know. But they're not Indiana Fever.
Whatever trade they made a mistake.
How tall is Diana Taurasi? And this is what happens when
you
you
don't
have
even
a
know.
partner with
You
ADD.
thought she was on some other team. Okay, I'm a WNBA expert now.
How tall is Diana Taurasi?
Diana Taurasi is.
How tall do you think she is?
Diana Taurasi is 6'3".
No.
How tall?
She's listed at 6 foot. I would have thought she was like 5'9".
Oh, really?
I don't know why I thought that. 5'10". I just, she's a point
6
guard.
feet?
Yeah, she's 6 feet. That's taller than I would have thought.
Oh, I thought she was a forward.
How tall do you think Caitlin Clark is?
I don't know that. Caitlin Clark is probably 5'8".
Yeah, and to answer
I bet she's taller.
To answer the question.
Oh, well, it says she's 6.
Caitlin Clark's 6 feet?
That's what it says.
Oh.
Yeah.
Surprisingly enough, the WNBA does the same thing that the NBA does. They don't hand over the pick to the worst team like the NFL does. There's a lottery, and the Fever won it, so that's why they have the number 1.
Oh,
pick.
they already
won it. Yeah.
The
lottery
is the league over now.
The lottery not over. The season's not going on. I don't know why college basketball and the WNBA don't run concurrently.
Well, WNBA they don't want to run concurrently with men's.
So their
NBA.
season's over.
Their season, the draft was the draft lottery was December 10th.
Okay.
So they've known for a while.
I know I'm going to go. I'm headed to.
It's impossible to know.
No, I just saw.
But I'm going to head to wherever their combine is, and I'll be doing coverage of combine stuff.
This show talking WNBA.
It's embarrassing.
We'll have some mock drafts.
We're embarrassing their sport.
I can talk women's college basketball. When I was at Golden Nugget, I saw some of the Arkansas-South Carolina game.
You did?
Yep.
So okay. And
Muppet McGraw is somebody who is a
Muffy.
It's not Muppet McGraw.
Muffet.
Yeah, Muffet.
Muffy McGraw.
Muffy
She's
McMuffin.
Good. She's a good coach.
She was out. She's still coaching. No,
isn't she?
No.
No.
It's Notre Dame, and she's
been retired for a little bit.
Yeah.
How do I always hear her name then?
Because that's the only one you remember. And John will call her Muffet McMuffin or whatever he says.
Jeez, he's so.
He thought. No, South Carolina is like.
That's Dawn Staley.
Dawn Staley.
That's Dawn Staley. I watched some of that game.
How about
see when the girl's wig came off?
Yeah, and
the players gathered around her so she could put her wig back on and and Dawn Staley's like, "What's going on?" Everyone thought she was hurt on the ground. All the players are gathered around her, but no one's waving in like, "Hurry, somebody come, medical people."
Nah, it's embarrassing.
And it turns out she's going to put her wig back on. Her wig came off in the middle of the game.
Will that ever happen in an NBA game?
Well, there are really nice hair pieces now.
There are. Listen, you don't think there's some extensions in the NBA?
Oh, no, there are.
Speaking of that, Fromber got rid of his.
Yeah,
he did?
Yeah, Fromber's clean shaven. And, no.
He's no extension.
He cut his hair.
We're back. He must have realized.
He had a bad year.
I couldn't keep. Well, he didn't have a bad year. He just wasn't on Fromber. He wasn't on his.
He did.
He wasn't on his best Fromber. I always thought that would be a jinx, but he won a World Series with it, so probably not a jinx. It's just short-term good luck. Short-term good luck, and he probably thinks the same thing.
All right.
Go back to my roots, literally.
All right, there's our WNBA segment for the year.
What have we learned?
We didn't even know the
Caitlin
season.
Clark was 49-14.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
We assume that they should have.
Robinson Cano won
She's-
the home run derby at the Travis Scott Cactus Jack thing.
he doesn't
I
play
know
in the
that because
WNBA.
Melissa from the Spanish station told me because she
Did
went
you
and covered
see
it.
CJ hitting homers?
What a surprise. I told you.
Oh, my
The
God.
fact that my quarterback now can make threes and hit bombs and hit dingers, oh, my God. What does your poverty-ass quarterback do, Eagles fans? What does your poverty quarterback do, Falcons fans? How about Tennessee? How's that looking? Will Levis, I got a feeling he
I
can
mean,
hit
the
dingers.
Eagles did make a Super Bowl just a season ago with their quarterback.
Yeah, that's true. And he could win he could win squat championships. I'm not going to say
Oh, my
about
God.
Jalen.
You people are the worst people.
What?
Okay. Y'all are getting out of hand with this Anything Goes Friday and this segment. Women's pickleball, kickball, frisbee, golf team projections coming up next.
Who's that Cub fan, Tim?
Y'all are sleeping on Xandra Vernon. No,
That's not a
David,
real
that's not a
person.
person.
Xandra
Opening
Vernon.
with women's basketball. Is this like when George Costanza tried to get fired from the Yankees on purpose?
Hold on a second. We just had Caitlin Clark, who literally the TV ratings are off the charts for her. Off the charts. I was going to go to this game with my daughter. I was going to take her, and until I actually was going to pay the tickets were a little sporty. It was like $250 a ticket, something like that for pretty average
Really?
seats. But and that was like a month out. And I'm sure the tickets yesterday were insane. And it wasn't because I thought she'd break a record here. I was just looking at different games because I wanted to go see her in person. And then I saw how hard it is to get there from a plane flight. And I
Coming
was
up
like,
next,
nah.
we're going to break down the Women's Flag Football League draft projections. That's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, I'm talking about Home Bank. Listen, if you're looking for the best way to use your money, how about this? I'm talking about competitive competitive rates at Home Bank. All right. You want to use your money, make your money work for you. If it's just sitting there, if you got $2,500 or more sitting in savings, how about put it into a 7-month CD, 5.15% annual percentage yield, or 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD? Listen, you got to put at least $2,500 in, but you want to put more than that in there. You got business, personal banking solutions at Home Bank, River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. There's one near you. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank is, I mean, if you got a small business and you need checking help, I mean, these people know what they're doing. They've been doing this since 1908. They've been there. They've done that. Okay, all you need to do is go to home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert, the other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jeremy put this out there yesterday. Is it time?
It's a pretty interesting question.
Is it time for the Rockets to tank?
No, it's never time to tank. You're past that. You're past that.
I know.
I thought you were talking about the other
Which
question.
one?
There was one about Jalen Green, but
What's the one about Jalen Green?
Search through his
I'm not
timeline.
looking through all Jeremy's.
Search through Jeremy's timeline.
I'm not searching through Jeremy's
His engagement
timeline.
tweets.
Okay. What I'm doing is I'm asking you a question. There now.
Oh, it was about
the-
it was about how he's going to take being on the bench with Cam Whitmore starting, something like that. If Cam Whitmore's a starter.
Oh, well, guess what? Cam Whitmore, Aaron Holiday's out playing Jalen Green right now.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Green, did you see Rush's?
Yeah,
Did you see Rush's tweet?
That was a little weird. That
Yeah.
He went up and told Jalen, listen, this is what you need to do.
Well, not only that, but Jalen was pissed. He said, "I ain't no bench player. I'm not doing that. That's not the attitude that he
This is
probably
why
should be
hot
taking."
streak from Jalen never had any impact on me. Because look where we are 1 week later. Right back here. Look how quick that changed.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen's playing really good. Jalen, I don't know. Maybe if you can Jalen, guess what happens? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Nothing changes. Like, I'm not going to ride the high and low wave with Jalen Green. I already know. I'm already set on he's got to go. You can't ultimately pay him a second contract. He hasn't shown enough to prove that he's a guy. A 4 and 5 game flash after 3 years is not enough. A 1 month flash is not enough. Do it for a whole season.
He didn't even do it for a whole month.
I know he didn't even do it for a whole month. He's shooting 30% from 3 right now. I mean, he can't shoot, and he's a flashy finisher, but that doesn't really. If you're not a great defender, you can be a two-way player if you can't shoot anymore, and he's not. So, I mean, a lot of guys. Listen, Jabari has not played well lately.
No.
Cam, I guess you
Dylan
know.
Brooks.
Dylan Brooks
Dylan
Brooks has come back
Nobody's
down
played
to
ball
earth.
lately.
But the point is with Jalen Green, it's going to be time for Ime Udoka. They missed the trade deadline, so they got him, and that's fine. I expect them to trade him during the summer. I think they'll trade him on draft day or before draft day. They'll move Jalen Green. As a matter of fact, I'd put pretty good coin on that. However, I never want to tank. You're past that. Tanking is counterproductive to the competitive culture that they are trying to build. And what's the difference between getting a few more balls? You're not going to get the first 3 picks. Not where you are. You're right now, you're 12th from a tank standpoint, or from a lot. I shouldn't say tank standpoint. From a lottery standpoint, you're going to have a lottery pick. You're going to have the Nets lottery pick. They're 11th.
Remember
right
when
now.
they were in 14 hell for like 3 straight years?
Mhm.
They were
It's hard.
picking 14.
Although there's good players coming in those. We end up seeing
Yeah.
when you look back in the draft, like, oh, wait a minute. We only said there was like 4 good players, and it ends up there's good players all around.
Yeah. But listen, I think the West is shaping up. There ain't nobody catching Minnesota, Oklahoma City, the Clippers,
Yeah.
Denver. They're all set. They're all in it. Phoenix is going to be in it for sure.
But you're
the
playing.
Pelicans are playing good
You're
basketball.
playing to learn. Fred VanVleet didn't come to tank.
Dallas is going to be there. Sacramento, the Lakers are iffy. See if Utah can catch them. But
You
they
got to
still-
get hot. You're going to have to get hot and play much better basketball. You're going to have to learn to win on the road to have a shot. No, you're not going to get into the play-in, but that's okay. Part of the process is you're learning how to win games. You're learning Ime's learning who is going to stay and who's going to go, who's going to get what minutes. Amen Thompson right now, the last month, Amen Thompson has really shown you, man, Rafael got this right, I think. I'm excited about Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
I understand he's not a great shooter, but I think he also knows who he is and what he does. I don't see him taking a bunch of bad shots, bad three-point shots.
No, and listen, there are a lot of things that you can learn. It would be nice to have Fred back. That would be nice. It would be nice to have Cam back. It would be nice to have
Tari
maybe your
Eason?
best player, Tari Eason, back. I'm serious.
Kinda hard to
you're
win
going to
without-
be better.
Yeah.
But 5-22 on the road.
Yeah, it's
I mean, that's
atrocious.
that's almost ridiculous.
And I don't have a problem with Ime sitting right now, Şengün sitting Jalen. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff because if he feels like that's what's needed to try to get people's attention or whatever. Now, there will come a time where don't get cute with it, but if he's not sure that Jalen is for this team, or Jalen is playing enough defense, or Jabari is confident enough, or whatever. Because this isn't just a Jalen Green thing. I mean, it really isn't. I know it turns into it, but it really shouldn't be. This is about all these guys. This is about the Rockets team has not. They were going great for the first half of the season, and then it's gone sideways, and they've never found ways. They've given away some easy ones, and they haven't found ways to win on the road. It's the same team that dominates the Nuggets. Like, it doesn't make sense. You know, it's good that they can do that, but I do think not having Tari Eason has been a big blow to this team. They're not the same play.
Well,
they're not the same team without Tari.
And Fred is, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, Fred's important, but Fred hasn't missed as much time as Tari. And look at the record with and without Tari Eason. Like, Tari Eason is a major, major part of this team. Major per minute production.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, they're going to be fine. I would never, ever move towards tanking. That is such a loser mentality. That's fine. When they were a bunch of losers and had a loser mentality and had no winning mentality and they were running over their coach, I was ready for the next phase. Couldn't have been happier with Ime Udoka. There may be a time where we say, ooh, Ime Udoka you can only go so far with Ime because he does this and does this. But it ain't now. Ime's teaching them how to be accountable. Ime's holding people accountable. But some of these guys are going to have to go because defensively it's up and down still. And that can't be who they are.
And is he holding them? I mean, because we have seen now Indiana's a great offensive team and nobody's holding them down. Here's what Roosh wrote. He tweeted that we were talking about earlier in case you hadn't seen it. After the Sixers blew the Rockets out last month, Jalen Green very angrily told me, I'm not being used properly and I'm not no sixth man. This was in response to me saying that Cam Whitmore should start at shooting guard. It'll be interesting to see.
So Jalen's reading Roosh's tweets.
Is reading Roosh's and responding.
That's a good sign.
That is an awful, awful, awful
Well,
sign.
finish up with it. Finish up with his tweet. If you go see more.
Well, then
he says
Roosh
more.
said, I told him to watch some Rip Hamilton and Reggie Miller film to learn how to use his athletic ability off the ball. I also told him to learn how to drive his shoulder into defenders at the rim. Right after this convo, he started going back off, and then he fell back off. Coach Roosh is taking care of business here in making sure
So
that
what is
Jalen
Ime
does what's
Udoka
necessary.
actually doing? If Coach Roosh can say a couple words and Jalen Green can rip off 4 out of 5 really great games, why is Ime Udoka getting paid?
Maybe Roosh should be, part of this, not only part, maybe he could be, listen, I don't know. I don't know if Jalen.
Can you answer my question,
Jalen
please?
was watching Rip Hamilton. I don't have.
Can you answer my question? What is Ime Udoka doing?
Here's the thing. I appreciate what Roosh is doing. Players never like to be told by somebody who doesn't play what to do. I know that for a fact in my business. They don't even like me commenting on what they do.
Yeah.
They don't. So I can promise you Jalen's not going to be a fan of anyone telling him how to play ball. With that said, Roosh is right on some things probably in terms of getting to the basket and how to create space and all that. He's not a Reggie Miller, Rip Hamilton catch and shoot guy, though. Like, working off the ball, what he is that he should be a back cut guy that catches lobs and gets it on the back cut with Şengün, who's a great passer. I mean, there's some things he can do, but he needs to be on the ball. And guess what the Rockets don't need? I mean, it's okay to have him on the ball as a penetrator. But
It's going to be interesting to see how Jalen responds to this. Cody just put this out. Cody M. Davis just put that. I have to look at the rotation and try to get 5 competitors out there to avoid poor starts.
This is Ime?
This is Ime.
Yeah,
the
that sounds
Rockets
like there's going to be
sustained their worst loss of the season by falling to the Grizzlies, which could lead to a frustrated Ime Udoka making significant changes. This will come after the All-Star break. It'll be interesting to see how he responds. Will he be Klay Thompson? Did you see what Klay Thompson did last night? Klay came off the bench and scored 35, and they beat Utah, which is they're fighting for the play-in game. They're in the play-in, and Utah's just outside.
Klay did? But here's the thing, though. Klay, I mean, that's a different thing. Klay is a longtime pro and a champion. I think that Jalen and many players are hurt so badly by not getting at least a year of college basketball in. If you take the money and go play in G League Unite and G League Ignite, go play in Ignite, or it's Overtime Elite or G League Ignite, or if you go play overseas, that's great that you get that money in advance. But number one, everyone should be going if you can. I mean, I know it's contrary to some guys shouldn't even be in college,
right?
But You missing that college structure and the
Well,
maturity.
that's
of the
already
game.
over already. But here's the deal:
Well, but
how
he's
is
missing it.
I know, but how is Jalen going? First of all, he didn't have any coaching his first 2 years of his career. That's one thing. Now he's got to adjust to Ime Udoka in a structured system, which he never has had. He probably didn't have it in G League Ignite. He probably or wherever he played. He probably has it. He definitely didn't have it with Steven Silas. The question is, how is he going to respond now? This is his life. This is his basketball life.
You're assuming he's going to get benched. I am too.
I am too. I am.
But I also, the problem with that though is he may not be, because is Cam Whitmore the guy that's going to take over?
Well, Cam Whitmore's not even around
yes.
right now but
That's what I'm
will be
saying.
back. Well,
Amen.
it might be Amen and Fred. I don't know.
He could be Amen and Fred.
It
Yeah.
might. All right, we got to break it here. If you got any thoughts, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. We got to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing right now. This is a number that you have to have in your phone, 281-488-6238. It looks like the cold times are behind us, right? That winter freeze that we suffered for that day or whatever it was, it's done. But you still have issues. Like, you had to get repiping done. You have a little bit, your house is a little bit older, and you needed repiping. And boy, did they have to tear up your whole deal, right?
They do. They had to. And guess what? I had already had that done. They had to come basically correct someone
Fix
else's
it.
mistake. Yeah, because the piping wasn't graded properly, wasn't slanted properly. And so they went. But the great thing was they wanted to show me all along the way. They said, well, first of all, we're going to cut this line here. And if we can find, if this really lets a lot of things out, then what we know that we can basically just make a correction here and we won't have to dig up and do anything else. And so they tried it. They showed it to me as it happened, and there was no water coming out, which meant it had bellied. It was too flat. And, showed me the video, showed me the cameras they had. I mean, they're very, very transparent in what they're doing because they want you to understand, hey, they're trustworthy. And they understand they're up against it because so many plumbers have been untrustworthy. This is a group that's very trustworthy. It's why we speak for them. Billy Brown puts his name on the company. We mention his name all the time. He wants to make sure that you get a great price, that you get great service, and that they correct or fix anything that's going wrong in your house, from the big stuff to the small stuff. If you need to have remodeling done and you need a plumber as your contractor needs a plumber, get Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, we are your station for women's sports here. I mean, we started with Caitlin Clark. Now let's talk about the Chevron Championship, which is coming your way April 17th, 18th, 19th, 2021. right here. We're going to be out there live the 17th. We want you to get on out there. The golf club at Carlton Woods, the Nicholas course, which I can tell you is just beautiful. It's just awesome. If you and listen, it's a private course, so there's not a lot of times you're going to be able to get out there. You can get out there to watch the women play, the LPGA. It's the best players in the world. It's the first major of the season. It is going to be awesome. It's in April. The weather hopefully is going to be beautiful. It usually is. Go to thechevronchampionship.com to get your tickets. Thechevronchampionship.com. It is the place to be. April 17th through the 21st. Come on.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Chris Farley's 60th birthday today, boys. I got lost in some Farley videos before the show.
I saw the thing yesterday, and whoever tweeted that out, I saw it, and the one where it's the Colombian coffee one. I'm sure you saw that one too yesterday.
What about him ice skating with? Did you see that one? When he was the Olympic skater.
Yeah, I saw
with
that. The
Carrie,
Chippendales
what's
is
her
the
name?
most famous.
Oh, no,
Carrie
no.
Strug, no, she was the Olympic.
No, that's it. No.
Carrie.
Who was the one that got her leg bashed in?
No. Oh, Nancy.
Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Nancy Kerrigan. Yeah. He did a
He
Saturday
was
night.
really, really,
Like, that was fun.
really, really funny.
He was the best. He was so funny. The best one is him and Patrick Swayze dancing.
Yeah, the Chippendale stuff. That's the
yeah.
best.
That's the best.
That's the best. And then fat guy in little coat.
That guy in a little coat.
Little guy
also
in little
down
coat.
by the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was funny. Died early, young, drugs.
Can you
right?
imagine him at 60 years old? The energy that he brought. Do you remember the David Letterman intro where he picked up a guy in the audience and threw him in the garbage can? He was nuts.
So you did go down a rabbit hole.
Oh my gosh. It was
What I noticed is he turned over. I swear to God, this is how I see things. There's a scene in Saturday Night Live. They're doing a thing where we replace their coffee with, it's always about American culture having secret hidden videos. There was a time in commercials where we replaced their regular coffee with decaf crystals from Colombia. Yeah. And they did that, and, they showed this one guy, wow, I didn't know that was decaf. But what you never saw was some of the outtakes from things. And it was Chris Farley, and we replaced your coffee with, decaf crystals from Colombia. He goes, what? We replaced your coffee with decaf crystals. He goes, you son of a bitch. And he goes, I can't. And he gets up, and he throws the table, and all I could think of was that guy has twitchy upper body strength.
Oh.
Like, he had some quick twitch in him.
He had.
And then I watched the rest of the thing, but all I could think of was, I bet you he could get rid of a blocker quick.
The way he could move for a big man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Immediately, I'm thinking, this is a guy, he had nimble feet. He was twitchy upper body and hands, short arms, played with a lot of energy, showed the ability to range in short spaces, probably is not going to play on third downs. I was already rolling through a scouting report on him.
See, somebody said earlier how much trouble you would get in breaking down the WNBA draft if you were doing,
That's the kind of world we live in. Literally a scouting report, and these women are being ogled. No, it's breaking down athletic qualities and traits.
Yeah,
but you can't do some of the stuff like for men, right? One of the things you say has a good bubble, can anchor down, thicken the thighs.
Yeah.
That's the part where but that's because you don't want a guy with a tackle with a flat butt. It always means they're going to get driven back. They don't have the same core strength. That you're right. From things like that, I can't say that a women's basketball player, thick thighs, doesn't move as well. Yeah, it would be trouble.
You'd be
That would be trouble. Things I say in football that
bubble
are
butt,
accurate descriptors.
thick
yeah.
thigh. Yeah.
Now, they're not playing a physical game like football, but not like that. But you're right. Physical descriptors that are normal.
Women's basketball isn't physical. Okay.
Not like the NFL.
You're such a misogynist.
Not like the NFL.
Oh, my gosh.
But what if I had to do women's rugby team?
Oh, what?
Has good strength in the lower body, able to anchor, not, shorter arm. What?
Not really. The upper body is not really
Carries
not.
bad weight around the middle. No,
Whoa.
no,
What?
you can't say that. Doesn't have good lean mass. You just have to know the correct word.
Not really sure of her age. Can't ask.
Yeah,
she may be an
like
older
right
player.
now, it's like we'll be 25-year-old rookie. That's something you need to know about a player. If you got a safety who's going to be a 20 or a running back, God forbid, will be a 25-year-old rookie. That's a negative. You can't say you can't put her age out there.
No, can't do it.
In rugby, what if rugby you're at your best until your age 31 and she's going to be 25? I couldn't say that. I'm like may not have a long-term career or limited cap on length of service.
Yeah. All right. Before we break it here,
Has a very acceptable body frame.
to catch up, I just want to get in. Ryan Presley met the media the first time talking about Josh Hader. Here is Ryan Presley yesterday with the media. It's interesting some of the words he used.
Here's a hater talking about Hader.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
I think we got a great bullpen, probably one of the best bullpens in the league. I get paid to go get 3 outs. It don't matter if it's in the 4th inning or the 9th inning. So whenever the phone rings and they tell me to get in there, I'll get in there.
I imagine you were surprised by this, or this has been your role, and I imagine a closer cherishes it. So how did you deal with the addition and was it a surprise
everybody
to you?
was trying to start.
Yeah, it was a surprise, but he makes our team better. He's hands down one of the best relievers in the game, and
Stop it there.
when you
Stop
got him.
Did you catch that?
He's hands down one of the best in the game.
One of the best relievers in the game.
Okay.
Not one of the best closers in the game.
Oh, now you're being a ship starter. But how does that make you feel? I mean, they took your job, and
did you call him a reliever? And
so look. I'll admit it is something I want to know, but I also know that it's like. So let me ask you a question. That had to hurt, right? That stung, right? It feels like somebody's sitting there smug, like an interview. So I don't know. How'd that feel when you've been this great closer? I mean, I'll never forget 2022, the way you closed that out, and then here you are, and they just kind of toss you aside. Like, what are your thoughts on getting tossed aside? What was that like?
yeah, that's quite frankly, and they were doing their job, and it's rightfully so.
Like, how does it make you feel, though? He's like, no, he's one of the very best. I know, but like, how are you feeling? Like, are you mad or
Sad?
Like? Sad? Like, take me through your emotions when you
Did
found
you
out
hate?
when you found out that the Astros didn't have the same faith in you. Take me through your emotions. What went through your head?
So he's making 14 this year. They got a mutual option for
So
next
it's not.
year.
I found out this is what it is. It vests at 50, but I think it becomes fully vested at 50. It's a mutual option unless it
Option, yes,
vests.
vests with 50 appearances.
It vests and it's no longer mutual.
Right. Then he's getting 14
Then it
next year.
vests.
And then he's not an unrestricted free agent until 2026. But let's face it, Hader's got 5 years. Hader's making 19 a year. Hader's the guy. Yeah. Right? Hader's the guy. And Joe Espada, you know what? To his credit, he's not being mealy-mouthed about it. And we'll hear from Joe on the other side about
We don't have
the
time
competition.
For that. No, you just brought in a $19 million closer. Ain't no time for mealy mouth.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing to make the team the best it can be.
Yes, sir.
And I've always been like, well, he can't hit Michael. Brantley can't hit. You can't move him to 6 because if he didn't hit second, how's that going to make Brantley feel? I always thought that was like, who cares? You're all trying to win a championship.
You don't have to face these guys every day. I would imagine.
What does the Espada do?
Presley's looking at Espada like, oh, really, dude?
I don't care. Here's what Espada's doing. I'll be here longer than you are, bro.
He will be. Yes.
It ain't going to matter. You can look at me some kind of way.
Maybe.
If he's not, then go ahead and also bet the under
That's
on wins.
yes, if he's not. I tell you this. Somebody even said it yesterday. So they're like, hey, the hair thing you got going on there, it's really, really going pretty good. I was like, yeah, I know. And it's all because of my man, Doc Linville. He's the best. People, if you're looking for the best way to just please go to go to 975hair.com. The neo-grafting process is awesome. And I'm also doing the PRP now. So I'm going to go back on the 29th. They're going to take my blood. They're going to mix it up. They're going to shoot it back into my head. It fertilizes the hair. It makes it livens it up, and it's going to grow, and it's just perfect. I may not do another neo-grafting. I probably won't, because this is going to stimulate the growth. You, my friends, they know what they're doing here. The technology's second to none. An anesthetic for 3 days, it's the way to go. If you're looking for hair, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
I am watching a security guard. A hippo is trying to get out of his little pen right here. Look at this, Lance. A hippo's trying to get out, and the security guard is hitting him on the face. And look at a hippo. We were at Republic Boot yesterday, Lance and I. You want to talk? We got hippo. You could get hippo. That is the sweetest.
You can get anything.
You can get anything.
If there are people who bring their own hides in, people who have gone on safari or
they
expeditions.
go shoot. When you shoot something, you can
and
bring
they
it
get
there.
The hand
and they'll make boots out of
hide
it.
tanned, and then they bring it in, and they have boots made out of that. I was blown away talking to the owner.
Chris,
we're gonna be out there on the 26th.
Yep.
And for people who, they want to just come by and see us and hang out. That place is so cool. But I've learned so much about the boot stuff. How about the story about the guy who's in there making the custom boots? That he started working there. He's like, he's like, I just had a vision from God that I was called to do this, to make boots for you.
Yeah.
And this guy was a pastor, and he left.
And he is like the best
and
boot
somebody
maker
asked
in
Chris,
the world.
They asked Chris, they said, "Do you know who this is?"
Yeah.
He's like, "No, he's good at boots." Like, yeah, he's really good.
No, he's the best in the world.
He's the best in the world. You don't know who he is? Like, no, he just came to me. I had no idea. And that guy's just in there. We're watching. He's carving this leather stuff off. I'm watching him do it. And I was like mesmerized. It was like sometime when you watch us. Okay, you won't know this, John. Dell will know this. And I guess maybe it has something to do with AMSR or whatever. But I just call them like they're satisfying videos, right? A lot of people are going to know what I'm talking about now. It's not from an auditory thing, but like the videos where, have you seen the one where there's a huge amount of mud and dirt and leaves and everything on a sidewalk, and then the guy in the video, there's a video where it's it's fixed camera, and then it's kind of time lapse or sped up, and then you see someone, and this guy's, and you see him cleaning, and you see all this dirt just basically going away, just disappearing as he's doing his thing where he's scraping stuff, taking a power washer, pressure washing everything away, and you see it get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. They have another one where a guy cleans dirty, where he's got a brush and he's scraping, he's taking these horrific interiors of cars, and he's cleaning them out and getting them perfect. He's unfastening things, taking things out of a car like, oh my God, you're basically disassembling the car. And I don't know what they're called, if they have names, but everyone, once you get on those rabbit holes, you know exactly what everyone's
John,
talking
let me
about.
ask you something.
They're satisfied. People just say, this feels
do you
so
know what he's
satisfying.
talking
I
about?
do, but
He
I
doesn't know
but
what
I,
I'm talking about, but I know you do.
Once he started, I actually tuned out and started watching Planet of the
Wait,
Apes.
Yeah, I'm
wait,
watching
wait.
CJ hit homers at Minute Man.
Wait, this
I
is
watched-
important. Guys, this
I
is
watched the
something that
Planet
matters
of the
to me.
Apes, the new Planet of the Apes movie. I started watching the trailer.
This matters
he did
to
that.
me,
Oh
though,
my God,
guys.
that looks pretty good.
It does look pretty good.
Hey.
So,
Nope.
so
Back on this
do
stuff.
you think I should create like a sounder for when he does this type of stuff?
No,
just to
just
to
neat
What
lock-
type of stuff I'm relatable to the
Do
audience.
you want to
guys
record?
aren't.
I know you don't want to do any extra work, but for these instances, do you want to record like a neat stuff sounder with Michael Carroll just so we have it?
Yeah.
So when he
No.
does, so you don't have to say
isn't
it.
neat
We can just
stuff.
play it.
This is, I don't even know why what.
I
We were
don't
just
know.
talking about hippos.
I don't
And we
know.
were talking
Oh,
about
wait.
You can't.
shoes.
That's your
and he
problem.
went to,
How did I get into
This is your fault. You can't do that to him
No,
right
no,
before
it's
the.
fine.
I just got caught up when CJ hitting homers at
Oh,
Minute
yeah,
Maid.
yeah. The guy carving the stuff. Yeah.
I
I was
thought
like
you were talking about
mesmerized
Republic
where I
Boot.
just wanted to watch him keep doing
All
it.
right.
Weren't you talking about a great boot maker at
Yeah,
some
no,
point?
I'm
And then
mesmerized,
all
and
of
I
a
wanted
sudden
to
we're
just keep watching
spraying
him.
something on the ground.
It's a disease I have. It's not. I don't treat it with
Speaking
any
of
medicine.
disease, second Miami Dolphin given herpes.
I
Congratulations.
thought you did that story already.
No, second. There's two now.
Who's the other one?
I don't. They're not. Neither.
Oh,
but
okay.
another one has been named.
I
Well
thought you said-
done,
I thought
Dale.
you
Nice
said-
job,
Well
Del.
done.
So he hasn't been
How about-
named, or has
Another one.
been?
Well, another one has been accused. The names haven't come out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can't
According
make
to
the club from the
congratulations.
hot
It's
tub with
just like,
herpes in it.
Oh my gosh!
According
Don't go to
to-
the Dolphins. You're just going to be herpeized.
according to who?
According to women who are getting
Which women? No, I'm saying who's reporting it, not the like what
I don't know,
outlet?
Dove Kleiman or somebody.
Oh, and the NFL aggregator dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
one
he
of many, by the way.
By the way, he retweeted, come get your people at CBS Sports. They redid the draft.
Whose people?
Your
not
people.
my people.
Okay, Dove Kleiman did. He retweeted CBS Sport. There's your people.
Of course, he retweeted.
Redraft 2023. Redraft.
Last year's?
Last year's.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Will Levis 2.
Oh, my. Who did this?
Puka 3. Anthony Richardson. Devin Witherspoon. Rasheed Rice. Jalen Carter. Kobe Turner. Will Anderson 8th.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
9th.
Okay, tell me who did this, and I'm not going to comment unless if I'm not going to comment.
Oh, my God.
What?
Chris Trapasso. Gosh. Will Anderson 9th behind Jalen Carter, behind Rasheed Rice. Are you?
I like Chris Trapasso, too.
Are you kidding me?
That is a problematic.
Although he did have
redraft.
Tank 12th.
Yeah.
I like that.
But
How could Will
what
Levis
world-
be ahead of
Sam Laporta 18th.
In what world does Sam Laporta go 18?
Oh, is he
and
talking about
Will Anderson, Defensive Player of the Year, goes behind Will Levis?
But who? So
or Jalen Carter or Devin
it's a
Witherspoon.
redraft. That's what he said.
Yeah.
But of the best players or fits, what's he talking about?
What's the
here?
difference?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if the Texans still have the number 2.
Oh, no, it has to be Fitz, too. Yeah.
So why have the
Okay,
Texans
so
be
the
taking
Texans got
Will
Levis.
Levis?
Instead of no, let me tell you something. They would have taken Will Anderson. All right, so I see why he went Will
Yeah.
Levis. He went
A
and I
quarterback.
still would say Richardson. Well, no, they would take Bryce Young. The Texans. Okay, so what he's doing now is using how you did. The Texans still would have taken
He didn't
Bryce
even
Young.
have Bryce Young through the 21st pick.
The Texans would have taken Bryce
Yeah,
Young
right.
if they went back because they have a belief that he would work in the system,
Right.
and he probably would. Not like CJ, but he would work. in
Oh,
the system.
I think Bryce Young would have been a lot better here. A lot better.
Substantially better.
Yes. Well, a lot better.
Not as good as CJ though.
Not as good. as
CJ's a better physical talent.
Yes.
I had somebody asked me, "You liked Bryce better? Don't try to change history." I'm not trying to change history. I don't. Yeah, I had Bryce Young rated higher. That's like I don't care about that stuff. I want my guys to be the best they can be. I'm more than happy to miss on CJ.
I would,
And I didn't miss on CJ, by the way. I just had the wrong quarterback number 1. I had a good grade on CJ.
I wonder if CJ is trying to set the record for most podcasts done in an offseason.
Yeah. So Dell, were we talking about this yesterday or no?
It's.
I would like for
There was another one.
I
where
would
he's-
like for CJ maybe to tap the brakes on all the podcasts because he's eventually going to say something
He's.
where somebody's going to bring up a trans issue or something, and he's going to make a comment, and then like, oh no, they got our guy, they trapped him. Somebody who's not friendly is going to trap him with a trick, with a question that's a loaded gun, and he is going to make a comment, and people are going to kill him. And then it's going to turn into a fight, a divisive. Why are you always trying to do this? Why won't you take responsibility for your actions? Why won't you?
He needs to take a trip to Taiwan or somewhere.
No.
Yeah, somewhere
No.
where nobody knows him and he can go and he can just relax.
He needs to take a
On a
trip. He needs to
beach.
take a trip by himself to like a Thailand
No.
or something. Just him by himself.
with
I
his
noticed you
girl
said Taiwan.
or wherever. I don't know, but somewhere.
No, he doesn't. You know what he needs to be doing? Sitting in his sitting in his room, his house, his cool high rise, and just playing video games and ordering healthy food and going out and playing ball and not going places where he could get in trouble. You're not going to ruin this quarterback for me.
What he needs to do
I deserve
what
a
he
quarterback
needs to
like
do is
this.
probably send his patio furniture to Houston powder coaters. That's what he needs to do.
That's fine.
I don't know what kind of and make them Texans, but you know what? You might have to change it. I
He
wouldn't
does
do it.
talk about LA a lot, though.
I wouldn't do well. He might do Lakers colors, which would disgust me. But or Dodgers color. No, he had his Astros hat on yesterday, which was nice. He what he needs to do is now you got to. I'm not sure about putting Texans colors on now because they might change. A little blue might change. But here's the deal: is if you want to put your team's colors on your patio furniture, if you have any metal whatsoever, how about an old refrigerator that you want to make burnt orange, or you want to make it maroon or red, whatever color your team is, your college team is. Well, they can do that at Houston Powder Coaters. I mean, and it'll look totally sweet. You want to make your wheels, your lift kits, your bumpers, whatever it is. You want to make it orange like your Astros team. Totally sweet vehicle you'd have. Okay, what you need to do is go to Houston Powder Coaters. They can do all of that. They do it every single day, and they do it great. Listen, you'll talk to Robin. You will get whatever it is that it's metal that you need to make look new and cool again. All you need to do is go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Free delivery and pickup every single time. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 281-676-3888. Tell Robin you heard it here. Why does he did 3 different songs here? What is, and he, shut up, Frank.
You're upset that he points out something you do?
I don't do that.
So, this is the song that they play like at Longhorn games. I think this is the one in the fourth quarter where they all turn their lights on. And I think they do it at Texans game too. I think they do it at Texans games too in the fourth quarter. I can't believe you don't know this Journey song.
I never heard of it.
That must have been during your dark years. Like Gilbert has,
No.
where you didn't hear any music, you didn't see anything, you just were doing terrible stuff.
They play this at games?
Yeah, turn it up. I'm pretty sure this is the song.
Wait a minute. Why
play.
would they do a Longhorn about South Detroit in Austin?
Well, it's just a lonely boy. I don't know. It's not about Detroit. It's not like your Baton Rouge song. That's what you're going off of. Baton Rouge! Baton Rouge!
Calling Baton Rouge.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
With Garth Brooks.
Okay, it's Garth Brooks. It's not Journey.
That's fine. Journey's bigger than Garth.
Oh, is he? Is it? Because
Journey was really, really big. I don't think they're bigger than Garth.
Is this Steve Perry or the other guy?
No, well, you know Steve Perry then.
Yeah, but I never heard the song.
How do you not know this song if you're Steve Perry? How did you not slow dance in a middle school dance and try to? Oh, it's 8:05.
No, kids on their way. Yeah, I didn't try to do anything in a middle school dance with Laura Bingenheimer.
Yeah, no one believes that first part. No one believes you didn't try anything.
Oh, I played that video, that sound of you guys talking about the time I met my wife. I played it for her.
Oh, what did she think?
She was like, I don't know, they're probably right.
You told the story. Of course.
They're probably right.
Of course we're right. She knows you. We know you. You didn't look at her and go, I'm going to marry her.
I want to marry her. That's what I said. That's
No,
exactly
I'm sure
what I
you
said.
at some point.
That's the verb I used.
In the near
I'm
future
to
said
it.
that because obviously it happened.
That's what I said.
But
the first time I met her, I'm going to marry her.
You're not a contestant on a reality show when those nerds say that to sell their
What if we
agenda.
had one called Evil Bachelor?
I'm watching Love Is Blind
Instead
right
of
now.
Golden Bachelor, what about Evil Bachelor?
Where John is the bachelor?
Yes.
Back in the day?
Yes.
No, we're not doing Evil Bachelor. So
He's
did you guys
gaslighting
see-
every woman he meets.
Did you guys see Tiger?
Turn around. You want the rose? Turn around.
What you say? Hey, what you
Spin.
Hey, you come empty-handed? Where's my sandwich?
I don't know.
Oh my God! Did you see the woman on the stand yesterday?
yeah,
She
someone
said,
sent us
"Oh
the
yeah."
sound.
He said, "The only thing I need from a woman is how to make a sandwich."
That's how we got tagged into that. Like, oh.
I don't need to be a part of that. Did you guys see Tiger hit the shank
I
yesterday?
thought that was Shank. Wow, was that terrible.
He said he had a back spasm.
Well, he had to have something.
No, he just shanked it.
Tiger
People shank it all the time.
No.
You
see pro golfers do that.
yeah.
I've done that on a driving range.
No, pro golfers.
You don't see pro golfers do that, do you?
Yes.
Then I don't want you to tell me that I couldn't potentially take a skin off a pro golfer.
No, you could. You could get a birdie sometime that he didn't birdie. You could.
I don't play anymore.
I mean, not 18, maybe over like 2 years, you could do it.
Maybe on a par 3.
Why? You could, yeah, or a par 4. I mean, if you hit a
But
good,
they're so
you
long,
might hit a
though.
good shot if you play for 2 years against him.
No, I could hit it, but he's going to be longer than me off the tee.
But you might hit a good shot.
I can't believe you're letting me say that out loud.
No.
And you're actually saying
in golf, you actually could. You might
Wait a
hit
minute,
a miraculous shot.
Could you beat a pro golfer over 3 holes?
No. Well, no, probably no. No, 1 hole I could. At 1 hole out of 18,
That's
I
why I
could
said
beat him
3.
because I might birdie it and he might not.
Are you bold enough to say you could beat a pro golfer
No,
over 3?
I would not.
No pro?
No pro.
Not the
No, dude, they're so good.
Not
They're
the
so good.
285th?
They're so good.
You have no confidence. I sit next to a man with no confidence.
No, you just can't. You just
got to
don't.
just say yes, and if you believe it, you can achieve it.
Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, Tiger shanked yesterday, and he shot 1 over, and it wasn't a bad round. He was under par for most of the round, for those of you that care. Patrick Cantlay with the lead, by the way, at Riviera. Nice. Keith wants to talk about Ryan Presley and Josh Hader. What up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Just want to give a shout-out to Lance. He followed me back on Twitter. I assume John and Dale are coming up shortly behind him.
I already did.
Quick PSA.
Don't
Quick
assume.
PSA, Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer's on Peacock today, streaming for free. No longer have to rent that movie. You can watch that tonight. Football season's over. And a quick comparison, Ryan Presley, Josh Hader. Ryan Presley has 108 career saves. Josh Hader has 165 career saves. So just right there, simple binary comparison. Josh Hader's the closer. Very easy.
I was
Very
going to
easy
say this.
choice.
I don't like to
I
use the
think
word
Keith
binary.
brings good. Like Keith brings good. It just means 2. It just means
you'll be
Yeah, I
okay,
don't
John.
straight
don't-
line.
Don't
2
use
straight lines.
it.
One
I
or
don't.
the other.
I don't. When somebody says non-binary,
I'm listening.
this is not a
I'm an
binary
advocate, okay.
decision.
It's
An
not
A or B
advocate.
decision. It's not an A or B decision. It's used a lot of times in coding.
Okay.
And anyway, I think that is good. Like Keith telling you, that is helpful information. Hey, Oppenheimer's on this streaming platform now.
By the
Or
way,
this is
I watched
Barbie's on a platform. May
it?
December's on a
Is it?
platform.
I watched Anatomy of a Fall last night.
Anatomy of a Fall.
It's up for Best Picture this year.
What is it?
It's about a woman in Germany. It's German.
Oh,
French.
I've seen it. It's a.
Is
Well, I
it
haven't seen
foreign
it.
or
I've seen the
documentary?
trailer.
You
for
saw it?
No, I've seen the trailer. I haven't
Oh,
seen
you
it.
seen
Is
the
it
trailer?
foreign or
Yeah.
I'm
documentary?
going to tell
It's
you this.
foreign.
I'm not going to tell you because there's spoiler alert. I just want to tell you, the dog is the best acting dog I've ever seen.
Oh, look at that. Better than Air Bud?
Better than Air Bud. The most
Old Yeller?
convincing acting I've ever seen from a dog.
Old Yeller?
Well,
Turner and Hooch? What about Hooch?
Better than Turner. I don't remember Turner. That's
Sloppy mouth.
Yeah, right,
That's
right.
back when Tom Hanks used to just kind of goof around.
yeah.
a little
When he was wearing dresses.
bit. Well, shortly. It was after.
Yeah,
better
was that-
than
right.
better than Lady and or Tramp?
Well, that's animated.
Says you.
Tramp was
Put on a good performance.
He did, but that's animated. You don't count. I mean, in a real dog, acting by a real dog. It's the best acting ever. And you will
Even the dogs from Homeward Bound?
By
even
John
the
Wick.
dogs from Homeward Bound.
What about John Wick?
Did he kill the dog?
It was short.
One of the dogs died.
Scene, yeah.
Yeah. See.
But the dog that was at the end of the movie, whatever.
Is it a good movie?
It's good.
If
Yeah.
you
I'm
don't
not
know-
watching it for a dog.
She's gonna win Best Actress.
The movie is about a
Sandra Hüller or something like that.
it's a movie, right? The trailer tells you it's a movie about a death, and the kid's a witness, and they have to determine.
Yeah, he's a witness, except he's blind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's her son. It's her
Yes.
son. But she's going to win Best Actress. Dog should win Best Dog Performance.
Well, I don't know if they have that category yet.
Well, they should. I mean,
Dog win best dog performance.
yes, Best
I
Performance.
told you, make sure
by
you
a dog
watch
in a major
Society of the
motion
Snow.
Do what?
Society of the Snow.
Oh yeah, where they eat people.
Meh.
Well,
No, it was a true story about something that happened in
well,
1972.
that's an old story.
So what? This movie is maybe the best movie I saw this year.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Better than Oppenheimer? Better than
yeah.
Barbie?
Oppenheimer, the 4-hour movie.
Yeah, right.
Yes, better than
By
Barbie.
the way, to get ready for 2.5 hours of Anatomy of a Fall.
That doesn't bother me. Once again, I will go 3 straight episodes of a TV show and not blink, or of a series and not blink.
Yeah.
I recognize that you can't just be a little baby and say, this movie too long. If it were broken up into multiple episodes that I could binge at the same time,
No,
what
I
is
get
wrong
that.
with you?
But they could have probably cut down some of the courtroom. But anyway. Yeah, I can't tell you anything else other than watch the dog. And the kid was pretty good too. The acting's good.
Okay, if it's nominated for an Oscar, I'll check it out. But actually, a lot of these Oscar-nominated movies are on streaming
How about
platforms
it's in
now.
March this year? The Academy Awards.
Is it?
Yes.
Because leap year? Good.
March 10th.
Because
No, it's not.
No,
Usually
because
it's
I've always
January.
get jammed up in the at the combine when it's on.
Yeah.
No, usually it's February. It's during combine. It's late February. So they moved it. It's not January. It's late February.
It used to be January.
No, well, then maybe a long, long time ago. But remember, I went to Oscar parties forever. It's always been in February.
Oh, okay.
And it always coincides
now
with
it's March 10th.
It almost always coincides with the.
Well, it was March last year too. March 12th.
March 12th last year?
Yeah.
Yeah,
March
they're waiting for
March
Combine Day.
27th in 2022. I think they've moved it to March.
They're waiting for Combine to
They don't want to
end.
go up against combine. It makes sense.
In 2021 was in April.
What?
No.
That was probably
Well,
had
that
a-
was
that
because
was
of late
COVID.
releases. That was COVID.
Yeah, but it's been in
always been in February.
well, not the last
until
3
recently.
years. Yeah.
Right.
And then
Until
March. You know,
COVID.
this year's a leap year. You know, we got 29 days, right?
Oh, thank God. Another day of that'll be another day of sobriety.
Not that it matters, but
Yeah, it's an extra day of sobriety.
well, you have a certain amount of time.
Oh no, that's true. It's still 47 days. That's right. Thank you, God,
Okay,
for not adding another day of sobriety.
quick. Well,
We got a
I'll
break.
do
We got a
this on
break.
I'll do this on the other side. Want to get to Caitlin Clark had 49 points, 14 assists. She broke the women's all-time record on a 30-foot.
Do you know what Art's going to say about that?
I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to bring up the women's basketball game,
Oh, my
but not
God.
like that. I want to talk about structure versus men's college and some changes we'd like to see with sports.
Okay.
So something very general that
Okay.
we could maybe talk about in June and in July also.
Okay.
And then we also need to hit a Rushmore of women's basketball, the Rushmore of women's basketball.
The
We have
best
not hit
women's
that.
basketball players of all time.
Yep, we haven't hit that yet. Don't spoil it. Just wait until we come back.
John, how long is your list? Can you get to 3?
Yes.
But you need 4.
Can you get to 4?
Yes, I can get to 4.
All right. I'm actually
Trust me.
intrigued by this.
Trust
oh
me.
no, we're not actually going to do the Rushmore thing, are we?
Oh, really? Oh, we're not?
We're not?
I
Do you
thought
know
we're
who's on line 1?
Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, but he
What do
wants
you
to talk
choose?
about death.
Rushmore or Gilbert?
Gilbert.
Yes. Oh, every day.
Gilbert, ooh, man.
I want to talk about Chastang Ford. That's what I want to talk about. 1.9% financing for 72 months on all 2023 F-150s. Listen, the 2023 F-150s, brand new truck, but you get 72 months, 6 years to pay it off at 1.9% financing. When you think about what your money is doing, okay, 1.9% financing right now is ridiculously low. This is just a great investment. Now, you get 6 years, how low your payments are going to be, and then you're going to get that F-150 the way that you want it. This is truck month. And not on top of the 1.9% financing, you're going to get exclusive discounts And here's the thing about Chastang Ford is all of the rebates from Truck Month, all of the discounts that they've got, you're going to actually get. The other dealerships will hold them back. They'll say, 1.9, come on in. But then the truck is going to be how much more expensive? And then, by the way, what they're going to try to do is add on all kinds of different stuff. By the time it's all said and done, you are really, literally going to be spending $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 more at another dealership than you would at Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is going to make you the priority. Chastang Ford is going to make sure that you get that deal, that every single thing that Ford is offering, they're going to get to you. All at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown, or you can do it all online at ChastangFord.com.
Well, now the football season is over and you stand ready to sink back into your full, mundane, everyday non-football existence. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 would like to take this opportunity to assist this transition with some personal affirmation. You're a good person with a great life. So many blessings you can count on each hand. That's like over 20 fingers. Football may be over for now, but there are plenty of other sports like baseball and basketball to escape into. And avoid all those blessings you just counted. You have your friends and compadres here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to keep you informed and entertained on the radio and on YouTube. John and Lance, Paul Gallant, Connor and Beard, the Killer Bees, the Bullpen. So roll up your bootstraps and pull yourself up by the sleeves. You have plenty to be happy about right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, 8:20 on ESPN 97.5. Let's do Gilbert instead of you talking about women's college basketball. I mean, honestly. Do you want to keep any listeners?
No, I was going to ask is
what?
Why, in all honesty, first of all, congratulations to Caitlin Clark. I think she's an incredible player. I think she's must-watch TV, and I say this with all seriousness. Like, I enjoy watching her play basketball. She is fantastic.
She's great. No,
she's really, really talented. I'm legitimately thinking about catching a flight somewhere and bringing my daughter to go watch her in the NCAA in the women's tournament. I got to see what the time frame is for everything.
Yeah.
But if I could take her, because it'll be easier
And
to get
those
there.
are the easiest
It'll be
tickets to
easier
get.
to get there than, trust me, the Iowa stuff was impossible.
Yeah.
Flying in and going to see a game, I think my daughter would love it. And I think it's, I'm just a good dad, and I'm a girl
Do the
dad,
women play
and
the
I'm
early
father here.
games at home? No.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Oh, it's
Iowa's
not
likely
regional.
going to host the regional.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to cost a
Yeah.
fortune.
No,
Never
no, that's-
mind.
yeah.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Right.
At least the first weekend. You might have to wait for them to get
When
to the
they
second
go to
weekend.
a neutral site,
Yeah,
then they'll-
maybe, but even that's going to be that's going to be heavy. I think it's going to be heavy duty. You'd be surprised. Road games for Iowa basketball,
Wait till
it was
she's
way higher than I was
Wait
expecting.
till she's playing for Indiana, and you go up and see Ballard, and you take her to a game, to a WNBA game.
Indiana.
That's where she's going to play.
Projected to be drafted by the Fever.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. Indiana's not the Fever.
Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah, Fever, and then Mercury. Yeah.
Yes.
I get all my WNBA teams mixed up.
Do you name? Okay.
Oh, no.
Name
I thought we were
other-
going to.
Who's your Mount Rushmore
Okay.
women's
No,
basketball?
no. You-
Aces.
Okay. Name more.
Liberty.
Okay. More.
Mercury.
You said that already.
No, Mercury, Fever, Aces,
Go on.
the what you call it? The Liberty,
Okay.
the Sun, Mohegan Sun,
Mhm.
Connecticut team, the Wasps,
No.
the
You mean like rich hoity-toity or
Yeah.
like
No.
Right.
or
right.
the
That's the River Oaks.
the Jackets,
That's
the yellow Jackets.
No,
yeah.
that's the River Oaks Wasps.
Also the Wolves.
no.
No, that's a
No Wolves.
no, that's a
Minnesota.
NBA team.
T-Wolves.
Minnesota does have a team, and it is
The
Wolf-
Fever.
No.
No, that's
the
Indiana.
Lynx.
Oh, the Wild.
The Lynx.
That's
the Lynx.
hockey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Wild is a hockey team. You don't know nothing about women's sports.
I just named 5 teams.
All right, the Mount Rushmore of women's
Easy.
basketball.
Caitlin Clark,
I thought we were
Cheryl
talking
Miller,
to Gilbert.
Let's
Caitlin
go to
Clark,
Gilbert.
Cheryl Miller,
See, this-
Cheryl Swoops, and Cynthia Cooper. Boom. It's over.
Tina
You
Thompson.
just named a lot of comets.
So? You mean multiple-time world
You
champion?
didn't even-
Yeah.
You didn't even name Tarasi or Sue Bird or whatever.
Oh, yeah, Sue Bird's probably in there.
Tarasi's definitely there. Sue Bird's there. Elena Deladon.
She's 34. You know how I was
I know
looking
Brittany Griner ain't there. She was on the team and they're in last place.
No, Brittany Griner's probably on there.
Women's Mount Rushmore.
She won
No
college
chance.
championships, pro championships. Did
No.
time in a Russian prison.
She's not.
Look at everything. Women's championship, men's championship. I mean,
She didn't win a men's
actually,
championship.
women's championship, pro championship.
Cheryl Miller.
Time in a
Brittany
prison.
Griner ain't.
Has dunked multiple times. Brittany Griner is in there.
She's
probably.
Not. She's not.
She's not. Is she one of the all-time scorers?
No.
No.
Well, she missed the whole season from being in prison.
Well, yes, but
that
still,
hurt. No, that
that
definitely
wouldn't
hurt.
have that wouldn't have helped. But still,
My guess is it's like Cheryl Miller, Tarasi, and Sue Bird, and then you can't say
Caitlin
Caitlin
Clark.
Clark. She's never played pro basketball.
Who?
Caitlin Clark.
No, she's still.
You can't
up
put her in there yet.
Caitlin Clark. No, she's in there for me. Well, Dawn Staley too. She was a great player. I mean, there's all kinds
maybe
of.
even a better coach.
Yeah. Let's get Gilbert in here. He's going to bring the show up.
Well,
What
we're
up,
a good
Gilbert?
show. I mean, we are a good show.
Hey, Gilbert. Oh, see.
Gilbert, if I hang up, you're not getting John's. Hey, Siri. Oh, not my.
Alexa.
Oh, yeah, Alexa. Hey, Alexa, play Heidi Ho Princess. See if he's got us on speaker. Hey, Alexa. No, we're not on speaker. God, that'd be great if I could have just made his Alexa turn on.
Oh, that would be.
Flipped out. Turn off, Alexa. Turn off. All right, that's it. He's had his
That's
chance.
all. He's done.
And he wanted to talk about Kansas City anyway. Hey,
yeah.
on a serious note, so you see it's 23 people. It's one woman dead. You know, she was a radio DJ. Did you know that for a Tejano station?
Yep.
42 years old, mother of 2 or 3 kids. 8 of the people shot were between 8 and 47 years old. There are multiple kids under the age of 16 who were shot. I don't know if you saw the gun that they had. This was a dispute of some sort. Did you see the gun, the semi-automatic that they pulled off the ground when they tackled the guy? These are the 2 two of the people, so they've had a few, they questioned 10 people, I think. There have been 4 people, originally 3 or 4 detained. Only 2 are detained now, 2, maybe 3. And there's 3, and 2 of them are juveniles. Dude, juveniles are shooting up, allegedly, shooting indiscriminately and hitting people all over the place. Like, man.
Yeah, over a dispute. Like,
Yeah.
you're terming it like a
And of
personal
course-
thing that led to, obviously,
And of course,
all
when
the
you're
people
young,
being
your
shot.
decision making.
No,
it's
that's
just- but
that's different.
But
That
the
don't-
fact,
we're not blaming this on youth.
No. Well, no. That's what I'm. No, the fact that youth now have their hands on guns in mass. You've seen the Chicago school
I've
stuff.
seen the Chicago school
saw
with the
that was the
backpack
most-
with all the guns.
That was, and everyone was like, it is terrifying to see how many and what little regard for anyone's life or just the idea of how valuable life is. It is just horrible. Anyone who thinks that this is going to end quickly is crazy.
No.
Which I don't think anyone. I don't know who I'm talking
Who-
to. So there's
yeah.
no way that
Who
anyone
are
thinks
these
that.
people?
But man, this is the second time in how long we had a shooting at was it the Rangers championship or there was recently
there
one.
was a shooting at the Rangers,
I mean,
and there
this
was
is-
another one too at a recent celebration of
a
the
recent
title.
celebration. There's 3. Denver
Yes.
basketball. There's shootings like it. This is not an unusual thing now. At a celebratory thing.
Yeah.
I mean, gosh almighty. And now young people, juveniles are just shooting people up. This is insane. I mean, this is so disappointing. Really, really disappointing. I know Gilbert wanted to talk about Kansas City, but it just keeps hitting home. I watched Trey Smith talk about when he just snatched up a kid and brought him into a closet. Like, he didn't even know the kid. He didn't see any moms. He grabbed him and brought him into a closeted area where they all were, where they were hiding. And then the kid, is just really upset, emotionally, gave him his WWE belt that he had, was really soothing and calming the kid. And Trey Smith was talking about this. Listen to some of the players and some of the people who were there
Did you
talking
see
about
Jackson
this.
Mahomes actually helped somebody?
Did he?
Yeah.
Good
Well,
for
he was
him.
doing a selfie of it while he was.
No,
selling
he
it.
wasn't.
Stop.
Did he really help or not? Because I don't want to joke.
Yeah.
You can't try
Is
to
any
get
of
one
what you
off
said
here.
true? Is any of what you said true?
I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
No.
Okay.
Actually, I did see a headline where Jackson Mahomes actually, but it was. I think he was holding
No.
a camera while he was doing it.
Stop, John.
I don't know. Did you see this video of this? You see this woman is putting a fake rein on a horse and then pulling him like she's holding the string, and the horse is following. There's actually a horse in this video. You wouldn't notice it, but there is a horse in there.
You got to stop showing him stuff like this. It
Yeah.
leads to the segment where
No,
he's
there's
talking about
No, you really can't show me
satisfying
that.
videos and other stuff.
Yeah,
you can't do
show me
this.
stuff like that.
Time for me to talk about.
That's that muscle memory for the horse.
Yeah, there's a muscle memory. It was actually she's faking like she has a rein on him, and
No.
she's pulling the horse,
But
and the
she
horse is following.
She also got dressed up for the event.
It's hard to notice that there's a horse in it if you want to know the truth.
So the Bucks lost yesterday.
Yeah, but what about
Man.
Derek DeSola? I want to talk about him and Houston safe and locked. That's what I want to talk about. 713-522-5555. 5555. 713-522-5555. He's the owner. He is going to personally help you. If you need a safe, American Security is the way to go. If you need it, anything that you need with safes, okay? If you need a gun safe, commercial safe, you need a jewelry safe, home and office safe, you need your safe open. You got a lock that you can't open. Perhaps someone, God forbid, somebody died and you got to get into the safe. Well, they can actually do that. They can convert a dial lock to digital. They can change combination lock codes, repairing damaged safes, able to anchor and bolt safes, or you can move your safe to a new location because that's what they do as well. A mover won't do that. The safe is too heavy for them. So Houston Safe and Lock does it. 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway, Wirt and I-10. It's called King Safe up there, but the same company. And these guys are just everything about safes. You're going to get your best deal there. They actually have safes on hand. You could see them in the showroom. They have a warehouse full of safes, so you're getting a better price because they buy them in bulk. You're looking for a safe? 975safe.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you that if you're looking for a brand new Chevy Silverado 1500, Gulf Coast Chevrolet in Angleton says, come on in. We're going to make it happen for you. Not only does Gulf Coast Chevy have a great inventory of 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500s that are ready for you, but they also have an incredible financing deal available. Get this, 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers. 72 months. So if you want to spread your payments out and really get the payment much, much lower, they've got it for 72 months with just 1.9% APR financing, so they don't kill you on the financing rate. And it's happening right now. You can shop today at Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. They've also got the Chevy Silverado, the Chevy Traverse that I have and my wife has. And we had a listener, Craig called me yesterday because one of our listeners came in and they said, Lance Zerline told me to come by. He got a great deal. He said, Lance, I went out of my way to make sure we got an even better deal on trade-in. We helped them get another deal on, they found different money that they were able to do. They did everything they could, cut price to make sure that they had a fantastic experience and loved it, and even beat the internet deal, which is a lot of times one of the best deals. So that's what they're doing for you. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Chevy, find new roads.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We've made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier. We are officially streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel every day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, clicking our YouTube subscribe button makes a big difference to us. It matters. Let us know you're listening. ESPN YouTube, just search it on Google or go to YouTube and type in ESPN Houston and find it that way as well. Live streaming all day. John and Lance. Now, Paul Gallant up next.
Okay, so 3013 put out the rankings of the free agents out there this year. Chris Jones is number 1. They got Kirk Cousins number 2, which, okay, I guess.
Wait, who's number 1?
Chris Jones.
Oh, free agents, not quarterbacks. Okay.
Free agents.
Yeah, obviously.
And they got, okay, so why don't we talk about this more? Josh Allen, number 3. I love Josh Allen. I thought Josh Allen was the best. They're
keeping him.
Well, okay, so Kansas City did too. But as opposed to having, I mean, how about we just get guys to clog the middle, let our linebackers, Cashman and Harris, make plays, and get the 2 best outside pass rushers. Okay.
So you're looking for everything.
No, just get clogged in the middle. I don't have to have Chris Jones in the middle. I could just get a really big fat guy. Okay.
T'Vondre Sweat? Well, D'Amico doesn't come from a school of really big fat guys. If you look at the way that where he comes from and where Nick, although Nick did have Wilfork was special. But if you look at who has he learned under? He's learned under the San Francisco 49er way and how they draft. His guys are going to be lean mass guys, long arms, powerful. There's a certain body type. This doesn't fit his defensive tackles. I mean, he's had DJ Johnson over there as kind of a squatty nose, but he doesn't do big fat guys.
Well,
and he doesn't have it here.
All I need is, but as opposed now, clog the middle. I mean, you're not going to get many. You're not going to get many sacks. It's not going to be Aaron Donald. It's not going to be Chris Jones. That's fine. Metabuike even he gets a lot of sacks. He'll rush. That's fine. Give me the edge rushers and let these guys take up blocks for Cashman and Harris to make plays.
Okay, then why not just hold on to Grenard? That's who you had last
Would you
year.
rather? I'd rather have Josh Allen.
I would too, but they already said they came out and said he ain't going nowhere. So they are going to franchise him. They've already told everyone, I mean, good luck. If we don't get a deal done with him, he's playing on the tag. So they are going to keep him, and they plan on getting a long-term deal done with him.
Okay, so they got
somebody else?
Josh Allen 3rd, T. Higgins 4th, Christian Wilkins they got 5th.
Ooh. No, I like Wilkins.
Yeah, I like Wilkins too.
Del, what did you think of Wilkins in Miami? He's an active playmaker. How's he against the run, though?
He's not a big guy.
No, he actually, because of, I guess, contract negotiations, they didn't give him what he wanted before the year because they said they need to see more from him as a pass rusher. He had his career high in sacks. I think he either got 2 double digits or right around there. The run stuffing kind of took a dip. That might be because being in a different system with Fangio as opposed to what he had been on the Boyer Flores stuff. he is a good player. He's got a motor, never ending, so you'll never have to worry about effort with him.
Which you'll love.
The money's not going
Which
to
you'll love.
change him in that regard. I know the preference is to stay in Miami, but they have some salary cap issues. So if you come over the top, there's a chance you can get him.
I'd be interested in him.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a drain clogger? No, but I don't know that you have to like. Is he better than Rankins? I think he's better than Sheldon Rankins.
He's going to get
I
paid
like
like
Sheldon.
he is.
I like Sheldon, but Sheldon has a
run
injury
vacuum,
history.
league-leading 78 positive tackles on a tackle and 22% of his run defense snaps. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially for a guy who's not as big.
Well,
and
but
he's
it
playing
just shows you he's active.
Yeah, he had 9 sacks from the defensive tackle position.
But that's what I want. I want a guy who swarms. I want an active guy. Christian Wilkins is my new guy at defensive tackle. Since Chris Jones told me he's not going anywhere, and I believe him.
You don't like Matabuike as much, huh?
I like Matabuike fine. I think Matabuike makes
Aggie.
Where do they have Matabuike on that
Next. 6th.
list? Sixth. Read what they say about Matabuike.
Matabuike, there might not have been a more significant breakout. Did what he did well. Matabuike was tied for third with 33 quarterback hits, 21st in overall pressures. He has the short area quickness to get up on interior offensive linemen and push the pocket off the snap. 26 years old. There's still room for more development and a lot more time, a lot more good.
So you heard
football.
nothing but Rush, didn't you?
Yeah.
And
So it just depends on what you covet.
Well,
I mean, I love Rush
Wilkins
too from the
did both.
interior.
Yeah, he did both last year. He's 28 years old.
I know.
Now, a
That's
guy
why I like him.
who we've heard from here, Anthony Weaver, is the new DC. He had his press conference yesterday. He mentioned Christian Wilkins by name. So the thought is the Dolphins want him back. But like I said, salary cap concerns for them. And the Texans do have space, although it's a little less limit. It's a little more limited than people think, considering they have to sign their own guys. But he's a guy who's looking for a deal. And if you want to pay him, you can get him.
Who will cost more, Brian Burns or Jonathan Grenard?
Burns.
He only had 8 sacks last year.
That's fine. Grenard's only played in Grenard's missed 16 games over his career.
That's true. That's true. L'Jarius Sneed's out there, number 9.
L'Jarius is going to be one of the 4 highest paid free agents.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't know if they can do Chris Jones and L'Jarius.
L'Jarius said something that I'll have for Monday. I haven't cleaned it up yet, but he did an interview, and he is not someone looking to give anyone a discount.
No, L'Jarius came from La Tech. He ain't playing that.
No.
He wants that cash.
Yeah.
LJ Sneed is going to be, for them to put him 9th on the list, he is going to get paid now. He's going to get a lot.
Antoine Winfield is next. I like Antoine Winfield.
Love Antoine Winfield.
He's a ball hawk.
Ball hawk, high football character guy.
Yep.
Would love. Now, I don't know how Winfield and Petrie look on the same unit, but man, I love me some Antoine Winfield. He fits the mold of what D'Amico would like to. He fits it.
Okay, then it goes Mike Evans, Michael Pittman, Bryce Huff, Daniil Hunter.
See, Michael Pittman
I
is
wouldn't
a
mind
really
Daniil Hunter.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Tyron Smith, Kyle Duggar.
Kyle Duggar's another one. He's a New England guy. He is a big – so Kyle Duggar's a really interesting one because he is – now, I haven't watched him as much in the pros, but he is a big, long, physical, athletic, freaky, type of height, weight, speed guy. I need to see a little bit more of how he, really study how he played and how they're playing him. But my guess is he's one of those guys that you could – if you had a good center fielder – you could bring him down around the line and cover tight ends with him and do a lot of fun things with him. So he's interesting.
Jonathan Grenard, they have 18th, which is a lot of respect for him, truth be told.
It is, but it isn't. When you look at the sack total he had, you would think he'd be even higher up.
Yeah, but like you said.
Maybe they get a discount on him. Maybe they do keep Grenard. Maybe he doesn't get what he's looking for.
And then Xavier McKinney is 20th.
Because think about this. Daniil Hunter, who are you taking? You got Hunter, Burns. Is there another edge you mentioned? I don't think
Josh
there was.
Allen, but he's not going.
Josh Allen, but Josh will get stuck. Brian Burns we'll see. Daniil Hunter, and then you've got Grenard. Grenard is going to be on the – if he doesn't get first money, he's going to get second wave money, which he's not going to like. So his guy needs to do a deal as quickly as possible.
Bryce Huff as well.
Ooh, I love Bryce Huff. Really good off the edge. Fast rusher, young guy. extremely active, high pressure rate, like Bryce Huff. I loved him coming out of Memphis, and everyone else was sleeping on him. I gave him a good grade because you could see that juice. So he's got that juice that can really, I like Bryce Huff. I don't know how Bryce does against a run, but as a rusher, you'd like Bryce Huff.
Any chance they bring back DJ Reader? What about that?
I'm a DJ Reader fan.
Oh, yeah.
So he's had some. Let
But
me check his,
how old is he now?
Well, I mean, they drafted him, I want to say, in 18 or 17. Or maybe more. He's 29. That's not bad for an interior defensive lineman.
No.
Let me check his. I feel like he missed some time last year. Let me check his games played.
And then you also need some corner help. I mean, there's some guys out there at the end of this. I mean,
yeah, you're saying
Kendall Fuller.
We need way more help than
Yeah, you need a lot of help, dude.
Than you're comfortable with.
Wow, how about
over the last? Here's DJ Reader. In 2020, he played 5 games during the COVID year. Played 15 and 21, which he only missed 1 game. In 2022, 17-game season, he played 10. This year, he played 14. So he's missed 10 games his last 2 years. Ain't great.
No.
I want guys playing. I'd like for him to play 16 to 17. That's my favorite.
They got Chase Young 36th on this list. Wow. From the number 1 overall pick. They got Josh Jacobs 39. Good. Put him down there. Good.
Boy, this is telling me is I'm really interested to see. Some of their ratings may be relative to what they think they're going to get.
Maybe. They got Patrick Queen 42nd. Patrick Queen is a second team All-Pro.
A lot. You know, he started playing really well when Roquan got there.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of a follower. He's not an ace alpha. I thought he was in college, but when you saw how he played in the pros and then when Roquan came, you realize if you put a dog next to him, his dog comes out and he's a different player. Maybe with him and Christian. Man, there's some good players
Zadarius Smith is out there too.
God, he fits this.
49th. They
he's
got
a
him
bully.
on this list.
You know,
yeah.
He's a bully.
I wouldn't mind him on the other side.
No, I don't know that you're going to have as much rush. He's more power rusher, but he fits. He fits what the kind of player that he's older too, but he fits the kind of player that D'Amico likes.
Yep.
Not as much juice.
713-780-3776.
Man, there's some good free agents.
Yes, there are, and they might be able to fill some in very nicely. I think they got to get they have to get a safety, they have to get a corner, and they have to get defensive line.
Would you break
Would
you break the bank for LJ Snead?
Nah, well, you'd have you might have the best corners in the league then. You might have the best corners in the league.
I mean, if you really wanted to get aggressive, you could go say Winfield, LJ Snead. I mean, there's nothing.
Anything else?
Well, Snead's not going to make $30 million a year. Like you have $70 million. You got to sign some of your own guys. But what you could do is you could go get one of those rushers. You go get a Bryce Huff. Go get a Bryce Huff and concentrate on. All right, Bryce Huff, Christian Wilkins, and Antoine Winfield. If you can make that happen, oh my gosh,
that's a lot. You're asking for a lot.
But I don't see why you can't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that
you could get Nico redone. I built what I consider to be a championship caliber.
Well, yeah, just with unlimited funds apparently. You think you're John Daspit now?
I mean, John Daspit will fire if he could. I promise you. He wants to build champions. He wants to build winners and championships. And I was listening to another person who does Young Jazz from the box doing a spot for John Daspit. And she was like, she saw a wreck on the roadway. She said she rolled down her window and like, you need to get my boy Daspit. She goes, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have done that at that time. But I can tell you that. I haven't yelled at anybody, but I tell you guys on a regular basis, you do need to go with John Daspit. John Daspit's personal injury lawyer here. The reason he's got the number 1 law firm, the biggest law firm, and the highest settlements is because John Daspit understands what goes into it. He understands that the insurance companies want you to settle very, very quickly because then as you continue to go through the process of, we just found this vertebrae issue. You may have to have a surgery. You may have to do this. You're going to have physical therapy for your leg so that you can get back to walking the right way. As they find more and more and more, it's like getting under the hood of a car. You find out more things the more you get into. The insurance company wants you to sign off, take the check, and you're done. Everything else is it's coming out of your pocket. John Daspit doesn't want that to happen. He wants to make sure that nothing comes out of your pocket, and they compensate you your pain and suffering when you've been injured at the work site, out on the roadway, in the water, offshore, wherever you are. John Daspit's the guy who's going to fight for you and fight for your rights and make sure that you get a fair settlement. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. He wins big. DaspitLaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, 852 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Anything that we've been talking about, you're more than welcome to, or anything else. What is it that you want to hear? It's a Friday, so it's a holiday show, pretty much. And we're here for you. Anything that you want. And actually, Monday is a holiday. Monday is President's Day. Yeah. No, the holiest of holidays. Don't give that look. Presidents are important, too.
Ooh,
Presidents are
Day.
people, too.
President's Day. Everyone hates presidents now. It doesn't matter.
No.
If he's not your president, you hate him, and you
There
say,
wasn't-
not my president. That's what you
There
say.
wasn't a time when we really loved presidents.
It's been a while.
How long ago do you think that was?
President Obama.
You think
Everybody loved him.
That seems like you're misremembering.
Remember everybody loving him.
Everybody.
Did everyone love Trump?
Well, yes, he unified the country.
Does everybody
I
love
don't think
Biden?
there's any question. No question. Oh, yeah, because he, stumbles and falls sometimes.
No.
That's fun.
People don't love him.
That's meme stuff. Meme culture likes it.
No, seriously,
everyone
think back.
Did everyone love
I
Obama?
see a lot
Did
of
everyone
people
love
sending
Bush?
out
Did everyone
videos
love
of him.
Clinton? It's been a long time since everyone loved. Like, you got to go back to Nixon either. You got to go back to.
Reagan.
I don't think everyone loved him.
Everybody loved
No,
Reagan.
there's-
I
There
think
was
you
a
got to
lot
go back
of prosperity.
to Kennedy.
Certain communities didn't love Reagan very
Not
much.
everybody loved Kennedy. I remember one person in particular.
A Brock Purdy look-alike?
No, the guy who shot him.
Who shot
Well,
him?
that's what
Brock
he's
Purdy
talking about.
look
Brock
alike.
Purdy looked
Yeah.
like.
Oh, yeah. Well, no.
Oh, you believe he shot
No,
him?
no.
What? Lee Harvey Oswald's the look-alike. Not.
Was Lee Harvey Oswald was the one who shot who?
That's
No.
what I said.
Yeah. Lee Harvey Oswald
what I
was
said.
supposed to be the gunman, and then Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey
Jack
Oswald.
Ruby.
Because I will admit, that all looks a little
That was, you think?
shaky.
A little suspicious?
when you add everything up. It's like.
No.
Now, I also watched that crazy Oliver Stone movie.
Yeah. Abraham Lincoln, everybody loved him.
Yeah.
Well,
You keep
not really.
There was a lot of
Not a lot
dissension.
A lot
actually.
of people in the South.
Yeah.
Washington.
So your whole at the
George
very
Washington.
beginning.
What about Teddy Roosevelt? He was pretty beloved, right?
FDR. Everybody loved FDR.
What about Truman?
Well, a lot of people didn't like some of the
FDR
New Deal
got us
stuff.
the New Deal.
Not everyone loved the FDR New Deal stuff.
New Deal. New Deal got us out of a depression.
I know it did. Everyone should love them, but
That's
not
right.
everyone did. There was boondoggling, which I used the word today.
Everybody loved Nixon.
Teddy was kind of a whip your ass.
Yeah,
like
no.
Teddy was one of the rough
Bully,
riders.
bully.
So, yeah. Teddy looked like the guy from, well, he's Planters Peanut guy, I think.
Yeah,
But,
uh-huh.
yeah, Pringles guy.
No,
Pringles
from
guy looks
Monopoly.
like Teddy. No, it's Pringles.
Oh, yeah.
It's Pringles. Look, Pringles, I think they
Well,
just stole.
is Teddy Roosevelt on Mount Rushmore? Yes.
I mean, that's Teddy Roosevelt right there.
Yeah, it is.
With that mustache?
That is.
No, he's not. Teddy Roosevelt isn't on Mount Rushmore. I think people loved Alexander Hamilton. He was a great president. He wasn't a president. It was
No.
a trick.
No.
It was a trick.
No, I know he wasn't.
See. But he ended up making the banking system and did some good raps. Sang well.
Raps.
Yep.
You're talking
And
about
with the Schuyler sisters.
you're talking about a Broadway show. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's based on a true story.
Can you name Mount Rushmore?
Yep. Washington.
Yeah.
Boom. Lincoln.
Yeah.
Boom. Your turn. You do the next.
I thought
dude.
you had Roosevelt.
But Teddy Roosevelt
It
was
is
on
TR.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, it's Teddy, and it's also
Thomas Jefferson.
it should have been Jefferson.
Who do you think should replace
He
Jefferson
didn't.
then?
He was like, no, Teddy
Andrew.
Roosevelt's not on Mount Rushmore.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. Just straight up.
Did I say that?
Yes.
You might have. I don't know.
I don't remember even.
You
talking
said
about Mount
that
Rushmore.
like about a minute ago. I said he's on Mount Rushmore. You were like, no, he's not.
No. I was saying no. We were talking about New Deal. You said Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy
New Deal.
Roosevelt.
FDR is New Deal.
I know that. I said FDR.
Well, I was talking about FDR New
so
Deal.
who should be?
I wasn't talking about.
So
Mount
who should
Rushmore.
replace? You've objected.
Andrew Jackson. Hold on, hear me out. He had a
the
huge
one
party.
who was.
Huge party the day of his inauguration. They blew out the whole White House. Andrew Jackson had this. That's what I remember from school. Monster party. People were up in his bathtub doing stuff. Like, that guy threw a massive party at the White House. It got totally out of control. Put him up there.
Well, now he was the first impeached, right?
What about JQA?
So now every president gets impeached now. Okay?
Yeah, he's on $10 bill. That's pretty cool.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, it's
I don't
President's
know.
Day. Everybody
Taft,
loves.
I'm not putting Taft's big ass up there
All you doing is putting his
was a-
head up there, not his whole body.
Yeah.
because his head would be like. Ugh.
Do you want to
Plus,
see?
he was terrible.
Do you want to see the Bob Marley story?
I would watch a documentary before I watch a biopic. Like, I don't know. I don't care as much about when you have to play. Like, I thought Will Smith did an incredible job as Muhammad Ali, but still didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I know Ali. Like, you can't fake Ali. You couldn't fake a Mike Tyson. I just when I look at the Bob Marley story, I'm interested in the Bob Marley story, but I can also find it on a documentary that's out and have real footage. I don't need some actor I've never heard of doing Bob Marley stuff. What do I care?
I don't know. Well, but you
You wanna
never
see
know
it?
what's true and what's not true when it's a movie.
You want to see it?
Yeah, probably.
They'll take some
I'll probably
liberties
see it. I'll see
sometime.
it. Yeah, they always do. Let's get Pena in here. Hey, Pena.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Lance, I wanted to ask you a draft question. Well, have you heard anything or do you know anything about A.D. Mitchell and Javion Sanders from Texas? Thanks. Have a great day.
Yeah, it looks like a second-round pick. Big. He got a lot better. It's funny, when I watch his tape from last year at Georgia, he was a little more passive. This year, he's a little more aggressive. And we know he's got great size. I think he's going to run okay. I don't know that he's going to be blazing fast. I think he's going to be more like a high 4.4 guy, maybe right at about 4.5, but he can win the ball in the air. He just needs to be a little more aggressive and to catch space. And I think his best football is ahead of him. So I'm kind of high on him. I got a second-round grade on him. I think that's where he goes. It's an interesting draft for teams who need running backs. I mean, wide receivers. Do you think the Texans need a wide receiver, John?
Yes. I think they need to.
The second round is where you can get some good wide receivers. There's going to be really good value in
I would like to see them extend Nico. And I would, yes, they need another. Robert Woods.
No. Robert Woods, no good. No. Noah Brown, no good. It's not good enough. We need something better.
Yeah.
And I do think you can draft. You can go free agency if you want, but if you draft it, there's actually Ladd McConkey will be a second rounder. Ricky Pearsall. Now these are guys who are slots.
Ladd McConkey would be sweet.
But Ladd's a good player. There's a kid named Javon Baker out of UCF who will be a day 2 wide receiver who came from Alabama and transferred over. He's a really interesting prospect. Roman Wilson could be in the second round. Like, there's some A.D. Mitchell be in the second round. I don't have any interest in Xavier Worthy. You can't have 260-pound guys on your roster just at the same position. You just can't. I mean, I can't. What if they collided and knocked each other out for the year? Because somebody missed a route assignment and they bang, and they're both out for the year because 260-pound guys ran in and smacked.
Why always?
Tank, I need my Tank wrapped in bubble wrap because that guy's hella important.
Yeah, no.
Xavier Smith,
We're gonna put him
I
at
mean
fullback,
Xavier.
lead
And I heard
blocker
Xavier
on
Worthy.
the
They
goal
say
line.
Xavier Worthy.
You
was
ever going to
huge.
let it go?
No, but
Never.
the Xavier.
Never.
He's
I'm
never
never
not
going to let
going
it go.
to. But, Xavier was also like a huge pain in the ass with the NIL stuff at Texas. He didn't show up to stuff. I had somebody who talked to the collective who said, you probably don't want to get Xavier. He's not going to show up. You don't want to do that. I mean, he'll take your money.
Yeah, okay.
He will take your money.
Okay.
Now, will he show up? We'll see.
You know who won't take?
I don't want. I'm big on. I don't want any disruptions with my Texans and my Rockets.
Nope.
If you're going to be a disruptive guy, I don't want you there. We're trying to get these guys up.
That's right. I know who won't take all your money, and that's HRP. HRP is going to do a job for you. They're going to do a job correctly. They're going to do a job with the technology that's second to none. HRP is going to do your payroll perfectly. We just got paid, as a matter of fact, this week. We get paid 1st and 15th, and it's always a fantastic. And it doesn't matter if it's salaried people, if it's commissioned people, if it's hourly, whatever the case may be, they're going to make sure that it's perfect every single time. And again, the technology is second to none. We have a person of one, Laura Beavers, who does all of our stuff, and we have a bunch of employees, and yet it can't be smoother, and it's all because of HRP. And then when we have any HR issues, they're there as well. They also handle they make sure that we get our 401ks and our insurance and all of that stuff. But what they do is they give us choices on that stuff, which is best for our business, as opposed to sticking you with like the other admin companies. They have something that they want you to take because they're behind it, because it's theirs. Well, HRP does payroll. They do HR. That's it. My friends, you're looking for a payroll company? Got them. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
If you miss Connor and Beard this week, you miss this.
6927 says Michael sounds mad. I don't think he was spooned enough last night.
I don't spoon. I'm the spooner.
You don't like being the little spoon sometimes?
No, she can't sleep that way.
Hey, look, dude.
I'm not really into that.
I get
too hot.
95 to 97% of the time, I'm the big spoon. But every once in a while, I like to be cradled.
We really
like
didn't
to
do
be a
any of that
little
last
spoon.
night because we put the dog in the bed that
that's
is at the
fair.
vet today.
Yeah, that's fair. I just feel bad that you've never been the little spoon before. Everybody deserves to be
I
the little
have,
spoon
but I
every
don't
once in a
want to
while.
be.
Why?
I get too hot.
It's so comforting. Okay, do
No,
it when
it's
it's like
not.
cold. Don't do it under the blanket. Do it over
It's
the
not
with no
comforting.
blankets.
I'm
It is
very
comforting.
particular about my sleep.
I'll spoon you one day. You
No,
can be
you're
the little
Josh.
spoon. I'll be the big
okay, you
spoon.
want to actually have a fight on this
No,
show?
I'm just saying.
It's going to be about you trying to spoon me.
You need to know what it feels like to have nice, warm, big arms around you, and you can be the little spoon, and I will comfort you.
Connor and Beard, weekdays from noon to 3 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, shout out to my guys, all of them. Tear, Robbie, the guys over at Blood Brothers Barbecue, who I'm friends with. They're having a big 10-year anniversary party. I just want to shout out. There's tickets available for it, but there's going to be 8 different chefs there from all over Houston that are some really good food spots, and they're going to be doing their party, their 10-year anniversary party. If you go to the website, Blood Brothers, I think you can find the tickets there. I'll just send you a link to the Eventbrite spot. But they're going to sell out. So it's still available. It's a 4-hour event. I think tickets, I believe, are like $85. And then they'll just give you a tray with all these people's food on it. So you're going to grub and have a party. I'm going. John's going. I'm bringing my wife. So if you bleep with them, then I think you'll like it. It's going to be a fun time. I have a lot of fun with those guys, man. They're a lot of fun. They got a place in Vegas, by the way, where they go out there every once in a while and see how things are going. Our conservatory downstairs, by the way, is going to open in 7 days. We got a food hall right below our station now. They've been working on it 2 years.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a nightclub.
No. It's a food hall.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Rolling Fatties, Clutch City Grill.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a big food hall. It's nice looking.
We got Chan
too.
Chan.
Burger Chan is
Burger
here.
Chan. Yeah.
I just call it Burger Chan, and then when one of the owners says, "Oh yeah, in terms of what we're doing at Burger Chan," I'm like, "Oh, John, okay, Burger Chan."
Oh yeah. Well, back in the day it was Charlie Chan, but now it's Chan. Okay.
It's Burger Chan.
Okay. Is it okay to say? It's not okay to say Chan then, right?
Well, the name.
I'm just saying.
Don't say it like Mickey Rooney, Del.
No, I
don't even know what you're
talking
talking
the way
about.
Other people,
Okay.
the way you want it pronounced. Just
Don't
like
do it.
You pronounce Spanish names. Some of them you pronounce the right way, and some you decide to say regularly for some reason.
I try to say everybody's name the way they should be said. That's the way I go.
beg
Do
to
you say
differ.
churro or churro?
Churro.
Oh, look at you roll your RR.
Yeah.
Nice. You're trying to keep
That's how
it
you
real.
That's how you do it.
Rockets did not play yesterday. A discussion that we had earlier, though, is that there's talk about Ime Udoka now making some changes after the All-Star break. And I think it's a good line of demarcation for him to say, okay, I mean, granted, it's past the midway point of the season, but this is a good spot for him to hit reset and say, what do we want to accomplish? What are our goals in the second half of the season? What are the Rockets' goals second half of the season? What should they be, John?
The Rockets' goals in the second half: win more road games.
Yep.
Okay, they're 5-22.
How about 500 record on the road?
Oh my gosh, forget about that. How about
Why can't that be your
How
goal?
about winning 30% or 4?
I want my goal.
I mean,
I think it's attainable.
there's zero chance they win 50% of their games on the road.
If Tari Eason, if everyone's healthy, I guess the first goal needs to be get everyone healthy. Since Tari Eason, this Tari Eason stuff's on my nerves.
That would be great.
Man.
Get everybody healthy would be good.
How long has he been out now?
It's been, and they thought.
When's the last game? What's the last game you think he played?
The last game Tari Eason played, it's 6 weeks ago?
No, not that long. I don't think. There's no way it's been that long.
No? Are you sure?
Ooh, good one. January 1st is his last game.
That's 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24 minutes, 17 points.
24 minutes, 17
4
points.
rebounds. The game before that, 27 minutes, 10 points, 11 boards. The game before that, 25. Game before that, 26 minutes. Game before that, 20 minutes. Like, you know what his minutes are going to be. It's pretty much locked in stone. But, I mean, locked in. He's of his last 10, he's played 1 game. So I guess he's only missed. How's that possible, missing 9 games in 6 weeks? That's not possible.
It's got to be more than that.
Yeah. But Tari is, January 1st is last game. Dude, Tari, man, you got to get back out there.
No question. Well, okay, so goals for the second half. All right, be a top. Okay, get back to.
Tari's played 22 games this year.
Get back to what you were doing and be a top 10 defensive team in the league.
Higher.
In the second.
I'm going top. I want top 6.
They were
the top
worst.
5.
They were the worst before.
So what? They were top 3 forever this year.
Yeah.
Why don't you make it a legitimate, like a challenge? Top 8.
Top 8.
Top
8 defensive team in the second half.
Bargaining.
Win. Okay, so 27. They got 14 games left on the road. Let's say you win
6 and 8.
Even if you win 5, you double your total because you're 5-22 now, Lance. 5-22.
Okay, so you want to realistically go 5-9 or better.
5 or 9 or better.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay, this is something that
top
you have to
8
do.
Defense.
I want to see in the second half. I want to see Alperen Şengün, a 20 and 10 guy. Okay. And I want to see.
That's pretty reasonable.
It's very reasonable. Mm-hmm. And I want to see Jalen shoot 33% or higher and from 3.
Good luck with that.
It seems like such a modest
That's
number.
not.
Too.
It's just. Yeah. It's not
33
like. Am I asking a lot
for him?
How about I'd like to see him find a rotation in the second half that he trusts in the fourth quarter. He's like, these are my guys, and these are the guys who come off the bench, and this is what it looks like. I may want less Jayshawn Tate in my life, too. Oh, sorry. I may want less Jayshawn Tate. I'm not sure I want a lot of Jayshawn Tate.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like. I'm surprised. I'm with you on that one. I just don't get it. But you know what? He does. He's in everything. But once Tari Eason comes back, you don't have to, right? Does Jayshawn makes that redundant, a little bit redundant, right? But Tari does it a lot better than Jayshawn does.
So what's your hope for road wins again? 5 and 9.
5 and 9.
They're actually 5 and 21, so that they've played 26.
5 and 9 would be great.
I thought they were 5 and 22.
5 and 21, according to ESPN. So this is their upcoming road schedules. Let's see where you think these ones are coming from. At New Orleans, at Oklahoma City, at Phoenix, back to 2 games in Phoenix, not back to back, but 2 games in Phoenix.
Although you've beaten the Nuggets, why not beat Phoenix?
At Portland, that should be a
that
win.
Could be a dub.
At Sacramento, playoff team, or at least a play-in team. At San Antonio, you look at that one and think that could be a win.
There's 3 I've come up with.
At Washington,
dub 4.
At Oklahoma City again. At Utah, who we saw them push. I don't know if you saw, but they pushed Golden State last night.
Could be a dub.
At Minnesota. At Utah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. At Dallas too. At Utah again. Then you got a Portland one again.
On the road?
Portland?
I'm giving you all their road
games.
games.
Back-to-back it? Okay.
No, they're not back-to-back. I'm just telling you throughout the rest of the schedule. They close out the year with 3 straight road games, which could mean they've already packed it in, or they might care.
No, they got to care because it's
care
now
about
they're
what?
playing for.
They're not going to be in the play-in.
No, they're playing for next year to show that they should be on this team.
You think that matters to teams?
I think there will be some packing in, but who are the last 3?
At Utah, at Portland, at LA. The Clippers may not care, or they may be going for seeding, so you never know.
There's no reason that they couldn't win 5 games in there. There's no reason that they couldn't lose many of those. They don't play well. but there's winnable games. I think you could win in New Orleans. I mean, but you also could probably lose.
The team that just lost at Memphis. Now, Memphis did beat Milwaukee last night.
I know, but I do think once you have Tari Eason back, like we cannot minimize your starting point guard and your number one energy guy off the bench.
When are they coming back?
It's got to be.
No, it's supposed to be. Back. They expected him back. They expected Tari back a while ago.
Do you know we're looking at Snacks is supposed to recover from he'll be out of a sling from a broken collarbone the same time as Tari Eason. People get back from fibula breaks as quick as Tari Eason's coming back. This is like crazy. What the hell was his injury that he's out this long? He tear a meniscus?
No,
seriously. What is his injury that he's out over 6 weeks?
Is it what? I forget what it is. Is it oblique or is it?
I think they said he had a setback.
Lower leg
I remember
injury.
He had a setback.
Just a lower leg injury is what it's called.
Oh my God, that's just get back. Okay, can we stop this now? Can we stop this? Get back, Tari. Your guys need you. 713-780-3776. You need John Clay Wolf is what you need. You need John Clay Wolf in your life when you want to sell your car. John Clay Wolf will buy your car. John Clay Wolf buys cars every single day. It's what John Clay Wolf does. How about that he just buys cars? Just give me more for my vehicle. If you're okay, when did you ever say, listen, I'm going to pay you more. I want to pay you more for whatever it is I'm buying from you. I'll pay you more than the other guys. That's what I want to do. I just want to pay you more. And that's what John Clay Wolf does every day. John Clay Wolf says, oh, wait a minute, Carmack said that much. Well, I'll give you this much. Okay, I'll beat that offer. And if I can't beat that offer, I'm so convinced that I'll beat that offer that I'm going to send you $100. Well, John Clay Wolf doesn't send you $100 because John Clay Wolf beats that deal. So when you are selling your car, there is only one place that you have to go, because who else is telling you I will give you $100 if I can't give you the most for your vehicle? Who else does that? Nobody else does that. It is what John Clay Wolf does every single day. Been doing, will continue to do. He's the best. If you're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle, there's one place that you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
Oh. Just a city boy. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Gilbert's here. This sounds like it could be depressing, but let's get him in. Hey, Gilbert.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? Doing okay?
Yeah, how are you?
Not so good anyway.
You sad?
Had a long night last night anyway.
What happened?
I just don't know. I just had a long night anyway,
Couldn't sleep?
Yeah, sometimes you just have long nights.
I want to comment about that Kansas City parade anyway.
Yeah.
They should let kids be out anyway, They can prevent it anyway, Teenage kids shouldn't be going that parade anyway, So next year it'll be our turn to have a parade.
Wait.
That don't happen anyway,
I don't understand. You said the kids shouldn't be out at the parades?
What's that?
Did you say the kids shouldn't be out at the parades or teenagers shouldn't be out at the parades, or what'd you say?
What'd you say?
I said, what did you say?
No, I said, what did you say?
No, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say about the parade?
They should allow kids to go out of school that day anyway,
They shouldn't let kids out of school that day?
No. Right.
Is that what he said?
He might have a point here. If kids were in school,
no, okay. So here when we have Astros
we
parades,
shouldn't. No, kids shouldn't be there.
Be out of school.
Go to school, learn stuff instead of. Oh, you want kids partying in the streets when they should be in school learning?
No, you can go. Kids could go to celebration parties.
Yeah.
No, I mean they do have to make that school day up probably, but I don't know, Gilbert. I don't know if I agree with you on that one.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I mean, Lance, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, I
Can you
talked
hear
to
some stuff from the NFL Network?
Yeah, you got that
I
stuff?
asked. They do not. They are not giving out anything right now.
What?
Seriously, nothing. They have nothing. It's like they don't even stock anything anymore.
Wow.
I don't know what they're doing. They got to have
Cheap-ass
something.
company.
Yeah, they got to have something, but they're not giving us anything. They didn't even give us new clothes for the combine this year, Gilbert. I didn't even get a quarter zip, a pullover, nothing. So we don't even have new stuff for the combine.
Cheap-ass company he works for, Gilbert.
I'm just telling you the truth. So nope, I don't have anything. They're not even giving me anything.
Wow. That's awful.
Okay, so
Yep.
you can't
Hey, did you see?
give me a picture. Give me a.
Yeah, we need a picture.
Nobody
Colleen Wolfe has a
knows.
picture. Colleen Wolfe has a picture, doesn't she?
I'm gonna ask if she's up now.
No.
Hold on, Gilbert. Don't go anywhere. Well,
Don't
not like
ask
you were.
it that way, though.
Want to say you up?
No.
Watch. You up? I'm asking her right now, Gilbert.
Are you up? Now?
Oh,
Are you
Colleen
up?
has notification silence.
Well,
Probably because she's on the West Coast sleeping.
Asleep
Yeah.
at
She's
7:22.
asleep at 7:22.
Gilbert, do you want a headshot of her, or do you want like a full picture?
Yeah. What do you want, Gilbert?
What do you want? Type of picture do you want? The reaction time's not great today.
No, he's
No.
a little off.
His
He had a
phone's-
long night, he
His
said.
phone sucks again too. by
Hey,
the way.
Gilbert,
Yeah.
would you like a headshot, like just a picture of her face, or do you want like a full body
The
shot?
whole body.
Just whatever. He doesn't care.
No, he might care. What
He
type of
care.
picture do you want, Gilbert?
What would you say?
This
I'm
isn't
not
gonna
doing
work,
what Lance
man.
did.
This doesn't work.
I'm not doing that.
He's gonna trick you too.
No, he's not.
Well, what did you say?
He's not gonna trick me.
He just don't listen. Just nothing.
Gilbert is
Nothing.
destroying
Let's-
you
let's
two
get
today.
back
He
to
didn't
Caitlin
destroy
Clark.
me.
He's destroying
He did
you
destroy
two.
me. He didn't get
Just
me.
get to back
Okay,
to Caitlin
Gilbert
Clark.
wins again.
He
Outsmarted both of you.
He did
For
beat
what?
me.
I just didn't hear what he said. I didn't know what he said, that kids shouldn't go to school or they shouldn't go to the parades or something. I just didn't know.
I learned from what he did to Lance. He didn't get me. I'm not getting in a back and forth.
He didn't get me.
He
We just
did.
didn't understand
He got
each
you.
other.
He destroyed
That
you.
happens.
All right. Gilbert, you had a rough night,
Yeah.
huh?
What?
Yeah, I had a rough night.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, it
Get
was
some
good
sleep.
talk. Good talking to you.
Yeah, now I'm going to
All
have
right.
to explain to Colleen why I said you up again.
Can you just outright ask her for a picture for a fan, and will she just send it to you?
You know what? I will text her because she'll bring it. Maybe she'll bring it to Combine if she's going to be there.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know if she's coming.
Or you can just
we got tight on how many people go to Combine. So
Man,
I'll see.
Everybody's cutting
Maybe
back.
I can get I have an Angry Run shirt from Kyle Brandt. I gotta go. I was gonna say I could give it to Gilbert. An Angry Run shirt.
Yeah, but Kyle Brandt? He don't care about Kyle Brandt.
shirt?
The only guy he cares about is Owen Confuente. That's it.
But it's something free.
But I know, but that doesn't make it. The only guy, well, Dave Ward and Owen Confuente. That's it. Otherwise, it's all women. All women,
he likes
all
mugs.
the time.
He likes things.
Yeah, he likes things.
But he didn't ask for a shirt
about
from
a
Kyle
shirt, though?
Brandt. It
just says Angry Runs. It doesn't have Kyle Brandt's
But does it
picture
have
on it.
NFL Network on it? He's probably not going to care then.
No, I don't think he has NFL, and he doesn't watch Good Morning Football.
Yeah, forget about that.
You don't think that would help me, or do you think it's just going to spur him to ask for more? Like, for example, if you feed
the
like,
ducks,
I fed my dogs before. I gave them food I was having. Right, worst mistake in the world, because now I can't go anywhere without Split sitting next to me and hitting his soft paw on me, like, hey. What about me? Oh, no, I just have green beans, buddy. That's good. I'll eat green beans. I'll eat broccoli. It's Chinese broccoli? Chinese food broccoli?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's all over broccoli and green beans and lettuce. He loves it. We gave Gilbert stuff for years. Bikes, cash, everything. Egg rolls, whatever. And it's the same. If I gave him this shirt,
but then your dog never says no, not that.
that's what I'm saying. This is never going to stop either. We already know that, but you don't think he would like a shirt? Angry Run.
You're gonna have to explain it to him, who it's from, what's it mean. He's not gonna care.
He's just gonna throw it aside.
Yeah.
He'll never wear it.
He'll never.
Never mind.
He doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you get him. He just.
Whoa! What if I say, Colleen Wolfe gave you this? That'll work, right? I got him on a technicality.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He wants something he can look at. Okay. Because.
But what if I said
this
is from
Colleen?
Colleen?
Those long nights.
What if I say this is from Colleen Wolfe?
Jeez. You better get her to wear it first.
Better smell like
no,
her.
this is not the thing we're doing with the great.
Well, then,
Wolfe.
We're not
saying,
about it.
Oh, by the
put
way,
this shirt on.
To answer your question,
send it.
he wants a full body. But I'll answer the question for you.
I knew the answer. I just wanted him to say it.
I think he likes pretty girls. I don't think it's like that though.
Oh, okay.
Headshots is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But you want to give him a shirt.
Would he like it better if it came?
Yes, he
One
would.
of her shirts. Yeah, probably.
Yes, obviously.
Hey,
but no, we're not doing that. Not with the great Colleen Wolfe. We're not doing
no, we're not. You know what we never even talked about yesterday? That you missed Dell when we say, did we miss anything?
I'm supposed to be the one who answers that? Okay.
Isaiah Stewart and Drew Eubanks.
I put that on the rundown.
Well, but did we talk
I
about
thought
it?
you just ignored it.
Are you the producer or not?
I put on the rundown.
Produce the damn show.
I put on the rundown. You choose what you get to or not. I don't force
Just
you to
telling
talk about a story.
Just,
My job is to serve it up. Whether you eat it or not, that's not up to me.
I left it on the plate.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do about it? Am I supposed to spoon feed you that?
Scrape it off.
Yeah.
Scrape it off the plate and put. No.
You're a grown man. I'm not going to feed you.
Well, when I said, what did we miss today? Did you say it? No.
You can't blame me for that. I tune this show out 30 minutes at a time.
Yeah, you were just being a jerk yesterday.
Okay. And not today.
Not apparently it carried over.
Yeah, I don't know when I stopped being a jerk.
It carried over. I'll tell you who's not. I mean.
Oh. In your news of the weird?
Oh, I saw it. We got it. Don't worry.
I
already got it. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Wow. Do we have? Wow. Are there some people who just? That's something. That's something a 16-year-old would do.
Stick around for news of the weird.
And by the way, the Isaiah Stewart thing we mentioned but did not talk about is he punched Drew Eubanks before a game. Isaiah Stewart wasn't even active. He wasn't going to play.
Yeah.
Somehow he had a confrontation with Drew Eubanks before the game. A son, Isaiah Stewart plays for the Pistons, and he hit him.
And apparently, the son. I mean. And they're not happy. The Pistons aren't happy with the way that the Suns handled it by calling the police.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
Well, he did punch him.
He walked up. Well, the two of them were toe to toe. Were face to face, but he just hauled off and hit Drew Eubanks. Not. No, Eubanks, they said, wasn't even phased by it.
Yeah, well, that's the story.
But he did get arrested.
Yeah, that's the story they're telling Eubanks. It was a soft punch.
Isaiah Stewart's got some
if you
anger
don't, yeah,
issues.
if you don't know about Isaiah Stewart, I put the video on. Not that it helps people, but the video of him trying to get after LeBron, after LeBron elbowed him and he saw his own blood. That's one. That's one of the dudes who's about it. Like
yeah. Yeah, he's relentless.
Oh, he's the one that tears through everyone. That's the meme where let me at him when no one can stop him.
Yeah.
Now, that guy really is a let me at him
He's
guy.
a guy that Draymond and him got tied up, and Draymond's whoa. Even Draymond's like, I ain't gonna try this guy. He's one of them.
Hey, I got one guy for you, and that's Jason Brinkman at 281-480-ROOF. If you don't manage, if you don't do anything with your roof, guess what's going to happen? You're going to pay for it, and you're going to pay for it big because the insurance company is not going to cover it. And if the insurance company doesn't cover it, man, it can get really, really costly. And especially, and the insurance company isn't going to cover any damages inside of your home because you didn't maintain your roof. Okay, and then now you got big problems. If we should have God only, especially here in Houston. We get winds, we get rain, we get storms, we get hail, we get all of these things. But the insurance company is going to say, listen, you didn't maintain this roof. You got any proof that you maintained the roof? Well, yes, I do, sir. I have Brinkman Quality. Brinkman came and they took care of my roof and they said it was excellent. And now you have to pay me, sir. That's right. So you got to have that proof. You've got to at least, and especially, when was the last time you actually checked your roof? Have you checked your roof? And if it's starting to become shiny, you need Brinkman Roofing right away because that means that it's really, really slipping away and you could get some serious problems in your home. Don't want it? All you need to do is go to BrinkmanQuality.com. That's 2 N's on Brinkman. BrinkmanQuality.com or call 281-480-ROOF.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's time to rejoin the undisputed best sports talk show in Houston. It's Clearly John and Lance, except no substitutes.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anything that we missed today, Del?
I've got one.
Yes.
We missed the Waste Management Open, pushing tickets up to $550 per person.
So I think they're 200-some now. They're going to push it up to $550.
When you say the ticket, is that a day? Is it a weekend pass?
That's
like,
a
how does
day
that work?
pass. That's a day.
So every day you have to buy that?
I would imagine.
Whoo, sing it.
$550.
So it costs you $1,100 to go to 2 days of.
Or maybe that's the 4 days. That seems low.
They probably make you buy all 4 days.
I don't know what it costs to get into a.
And they're going to limit how many people can go.
Neat
and
stuff.
They're going to.
Neat stuff. What I was going to get to was we missed a major nostalgia moment for millennials across the country. The first trailer for NCAA College Football 25 came out yesterday.
Yeah, I was into it.
A game that I haven't played console games really since that game stopped being available.
You haven't played console games since then?
Only reason I had a console was to play NCAA, and I really haven't played a game since. The last one.
Really?
Yeah.
That was the only. You don't play FIFA?
No. I play FIFA. It's fine, but I'm not really that into it. That game was released on 13. I haven't played, and it was titled 14. I haven't played a game really since then. And the first trailer came out. You didn't really see much. You saw what you saw them
making jerseys. It was weird.
building the jerseys. So you'll see what the in-game jerseys will look like a little bit. You saw some of the mascot stuff they're doing. The full reveal will come in May. I'm sure they'll do little drips and drabs leading up to it. But the game is real. People were concerned that it wasn't real. They got all the not the NIL stuff, but the name, image, and likeness stuff as far as getting the players. Hey, we're going to give you a little piece to have your real names in it. And so all that stuff is settled. I think over the course of the next couple months, you'll see all the teams, all the universities, and the Twitter accounts say, we're in the game as a hype thing. So for millennials like myself, that game was a part of growing up playing that game in summer. So NCAA coming back. Although they're going to call it EA Sports College Football to avoid having to deal with the NCAA because no one wants to deal with them.
Yeah, they're still going to have to share, though, right?
No, yeah, the players will get money.
Yeah.
They had to do a licensing agreement with the teams, too.
Yeah.
I mean, with the schools. But, yeah, the major thing was if they could get the players in the game, and they have agreed to that. So the players, the schools, all that stuff will be in there. And a lot of people were excited about it yesterday to know it's actually coming.
I don't know how much I'll play it. We'll see. I mean, we had a rule where you couldn't be Michael Vick. It was just he just made it almost unfair.
Like Bo Jackson in Tecmo Bowl.
I mean, Vick. Everyone would play Vick, and then you're Vick, and then it's just you're not doing anything but running around. It's impossible to catch up with. It is like Tecmo Bowl. It was kind of like that, but yeah, college football was really fun. It was cool. And they're going to do so many different things now. You know, I haven't played Madden for years. And I just don't feel like learning any of the new stuff. So I said, I'm just going to give it up. I play FIFA. I've played my son in NBA 2K, but Mason's too good. So I'm not going to walk in someplace where I know I'm going to lose against one of my kids. So you can forget that. As soon as I beat him, I said, I'm retiring as champion of the world. Play me again. Like, nope. I won't play him anymore. I'll play in FIFA. And even that's gotten tougher. But, yeah, the college football is a really big deal. Have they figured out? I assume they've already figured out the NIL for all the players. What do they have
I don't
to sign
know.
Contracts?
Yeah, they figured out the licensing stuff. The players will get a piece. That was the delay to see if they can actually get this thing off the ground initially. But they figured that out. The game is coming out in the summer. They haven't have official release date. It has normally come out in the past in like late July, leading into the season. But the full reveal will come in May, so we'll get to see what the gameplay looks like. But yeah. For anyone my age, and you saw people across the world, like NFL players who, they grew up playing the game too. They're excited about it. So for those who love that game and want college football back, you're going to get it. And probably around July. That's usually when it's come out in the past.
Neat stuff.
No, mine was better than yours.
No, neat stuff.
No, how much is a voice management ticket going to cost from going forward?
He neat stuffed you because you neat stuffed golf.
And mine was better than his.
No, you okay? Something that's coming out in July.
Ooh, well, the trailer came out.
Important right now.
Well, the trailer came out yesterday.
Boy, good thing we got it in before
Actually,
we finished.
millennials Millennials had a big week because, it's more millennial than Gen X.
Yeah,
it's been a big deal with Usher.
Sure.
Playing Super Bowl and for sports fans,
Hey, John, when's the next Waste Management?
It doesn't matter. Prices just went up.
So let's talk
Super
about
Bowl-
prices went up.
Let's
right
talk
now.
about the prices of the
That's right.
tickets a year away. Okay, great.
Okay, what about Rob Manfred?
What about him?
We're not going to have
why
many
are we
more, which is a
doing
great
this?
thing.
He announced, "I'm retiring." Like, what? You're stepping out in 2029? Like, go
Well,
away.
That's even
Stop
further
trying to
away.
make-
But
yeah.
what about these jerseys everybody's talking about?
Oh man,
he
the
spoke on that.
Fanatics thing. So here's the thing. I know a lot of people are very tight with Panini, and Panini's number one.
I've been tight with a few paninis in my life.
Yeah, but the Panini trading cards. Now Fanatics has bought a lot of things over the years, but they've got beef with each other. And Fanatics stole some people from DraftKings, and Fanatics has pissed a lot of people off. And Fanatics, you know the guy who hosts the White Party, Michael Rubin. That's Fanatics.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's his money. He's got a ton of money, kind of splashy. And now the players are pissed off because they say it looks like Taylor Ward, Angels outfielder, said it looks like a replica. Feels like kind of papery. It could be great when you're out there sweating, I guess. It may be breathable, but I haven't had the opportunity to try that out. But from the looks of it, it doesn't look like a $450 jersey. So far, thumbs down. Nike claims the new jersey softer and lighter and stretchier than the previous, but many players say it's worse. In clubhouses around the league on Wednesday, they criticized the poor fit, cheap look, inconsistent quality, and small lettering. And apparently they are really when I wear my pants, I feel like I'm wearing someone else's pants, said Carlos Estevez. He laughed at the spacing and shrunken nature of the lettering on the back of his jersey and moaned the fact he can't customize his pants to his preference. Yeah, that's
yeah. Apparently, don't MLB teams, their equipment people, don't they have people who sew? So maybe they'll be able to do the alterations. Have you seen Verlander's jersey? Him wearing it. You know how Verlander's somewhat of a long name, but it ain't so long that it can't fit on the jersey. The new jerseys, instead of like going across the number, it wraps around. Like the Verlander starts on like the 3, the mid part of the 3, and then ends the R is like the mid part of the 5. It just curls around as opposed to going straight across.
I don't care that much about it, but if a player can't, if they're not comfortable on the jerseys and they are made cheaper or whatever, it's a Nike. By the way, Fanatics did it with Nike.
Yeah, and Manfred,
so it's a Nike jersey.
Yeah, Manfred talked about it and said it's more for the player and how they feel while they're playing. Like he said, it's an active wear thing. It ain't really about aesthetics.
So I saw a video of the All-Stars last year. I think they introduced it at the All-Stars, and the players all loved it, and now they all hate it.
Yeah, I don't know if
what
the major difference
how much
is.
Nike might have changed it
I don't
since
know.
then. But apparently they loved it last. They were all like, "Yeah, this is great. This is lighter.
That's what he said.
I'm not sweating in it."
That's what he said. They're for it to be a more fit for them to play like in the summer. We know how they in the summer and all that stuff. It's not going to be as heavy, but the look of it, people are killing it so far. And particularly the authentic quote unquote jerseys that they're selling. People love when the stuff is stitched on and sewed on. Now they're like screen printed on kind of, and people say it's giving it a cheap look and cheap feel. So
it does look cheaper next to the older jerseys.
It definitely does.
Yes. It definitely does. But you know what? The football jerseys all got smaller and the different material.
It's true.
Yeah, but nobody apparently that's not okay with. Baseball just wants to bitch. That's all.
Well, if you look at them though, they do look
Players
subpar.
are historically a little whiny.
Yeah, no, very whiny.
Yeah,
extremely whiny.
I don't particularly care about the players whining, but if you look at what the fans get to buy,
yeah, now that's the
they
real
do
issue.
look subpar.
No,
the real issue is that the fans are going to be
they'll be
stuck paying inordinate amounts of money for lower quality jerseys.
Right.
And Astros fans have bought a lot of jerseys. And if you're getting that kind of jersey at team apparel stores, the Astros aren't going to be happy about it either. If the fans are getting lower, if you're trying to get your tipping on and then the faux jersey, the Jordan jersey, you're not going to be happy with that. The tipping will be real small potentially, although they'll sew it probably for you here. But you'll get small tipping on.
Wool.
And then your faux is going to be small and all janky.
What?
Who wants that?
Why are you talking about fofos and?
Because that's the song, Tipping Up. Can you play it?
We don't have time. We got to go to break.
Well, what did we learn about? What did we learn yesterday at Republic Boot about how they stitch and?
Oh my gosh! So
What?
You can talk about that.
Is this
when
a
we
lifestyle?
close the show in the next segment? When you can talk about what you learned.
I
can do it right
switch it up
now.
and do it right there.
Well, let me
it's
do it
my
right now.
turn. Anyway,
It's his
you
turn.
talk about Proximo.
Oh, Maestro. This is just confusion galore. Look at him.
What's he doing?
Poor ship steering. Maestro Bell, they're part of the Proximo Spirit brand, and they have Bushnells, and they have a lot of different types of alcohol. If you are someone listening to me and you're in the restaurant business, you're in the hotel and restaurant management business, you're school at U of H, and you're going to go work at a restaurant or whatever. If you run a bar, if you are an owner or a manager of a bar, make sure you reach out to Proximo and find out about Maestro Dobel, because they want to get Maestro Dobel in your spot. Maestro Dobel is a phenomenal tequila, really great, tastes great. The processes that they use to distill it are amazing when it comes to the flavor profiles. They've got a variety of different types of tequilas, and I think the key is there's different tequilas for different things. There's different tequilas for margaritas. There's different tequilas for smoky margaritas, for different types of cocktails, for sipping tequilas. You've got a wide variety to choose from with Maestro Dobel, and they want you to embrace the fact that you can get a high-quality premium tequila at an affordable price at most of your fine liquor stores that are around the city of Houston. If they don't have it at your liquor store, at your restaurant, ask for it by name. It's Maestro Dobel.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The police need your help, people. Apparently, video surveillance has caught a man, is seeing a man.
This is in spring.
The store owner advised that an unknown male entered his business, removed merchandise from the display shelves, inserted the items into his rectum, then placed them back on the display shelves.
Hold on a second. On TV, what I saw was put it under his kilt, which immediately the kilt is like, huh. So what we're saying is probably no underwear under the kilt.
Right.
And I saw the videos, and I will say, I saw a video of one where it did go to the back.
Yes.
I thought it might
I've
be
seen
to the
it.
front.
Like I'm looking at one. He goes straight to the back.
Yeah.
He's wearing a black muscle shirt and a gray-green kilt.
Oh, what I saw was white. Oh, no, it's done it multiple times.
Yes.
By the way, multiple antique shop. He does this at antique shops.
Yeah. Is this, what's his name that's on ESPN with the muscle shirt on?
This isn't Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee. Is this
no,
Pat
it's a bald guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's not him.
Pat McAfee didn't
Is Pat
rub
McAfee walking into
rub
stores?
his junk on
Not his junk.
antiques.
He's run. Listen.
Well, I don't.
And I don't know if he.
It could be
if
a
he's
double
white,
bubble.
he's putting.
No.
No.
Oh my God.
And he's putting it back on the shelves. Now, what kind of crime is he? Lewdness, grossness. What is he? What would be the charges?
Well, to me, it's trespassing.
Well,
you're trespassing
yes,
it on your body.
Stuff is trespassing into his stuff.
See, I
into
don't know
his
about all
area.
that. Like, can they tell he did that much? That was an aggressive ride.
No, yes, they can tell. He's putting it. People are saying, yes, we're watching him putting.
What about this? Either way.
Apparently.
This is happening in spring.
It's
at
happening
antique
in spring.
shops.
In spring.
Multiple antique shops. He's going to get caught.
Yeah.
First thing I got to start doing.
Well, they've got pictures of him.
Yeah. First thing you got to do, throw all the kilts away.
Yeah.
That's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, if you're wearing a kilt, maybe it's Chance, and he shaved his head.
It's not Chance.
He wears a kilt?
We don't know this person. It's nobody we know.
I know. I saw Chance in a kilt before.
You can't just say.
Maybe he's rubbing.
Maybe it's Jackie. He's bald-headed.
Maybe Jackie borrowed his kilt.
I think we may have a suspect. That's horrible. And that's happening here. We can't make fun of Florida when we got people doing these things.
I know, right? We're Texas.
Come on, clean it up, Spring.
Spring? Man.
We're not doing this in the Galleria area.
Spring, you're gross. A Penn State professor. This one is a lot like the other one. Only it involves a collie caught on video and also a tractor in which the stick shift.
Oh man, what are you? Can't you play something about this and
this is
get him
a
off
Penn
his spot?
State chemical engineering professor. He says he's been caught, and he says, I just wanted to let off some steam in the dog, apparently.
No.
In the collie. You're just gross, dude. You're just gross, and you can't teach at Penn State. Even Penn State doesn't want you anymore.
I mean, and they've had Micah Parsons.
Michael Parsons.
Jerry Sandusky.
Jerry Sandusky.
Well, I'm dirty, filthy.
Yeah, he's dirty and filthy.
Holy
Gary
moly,
Palmer.
I don't know if I can keep going on with these, dude. After your two leads, I don't know that we should keep doing this.
Gary Palmer in Alabama.
Bring back male golfer, female golfer. It's fine.
Gary Palmer, Alabama candidate for U.S. House Speaker, said God gave him clarity to break term limits promise. Do you think God told Gary Palmer that he doesn't have to have term limits?
What is Gary Palmer's position?
Gary Palmer is a candidate for Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives.
So a man who is seeking power is trying to find a way to get unlimited power?
He was elected in 2014. He broke the promise when he announced he would seek a sixth term in office. He said he wouldn't do that. But
so
God
once he
gave
got
him clarity.
So God told him, hey, it's okay if you continue to stay in power.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Makes sense.
Lawmakers in Idaho are proposing a $420 fine for marijuana possession. $420? You think that's the right number?
I mean, I feel like it's
a little.
420 generally celebrates You're turning that on its head there.
Yeah, right. 420, and now that's not a celebration.
No, it's a. Speaking of that, I got a. It's not for weed. I got a ticket for at the party at your birthday party / Super Bowl party. I got a ticket for my right wheel being, my wheel being too far away from the curb.
Oh no!
I've gotten that before.
$40.
$40.
Yeah, I've gotten that one before.
You should have valeted. Would have been cheaper.
I should have valeted.
You should have valeted for $20.
I didn't know that I was breaking a law. I thought I was close enough. $40.
$20 valets.
That's what you are. You just
what?
don't care about the rules. Okay?
That's what I am. What am I?
Yeah,
He doesn't want to pay $20 for a valet. What's wrong with that?
No, he's just a rule breaker. How about parking close, like you're supposed to do?
I thought I parked close
instead
enough.
of breaking rules.
I wasn't trying to. $40 for that.
$40.
Terrible.
I wish it was like $300.
I know you're an awful person.
That would have been great.
I thought we were best friends. Now we're not anymore. No, not anymore. If you're hoping I get a $300 ticket, Houston's right about you. You're terrible.
Hey, Lance and I were both at Republic Boot yesterday, and I got to tell you, it is awesome. The boots start at $395. And listen, these are boots of the 1836. They are fantastic. They actually, Republic Boot Company is making these boots as well. Now, if you customize a boot, it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to be more expensive, but you get to pick all of the stuff. But when
it lasts forever.
And so will these 1836 too. And here's the deal too: is that going to fit my foot? They are going to stretch it. Every single boot is made of 100% leather. They're going to stretch it and make sure that it fits your foot perfectly, even the ones that are not custom made. Okay, you want a suit, a sport coat. You want a shirt, everything, a hat, rodeo ready right now. The rodeo is coming up. We're going to be out there February 26th at Republic Boot, but you can be there anytime. Today, as a matter of fact, they're going to have entertainment, an open bar. You don't pay a dime. They don't have a liquor license, so you don't have to pay a dime. Yet you can go there and just watch music. Who's ever up on the stage, it's awesome. Every Friday afternoon they do this. If you want to have an event there, like Ferrari had an event there, and they were like, oh, this is going to be, and they said this was awesome, and they made a boot for Ferrari that is fire. Look, it doesn't matter what it is, and if you want to customize a boot, there is one place to go. It is so Texas. When you walk in, you're going to go, man, this is so Texas. You're looking for the best place to get your boot on this rodeo season. 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights. RepublicBootCompany.com. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, February 16th of 2024. I am Paul Gallant, and you can watch this show live on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Subscribe, like the video. We're also on Twitch, and you can join the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, as Spencer Tillman said, by calling or by texting. So, some people were not happy with the way that I opened up yesterday's show. Who are these people? It might have been you sitting in your car. It might have been the people upstairs. I may have gotten a phone call or two about changing the subject and never going back. So we're going back. We're going back to talking about the things that matter. Because that's what this show's all about. Talking about sports and things in sports that matter. I can't believe what we all witnessed together last night. Truly. We saw something that doesn't happen very often. We saw one of the biggest stars in sports pull off an incredible career achievement. You didn't see it last night? You don't know what I'm talking about? Well, how about a little audio refresher of probably the biggest moment in sports in 2024.
Recovered by Gabby Marshall. Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? There it is! The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball. Wow. In only ways that Caitlin can.
Girl power. Guys, Caitlin Clark, the best basketball player alive, finally did what we have been waiting for with bated breath for weeks. I got 7 push notifications on my phone from ESPN about it. Caitlin Clark, as you heard right there, broke the NCAA women's basketball scoring record. Yeah. On top of that, even more impressively, she set the all-time scoring record for points in a game at Iowa. You all remember Megan Gustafson, who once scored 48 points for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, Caitlin Clark, she's got that record too. In her 4th career game, scoring 45 points or more with 13 assists. In total, she scored or assisted on 79 of Iowa's 106 points. The kind of offense that Iowa football desperately needs. Caitlin Clark bringing it all the time. And now, guys, she's just 99 points shy of passing Pete Maravich for the most points in Division I history. So I'm really impressed. And the way that she did it, also impressive. Did you see where she hit that shot from? It wasn't the logo, but it was a logo. She talked about it after the game with Holly Rowe of ESPN.
You got off to a hot start tonight. Already 5 quick points. You're coming down the court and you pull up from a logo 3. What was going through your mind in that moment?
Well, Holly, that was the only way to do it, so I had to. I told some of my teammates and my coaches, like, if I got a chance in transition, I'm going to launch one, and honestly, I didn't know if it was going to go in because it was a deep one.
So courageous. But, I mean, at the same time, you hear she's not even sure she's going to make it. She just told the coaches, yeah, I'm just going to go for the record in the middle of the game. I mean, it could have disrupted the flow of the game. But I say all that, then I think to myself, you know, Jalen Green shooting 15% from outside. Jalen Green out. Caitlin Clark in. So we're going to lead off today's show talking about the things that matter. Caitlin Clark breaking the record. and whether or not the Houston Rockets should consider being the first team to employ a woman. Why not? What could go wrong? Now, Caitlin Clark's got a big decision, and another question for you, 713-780-3776. Should Caitlin Clark declare for the WNBA draft, or should she stay at Iowa for another season? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. Truly. It's a tough decision. Honestly, she might make more money in NIL if she stays at Iowa. Just kind of sad. But hey, Caitlin Clark, the best player in basketball. And a big weekend for basketball, because that's not the only thing that we could see as far as women pioneers in basketball. It's the All-Star weekend in the NBA. Did you know that Steph Curry is going to compete against Sabrina Ionescu in the three-point competition? And, I mean, we've seen Steph Curry say, hey, listen, this could do a lot for basketball. This could change the game going forward. And I'm kind of wondering, when I look at the odds at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, Steph is minus 260 to win the three-point challenge shootout. Sabrina is plus 200. Plus 200 seems like they're not good enough odds, right? It seems like maybe Vegas knows something. Is Steph Curry going to purposefully lose in the three-point shoot-off? I don't know. These are the questions on the table, because we talk about the things that matter here on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I think it's time. I think it's time for us to break the glass ceiling. I think it's time to allow the Caitlin Clarks and the Sabrina Ionescus of the world to compete.
Let these women play.
Let them play against men, because why can't they?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you're finally tackling this topic. We've had Clay Travis talk about it for years. I'm glad Paul's finally throwing his hat.
I'm taking the other side. I think we should let it happen. I think we should let it happen. It's very courageous. And here's the thing. I mean, if you push back against me, not only are you a bigot and a sexist, but you're a bad person. Because you can't. You have no counter argument about that at all. So there you go. Guys, that's the big stories in sports today. And I'm glad I could get through that. Now, once again, I'm wondering if anything matters, because of a couple of other stories, Sean, that I saw over the last 24 to 48 hours. Aliens back. I saw this story and I thought to myself, oh boy, here we go again. Are they trying to distract us, or is this actually something that's going down? And then I read it and I thought to myself, you know what? I think this is real. The U.S. military is in possession of a video of a UFO that disabled a nuclear warhead during a routine test. 2 retired Air Force officers recorded in a 1964 encounter this video, but the tape went missing when 2 days after screening the video, 2 CIA agents confiscated the footage and swore them to secrecy. This was September 15th, 1964. The craft on film was dome and disc-shaped. A classic disc, the center seeming to be a raised bubble. The entire lower saucer shape was glowing, and it was rotating slowly. So basically, the image that we see in every single bit of sci-fi, comics, movies, the flying saucers, they're real, and they can stop nukes. So, do sports even matter today? Do sports even matter on the same day where also we're finding out that Russia might have a golden eye? You know, like the satellite that's up there and it blasts EMP and messes all electronics up in a specific area. They're not going to tell us what's going on. There's a national security threat, but it's not really a national security threat. It's a space security threat. Russia's got it. So aliens and Russia has a golden eye. Those are the things to have in the back of your mind when today you just wonder about your own mortality and what matters and your existence and your grand scheme in the universe. Like, these are things to have in the back of your mind. But it is a big day in sports because Caitlin Clark broke the record.
Wait, so the UFO thing was from the 60s?
Yeah, 1964.
Oh.
I think now what's happening...
That makes me feel better.
That we haven't seen these
Yeah, it's been 50
in
years.
a while.
Nothing's happened.
There is a possibility where, they got all the way out here.
Yeah, and they're like, these people don't have bleep.
Yeah, these people are frauds.
Yeah.
They're like the Buffalo Bills.
You have to think about, like, we built a spacecraft to go light years and light years away to explore other planets. And then they come upon us in the 60s, and they're like, they don't even have color TV? Like,
Noobs.
they have 4 TV channels? What the hell are we doing?
I would
Why are we
imagine
wasting our time here?
someone with interstellar travel, though, is probably beyond television.
Yeah, okay, but even then, they're like, oh, it's cool. They went to their own moon. Sick.
Oh,
yeah,
look
cool.
at that.
Here. Oh, they have. They're still using nukes. Oh, watch this. Let's turn them off real quick, just to mess with them. Look, they go nuts when you do it.
That would be funny if they're just this whole time they've just been pranking people,
Yeah.
like turning off the nukes, prank, classic prank, anal probe, classic prank.
Yeah.
It's a classic prank.
Yeah, no,
they're just messing around.
They're kids messing with like an anthill is what they're doing.
Yeah, they're just bored. So there you go, guys. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bigger deal, Russia having a golden eye and aliens disarming a UFO, or Caitlin Clark setting the all-time women's scoring record in college basketball and being just 99 points shy of Pete Maravich for the most points in college basketball history. That's on the table. Up next, we heard some comments from Jim Crane. Remember when he told Mark Berman that the window is never closed while I'm here? He expanded on those thoughts further. We'll share what he had to say as we continue our Astros countdown next. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. In the last segment, we talked about some big topics, hard-hitting ones. Caitlin Clark, who set the record for points scored in a ladies basketball career. We do have a text. She's a ball hog. Hey, you're a sexist pig. Think about that the rest of your day. Okay? Be better. Do better. Another text. This is from 409 Josh. Financially speaking, shouldn't Clark enter the transfer portal and transfer to the highest bidder? Honestly, every good college athlete should do that. No? I mean, if you're Livy Dunn, you're getting paid tons already. Gymnast for LSU. If you were to get paid by another gymnastics program or another school, isn't that huge for that school? Just a thought. Transfer every single year if you're good enough. Now, again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But for the people it does apply to, say you're Jordan Addison, right? Jordan Addison in college, he went from Pitt to USC. And off to a pretty good start in his NFL career. You should go as much as you can. I'm not sure what the rules are as far as limits. I don't know if you know those off the top of your head, Sean. I feel like there are some sort of restrictions, but if there are restrictions, test those restrictions. Get paid and transfer all you want.
So you can, it used to be one-time transfer for free and then graduate transfer also for free. So that's basically 2 in 3 years.
Okay.
Because most athletes, or at least I'll just speak for like the football side of things because that's what people mostly only care about.
Right.
Is because you have to take classes during the summer to do like summer workouts. A lot of these guys, if you're not like a complete moron, can just graduate in 3 years. So you graduate after your junior year and then you can transfer again.
That's the way to do it then. If you're somebody who actually is a name with a little bit of clout.
For most people, or for most players, it does not.
Especially if you don't think you're going to be an NFL legend. That maybe, and that's a real conversation you'd have to have with yourself. That'd be pretty tough.
I mean, you could honestly sue the NCAA for eligibility things, for like eligibility limits.
Correct.
Because you could be like, you're limiting my ability to make money because I am not an NFL player. I'm not an NBA player. I can make more playing for whatever, LSU than I can playing professionally. Why are you limiting my opportunities?
Very anti-capitalist and also communist at the same time. A comment from Pinche, UFOs, because we talked about those. There was some seen in 1964 and they disarmed nukes, are decoy BS for easily fooled. The military itself is behind these experimental aircraft sightings. Quit being so gullible. Pinche, are you trying to get me killed? Are you trying to get me killed? We all know that. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm just going in line. I'm following what the bosses tell me here. I'm following what the big boss in the White House tells me too. We're friends. You know? Crack parties and stuff. Anyway, guys, let's continue our countdown to the start of the Astros regular season. Give me that trombone, baby.
Oh, 1 second. I wasn't ready for it.
41 days away. Brad Peacock days away. He had a save at the 2017 World Series. Brad Peacock, Astros champion forever. And he was a part of the team that officially kicked down the door and made the playoffs. He was there from 2013 to 2020. So shout out to Brad Peacock, wherever he is. Hope he's enjoying a cold one on this Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Jim Crane, owner of the Houston Astros, talked to Chris Baldwin of the Paper City magazine and had some pretty interesting things to say. Remember those window comments that he texted to Mark Berman of Fox 26? He doubled down. Quote, I'm not worried about the window. I made a statement the other day that as long as I'm here, the window's open. So I've got to live up to that. I like it when Jim Crane puffs out his chest, puts on the varsity jacket. But in this same interview, he did give himself a little bit of cover from, I guess, people that are going to ask him, just how willing are you to keep this window open? Here's a little pandering that he gave to the fans in this interview with Chris Baldwin. Quote, listen, you've got 22,000 season tickets sold, and that's a lot of season tickets. I always tell people the fans are paying the bill. I've just got to administrate it properly, so I take it very seriously. Without the sponsors and the fans, we wouldn't be where we're at. We've got to always remember those people first. Imagine being told this, though. I tell the players, continued Crane, the fans are paying it, not me. What a great way to just shove responsibility off towards somebody else. And imagine if you're Alex Bregman and Jim Crane in contract negotiations says, well, Alex, the fans are paying your salary, and a lot of people aren't going to Minute Maid Park anymore because they're outraged and incensed by the price of your Bregarita, which is like $5 more than a typical $16 margarita at the El Tiempo, Sean, in Minute Maid Park.
That's almost insider trading.
Honestly, it truly is.
Bregman is selling a drink there, and the fans are buying that, which is making him money directly and indirectly because they're also paying for his salary. He's double dipping.
He is 100% double dipping, but this double dipping is affecting Jim Crane's ability to pay contracts because a lot of people, I have a credential, so it's a little different for me, but a lot of people have been looking at the two El Tiempos in Minute Maid Park, and they're like, damn, like the prices have gone up. And imagine you just want a little tahine and some breggy sauce on it, and this hot sauce, and that tahine is like an extra $5. Are you going to be able to make your rent? So a lot of fans, they're seeing this, and they're not going to the games anymore. This is a known fact, or at least that's what Jim Crane could tell Alex Bregman.
Instead of just not going to
El Tiempo.
El Tiempo, they're just like, you know what? I'm out. If I can't have a $20 margarita,
what's the point?
Instead, it has to be a $26 margarita. What's the point?
What's the point?
What's the point on these tickets?
More Jim Crane with some chastising. This is a finger wag that he gave to
wag at the finger.
The media, Sean. Listen, I think the reporters are like, said Crane, well, they've got to extend this guy. I mean, listen, there's a time for everything. We focus on one thing at a time and try to knock them out as we see the priority. You know you're not always going to be able to sign everyone because your payroll would be so high. You'd be broke. That's a wag of the finger. So we prioritize things, and we think we make good decisions when we make them. You're always under a lot of scrutiny, but I'm not worried about the window. Talking about the reporter side of things, he's basically saying, like, listen, I know what I'm doing. Shut the hell up.
Enjoy the show.
And to his credit, the show has been very enjoyable.
Yeah. I do generally trust Jim Crane to at least hire people to make the right decisions.
I agree.
I don't exactly trust him to make the right decisions himself when he's a GM. See last offseason. But I
that was Jeff Bagwell.
I believe he generally understands what it takes to win baseball games.
I agree with you there. One last tidbit from Jim Crane with Chris Baldwin of Paper City Magazine. It seems to be confirmation of the front office's supposed frustration with Yainer Diaz not playing. We think we're in good shape, said Crane. We've got a backup catcher. We're going to play our young catcher a lot. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. Is that a shot at Dusty Baker? Is that a shot at Martin Maldonado?
I think it's just a fact. I think it's just hey, he hasn't, it's his first year starting.
It is his first year starting, but he's putting some expectations on Yainer by saying that. And there should be expectations on Yainer.
He was awesome last year in limited time.
It was very limited time, and it drove a lot of people crazy.
Now you're sending a shot at Dusty Baker.
I'm not sending a shot at anybody.
Okay.
Dusty Baker was our fearless leader, and now Joe Espada is our fearless leader. Yeah, I will lick the boot pretty damn quick. I'll fall in line with the company. I'm falling in line with this company today, right? I get reprimanded for what I did in the first segment yesterday, and here I am towing the line, and also towing the line of, of all the people out there who are considered woke. But I'm not woke. I'm just a good man by talking about Caitlin Clark to open up the show. I'm a good man that supports women. I'm also 6'4", and I help the homeless out on the weekends. And also I contribute at a animal shelter, and I do a lot of great things. Keyword 6'4".
Why are we reading your Hinge bio right now? why are we doing this?
I just want everyone to know that this is what I got. This is what I'm offering. So there you go. That is our Astros countdown. We're 41 days away. Later in the show, we'll hear what Ryan Presley had to say about not being the Astros closer. But up next, you should be a little nervous about C.J. Stroud's participation in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game, which I believe is tonight, after this crazy story coming out of ESPN. Stick around. CJ Stroud is playing in the Celebrity All-Star Game tonight. He is going to be on the opposite team of Micah Parsons, who you might have seen last night bitching and moaning about people seeing him at the airport and asking him for autographs. On one hand, oh, poor Micah Parsons being at the airport, having people walking after him. But I do think that adults asking for autographs are losers. I do. You got to have a kid with you to make it seem like you're getting it for the kid. Okay? So do it a little bit better. You got to get a kid involved. It sounds a little weird when I say it like that. No, I mean, kids should be the only people asking for autographs. If you're an adult,
you need to employ a child,
right,
to run up, Mr. Parsons, Mr. Parsons.
Exactly. And look,
and then you give them a $5 bill, and they give you the autograph.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom.
Some sort of trade. And I know some people frown on child labor, but this is the only kind of child labor that there should be.
A gig, not really a job.
Getting autographs, right? So, Micah Parsons is, I guess, on Team Stephen A. Smith versus Team Shannon Sharp in the Celebrity Game. And per ESPN's Adam Schefter, Stephen A. Smith is in an ankle brace for an injury he suffered practicing against Micah Parsons for the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. I have a lot of questions. One, is Stephen A., was he going to play in this game? The same Stephen A. Smith who wrote in his autobiography that he hit like 17 straight threes during a high school basketball tryout or something like that. So I want to know if Stephen A. was playing. He is a taller guy. I want to see if Stephen A. was playing well, but I also want CJ Stroud nowhere near the court when Micah Parsons is on the court. And I don't trust that ESPN, the same entity that employs a man in Stephen A. Smith who said that the Houston Texans are a racist organization about a calendar year ago. I do not believe that this Celebrity All-Star Game has the Texans' best interests in mind. And I think that's something to be concerned about. I think, honestly, we need to do something about this. And now that Cal McNair's done with the lawsuit and his brother, I think that Cal McNair should file an injunction to prevent CJ Stroud from playing in this game. I think that R.I.P. Cal McNair should suspend CJ Stroud from the Celebrity All-Star Game, especially if Micah Parsons is on the other sideline, and especially after he somehow injured Stephen A. Smith in practice.
Apparently, according to Molly Karam, who told the story on First Take, they were just kind of messing around at practice, Stephen A. and Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons crossed him over, and Stephen A. went down and had to go to the doctor for something with his knee and was late to First Take. He is now on First Take, but he was late this morning.
I'm skeptical.
Oh.
I smell it. We did this so that we had something to talk about. Stephen A.'s a showman, just like me. Stephen A. Smith, Paul Gallant, two of the greatest showmen in sports. And I could 100% see Stephen A., one, in an effort to have something to talk about on a day where they have literally been talking about Caitlin Clark for 37 minutes. Or on the other side of things where, like, hey, there's nothing really else going on. But tonight we are airing the Celebrity All-Star Game on one of our networks. This is how you feed the mothership viewers. This is how you do it.
I don't even know. I feel like some years the Celebrity All-Star Game isn't even like live. They like pre-tape it and then they show it later. I don't know what the.
You might be right on that front.
I remember that it was like pre-taped one year.
Poor Marine is saying, I'm pretty sure they played the game last night. Well, the report by Adam Schefter is that this took place during a practice.
Well, also C.J. Stroud played in the softball game.
Exactly. How could he have played in two places at once? That's not possible. Even if you're Taylor Swift. Not possible.
Yeah.
Because of private jets.
Yeah. Oh, is C.J. Stroud taking a private jet to Indianapolis?
Could have taken Travis Scott's private jet because Travis Scott is the most private jetter there is of all celebrities. He's number one. And that was Travis Scott's event last night. Travis Scott's just sending fossil fuels out. He's like, oh, yeah, you want to leave? I'm going to burn the environment down, bitches. I've already gotten a couple people killed at my concert. May as well make it worse.
Half the private jets that Travis Scott's sitting out are just empty. He's just moving around.
He's secretly an evil mogul. He's sitting in his Missouri City, 3-story house.
Lex Luthor.
Right. His hair is actually fake. Like, it's a wig, and he takes it off, and he gets a cat out, and he's, petting in a chair. I will kill the environment of planet Earth. I could hear him talking like that. I mean, he was a musical theater guy.
Yeah.
Back in Missouri City, which is a fancy part of town. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, continuing to go around the NFL. This was an interesting story. So Pro Football Talk put this out yesterday at about 1 o'clock. Deshaun Watson might have to testify again in a lingering sexual misconduct case. Per Brent Schrodenberg of the USA Today, there's been a motion to compel further testimony filed. So in the last time where Deshaun Watson faced questions, after 2 hours and 14 minutes, Watson did not answer a question. So, okay, there might be more questions asked, but I imagine that you're going to be hard-pressed to get Deshaun Watson to actually say anything, even though he's claimed in his press conference that eventually he will tell his side of the story. Theoretically, this could go to trial at some point. And I guess per Florio, the league has not completely ruled out the possibility of further punishment, even though when he was originally punished, it was reported that any further punishment can't be related to this situation. The NFL does make up the rules for punishment on the fly. Like, they spin a wheel, I think, as far as, why would we suspend this person for X, Y, Z amount of time? So we'll see on that front. But, yeah, I guess we're not done with the Deshaun Watson stuff. Other news in the NFL, Mike Zimmer is officially the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator. There was some weird reporting about that over the weekend about how Rex Ryan might still get the job. Rex Ryan kind of went back and forth with Schefter on Schefter's report that this was going to be Zimmer's job. I thought it was interesting that in his press conference, Zimmer refuted the idea that he was a, quote, jerk. There's a reputation out there that I'm a jerk or something like that. It is what it is, I guess. But, since it was announced I was going to be here, I've heard from so many players that played for me. Players here, not just defensive backs, the linebackers and defensive linemen have texted me and said how happy they were for me. I think if I was such a jerk, I wouldn't be hearing from those guys. Now, on the other side of things, we've heard from Harrison Smith, who played for him, like he's an acquired taste, which is a polite way of saying he's an a-hole. But there's another part of me that thinks to myself, okay, if Mike McCarthy's the head coach of the Cowboys, he does not strike me as a hard ass. It's good to have a hard ass in the locker room. And this idea that has randomly developed over the last couple of years that an a-hole as a coach is bad for you, I don't agree with that. I think that every individual athlete needs something different to motivate them. Some people respond well to constant positivity, and others respond well to having somebody yelling at them and being on their ass all the time. And it's weird that all of a sudden the last couple of years, the latter is frowned upon. Why? It's been successful for years and years and years. There are limits, of course, but all of a sudden, too, seeing this reporting about Bill Belichick and the Patriots documentary that came out today being an a-hole, yeah, no bleep. That's why they were what they were. Pete Carroll, totally different. But this idea that there's only one way to go about coaching going forward is, I think, Sean, over the top.
Yeah, I do think that there's, different tactics will work for different people. It does seem like this generation, this younger generation, they just kind of seem more like, stop yelling at me, dude. Like they seem like it doesn't work. Like the extra hard stuff doesn't work on them, as opposed to, what Mike Zimmer has been doing for 30 years, going back to his first stint on the Cowboys. But I don't know. I mean, I just think it's funny that at your opening press conference you have to be. And by the way, people think I'm a jerk.
I'm not.
I know the elephant in the room. Isn't this guy a jerk? I'm not.
I'm a nice guy. I'm swell.
Yeah.
I like women's basketball. I'm a big Caitlin Clark fan.
It's just funny to be like, I know what everyone in here is thinking, that I'm a jerk. I'm an a-hole. I'm this. I'm that. I'm not.
Right. It's really convincing whenever anyone does that.
Darren Woodson texted me just now.
Yeah. It's two middle fingers. Hey, but it's because it's an inside joke that we have.
Yeah.
Between us.
Let me scroll past all the ones from whatever. All the Vikings players. Hold on. Stephon Diggs just called me a word I can't say into a microphone.
He's reading let me scroll past this text from Kirk Cousins where he's asking why I had to bring his wife into it. I imagine for Mike Zimmer, it really does not matter whether or not he's a jerk, but it's weird that it's funny that he's answering those questions.
It's just a funny thing to come up at the opening press conference.
Yeah. A couple other coordinator things that took place. Cliff Kingsbury officially introduced as the Commanders head coach. He said he doesn't feel he has anything to prove. Yeah, he does. He has to prove he's trying to get a job. Otherwise, he would be off in Vietnam or wherever the hell he went. Thailand, right? Exactly. With all his money. I suppose there are implications.
Yeah, he went. I'm
not implying that
he went to Vietnam.
He went to Vietnam. He went to find the war.
Wow. Good on Cliff. Oh no, for vacation. He definitely would have put it on his iPod or iPhone.
Oh yeah, riding a helicopter. Also, he dodged the question about Caleb Williams. Anthony Weaver, who is spoken very highly of, former Ravens and Texans assistant coach, former Texan and Raven player. He's the new Dolphins defensive coordinator, and Brandon Staley might be the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speaking of those Baltimore Ravens, now that Chris Jones seems to be returning to the Kansas City Chiefs, the number one target for the Houston Texans in free agency is a Baltimore Raven. We continue our Texans free agency watch next. Stick around.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We were talking about Mike Zimmer, new defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, in the last segment. He wants everyone to know he's not a jerk. The idea of a jerk coach is, I think, perhaps overstated these days. Some jerk coaches are actually going to help athletes better. OG from H-Town asks, what about coaches that kick players while they're on the ground? Probably referring to Urban Meyer, who allegedly did that to a kicker once. Here's the thing. I mean, Urban Meyer was showing that kicker how to kick, right? So is it really the worst moment in being a jerk history? Another person asked this question. Is Mike Zimmer still dating the very attractive girlfriend? And the answer seems to be yes. He is dating Katarina Mikettin. She is somebody who's been in Sports Illustrated, Maxim Australia, 40 years old, 5'7", 119 pounds. I don't know why there's a website that has all of those.
Was she at the NFL Combine?
Details. It does feel like that, Sean.
What's her standing reach?
A good question. I mean, if it was
not a good question.
If it really, what? Why? It is a good question. It's a good question. We got to know her reach. We're talking a lot about women's sports today. We've done it in every single segment. So, I mean, could she be an athlete? I don't know. She went to Northwestern. I'm glad that they didn't do like the weird, like, what are your measurements? Have you ever seen people ask that question online? It's like, what? Ugh, you're weird, man.
No, I've never.
What's your bust size? You ever gone up to somebody and pulled that one off?
I've only seen those questions asked when the woman is trying to get cast for something and is sitting on a black leather couch. That's the only time I've seen those questions get asked.
Yeah, that sounds accurate, Sean.
I've never been watching Entertainment Tonight and Mario Lopez shoots that question at Florence Pugh. I missed that one.
Sydney Sweeney's got some double E's as she's showed on full display in Madam Web.
That's like what the news on GTA would say.
Yeah. The Mike Zimmer thing does remind me of my own life. When I was in college, my dad, who was in his 50s, was dating a girl from Russia who was probably 25, and this girl was smoking hot, and it was weird. It was a little weird. I remember the first night that my dad picked me up from the bus that I took back from Syracuse to Boston, and he picks me up, and we drive to this random place. He hadn't told me anything about it. We just drive to this random place in downtown Boston that's by the State House. It's like a nice building, and this woman comes downstairs, and my dad's like, Paul, you got to get in the back seat. And I'm like, okay. So this girl gets in the front seat, and she's just really attractive, like blonde, tall, like 5'11", and let's just say like the body is in great shape. And I'm like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? I have no idea. And like she comes back to my dad's place, and they go to bed together, and I'm like, what is going on? This is still weird. And the next day, I remember I'm waiting for breakfast, and my dad comes out, and my dad just like smirks at me, and I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on here? And then she comes out, and she's wearing like a pink kind of see-through nightgown, and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm just trying not to look because I don't want to like just awkwardly, have a pants tent around my dad's girlfriend. And she clearly had no idea like how to be around like, an 18, 19-year-old boy. So it was something else. So fun times with my dad. How about that?
I forgot how this came up.
Mike Zimmer has a younger girlfriend.
Don't worry, Paul. I was enthralled by the story, but about halfway through, I was like, wait, what led to this?
It's the magic of the Paul Gallant Show. Just trust it. Hey, guys, the Houston Texans, they're looking to find a 5'11", 25-year-old Russian of their own in this free agency period, huh? Like they're trying to find a good player.
Not a Russian, but a rusher, maybe.
Great point, Sean. It's time for another episode of Texas Free Agency Watch. So we put together a checklist of what we want the Texans to go after in free agency. Center is at the top for me still, but if we're going to make a big purchase, the Texans going forward, I would like to see them go after a defensive tackle of some sort, especially since D'Amico Ryans seemed to be prioritizing it. So it sounds like Chris Jones, after his announcement at the parade, is not going anywhere. He's not going to become a free agent. So with that in mind, it might be time for the Texans to turn their focus to this guy who, if you've been on the internet, has been constantly mentioned as somebody that the Houston Texans should potentially sign. Justin Madubuike is a defensive tackle for the Baltimore Ravens. He's 26 years old. He's from Texas, a Dallas native. He went to Texas A&M and had a breakout season last year. Pro Bowler, second-team All-Pro, 13 sacks, 12 tackles for a loss as a defensive tackle. Size-wise, we were talking about measurements a little bit earlier. Justin Madubuike is 6'2 and a half, 306 pounds, and he can disrupt on the interior. I really only have one question about this because I think this is a very good fit. Why would the Ravens let him walk? If you're Baltimore, do you really believe that you can replace somebody like this? If you do, after one season like this, maybe you can. Baltimore's obviously had a pretty good track record defensively over the past 2 decades. But that would be, I guess, the only pause I'd have. If he is a free agent, though, this guy should be at the top of the wish list for Nick Caserio, for D'Amico Ryans and company, Sean.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the top of your wish list is that they're going to be awesome players that the team that they're currently on are going to do all that they can to retain them. So we're going to go through a lot of the top of the wish list guys, and a lot of them, Chris Jones. I'm not holding what he says at a parade when he's 90 million Miller Lights deep, but it sounds like he's interested in coming back to the Chiefs. The Ravens, I feel like, would be out of their minds to let Madubuike go, but he's going to be a highly coveted guy by the Texans and by the Ravens too. It's just if the Texans can either offer a price that makes him want to go, or if, you said he's a Texas native, maybe that's enough of a pull. But ultimately, with all these guys, it's just, can you offer the most money?
Could this potentially be the pull? The quarterback comparison. Now, I would imagine Madubuike, after the Ravens' performance against C.J. Stroud, maybe looks at C.J. Stroud with more of a side eye than most players across the NFL.
The guy we dominated twice?
Right. But at the same time, after the way that the game against the Chiefs went in the AFC Championship game, does he think to himself, man, I don't know if Lamar Jackson can do it on his own? So that is something that is probably a factor in his decision if he is potentially going to test the market. Can I be on a better team with a better quarterback? But he's one of those strange players in that he would have, compared to probably like 30 other NFL teams, a lesser view of C.J. Stroud than just about everybody else.
And you have to think, like, he was also there when Lamar won the MVP. It was awesome for 17 games. So there is a little bit of I think we get caught up on the can't win the big one, whatever
right.
with Lamar. I think the guys in the locker room, they probably all still believe in Lamar. They're not this guy.
Yeah, he's been there since 2020. This is so he wasn't there for the 2019 season. So that was a pretty big disappointment to lose to Tennessee the way that they did in the playoffs. So yeah, maybe he's not as burnt out on the Lamar Jackson experience.
It's not like it's Ryan Tannehill or something.
Correct.
It's still the guy who won MVP.
Yes, and he's just as weirdly not been very good in the playoffs. So that could potentially be a factor. It ultimately comes down to I just don't see why Baltimore would let him walk, and I feel like Baltimore would probably think very long and hard, and maybe it's more difficult with Lamar Jackson's contract about giving him the franchise tag. I would try to give him the franchise tag at the very least and then give him a contract extension because I don't want him on the open market. That would be quite a loss, I think, just based off of what he did this past year. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Guys, I'm not just nervous about C.J. Stroud because of going up against Micah Parsons in the celebrity all-star game in the NBA this weekend in Indianapolis. I'm also concerned about who he's keeping company with. We got to discuss this. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
It's a blessing, just to see, of course, a brother Will, but another big brother of mine, Andre, somebody who's helped me a lot, get in tune with the Texans and things like that. So, it was just amazing just to see, the Texan organization being represented that night.
That's Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud talking to Big Sarge Sports at last night's Travis Scott Cactus Jack celebrity softball game. A star-studded event for the man who got 4 votes for 5th place in the NFL MVP awards, but also saw this from our guy, Brian McDonald, BMAC, that the guy going into next year, MVP odds, his are behind that of Jordan Love. Patrick Mahomes is 13-2. Joe Burrow 9-1. Josh Allen 9-1. Jordan Love 10-1. CJ Stroud 11-1. Justin Herbert, now with Jim Harbaugh, 12-1. Lamar Jackson, 14-1. Dak Prescott, 18-1. Brock Purdy, 16-1. So, those are the top guys for the MVP. I I kind of like that Stroud's behind Love. I'd rather Stroud have longer odds. Wouldn't you? If you're going to bet on him, like, it's actually good. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975, Sean.
Yeah, and I also think that's part of the reason Love has worse odds is that there's just more Packers fans that will just bet worse odds for their guy to bet on their guy. Same thing with the Heisman stuff too. Every offseason, like the Heisman is just like quarterback at big school.
Yeah, and I think the first couple of weeks of the year, myself included, we were like, "Ooh, Travis Hunter, Colorado."
Yeah,
But
exactly.
doesn't.
Exactly. Shedeur Sanders. Wow, can they do it?
Whoa.
Can both Travis Hunter and Shedeur win the Heisman?
Man, it's crazy how quickly Colorado fell off. Like they just faded to nothing after September. Nothing. It was a fun time though.
It was a fun time. It was a moment. It was a moment for sure.
I hope they come back. I do. I hope they come back.
They should be all right this year.
It does seem like they didn't do very well in recruiting, and a lot of people left.
They didn't do good in high school recruiting.
Gotcha. Okay, but they're still getting the transfer portal people. Gotcha. All right, guys. So that's C.J. Stroud MVP conversation. So that's fun. But he was at the Cactus Jack Celebrity Softball game, and we talked about Texans free agency watch. Justin Jefferson not a free agent after right now, but he will be a free agent after this coming season. And did you see C.J. Stroud having a catch with Justin Jefferson? Did you see that? People like to play with C.J. People want to have a catch with C.J. And I think that Justin Jefferson has got to be thinking to himself, like, do I really want to do more Kirk Cousins? Or whatever's next for Minnesota, given all their rotating musical chairs at quarterback down the stretch this past season. Is he going to go Stephon Diggs mode and force his way out of town somehow? I don't know. So CJ's just planting seeds everywhere, and I like it.
Yeah, maybe this is the bright side of doing 2 celebrity games in 2 nights is that he's rubbing elbows with everyone.
Right. I mean, there's going to be, maybe not in the Celebrity All-Star game because it's Micah Parsons who's the only other NFL player, but there's going to be tons of NFL players in Indianapolis.
Just networking.
For All-Star weekend. Right. Exactly. Now,
just like Super Bowl week, he was out there, giving his business card to a whole bunch of people because that's what a professor at Ohio State told him to do.
He should do that.
Business cards.
Legitimately, he should do that. It's good that everyone likes him because he's authentic and that he's good as a player as well. So everyone wants to play with him. So do that networking. I do wonder how many people are going to Indianapolis for the All-Star game. Like, talk about dud locations. You're going to have a bunch of these loser media people who are like, yeah, but it's so convenient to get from one place to the other. Yeah, it has to be. It's like -20 there right now. I'm assuming. I'm making some assumptions about Indianapolis.
Pat McAfee is wearing a T-shirt on the Pat McAfee show,
but
which
he's a
films
hardo.
in Indianapolis.
He's a hardo. They're in a studio. He's Indianapolis. Let's take a look at the weather app. 36 with flurries. Guess what the temperature is tomorrow?
Yeah, Saturday night is when it all goes down. Let me know what's the temp on Saturday.
Saturday night. We're talking 20 degrees.
Oh, I'll have to pack my Canadian Goose then.
Yeah?
For All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of, football players potentially wearing Canadian Goose that are there trying to show off. They're like hot winter jackets because everyone loves to show off with winter jackets. Everyone does. And CJ's going to be there, and he's going to keep on recruiting. But I'm a little concerned, Sean. There are some bad influences around CJ Stroud.
More than just Cactus Jack himself?
Is that Travis Scott's nickname?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
He's from Texas. There's no cactuses here.
Well, not in Houston.
Right. He's from the suburbs of Houston.
It'd be funny if he was from Midland, though, and he was like, at least the nickname makes sense.
That would make sense. There's right. Like we're talking about civilized Texas. No offense to West Texas.
Ouch.
There's no cactuses here.
I don't know. You know what? As you discuss this, I'll be looking up the origins to his nickname.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lame nickname. I figured it was like some sort of like terrible soft drink that it like attached their name to it.
I think he has a drink that's like cactus something.
Of course he does. It's like it's cactus water. It's like, oh, it's like really good. It's like probably just like sugar and water. Anyway, There are bad influences not named Travis Scott at the Cactus Jack celebrity softball game that took place last night. You know who else he was having a catch with? Johnny Manziel. Yeah, that guy. And apparently these two have a relationship. Here is Johnny Manziel speaking with, I believe, Leah Van of Cron at yesterday's Cactus Jack celebrity softball game.
Travis for a while, just being from Texas. He's always been really good to me. The times I spent around Drake, obviously got a chance to know him over the years, so I'm excited to be here. I appreciate the invite. It's definitely much love to Trav and the whole crew for having me out here today, and just excited.
I saw you playing catch with C.J. Stroud. Did you have a chance to talk to him, and what were those conversations like?
Of course, they're always really positive with C.J. He's a great dude, obviously an unbelievable player right now, and we've had a good relationship for a long time since he was even in college, so it's not new us kind of being around each other and talking. I always try and give him the best advice that I can and be a friend for him. I know what it was like being in that position, so for the most part, I kind of let him do his thing, but it's always good to be around him. He's a great human.
Okay. So he's talking about Travis Scott at first, then he was talking about his relationship to C.J. Stroud. So they have a relationship. I don't want C.J. to talk to Johnny Manziel. I'll be honest.
What? Why not?
Well, we're past second chances with Manziel. We're past second chances. And I don't think that Stroud's about to go enjoy life the way that Johnny Manziel probably still is, from what I hear. But I just don't. I don't want him anywhere near him. Unless he's like a cautionary tale, like a constant cautionary tale. It's like, yeah, this guy's blew it.
Be better than me, kid.
Do you think
that kind of thing?
I wonder if Manziel is providing that kind of advice these days.
I don't know if he is.
I don't think he is. I imagine he's like, I want to forget all that.
I'm sure he can give some some handling fame advice as far as don't do what I did. But I think he's still, I don't know if he's 100% on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, I don't think he is, based off of things I've heard. But that is just things I've heard. They're rumors. Also, bad influence. Sean?
Yeah, me?
C.J. Stroud wasn't just throwing with Johnny Manziel.
Oh, who?
He had a catch with, get this, Jose Canseco. Yeah, Mr. Roids himself.
I have to see the rosters for these games.
I do too. I gotta say, there are more celebrities at the Cactus Jack celebrity softball game, at least in our world, the sports world, than there are at the celebrity all-star game. We went through the celebrity all-star game list in the NBA. I have no idea who any of those people are. But again, it's in Indianapolis, so who do they think they're going to get? But, they got Jose Canseco for this thing. They must have paid a lot. Travis Scott can't just be having these people come. They must have paid Canseco. But here's my fear. Now, I don't know if you can test positive for PEDs like Jimmy Garoppolo just did. He got suspended for 2 games. That's the random breaking story that happened in the last 10 minutes. I don't know if you can test positive for PEDs if somebody sweats on you or something like that. But if Jose Canseco sweats on C.J. Stroud, and I'm assuming that Jose Canseco is just roided through the gills still, is that something that could happen? Would a ball thrown by Jose Canseco to C.J. Stroud, could he get a contact positive test for PEDs? I don't know. Sean.
I'll just say I would be worried if it wasn't the C.J. Stroud and his, I believe more that C.J. Stroud can convert Jose Canseco, can convert Johnny Manziel into a life of good living, more than vice versa, that those guys can drag down C.J. Stroud to his. I think he can look at temptation and turn away from it.
Ah, all right.
Also, apparently Adrian Peterson, Alex Rodriguez, a bunch of rappers.
They were there too?
Yeah, Andre Johnson.
Wow.
was there.
Yeah,
DeMar Hamlin.
Whoever his booker is doing a great job.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd rather be in Houston than Indianapolis this time of year too. So anyway, one last story from the Cactus Jack celebrity softball game. Guys, I got to wonder about priorities for one Houston Texans player. So that's on the other side. And an enemy of the Houston sports state is finally leaving. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
A lot of things happened at the Cactus Jack Celebrity All-Star Wait. The Cactus Jack Celebrity Softball Game.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Celebrity All-Star Game, Sean, in the NBA. You went through a list. I mean, the people that are not in the Celebrity All-Star Game went to this. And obviously, it's Houston over Indianapolis. Indianapolis is a third world city. Like, just burn it to death. It's awful. It's freezing cold, miserable. They have nothing of value there. The Colts suck. Like, they don't deserve a sports team. The Pacers are going to blow in the playoffs. Pascal Siakam wasn't the answer. So now that I've done doing a drive-by on Indy, no one's going to that. But the list of people that were at this Cactus Jack Celebrity Softball Game, Sean, are...
I'll just give you the A's at first. This is alphabetical from Click to Houston. Adrian Peterson, Alex Bregman, Amber Rose, Andre Dawson, Andre Johnson, Andrew Jones, Anthony Mackie.
Anthony Mackie?
Yeah.
They got
Captain America.
They got Captain America? Holy crap.
Yeah. Bun B.
Okay.
Carl Lewis. A lot of these are...
There's a lot of Houston
directly
celebrity.
through Houston ties, which plays into the fact that, Houston over Indy,
Yeah.
They couldn't even get Reggie Wayne to do the Celebrity All-Star
He
Game.
doesn't want to be there.
CeCe Sabathia, for some reason. CJ Stroud, DeMar Hamlin, DeAndre Hopkins, Drewski from the internet.
That guy, yeah.
Gary Sheffield,
Okay.
Jeff Bagwell, Pena, Johnny Manziel, Jose Altuve, Jose Canseco, Josie Canseco, Justin Jefferson, bonk. Not Justin Jefferson. Ken Griffey Jr.
Whoa!
Kyle Tucker swung by.
Okay.
Lance McCullers Jr.
Of course.
I don't know if he pitched. Mauricio Dubon was there.
Okay.
Metro Boomin. I know you're a big
Oh,
Metro
my
Boomin
favorite.
guy.
I love his song with like the yo, yo, the Metro's booming.
Yeah. Frequent collaborator with Travis Scott. Michael Brantley. Neo. Another
Michael
one of
Brantley
your
can play
favorites.
in the celebrity softball game, but can't play baseball anymore?
know.
Huh. Interesting.
Question for his love of the game.
Yeah. Neo. Okay.
Yeah, not from the Matrix.
Okay.
Not Keanu Reeves.
But no, I know it is like NE-YO. Okay.
Paul Wall was there.
Paul Wall.
Yeah.
There's another Houston guy.
Astros legend Reggie Jackson.
That's true. He's part of the team now. Was 50 Cent there?
No, it does not look like he was.
Okay.
Or at least he didn't. Maybe he was there but didn't play. I don't know. I'm basing this purely off this list that on Click to Houston.
Okay. You did list a lot of people.
Yes. Tank Dell was also there.
Glad you mentioned Tank Dell because, guys, we got asked the question. Like, okay, Tank Dell, he can have a catch at a celebrity softball game. He can catch a ball in his glove, but where was he catching passes against the Baltimore Ravens? It seems like his leg's doing fine. Am I wrong? Oh, why wasn't he out there? I do love doing that. Remember when Justin Verlander was throwing a bullpen session and people were like, what? He was throwing a bullpen session? He would have pitched for the Astros in the World Series? We have no idea how good he looked in the bullpen session. All they said was he hit 100 miles per hour on the gun once. Neato. But, I mean, was it accurate? Was it a strike? It's funny how people do that. But there is a part of me that's like, oh, man, Tank Dell, he could do this, but he couldn't do that. But it was a month ago, number one. And number two, the Texans were out of designate to return from injured reserve options over the course of the year.
I will say, though, you're right that he actually should not have played in the Baltimore game if he wasn't ready. Blah, 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 blah. But when I did see him out there, I really was like, come on. Like, you're playing catch? Like, you're playing at the celebrity
That's true.
softball game, like fresh off of breaking your leg.
But let me do the flagship spin.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
He's healthy. He's going to be healthy next season. Yeah, there we go. Give me a little Clay. Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud. I think it's going to be the best wide receiver quarterback in the NFL. Second only to C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
And third, C.J. Stroud to Mike Evans. Because they don't have as much chemistry.
Quite the quad that we got here. Here's the thing.
I'm just saying that the last time I saw him, his leg was broken, and now he's wearing sunglasses and throwing a ball around with Travis Scott. I am a little bit like, well, is he going to play? Like, what if he steps on a base weird and, like, messes up his leg more?
That
like,
is something I am thinking about.
I just,
little bit.
My mind goes to dark places when I saw that. It is funny, though, because it has been, like, months since he actually got hurt, so he could be 100% healthy. He just won't do anything until OTAs.
Except for have a catch with C.J. Stroud, but not of the football variant.
Yes.
Not of the football variant.
I just, as a fan, I try not to be that guy as a fan. Let me pod down. Clearly.
Okay, yeah, right. Now we're back to the real
you
world.
To pay him. But I try not to be that. But then when I see stuff like that, I'm like, really? Like, this is what we're doing? But it's no, like, actual big deal.
I'd prefer he not do it. That's all. That's all.
It's just coming fresh off of breaking your leg.
Yeah. Just don't do it. Don't do it.
I just prefer not to.
Now, the flip side of don't do it is do it. And I think we all would like Rob Manfred to do something that he said he would do sooner rather than later. But guys, eventually, Rob Manfred's going to be out of our lives. Here's Roboito, the commissioner of the baseball, talking about the end of the road. It's coming.
I'm 65, okay? I just started a 5-year term. Do that math, right? That makes me 70 years old. You can only have so much fun in one lifetime. I have been open with them about the fact that this is going to be my last term. I said it to them before the election in July, and I'm absolutely committed to that. I'm sure the selection process is going to look like it looked the last time. There'll be a committee of owners that'll be put together, and they'll identify candidates, be a interview process, and ultimately someone or a slate of people will be put forward.
Now, a lot of people would like Rob Manfred to just get out now, right? We're sick of Manfred being a part of our lives. But I will give Manfred credit. Did you hear Manfred mention his age there and then say, like, yeah, like I'm going to be 70 at the end of this. You know what? At least the commissioner of baseball understands when he's too old and needs to get out of the effing way. Presidents, Congress people, senators, the commissioner of baseball, who makes way less money than you do because he's not doing the same kind of insider trading you guys are. This guy's willing to walk away, but you pieces of filth are never going to leave our lives and are just going to further ruin everything before you shrivel up and die. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Credit to Rob Manfred. 713-780-3776 to call.
Rob Manfred for president?
To text. Manfred stepping down. People deserve credit for stepping down. We do have a call real quick. Steve's got a question about the Texans. Steve, what's going on?
What's going on, Horn Dog Polly?
What you got?
Said, what's going on, Horn Dog Polly? I was wondering if you had any hot dates set up for this weekend. No, I hang up and listen.
I actually have none. So there you go. There you go. I have a date with myself. What? What's that face? Just have a date with myself.
Okay.
It's a date with me.
Is this a makeup for Valentine's Day?
It does make up for Valentine's Day. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey, because that's who my date's going to really be with. I'm going to get home tonight. Going to put down a cocktail glass, big old rock, 2 fingers, Pendleton Whiskey, guys. It's true Western tradition, born at the Pendleton Roundup, one of the oldest rodeos in North America. It's barrel-aged in American oak. It's cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood. It's cut with the finest northern grains as well, and it's really good stuff. I've told you about it a ton. And the legacy of the American cowboy is forged into every bottle. Don't you want to get your cowboy on before rodeo season kicks off right around the corner? So satisfy your inner cowboy. Purchase a bottle of Pendleton Whiskey at drizzly.com. Because this is a whiskey that celebrates the hard work ethic of the American cowboy and cowgirl. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. So, spring training is upon us for the Houston Astros. And I get it. We're excited that baseball's back, right? We're excited that the best team in Houston sports for the majority of the past decade, we're happy that soon we are going to see games. But we are still 41 days away. We live in a hot take culture. We in sports media, and specifically we pundits who don't really report. We try to entertain, but you're looking for content wherever you can get it. But I think we all need to have somebody come up to us with a squirt bottle, the same kind of squirt bottle that you would use on a dog or a cat that's misbehaving. I think that we need to a lot of talking heads because people are losing their effing minds over pictures that we are seeing coming out of Astros spring training in West Palm Beach. We'll start with our guy, Mr. Takes himself. A voice that could make a cougar purr, but at the same time, wildly flailing for the most Stephen A. Smith takes he possibly can at all times. Old Jer Bear Branham, a.k.a. Jeremy Branham of the Killer Bees. There's a picture of Framber Valdez and Christian Javier. They're just two guys walking in this picture. That's it. Do they look like they're in better shape? I think so. I don't know. Whatever the case.
Framber looks skinnier.
He does look a little skinnier. More muscle? I don't know. Christian Javier, I legitimately cannot tell. It's not a zoomed-in picture.
No, it's a pretty good distance.
Not a shirtless picture. Nothing. Jeremy retweets this photo saying, quote, "These are the two Astros most critical to the pitching staff." Thanks for the obvious take. We didn't know that. Continuing, "They also look in shape. Did the Astros incorporate more cardio in their offseason regimen?" And look, I expect this from Jeremy. Jeremy's a bit of a troll online. I like Jeremy a lot. But he's not alone. And I'm still, Sean, trying to figure out if this tweet is being done sarcastically or if this is something that's being done seriously. It's a tweet from Astros dude who either is a incredible troll account or is one of those people who were the worst when it comes to the coverage of Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado yet last year. Quote, "Glad to see Framber decided not to be fat," in all caps, anymore. "Already seeing the benefits of Maldonado not influencing Astros pitchers with poor eating habits." He's got to be joking, right?
I think the Maldonado influencing the pitchers with poor eating habits. I think that's the
joke.
Yeah, because Maldonado's
okay. So he's
on
joking.
The chunky side. I would assume so. I don't know for sure, but I would assume so. Also, his name is funny, like not the but the actual name.
At Astros_dude.
No.
2 times World Series champion. Can I say that?
I don't know.
Kockenheimer. I don't know what that means. There's a trophy, fire, baseball, fire, trophy, and he's got a blue check mark.
Yeah. So, he has a blue. Then maybe this is reporting. Maybe he's serious. He has a blue check after all.
I think so. I think he's having fun with this. I truly do not know. I don't follow this account, so I truly do not know. But I think some people are overanalyzing the hell out of these photos and like, oh, he's in better shape. Oh, he might be better this year. You know nothing about anything. Anything. Oh, I mean, I've talked about this before. Sometimes Houston athletes have come back from an offseason in better shape, and they've sucked compared to where they were before. Dwayne Brown in 2013. Best shape of his life. He was not good during that season where the Texans were terrible. Remember when Yuli Gurriel cut out like Coca-Cola and pizza from his life? And he was like, after a career year where he won the AL batting crown and a Gold Glove, he came into the season and he was in a lot better shape. He stunk. He wasn't good. This doesn't always tie hand in hand. Like being in better shape in baseball, you would think that it's a key, but it's weirdly not. And now people, I think, are looking at these pictures of Astros pitchers, and they're saying like, "Oh, he's going to be so much better this year because he's in better shape." Shh, you are talking out of your ass. And I hope that this account is one of those funny, goofy ones. I feel like, given the lack of understanding of sarcasm that I generally see when I post something on Twitter, I am guessing that there is not that much sarcastic going on here. It's a guess. I hope I'm wrong. I feel like people are overanalyzing these photos, and I think we all need a squirt bottle, like point blank, and just like, like just settle down, cool down. Okay. HRW 713 points out on our Twitch. Pena came back ripped and sucked, though I think he's always been ripped. But yeah, he was posting thirst traps of his triceps, like the old horseshoe, all off season. Yeah, there's a weird dynamic with baseball where being in better shape doesn't guarantee you're a better athlete, and I think that's true with a lot of sports, except for probably basketball. Basketball, I think, is the one sport where, like, hey, man, you're kind of hefty, dude.
Yeah. I mean, even like Jokic is in like better shape. Like even Jokic has gotten better and better shape.
And he's been a lot better since he's got into better shape. We're correct. So, I am probably the only bot expert at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some people have compared me to a young Richard Simmons. I'm pretty sure that being in better aesthetic shape doesn't guarantee anything. So, people are overanalyzing pictures of Framber Valdez. Also, embrace debate. Did Framber Valdez, Sean Mapes, did he cut his hair or did he remove his extensions? Because he doesn't have the dread or braids or whatever they are anymore. He doesn't have them anymore. So did he cut them or did he remove the extensions?
I removed the extensions.
Do you think those were extensions? You don't think that was natural?
Famously, yeah, because he popped up one day with full dreads.
Wait, that wasn't natural?
No, it was like 2022.
I'm being serious.
Popped
right
it in. Yeah.
Wait, that I just thought he grew it.
No, we talked about it because he just one day just showed up with dreads, in like it was like in the middle of a season.
Damn,
I forgot if it was 22 or 23.
I feel like he's always had dreads. Now,
no,
I don't remember this conversation at all.
I mean, it was like a June 15th kind of day.
Okay.
Where
maybe I'm not paying enough
We talked about
attention
it
to
for
the
a
pictures.
segment because we had nothing else to talk about.
Well, listen, 3 months. You could grow your hair out that long in 3 months if you braid it right.
Not as long as he had it. Because he went from like having a very low haircut to dreads between starts.
Well, yeah, but like you eat, a little Propecia, little collagen in the diet, little Rogaine. It can happen like that. No, listen, I'm not a hair expert. I have great hair, but I'm not a hair expert. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so on a serious note, I think it's very funny that people were getting mad about like, oh, he didn't get a haircut. He removed his extensions.
People correcting Brian McTaggart.
Like, well, actually, Brian, you wouldn't know because you've never had extensions. I got to say, that's got to be the worst thing in the world, like to have extensions in your hair. Like, I know girls do it, but if you're a guy, like, why would you do that?
I probably just wanted dreads.
Isn't it just like, it's like hooked in? Do you remove the hooks at night? Do you shower with the extensions in?
I don't know.
How do you put it back in? I don't know, Sean. You could have extensions for all I know. My world has been blown by this moment.
I do not have extensions.
You don't have extensions?
No,
how do we know? Prove it.
I'll let you pull my hair after the show.
We're going to make that a drop?
I'll let you pull it.
Oh, God. What a moment.
I don't know how extensions work, to be honest.
I don't either.
No idea.
I know that, like, I have pulled someone's hair before and they got mad at me, and I was like, well, no, not even that. It was like I was just kissing, and they're like, stop doing that. And I was like, why? It's like, this isn't my natural hair. And I was like, why are you being fake with me?
I like how they all talk like that.
Yeah, well, I have a type. I like Grandpa. You're so funny. You make me laugh. Yeah, I voluntarily dated these people. I'm kidding. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, a texter. I think you're overanalyzing the overanalysis, Paul. yeah, I think we are.
Are we? Okay, enough extensions talk. Let's talk about extensions, right?
Ooh, right? Alex Bregman, where's the extension? Where is it?
That's the guy who needs his extensions this year.
Oh my God, yeah, we're a little jumpy. It's
a Friday show.
We're loopy.
Yeah.
Happy Friday, everybody. All right, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Guys, Big Tech is invading Astros games this coming season. And no, not in the form of a discount for your $700 margarita. You'll find out what I'm talking about next. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
We do have some more commentary on Framber Valdez. Framber got the extensions at the 2022 All-Star Game in L.A. Okay, well, that's fun. It's kind of surprising that he got those extensions in the middle of the quality start streak, as Sean Mapes and I were talking about during the commercial break, especially given how completely superstitious he seems to be. I mean, they have to wear specific jerseys for him. They're not even good ones that they generally wear. It's not good. Not good at all. So, this is a little bit concerning about the Houston Astros, I would say. Did you see that they're going to be one of 4 baseball teams using facial authentication technology at opening day this year in an effort to speed up fans' entry? They're calling it Go Ahead Entry. It was tested by Philadelphia last year.
I don't trust it.
It's going to be incorporated by every team throughout 2024. Fans have to opt into the service, which will allow them to enter the stadium without having to show a ticket by registering through the MLB Ballpark app. Fans 18 and older and have a digital ticket to the game take what amounts to a selfie through the app. According to MLB officials, the images of fans aren't stored or shared, but instead are converted into a digital token that is used to authenticate fans' likenesses as they walk through the gates. They take the selfie just once as they register, and it'll be used throughout the season upon entry. It's like you have clear at the airport. So for anyone who has been in lines at Astros games, if you've seen them, they can be brutal from time to time. And I'm not just talking about the lines for the El Tiempo margaritas, you know? I'm not just talking about those.
Can we
I
get
would
this
like them for
just-
those.
Just for the concession?
Yeah, I'll give away my information just completely so I can get past this line, because the center field line can get really brutal from time to time. But, man, I hate that we're doing more of this. This is going to be baseball-wide facial recognition technology when you go into an arena and stuff like that. Man.
Yeah, I don't understand how the images aren't stored or shared, but converted to a digital token that is used to authenticate the likeness as they walk through the gates. And then you just do it once, and it's good for the whole season. So it is getting stored.
Yeah.
Like something about how you can identify my face from a camera is getting stored. Like
I'm
that
not
is
thrilled
happening.
with this. I am not thrilled with this. I got to be honest. So there you go, guys. That is the latest update for the Houston Astros.
You know,
as we're 41 days away from the season opener against the New York Yankees, March 28th.
You know, the Astros have been the big brother of the AL West for a long time, but I think this is taking the big brother stuff a little too far.
Yeah, you think so?
I think it's it's a little on the nose.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a little concerning. I just don't like this.
It's not like
it's not the end of the world.
This
It's gonna
on
make
its-
things convenient, but it's again like there's so much. There's
Yes.
so much of our data. It's just like, all right, just here you go. We've already been doing it, and now we're like, wait, maybe we shouldn't have done this.
This on its face is not like anything bad.
Okay.
You know, it's just you could just see where it's like, I'm not sure if I love this exactly. You know, it's like it seems like the first step to giving away a lot of information to Rob Manfred.
Yeah, it does feel like that. All right, guys. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It is 11:52. Time for a little garbage time before we turn things over to Connor and Beard. This is a fairly funny story. Remember Rachel Dolezal, who was controversial because she, I guess, was the head of a NAACP chapter, but people were like, wait, what? Well, ever since that controversy, which you can look up for yourself, she's changed her name to Nkechich Diallo, and she was a teacher at a school until it was found out that she had OnlyFans, and it was found out that also she has changed her name. So she's back in the news. Why are there so many OnlyFans teacher stories?
Wait, because teachers need money.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Easy. Let me just answer the layup first. I'm surprised that you can get a job using a fake name.
Yeah.
that part's
especially a
surprising.
teaching job.
Maybe she actually like went full on.
She must have gotten it legally changed.
But even then, like if you're sitting at a desk conducting a job interview with the teacher and sitting on the other side of the desk is Rachel Dolezal, I feel like I'd be able to be like, hey, wait, I've seen you from somewhere.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
I don't know. I will say, though, changing your name seems awesome. Having an excuse to be like, oh, yeah, let me get in the kitchen and come up with a banger of a name. I wouldn't have gone with the one she went with, though. I would have gone with something different.
That was a really complex one. I don't even know how to pronounce it. A man has gone viral for tweeting this, quote, I think $150,000 to $225,000 a year has to be the worst salary range. You make too much to say, F this place, I quit, but not enough to be financially free without a job for any significant amount of time. Huh.
But like people that make lower than that, all the negatives are still true.
All the negatives are very true.
And even worse.
So he got a lot of pushback for this tweet.
Uh-huh.
And, oh, man. I always enjoy when one of my posts goes viral outside of the tech niche on X. It's a good reminder of what people outside of tech, oil, and finance actually earn. This is the FU at the end. This guy sucks. It also highlights the importance of acquiring high-value skills. Tech people, they want your face at Minute Maid Park, and then they're going to rub it in your face that, hey, we've found a way to get your face at Minute Maid Park and sell it. Ugh. Gen Z are choosing Texas for their new home more than any other state. That's fun.
Wow. That's bussin'.
That is busting for real. No cap.
Yeah, wow.
Texas is reeling in more Gen Z movers than any other state, netting over 76,000 Gen Z movers. California and Florida were second and third with over 40,000 each. Gen Z, Sean.
What?
Gen Z generally refers to those aged 12 to 27.
Oh, wow. Right? It snuck on in there.
You're Gen Z, huh?
I guess so.
Is that a traumatic revelation for you today?
No, not really. Because I know I'm on the border of millennial or Gen Z. And so I guess finally getting to know what's the story from?
This is a story from the Dallas News.
Courtesy of Dallas News.
And a Seattle actually, this is from Zillow. Zillow is the one who put together the study of all the movers in Gen Z.
Thanks, Zillow, for giving me a Gen Z tag.
I mean, it definitely makes you, I would say, like a more hot commodity going forward in your career because you're young.
Yeah, I'm young.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the same age as I was before this conversation, but I actually I'm slightly older than when we started this segment. But now I have the label of Gen Z. It's like being labeled quarterback whisperer or something. It's like, oh, this guy's a quarterback whisperer? Give him a
quarterback
job.
whisperer. Hell
this guy's
yeah.
Gen Z? Hell yeah.
Let's go. All right, guys. Well, that's going to wrap up the week on the Paul Gallant Show. I loved you all. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, our YouTube audience. If you haven't liked and subscribed already, what are you doing? Our Twitchers, texters, and callers. So long. Farewell. Connor and Beard are up next, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Peace!
Oh, it's Connor and Beard on your Friday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hi, guys. Welcome into the show. If you'd like to involve yourself today, you can do that at 713-780-3776. You can watch it on our YouTube page. Head over to YouTube, search for ESPN Houston. Hit the like button, pound that thing, and subscribe. Just pound it. We're going to pound town on that like and subscribe button on YouTube today. If we don't get 150 new subscribers by the end of this show today, Josh is not going to show up on Monday.
I don't like the side of you. That's true. I will. I think that's a decent payoff.
Yeah.
If we can get what was the number that you gave?
150 new subscribers.
If we
on the
can
YouTube
get
page.
150 new subscribers to the YouTube page, I will sit out of the show on Monday.
Yeah.
Heck, you know what? 100. Even if we get 100, I'll sit out the show on Monday.
I said if we don't get it.
Oh, if we don't get
it, Josh isn't showing up on Monday.
I don't like that. It feels like I like the incentive lifestyle. I don't like the punishment lifestyle.
No, it's the punishment to the people, not to you. It's giving you a day off.
I understand that gives me a day off, but like I feel like people will not subscribe just so they don't have to listen to me.
Well, we have decided that people don't like you.
That's not true.
If
That's
you'd
not-
still like
people
to
like
send in
me.
your complaints on the text line like you did yesterday, 713-780-3776.
I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Also, I don't like this side of you. I don't like this whole, I feel like, I like the fact that we added the YouTube.
It's
YouTube
Friday.
is
I
want to
be
awesome.
violent today.
No, I don't like the side of you that's like the YouTuber, like you trying to pretend. You sound like a boomer trying to pretend to be a YouTuber when you're, oh, smash that like and
No,
subscribe.
I just was on YouTube yesterday, and I
worst.
went into some rabbit hole, and there was this one guy that did that at the end of a video.
They
And he's
all
like,
do it.
Make sure you smash the like button here and the subscribe button here. And I'm like, nah, bro, I'm not hitting those.
They all do it.
But do it on our page, please.
Yeah, the personalities that they exude, and I get it because like it's a call to action. You want to do that, but they're like, just if you like this video, make sure to smash that subscribe button and like this video
Pound it,
below.
bro.
Pound it,
Pound it.
pound that smashing like button, and it's just the worst.
We are we're doing great over here. This is what happens when we don't have football in our lives this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what
I'm
are we
going to be
supposed
honest.
to do?
I drove in this morning, and I know that we had the Pro Bowl weekend the weekend before, but that was a break before the Super Bowl. I'm sad, guys. I'm genuinely sad that I don't have an excuse to. Now, I could find other things to watch. Am I going to force myself to watch Chelsea lose to Man City tomorrow?
Yes.
Probably not. I'm going to take my wife to breakfast, I think, instead. But I'm sad that I don't have a college or NFL game to watch this weekend. And I have to say, for the first time in years that I've felt that way about the NFL.
Yeah, I typically the last couple of seasons, especially last year and especially the year before, it was almost like there was like a freedom to football, the football season being over.
Yeah.
Where, like, I didn't really ever I didn't feel like I was obligated to watch the Texans, but I'd still turn them on. But it's just all disappointing. It was disappointing with the Texans. It was disappointing for me personally. It was disappointing with the Cowboys as well. And the football season is like, it's fun because it's football, but there's a reason why the last 4 years I've cared far more about my dynasty football teams than I have like the actual football teams that I root for. And it's because my personal football life has not been that great. And so this is the first year in I'd say probably about 4 or 5 years where I'm legitimately sad that football is over and we don't have it. But don't we have the United Football League? Isn't that coming up soon?
Is that coming up?
I don't know when it's coming up. I know.
And
It's
don't worry,
to
to those of you in the chats already, they're saying talk about the Astros. We're going to talk plenty of
definitely
Astros
gonna
today.
talk
We've been
about
doing
the
that all
Astros.
week. We're going to be. Trust me, there's nobody that's more excited about Astros baseball than this guy right here and being able to talk.
I mean,
about
that's
it.
a pretty bold claim to say that you are more excited than everybody else in the city for
I am.
Astros baseball.
Josh, I'm Astros insider.
Yeah,
Of course, I'm more excited about Astros baseball than
insider.
you,
Astros
than Andrew.
insider means nothing when it comes to excitement for the. I do think that you're more excited for the Astros than I am, just default, right? Because baseball is your number one sport, where it's like tied for second for me.
Yeah.
And then Andrew is the least excited out of all of us for the Astros. He's the number 3. He's like third ranked Astros fan on this show for sure. Like that's not even debatable. And
I'm not accepting this slander. You're going to
not
stop right
debatable.
now.
He's mad about various different slanderous
He's
things
really
we've said
mad
about
that
him
we
this
got
week.
on him yesterday about the Chili's gift
He
card.
is. He is a little.
That Andrew chose his Chili's gift card over other reputable businesses to
It's like
take, and
Adidas or
he came in today still hurt by it. He showed up late today, and when I asked him where have you been, he goes, "I've been at home crying in bed because you guys made fun of me for getting a Chili's gift card."
But do you think he was holding the Chili's gift card while he was crying in bed?
Well, if he hadn't used it, you haven't used
Just
it yet, right?
snuggling it.
No, I still got my $50 gift
You're
card
gonna
to
use it
Chili's.
this next week, maybe.
Get
right?
that triple
That's
dipper
the
in
point.
a
Now that
margarita.
football season is over, might get a triple dipper, a little baby back ribs action, maybe some delicious Chili's fajitas.
When I think of places to go eat ribs, Chili's
Chili's
definitely
is at the top
three.
of the list. Not like J Bar M, which was incredible with the rib. Oh, you didn't even get to have the
Yeah, I
ribs
was
the
off
other day.
that
Oh,
day.
they were so good. But yeah, those Chili's ribs. I do like the triple dipper there. But we're not. I don't think the UFL starts until the end of March, if I remember correctly. I think the first games.
The Roughnecks,
the
not
first,
coached by Wade Phillips.
The first Houston Roughnecks.
Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. We can't start a Roughnecks conversation without it.
Roughnecks. The first Houston Roughnecks games
Is
against
Granado
the Memphis
calling the games?
Showboats. I don't believe so. That's going to be on March 31st. Sunday, March 31st is
Where
week
at?
1. The
And
Roughnecks.
they're not even.
It's in Houston.
They're not
at Rice
playing
Stadium.
at TDECU this year. Yeah,
No,
they're playing at Rice Stadium.
playing at Rice Stadium.
TDECU's getting all that construction done, right?
Yeah, it'll be on ESPN though. It'll be at 2 p.m. Central.
You know what?
March 31st.
I am so excited about having them play at Rice Stadium. You know why, guys? Because that means I could go to that stadium and pee in whiz troughs again. I miss whiz troughs.
Yeah.
I was at one of the nephew's basketball game the other day at, oh God, where were we? We were at one. It was one of the older schools in Fort Bend County, and I went into the bathroom and they had whiz troughs, and I was like, "This is where it's at, whiz troughs." You don't get enough whiz troughs anymore.
Took me a minute to understand what you were saying, but I realized this was a Michaelism.
Somebody said the troughs are gone.
Yeah, I didn't
at
know.
Rice Stadium, no way.
When you were saying whiz troughs, I thought that maybe you were talking about like a restaurant, but you're talking about the troughs
the
in which
trough
you
that
pee
you pee in.
Yeah, I've never heard it called a whiz trough, man.
How?
I don't know. Whiz
You go into a whiz trough and there's just a bunch of ice in it. You just pee on the ice.
It sounds like a wizard-themed restaurant. Like
No.
I don't know what whiz trough
See,
is.
this is the difference between you growing up in Dallas and here.
No,
You've been to
I've peed in troughs before. You just call them like pee troughs.
I grew up going to Rice football and baseball games,
Yeah.
like religiously. And one of my favorite things as a kid. Now, look, maybe me being a little bit of a mischievous kid was going to the whiz troughs so you could just pee everywhere. It was the best part about going to the game.
I've peed in troughs before. I've just never heard anybody use the vernacular whiz trough.
It's a whiz trough.
It's like some kind of wizard palace.
I'm really disappointed if the whiz troughs are gone.
I do.
That's
like
my favorite thing about Rice
well,
Stadium.
it's communal, right? Like that's the best part about peeing in a trough
it's
with
not
other
great
dudes.
for privacy.
No, who cares?
But
it's just a bunch of dudes peeing together,
Yeah.
right? And you're just peeing in the same trough, and it's like this is what men do. It's like,
So we could have had that at Rice Stadium,
but we
but
don't get
no.
that.
We're just gonna have regular old urinals as we watch the Roughnecks.
it doesn't feel as manly. It doesn't feel as manly peeing in a urinal separately. Like it feels like when there's a collective group of men,
it's fine.
It's like we're gonna watch football, we're gonna pee in a trough together, and then we're gonna eat turkey legs, and that feels like what men do.
This is what the first segment when you don't have football is going to be this weekend. I'm driving in today on 59.
Yeah,
and there is and the only reason I'm in this is because you say turkey legs. There is a guy who's driving his truck with like a smoker and everything, and I swear to God, he has advertising on the side of his truck for his turkey leg business. But you know what? He doesn't have just a turkey leg business. He's got another business that's right next to it on the truck. One door in the front of his four-door pickup truck has got his turkey leg like logo and phone number and everything. On the other door, it's got his logo and his phone number for if you're looking for French bulldogs. I was like, what a combo. This guy's selling turkey legs and French bulldogs.
Well, you see those KFC Taco Bell combo joints, and you're like, this is an incredible invention. Two things that don't seem like they'd go together. They go together.
Yeah.
So why not? Why not? Why not?
You think he sells his turkey legs and goes, hey, do you need a French bulldog while you're here?
Or maybe somebody's.
I wanted to
with
take
every French bulldog you buy, you get a free turkey leg.
It could.
It's a good promotion.
I wanted to take a picture of it, but I didn't want to give the guy free pub because his phone number and his Instagram was all over it. But hey, props to that guy. I mean, for whatever at what point in his life he decided, I think I'm going to go into the turkey leg and French bulldog business.
I'm just a little. I'd be concerned about buying food from somebody because it'd be like, what do you do with all the French bulldogs that you don't sell? And then he's just silent for 30 seconds. He's like, here's a turkey leg. I'm like,
eat this.
I don't know if I want to do that.
So off of that, what are we going to do for our weekend? Are we going to go get French bulldogs and turkey legs?
Yeah, that's
since we don't have football.
That is what we should do this weekend. All three of us together. I think what could happen is maybe somebody that sells turkey legs and French bulldogs would be on board with a $50 Chili's gift card. So Andrew can come with us, and we all three get a French bulldog. We all three get a turkey leg, and then we'll trade Andrew's $50 Chili's gift card for that because he says he wants to use it for his friends so everybody can enjoy it together. Well, why can't we trade that for French bulldogs and turkey legs?
We're sitting here talking about what we're going to do this weekend, and I just let it slide by, and big old fake fat Man City fan over here. You're the fakest.
Oh, I'm excited.
The fakest Man City fan ever has not even brought up the fact that his team's playing my team this weekend.
Why would I bring that up right now?
Because you're a fake fan.
I am.
That's
absolutely
what this weekend
not
should
a
be
fake
about.
fan. We've talked about it multiple times on this show. Why on earth would I bring that up? Bring up something that's so hurtful for you. They're going to play tomorrow morning at 11:30. I'm really excited about it.
You just looked it up.
No, I did not. My daughter and I already have it circled on the calendar because she has decided for some reason, because she hung out with you or met you one time, that she's a Chelsea fan now.
She's smart.
And so we're going to watch.
She likes being teased with good and also getting the typical Houston sports treatment of you're going to get crushed in the last second.
The problem is she's a young Aggie fan, so she doesn't know how to do anything. She doesn't know any different, so it's familiar to her. But why would I bring that up? I'm not going to bring up something so hurtful as it's going to be Man City probably 3-0, 3-1, something like that. It's going to be honestly, I think the aftermath of a P trough is probably looks better than what Man City is going to do to Chelsea tomorrow.
I think it's going to be a great day for me. And you know what's also a great day when we get you a Justin Verlander update. What's the latest from spring training? Well, that's coming up in just a second. You know what? Just a second ago, we were talking about whiz troughs, and to the guy on the Twitch or the YouTube chat saying that being excited about whiz troughs is sus. No, it's not. Maybe I want to get a whiz trough installed in my house. Well, you know who I'd ask to install that whiz trough in my house? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's right. The best plumbing in the city of Houston. Whether you're getting a repiping job, maybe you've had some kind of issue with a toilet, a sink, whatever it might be, Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the company for you. Billy Brown and his crew, as reputable as they come, they are a company that is going to take care of the job. They're not going to fool around with you. We live in a world where plumbing companies, look, I've been a victim to it as well, I think like many people, where you call this plumbing company and they come out and they want to charge you $100 just to show up and to take a look at it. That's not what they do at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can head over to their website right now, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, if you'd like to set up your appointment, or you can call 281-488-6238. Get with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I told you, I've got an issue at the house. They're going to be coming out here soon. They're going to get me fixed up. They get so many people fixed up in this great city. They're not there to mess with you. It is a seamless process that they're going to walk you through, and you're going to walk away saying, you know what? For the first time ever, I feel like I've not been jobbed when it comes to my plumbing company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. Give them a call right now. Book that appointment with Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Back to another attempt at Houston Sports Talk with these two noobs. It's Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I didn't check and see. If you'd like to send in your comments about Nadge over here today, don't forget, you can still do that.
Why am I Nadge today? I haven't said anything negative, which, in fact, you know what? Positive note, I finally did it. I finally made my Temu order.
Oh, you did?
Just now, yeah. All of the stuff.
What'd you buy?
I switched it up. I bought the.
Congrats to Temu on their advertising working.
It's work. It officially worked. I just want to see. I bought the unbreakable dishes. We're gonna see if those are breakable or not. We'll test that on the show. I bought the Yeezy Crocs, the fake Yeezy Crocs. And then
you bought those? The boys have those too.
Yeah.
They look ridiculous.
Yeah, they do. They look so stupid. I bought the blue ones. I'm gonna wear them into the show.
Okay.
And I'll break the unbreakable plates in the fake Crocs. And then I bought like some other stuff, like some door sweeps, just to see if I can get like door sweeps for $1 and see if they work.
Good.
Just like I might buy random hardware things from Temu.
I was looking at their website and I go, there's nothing on here I want.
Yeah, no, there's nothing I want or need, but I just spent $21.91 and my order is going to be here in about a week.
That's a lot for $21.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like $20 goes a long way on Temu. None of it's yeah. It's easy. I just shop like a billionaire.
This is not a paid advertisement for Temu.
This is not I mean, although Temu.
Hey, yeah, holla at your boys.
All I'm saying is I'd be a lot less. I'd be a lot cheaper than like how many times the commercial played 5 times and it's $7 million for a 30-second spot. So
they said CBS made $60 million off the commercials.
Off of the Temu commercials,
just
alone?
off the commercials in general.
Oh, just off of commercials in general. That's wild. So yeah, Temu. I'm a lot cheaper than $7 million. I'm just saying. You give me like $7, $7, and I'll talk for you. Give me a Temu credit, and I'll talk for you. I'm good with that, too.
Would you like us to do spots for you personally? Like Michael Connor here for John Stevens. John Stevens is a great guy. He's a guy that will hang out with you on weekends, bring over a nice
I just want Temu
party
cash.
dip. Yeah, we could do those kind of commercials.
Josh Beard here for Temu. I just ordered a brand new pair of shoes on Temu. This is my 4th pair this month.
Yeah, because they fall apart quickly.
They fall apart so quickly, but I'm loving it.
Well, you know what doesn't fall apart, speaking of it? Justin Verlander's shoulder. Boom. You're welcome. That's how you transition.
C+.
I thought it was A+ material.
B- at best.
Well, guess what, Josh? Let's talk real sports for a minute. We have plenty of time to talk about the non-serious stuff, which we're going to do throughout the show today because, look, it's a Friday on a weekend, which, by the way, is a holiday, apparently. Your kids are out of school. The boys, though, aren't out of school today. I don't understand why Lamar Consolidated Independent School District's not out today, but they're out Monday. So a bunch of you, I think, aren't working today, and nobody's going to be working on Monday, right? Because it's President's Day. We really got to celebrate those presidents.
Y'all are going to be working on Monday.
Yeah. Andrew and I will be
Monday.
here. Josh won't. I need to see if we've hit we need 150 subscribers minimum.
Or I'm not showing up.
Yeah, or Josh is not showing up. Somebody said in the chat a minute ago we're closing in on it. I don't know how to look at it. So
150 today already?
Yeah.
Nice.
That'd be
awesome.
good.
I'm still not going to show up no matter what. I've already decided that.
Okay. Well, that's on you. You're just rude. We'll be working.
That's fine.
I'm not going to be here next Wednesday. And then Andrew won't be here Tuesday through Friday. But here's our daily. We need some sort of sound effect. Like, I'm trying to think of what would be. Justin Verlander update.
That is awful.
I thought it was okay.
That was the Justin Verlander update part was okay, but the rest of it was just atrocious.
I mean, it was meant to be atrocious.
Yeah, okay.
Train wreck, Josh.
I don't like train wrecks.
I like train wrecks.
I don't like train
Today
wrecks.
feels like a train wreck day to an extent.
It does feel like a train wreck.
But Justin Verlander update. He threw yesterday in the bullpen. We mentioned that. You finally admitted that you don't feel as bad anymore.
Well, Joe really made me see the error of my ways by listening to him also be upset by it. So I decided to change my mind. And really, honestly, the best decision you can ever make when it comes to a sports take or a sports feeling is just fade Joe. And you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, you should be. Joe, by the way, will be here Monday for the show. So we'll see if he can
fade him all day.
We'll see if he gets some hot takes. But Justin Verlander threw yesterday on flat ground and then threw out of the bullpen. And guess what? Today, Joe Espada told reporters, because Justin There's one thing Justin Verlander's not going to do. He's not going to talk to the media every single day. That is a guarantee. He'll give you maybe once a week, and you're good. That's about all you're going to get out of him.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Whatever.
I have zero issues with that whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't care that much because he actually, showed up at FanFest a bunch during those years, and I got to interview him at FanFest every year, like on the air, which was great. It's like the only time you get to sit down and have a real conversation with him. We talked one time right before he had his baby. We were talking about I was asking about how his skills were at changing diapers. That's the kind of conversation we had. And then we talked about fastballs.
Yeah,
it's good.
Diaper changing and fastballs.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, the changing diapers that's absolutely a skill. Because some people get really good at it. I did not.
There's no way I'm going to be good at it. I'm going to be terrible. I'm going to be so grossed out at baby crap. It's going to be awful.
I would always. It got to a point to where if we knew that our kid or one of our kids was going to have issues with their stomach, my wife wouldn't let me change the diapers because I most likely did not create enough of a seal in the back. If you know what I mean.
Josh got the explosion pants all over the place.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah,
my wife also sent me those videos, the reels on Instagram of like babies literally exploding through their pants, like all up through their chest and back. And I'm like, do we really have to have children? Like honestly,
I mean,
can we just adopt one that's like 32?
I don't know. That's just letting somebody live at your house. That's not adopting a kid. That's just letting a friend stay over. Which I mean, I have some friends that are kind of like babies, so it's technically kind of like the same thing. The first time I ever experienced that was Easter, and our daughter was 1 year old in her Easter dress, and we were at a Carrabba's, and we were eating with our pastor. And we did not bring, we learned a lesson that day. Always bring a change of clothes for your kids.
Smart man. So it's something that I'm going to take advice to. But that being said, Justin Verlander showed up today and
he did not poop his pants.
He did not poop his pants. Confirmed Justin Verlander does not need Depends yet, even at his advanced age of 41. Which, is he 41 right now? No, he's 40, but he's going to be 41 in a few days.
Yes.
He told Joe Espada and reported to the trainers he felt good today. Everything felt fine in response to his bullpen yesterday. So are you ready to admit that you were I know that you came off of it, but are you ready to apologize to the city of Houston for your overreaction on what day was that?
No, was it Tuesday? No, Monday. It was Monday. It was on Monday.
Was it Monday?
Yeah, it was Monday.
Jesus.
Or maybe it was Wednesday.
It's been a weird week.
No, it was Wednesday because Wednesday is when pitchers and catchers reported. And that's when we first heard that he was behind schedule.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not going to apologize to the city of Houston for
I think you should.
No, absolutely not. Why should I have to apologize for being upset?
Because you incited panic.
No.
I saw people running through the streets naked, freaking out like they were on bath salts.
That was
because
me.
You're like, oh, my God, this season's over. Justin Verlander's not going to pitch.
That was me running through the streets naked, and it wasn't bath salts. It was vodka soda. Thank you very much. B, I'm not going to apologize. Justin Verlander's the one who created the panic. He didn't have to say anything. If he hadn't said what he had said, if he hadn't said, yeah, my shoulder was feeling a little weird, I'm a little behind schedule, Joe Espada wouldn't have had to say anything about it, and then we wouldn't be where we are right now. I like that they said something. I like that they're a little bit more open with it, but technically Justin Verlander didn't have to say anything until he really kind of, I don't know, maybe felt like what his shoulder was going to feel like throwing off the mound. If he had an issue throwing off the mound, and then today he would say, you know what, shoulder's a little messed up, I'm a little behind schedule, I'd understand it. But he is the one who created the panic, not me. So Justin Verlander should be apologizing to me.
I think you should apologize.
No, I won't do it, and you can't make me. There's nothing you can do to make me apologize.
You know what? I'm going to come over there and hit that finger during the break.
I will dodge it. I'm bigger than you.
You're not that fast.
I'm
Josh, you fall downstairs. You're not that fast.
I fell down the stairs one time, and you use it against me every single time I say anything. I'm bigger than you, and I'm faster than you.
I mean, you're not faster than me. There's no way.
With my one finger, I'm faster than you.
There's no chance. Andrew, who do you think wins a race, me or Josh?
It's not a race. It's about quickness. It's about just body quickness, not an actual race.
I'm talking about, any
40-yard dash.
Who wins?
I do.
Michael.
No, not even close. Wouldn't even be close. Okay, now we have to do this.
Yeah.
We could race down the hallway during the break.
No, that's not wide enough.
I'll push you into a door.
No, we'd have to take turns.
No,
I don't have the right shoes on either.
You know what? We need to find somewhere where we could do a 40-yard dash. I'm not taking turns. I want to embarrass you live in the moment. I don't want a stopwatch to decide it. I want people to clearly see that a big, fat old man is beating you in a foot race.
There's no chance.
Oh, there's a chance.
All right. Next week we're gonna get, even if it's on the parking garage, we're gonna.
Paul's not allowed to do the race with us. This is just the two of us.
It's just a Connor and Beard thing.
He'll try to. It's any time somebody's doing a foot race, Paul's gonna try to get in the middle of it.
He can have his own foot race with Sean.
Yeah,
This is a you and
They
me
can play
thing.
footsie together.
Monday,
but we're gonna play footsie
Monday,
just the two of us.
on the parking garage, on the roof of the parking garage.
Okay.
We are going to have a foot race.
Dude, get ready.
A 40.
No, not on Monday. I'm not here on Monday.
Oh crap!
Tuesday. On Tuesday.
Yeah.
And Andrew's not going to be here. That's going to be the sad part. But we're going to settle this.
He'll be okay.
We're going to settle this like gentlemen.
We're not letting him race. He'd beat both of us.
No, I would beat Andrew.
Oh
I'd beat both of y'all.
You are on bath salts today. There's no. You're on something.
No.
You have to be on something. There's no way that you're not.
I'm always on one.
I'm gonna beat Josh in that. Hey, you know what? I'm not concerned about is beating Josh in that race. I'm also gonna ask you if you're concerned about something, and it is in terms of the quarterback here in the city of Houston. Are you concerned with C.J. Stroud? We'll tell you about that, or give you the question next.
Who says two wrongs can't make a right? Oh, yeah, that was me referring to these two chodes, Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Your favorite chodes on 97.5 and 92.5. Connor and Beard right here with you until 3 o'clock today. Join us, 713-780-3776. I didn't check to see if we got any. Oh, we got one. Which family member texted in and said that they vote for you to win the foot race, Josh? Says I vote for Josh.
No, but I didn't have a
Some
family member
big people are
text in.
still sneaky fast.
I am one of those sneaky fast
I have no
big
doubt in my
people.
mind that Michael loves to hate watch women's college basketball. I'd put money on it.
rude.
I don't watch women's college basketball at all. The only time I will say I have watched women's college basketball recently just because it was on the TV at the gym. And it was this past weekend when Caitlin Clark was going, which she got the record last night.
I enjoy watching her.
But they're playing Nebraska.
Yeah.
It was on all the TVs in there. So, I saw that. But no, I don't watch women's college basketball.
I don't either.
Nothing against. I've been to one women's college basketball game. You know which one it was? When Brittany Griner punched the player from Texas Tech.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a video somewhere on SportsCenter where you could, it quickly pans and you could see my red hair. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily dislike women's basketball. I just don't seek to watch college basketball in general. It's just not like something.
Yeah,
that
I don't watch the
I don't
men's
really
game.
think about it. So it's not like a women's versus men's even. It's just the college game in general. I don't typically enjoy unless it's March.
Yeah. Hey, question for you guys here in this segment.
Yeah.
Are you getting to a point where you're concerned about CJ Stroud in terms of what he's doing in
Why?
the offseason?
Well, yesterday we talked about him being at the Super Bowl in the press box with Russell Wilson and some of the Kardashians.
Yeah.
Which, we very tongue-in-cheek said that was a concern, but I'm not really actually concerned.
He's been
about
all
that
over
at
the place in the media, podcast, interviews, whatever.
Which is fine.
Last night he played in the Travis Scott celebrity softball game. He was named the MVP, by the way. And then he's jetted right off to Indianapolis. He's going to play in the Ruffles NBA All-Star Celebrity Game tonight.
Yeah. I don't have
Shout out to Ruffles.
I don't have any issues with that at all. I know they're
If he wins MVP of that, does he get bags of Ruffles chips?
like a year's supply. Of
Andrew and I were
Ruffles.
talking about this before
That's
the show.
a bigger concern.
We both love Ruffles.
Ruffles are fine. They're
I think
okay.
they're great.
I'm more of a Lay's fan than a Ruffles fan.
No, Team Ruffles all day.
No,
Team Ruffles all day.
Ruffles are okay, but I'd rather
Lay's
have
are just slathered in grease.
No, you get the lightly salted ones. If you get the lightly salted Lay's, those are the best.
The lightly
potato
salted
chips you can
Ruffles
get.
too are the same, just as good.
Ruffles kind of
they're crisper.
No,
they're not so thin.
Okay. Ruffles are half. To me, they've always kind of seemed a little kind of half stale. But they're still good, but they're a little
bad
stale.
take. All-time bad take by Josh
It's not a bad
Beard.
take at all. Oh, yeah. No, definitely trust the guy who only eats chicken 98% of the time and the guy who doesn't eat fat guy food anymore. But definitely don't trust the man who has, at least 60 pounds of fat sitting on top of solid muscle. That is what I am.
I love Ruffles.
I am if you put a claymation
I'll give
figurine
you
on a
Lays. The only Lays that
Lays
are
are great.
acceptable is wavy Lays because they're
wavy.
thicker.
See, wavy Lays are better than Ruffles.
No,
way
Ruffles
better.
are better.
No, this is the worst chip take of all time. Ruffles
No.
aren't even second on the list.
I bet you right now 713-780-3776. Ruffles or Lays, which one it is? I bet
they're
you
gonna
Ruffles.
say Lay's.
I bet you
No
Ruffles
way.
crushes in this vote.
Absolutely not. Ruffles are the Pepsi of the chip world.
No, they're
yeah,
not.
they are. They're the Ruffles are the Crystal Pepsi of the chip world. Ruffles are the chip that you have if you go to somebody else's house and they buy Ruffles instead of Lay's. Ruffles are what you have whenever the store is out of Lay's. And
I
you
would
just need
expect
a
a
chip.
Cowboys fan who is got his team that's got a big, heavy corporate sponsorship with Frito-Lay to love Lay's.
It has nothing to do with that. Somebody said I thought Lay's made Ruffles. No, they're two different things, right?
I have no idea.
We need to look this up. This may be a bad take by all of us.
It could be a bad take by all of us.
Ruffles are different.
Who makes Ruffles?
The
Ruffles Company?
Yes, Ruffles Incorporated.
All right, good. Just wanted to make sure. Oh, no, it's PepsiCo.
Oh,
it's Frito-Lay. Damn it.
Oh, it is
It's the
Frito-Lay.
same company.
Ah, crap.
But you know what? The argument's the same. Ruffles are better than Lay's.
No.
It's easy.
This owner, PepsiCo, Ruffles are the Pepsi of the chip world.
No,
Sorry.
they're not.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that I think the sour cream and onion Ruffles are better than other sour cream and onion chips, though.
No.
Yes.
Again, bad takes.
What are you talking about? You know nothing about chips.
I know everything about chips. I know more than you do, Josh.
We're supposed to be talking about whether or not we're concerned
so
about
are you
CJ
concerned
Stroud.
about CJ Stroud?
I'm far more concerned about you and your chip consumption than I am about CJ Stroud.
Everybody's already weighing in here. That it's better. Ruffles.
Ruffles, no way. This is insane. Ruffles over Lay's.
Ruffles clears. Thank you very much. They both suck. Oh, that's true. Definitely Lay's. Ruffles all day.
You're
Ruffles
winning
all
by a
the
lot.
way. Ruffles for dipping.
You're winning by so much. Then somebody said Utz Ripple chips.
I don't know.
Get out of here with your
All right,
Utz.
so are you concerned, though? He's all over the place.
No.
I can tell you this right now. I'm not concerned one bit, and I think that it's a bad take by people that are out there running with any kind. And there's been a little bit of it that's hit the internet. Like, I don't like this. I want him to stay grounded and all this. Keep listening to the man talk. He's just got. It's February the 16th. And you know what he doesn't need to be doing today? Throwing a football 8 million times a day. Like, he'll get back to work here soon. I have no doubt about that. I'm not one bit concerned about right after the season ending, him doing a few things. You're a human being, too. You got to decompress.
I think that C.J. Stroud is – I don't think he's the kind of guy who is going to be all of a sudden surprised by being in some of the scenarios that he's been in. Everybody was concerned about C.J. Stroud before the season started because he went to the white party after he got drafted. What happened there? Nothing. Like, this is something that he's been used to. It's not like C.J. Stroud is
At the white party, he hung out with Devontae Adams the whole time. And
Right.
Devontae said how awesome it was.
Right. He's not some guy who is just being thrust into the world all of a sudden. I think that his star is shining way brighter than it was before, but it's not like he wasn't in some of these similar environments whenever he was at Ohio State before the draft happened. Like, this is I have no concerns about C.J. Stroud being able to navigate these worlds and be able to do all of these things. Like, he's still going to put in the work. He's still going to prepare. The season just ended. Give the guy a chance. He was doing some other cool things. Other cool things that, mind you, a lot of other quarterbacks do. Patrick Mahomes was doing all sorts of stuff like this after his first season as the starter. So I have zero concerns about C.J. Stroud being distracted by podcasts and the Travis Scott celebrity softball game and the celebrity game NBA All-Star Weekend. Like, at least
you could be concerned about the Travis Scott angle because that would mean more Kardashians could come in, right?
No.
Because isn't he with one of the or he was with one of the Kardashians or whatever?
With
or
a
the Jenner?
He's
got a
with one of
baby with the
Jenners,
Jenner?
I guess. Maybe.
So he's still Kardashian adjacent.
But
if
I'm
you're
not
concerned about
But
that?
I'm not concerned about. I really am not at all. Like, we're not hearing about C.J. Stroud going and like hanging out with a porn star, or we're not hearing about C.J. Stroud going and being at strip clubs every single night and going out and drinking and partying. We're not hearing stories about like him flashing a bunch of cash somewhere and doing he's playing softball. He's doing podcasts talking about football. This is all
hopefully he didn't
stuff.
hang out with Johnny Manziel last night at the event. Johnny was there.
I think it was fine. I'm not worried about him being around Johnny at all.
Andrew, you worried?
Not really. And also, I'm sure you guys remember the conversation he had when he was on the podcast with Tom Brady and Jim Gray earlier in the season, where Tom Brady talked about, in the offseason, you can go enjoy yourself and you can go have some fun and do things. But when you're in the season and when you're in those doors in the facility, you got to be locked in basically 24/7 throughout the entire season. And Michael, I think you're 100% right when you say you need some time to just decompress and get away from things. And the only part of it that even remotely concerns me, and I'm going to be honest, it's not a real worry of mine, but it's just like a freak accident can happen while you're performing at an athletic event, right? Like, something can happen while you're playing softball or when he's playing at the Celebrity All-Star game.
Don't put that out there tonight.
But
he's going to walk up and down the floor, no running.
Yeah.
But that's the only concern I would have is like that some freak accident would happen. Outside of that, let C.J. Stroud live and enjoy his life. He's still 22 years old.
I'm with you.
He's a 22-year-old who wants to enjoy the celebrity that he's getting.
Is it enjoying the celebrity or just enjoying the opportunities that are in front of you?
Both.
I don't get the feel that he's like worried about being a celebrity.
But it's not from that aspect, but he's getting the opportunities because of the celebrity from being like an NFL player whose star is rising. Like, let him enjoy that as a 22-year-old dude, because
he's not Deshaun Watson. People, quit worrying about it. He's not going to be Deshaun all of a sudden. He's not going to be doing happy baby pose with a bunch of girls from Instagram. Like, it's going to be okay.
This kid's the way he talked, the way people talked about him, really did seem like he was a kid who was locked in from the beginning of the season, whenever it came to even the spring practices that they did, whenever rookies had to like training camp stuff, like he was ready to go the entire time. He wasn't hitting his knees on desks like old Michael does.
Christ, that hurt.
He was locked in from the beginning of the season till the very end of the season. So let him have some fun.
It's gonna be great, guys. He's gonna go out there tonight in the All-Star game. He's gonna win the MVP. It's gonna be awesome. And I'm not gonna watch it. You know why? I don't care. I don't. As long as he comes out, as long as I don't see a tweet about C.J. Stroud getting hurt in it, I'm fine. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Which, by the way, there was somebody already hurt in the All-Star Celebrity game. So apparently this game tonight is coached by Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith on opposing teams. Well, they're having a practice with it, and Stephen A. Smith was coaching up his team, and Micah Parsons is on his team. And Micah Parsons crossed him over, and Stephen A. Smith hurt himself and had to go to the hospital.
Oh,
So
man.
as long as
poor
he
Stephen A.
avoids hanging out with Stephen A. Smith, I think he'll avoid injury.
Yeah.
I bet he'll be on Shannon Sharp's team.
I hope so. I really do hope so.
Yeah.
That'll be fine.
You watch it tonight and give us a report.
I absolutely.
Andrew, you gonna watch it?
Yeah, of course. What else am I going to do at 6 p.m. on a Friday night?
Literally nothing else.
Get some snacks.
It's a little early for snacks.
Hey, a little weekend primer. Just a little preview.
No.
Just a little tease.
It's too early to talk about snacks right now,
fine.
too.
Well, you know what we could talk about when we come back? What's going on across the NFL, and it is the roundup next here on Connor and Beard. Count them up, write them in on a Friday on the roundup. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get the serious ones out of the way real quick. First of all, it's been a bad week in terms of what's been involved around the NFL with the shooting at the Chiefs parade. I think the number was, 23 were injured. One was unfortunately killed.
Yep.
Adam Schefter just tweeted a couple minutes ago, 2 juveniles have been charged with crimes connected to the shooting at the Chiefs parade there this past week. So there's that update. But the other one was Taylor Swift has donated $100,000 to the family of Lisa Lopez Galvan, who was the one that died in the parade shooting there in Kansas City. She was a radio host there in Kansas City. Look, I shouldn't say we. I'm not going to put we on it. I love the dog Taylor Swift all the time on this show, but for real, it's a very nice gesture.
Yeah.
Very good thing that basically, I would assume, covers funeral cost because funerals are insanely expensive today. It's been a bad week for it, and we haven't talked deeply about it because I just don't want to get into gun talk. It never goes any way other than one person hates you, the other person it's a pointless conversation to me to have.
Right.
But it's a very good, nice gesture from her in a very terrible time to give back to somebody that unfortunately lost their life.
Yeah, and these coming out of situations and stories like this, these are the stories that I like to talk about and like to think about is when a tragedy like this happens, there's a lot of negativity surrounding it, and there's a lot of bad surrounding it, right? But you can find some of the good, and good people do step up and do the right thing. And this donation doesn't fix that. It doesn't fix all the sadness and
it doesn't bring the
grief,
person back,
right? And it doesn't bring her back. But to do this for this family is very good, and it's something that can at least help ease one burden while they process and deal with the grief that they're about to go through.
So yeah, there's your and this is the updates continue to roll. What's the latest when it comes to that? On the football side of things, there was a little bit of news from a quarterback today in the AFC West. Well, he was in the AFC West. He'll no longer be in the AFC West because he is about to be released by the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, look, that being Jimmy Garoppolo, he lost his spot when Josh McDaniels was gone, and they played Aiden O'Connell the rest of the season once Antonio Pierce took over. But Jimmy Garoppolo was set to make $11.25 million if he was on the roster, or at least it would have been guaranteed for the 2024 season. But now that can be voided by the Raiders because today he was suspended for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. This is according to the report from Adam Schefter. Says the policy violation is said to be related to Garoppolo using a prescribed medication without having a valid therapeutic use exemption from the league. The suspension is for 2 games in 2024. He's not appealing it. He's taking it. He is going to be a free agent for somebody else to sign, and he'll be a backup for somebody this season after those 2 games.
First thing, one of the first comments on this post is somebody saying performance enhancing with quotes around it for the performance enhancing.
It
for
probably has
Jimmy
to be
Garoppolo.
It probably has to be Adderall.
Something like that. This is my initial take. This feels like some really dirty business by the Raiders. This feels like really wrong, dirty business. They're
By the Raiders?
By the Raiders.
Why?
Because this feels like somebody knew that he was taking some kind of prescription, knew that he didn't have that, and it feels like someone within the Raiders organization turned it in.
Conspiracy ass Josh.
Does it not feel like that?
No, it feels like
no.
Players get randomly tested all the time, and it's the off season. And guess what?
No.
There are a lot of guys that go into the off season and say, you know what, I'm going to use something that I wouldn't use in the regular season, and hopefully I won't get caught. And he probably got popped, and now he doesn't have to. Now the Raiders got lucky, and they can void the guarantee.
Luck. That luck. The NFL teams seem to get real lucky with this stuff all the time.
I'm sure Mark Davis was sitting outside of Jimmy Garoppolo's bushes somewhere in Vegas, watching his every move with binoculars and going, "What's he taking today?
Dude, it's so
what is that? Look, he's taking Adderall. Call the league. Let's get him in.
No.
Let's get him today. Let's void this contract."
It's so easy for them to know what these guys are taking. It could have been something as simple as a conversation, or they just knew that he was taking something like that. It got to them, and they just held that in their back pocket for when they needed it. And it just so happened that he tests, and all of a sudden is going to have this violation for the NFL's performance-enhancing substance policy right whenever they need to save a bunch of money before free agency. That doesn't even strike you as a little bit weird?
No.
That the timing is just a little bit too convenient for me.
Andrew, do you think it's weird?
No, I don't think it's strange at all. This is the sort of thing that this happens across the NFL all the time. This is not some sort of conspiracy on behalf of the Raiders where they did some shady stuff in Jimmy G's contract. Now, look, if you want to talk about the start of his contract when he was coming back from the foot surgery and everything else, then we can have a little bit of a discussion there. But I think this is just standard procedure, and Jimmy G's an idiot for not properly regulating what he's putting in his body.
I agree with that part. Like, he should have absolutely gone through the proper route to be able to take that. But you'd be real hard pressed to convince me that the Raiders weren't holding that in their back pocket when they needed that extra money.
Conspiracy Ass Josh. Our first Cash on the show. Cash is very alive.
He doesn't make an appearance a lot, but
he's completely overthinking
Nope,
this thing.
not at all.
Sorry that Jimmy Garoppolo's a dumbass. Of all the quarterbacks you would have put the possibility of having a performance-enhancing drug suspension, Jimmy Garoppolo probably wouldn't have cracked my top 5.
1264 on the text line says the only thing dirty about this situation is that Jimmy G was about to make $11 million plus. Good job, Raiders, doing your part to keep mediocrity out of the NFL.
Well, that's true. He's still going to get good money.
Is it a good job by them to keep mediocrity out of the NFL if they really are like the embodiment of mediocrity in the NFL right now?
Are they even mediocrity or they're just bad?
Yeah,
they made the playoffs two times.
Mediocre does not
made
mean
the Super Bowl.
Mediocre does not mean average. It means less than average, but they're not the worst.
But no, I mean they're pretty close.
They are.
I don't know. I mean they're average. They've been average during all those years. Like what was it? Del Rio and then DeGroote.
Yeah,
they were just very average every year. They're around 500 with Derek Carr.
They're hanging around the middle. They're there for some fun wins and some bad losses, and for all of us to laugh at them. And Devontae Adams is stuck there.
I mean, who they're going to have play quarterback is interesting. I don't know who the hell they're going to go for.
Right now, it's Aiden O'Connell, but I don't know where else they go. They could draft a guy, I guess.
But they're too far. There's been a lot of talk that the Raiders could be a team that's going to shoot up or try to jump up in the draft if they can. Now, they were a team that was reportedly, everybody in the building wanted C.J. Stroud there last year, except for Josh McDaniels, who didn't, like an idiot. Congratulations to him. But the Raiders pick in the draft this year, I was just pulling up the draft order real quick. They're down there. They're 13th. They're not getting a quarterback at 13.
No.
You can't. I can't
imagine
they
could get one, but not the one they want.
They could jump to number 2 or number 3. It's just going to cost them a ton. We watched what were the Texans last year where they jumped from?
They jumped from 13?
13? Yeah.
I think 13
to 3.
And they had to give up an extra first and their second round pick to do it.
Yeah.
So
theirs worked out.
Yeah, theirs worked. It may not work out because if they're jumping up to 3, then that means they're probably taking one of Jaden Daniels or Drake May, one of those two, and we don't know which one yet. We won't know until after the combine, whenever some team falls in love with some workouts.
It's a damn shame for the Raiders that they're always so bad. Best uniforms in the sport. Not even close.
They're all right. I'm not as
best.
I'm not as big of a fan as other people are, but they're all right.
They're the best.
They're fine.
They're
above
fantastic.
average.
No, they're without a doubt top 3 in the league. Without a doubt.
Disagree. Too plain.
Says the guy who likes a crappy Cowboys uniform.
I don't like those uniforms. They're plain too. They're on par with the Raiders uniforms in my opinion.
All right. Hey, Seahawks in the NFC West yesterday told Geno Smith that they're going to keep him around and he will be allowed to collect his $12.7 million in guarantees. He'll obviously, have a good chance, if not be the starter for the Seahawks once again next year. Is this the right move for Seattle?
Yeah, yes, this is the right move for Seattle. I still like Geno Smith. If they could go out and get a better quarterback, awesome.
Dealt with injuries last year, but he played
well.
fairly well. 20 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Where would they go out and get something better than Geno Smith? Also, this is an example of a team not trying to screw over a quarterback on the books to try to free up some money. Seahawks.
He's also affordable.
This is why the Seahawks are better than the Raiders, because they don't like slip some fake Adderall prescription into Geno Smith's locker and then turn him in. I know it didn't happen because the Seahawks wouldn't do that. They guarantee him that $12.7 million, which is good for him. I think this is the right move for them. Obviously, if you could get a better quarterback, you would, but I don't know where they would go and get that, so it's going to be fine for one more year.
Like, he's not a Super Bowl winner, but I think he's one of the better, like, when you're stuck quarterbacks to have in the league.
He's a bridge. He's a bridge. He is one of the best bridge quarterbacks in the NFL, if not the best.
Look at his last 2 years there for the Seahawks. I mean, now look, they've barely been above 500, but they made the playoffs. The first year? Last year they kind of fell apart with his injuries and whatnot. He went 8-7 when he started in 15 games, but he's been there for the last 2 years starting. They've been 17-15, 7,900 yards, 50 touchdowns, 20 picks. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
And, if I was a Seahawks fan, I'd want them to go find the permanent guy, but another year of Geno Smith with somebody coming in, and at some point they, push him out, then fine, whatever. I think it's a completely acceptable option to play next year. So
he's got weapons to work with, too. If they can all come back healthy, then he's still got a couple of really nice weapons at running back. Two young, both of them are still. Charbonnet's coming off his rookie season. Kenneth Walker's going to be going into his third year. He's got Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's got DK Metcalf. I think
they could trade DK Metcalf to Houston if they want. I'll take him.
Trade DK to Houston for a third-round pick. Who says no?
The Seahawks?
No, stop. You're supposed to just dive into it and agree with me.
Yeah.
Do ridiculous trade machine type
You're
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trade DK Metcalf for, you know what? John Mechie and a 6th-round pick for DK Metcalf. Who says no?
The Seahawks are going to jump all over it. You know why? 'Cause
exactly.
They're probably all hopped up on whatever those people up there in Seattle are hopped up on. But there's the roundup. Not a lot going on around the league now as we head into the dead period ahead of free agency. But when it comes to free agency, some options for the Texans. Josh will give you some hypotheticals when we return to hour 2 of Connor and Beard.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'll take the Negroni.
A Negroni, Magliato with Prosecco in it.
How's your savings account stacking up? You could be earning more on your money with a CD from Home Bank, an annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. Want a longer term? Home Bank has a 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD. The minimum balance for these rates is just $2,500. Treat yourself to more savings this year and visit any area Home Bank location today. Home Bank, member FDIC.
The President's Day weekend sale is here at Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf. Don't miss incredible deals like 20% off used clubs, 30% off select apparel, and get custom fit on the new TaylorMade QI10 drivers. Book your free custom fitting online today. Swing into Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf for the President's Day weekend sale, or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there.
Progressive asks, what do a middle school slumber party,
Let's stay up all night. Yeah!
a sleep-deprived girl, an early morning paper route, and a poorly thrown rolled-up newspaper have in common?
Hey, my window!
They can become a fast-breaking news story.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language? In as little as 3 weeks, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Well, now the football season is over and you stand ready to sink back into your full, mundane, everyday non-football existence. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 would like to take this opportunity to assist this transition with some personal affirmation. You're a good person with a great life. So many blessings you can count on each hand. That's like over 20 fingers. Football may be over for now, but there are plenty of other sports like baseball and basketball to escape into and avoid all those blessings you just counted. You have your friends and compadres here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to keep you informed and entertained on the radio and on YouTube. John and Lance, Paul Gallant, Connor and Beard, the Killer Bees, the Bullpen. So roll up your bootstraps and pull yourself up by the sleeves. You have plenty to be happy about right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Greetings, Earthling.
In a world, in a symphony of debauchery, two strangers must work in tandem, and the task ahead of them is vast and treacherous. Can they face the challenge? Will they survive? Michael Connor and Josh Beard. It's Connor and Beard.
I wish we could drive around in a Cadillac today together. Just do the show from a Cadillac.
I would do that.
Somebody's got a Cadillac they'd like to let us borrow.
Yeah, just let us borrow your caddy.
We'll use it. We can do the show from there. It is Connor and Beard. Hour 2, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You like to give your great takes on anything that you hear out of our mouths today, which is usually fantastic stuff. 713-780-3776. You can call or text. You can watch the show over on our YouTube page. Search ESPN Houston. And as we told you to start hour number 1, if you don't get us at least another 150 subscriptions to our page, Josh won't work on Monday.
I'm not coming in.
So you need to go to the ESPN YouTube page right now and hit the like button, but more importantly, pound the subscribe button. Pound it. Pound it all day.
Smash it.
Yeah, and then watch the show.
Pound it and smash it.
That's the best thing that you could do. Just pound and smash that keyboard as much as you possibly can. And then you can find us on Twitter or I did it. X. It's X, guys.
Yeah, it's all right. You're getting better at it.
M. Connor Radio, Josh Beard Radio, and Carlson Radio for the Radio Boys. You didn't do it with me.
Well, sorry.
You were yawning. Way to go.
I was yawning.
Because I bore you, apparently.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's okay.
Wow.
No, you don't actually bore me.
Wow. You know, I know I've said mean things to you at times, but I think it was the meanest thing that you've ever said.
I'm sorry. That was like, this is the problem. We've been working together so long. It's like we're starting to get to know each other, and now I'm just like saying some of the unhinged things that just come off the top of the dome. So I apologize for that. You do not bore me.
It's a feisty Friday.
It is a feisty Friday.
And you want to get feisty right now, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely.
You put together a list of hypotheticals today.
I did. I was trying to figure out how I wanted to do this. I almost gave you and Andrew a budget that you had to work from, but I didn't want to do that. Yeah,
you in a budget?
No, well, it would have been the budget of whatever cap room from whatever source has been saying that the Texans have whatever kind of cap space they might have, but I didn't want to do that because I just wanted to go through each of these position groups. And we're going to play Texan free agent or draft. You can only pick one of these things. So you can either choose to re-sign a Texan, a guy, somebody who was with the Texans in 2023. You can go to a free agent and sign a free agent, or you can choose to go to the draft instead.
So at each group here, I can only pick one of these. So this is just like this, that, or the other, but an extended version.
Yeah, kind of a little bit. I didn't really mean for it to be that way, but
that's okay.
Here we are, a Friday version, extended version of this, that, or the other, but with like specific groups, because we keep talking about all of these different free agents and all the cap space and all the room that they might have available, but we don't really actually look at it from an each position group that they're going to have to figure out. We talk about one at a time, but we never really talk about all of them together and really get an idea of where the Texans would be at if you make these decisions. So we'll start with wide receivers. So the options at wide receiver are sign Mike Evans and all of these projections are from projections that I've seen online for contracts for these guys. So sign Mike Evans to a 3-year, $75 million deal. You give Nico Collins an extension, or you can draft a wide receiver in the first round.
I think that this one is kind of easy. And I'm still blown away that I've reached this point. We didn't fight, but we had our disagreements.
We did, yeah.
Early in the season. But as the year moved along and he continued to grow, and I think his skill set fits what they do and fits C.J. Stroud just beautifully, I'd rather get the Nico Collins extension done and not fart around with it.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
All right, so the Nico, I don't know what realm do we think the Nico Collins extension would look like?
4 for $80? Is that right?
Yeah, I think somewhere around that $20 million. Look, if Kirk Cousins is making $20 million a year, Nico Collins would probably deserve that same
4 for 85?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, but
I'd do the 4 for 80.
Between 80 and 90 million. I mean, how much of it guaranteed? Who knows?
Yeah.
It's a lot for guys only done it 1 year, but I feel confident that it wasn't an anomaly with C.J. Stroud.
It's more cost. Look, if you go with the Mike Evans, the 3 years, 30.
You're getting the younger
3 years,
player.
75. That's
Rather
going to be
have a
$25 million a year.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get the younger player. Andrew, where would you go with wide receiver? Mike Evans at the 3 years, $75 million, a Nico Collins extension, or draft a wide receiver in the first?
I agree with Michael. I think this one is pretty simple. It's a Nico Collins extension. I believe that he is on his path to being a superstar wide receiver in this league. I think that his performance last year, everything about it looks like it should be repeatable year on year. And what he displayed, as long as he stays healthy and C.J. Stroud remains his quarterback, I don't see a way that Nico Collins is not putting up monster year after monster year in a Texans uniform for as long as he's here.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm doing? Both of y'all see what I'm doing right now?
What?
If you're watching on YouTube.
You're patting her back.
Yeah, I'm patting myself on the back. Why am I patting myself on the back, Michael?
Because you guys to agree?
The very first day of this show, I said Nico Collins was a wide receiver 1.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
was met with derision.
Yeah,
I was met with judgment. And I was right at the end of the day.
Look, blind squirrel finds a nut occasionally, right?
That is very, very true, because I could have just as easily have been wrong.
Yeah, it worked out.
I saw one thing on one move on one play with Nico, and I was like, I like that.
I'm going to go in and I'm going to proclaim him number one in the entire league.
Yeah, I like that one little off move he made, and now I'm going to go all in on it. All right, running back position. Devin Singletary at 3 years, $12.75 million. Austin Eckler at 2 years, $13.5 million. Or draft a running back in the second round.
I think this one, like the first one, is easy. It's draft the running back in the second round.
Interesting.
I would like having both of those players that you mentioned, but I'd rather get a young guy. I'd rather have a guy that maybe I can find that can fit my system and be a future piece for the next 4, 5, 6 years. Those guys are short-term options. To me, those are stopgaps. Those aren't bell cow, hand the ball off all the time running backs. And I don't need the Texans offense to have that guy from the standpoint of they can't throw the football. We know that they can throw the football, but I'm trying to find the gem. Like in the second round specifically, if you can find me a talent like a Breece Hall, and I don't know if that's necessary, but I'm just thinking about guys that were drafted in the second round. If I can get a guy that goes out there and plays like Breece Hall, then yeah, I'm going to go with the second round pick.
Andrew?
Yeah, again, this one is pretty simple for me too, and it's draft a running back in the second round. As much as I enjoyed having Motor here last year, and I thought by and large he was a effective running back, and I think that's about as far as I would go with my praise of him, there's another dimension of this offense that can be unlocked with someone who's a super dynamic athlete out of the backfield. And I don't think that Austin Eckler is that guy anymore. While he still could be an extremely productive running back in terms of catching the ball out of the backfield, I would let somebody else take a punt on that and get some exciting talent in that could really potentially make a difference in this offense and how explosive they are, and give them a whole new dimension that they just simply did not have this past season.
See, I'd take Austin Eckler. I would, because just for one reason and one reason only. I think drafting a running back in the second round is too early. That'd be too early for me when I think there are other holes.
What if it is a Breece Hall? Like, what if he is Breece Hall?
It's not like we're
36. I just looked at it. He's the 36th pick in the draft.
If Breece Hall is in this draft and you can get him at 36, yes, but he's not. Like, that's the problem.
You don't know that.
If you're drafting a running back in the second round, that means you're going.
Don't you look at a mock draft?
You're reaching. I have been. You're reaching for a guy like Blake Corum, or you're reaching for a guy like Jonathan Brooks out of Texas. I like both of them, but you could get that kind of talent in the third round. I would rather go third or fourth round. I wouldn't want to draft in the second round, and I'd rather sign Austin Eckler to that cheap deal.
I feel like you can find another Singletary or another Eckler.
That's a fair point.
And not spend that much money.
To me, Eckler for 2 years, essentially like
he's just
over $7 million a year. That's not a big deal to me. That's way better and more cost.
I'm telling you, I'd rather go spend my money on Josh Jacobs.
All right,
let's spend my money.
Let's move on to tight end, and if we want to, we can move the defensive side of the ball to a little bit later. But with tight end, the three options are Dalton Schultz at 3 years, $33 million, Noah Fant at 3 years, $24 million, or draft a tight end in the second or third.
Now, this one is the one that really makes you think. We all like Dalton Schultz. We like what he brought here overall. Did he get a little droppy at times? Sure. Did he miss some time? Yeah. Is he a elite, top of the league receiver? No, not by any means. Or a tight end, not by any means. But he's one of the top half receivers of the league, or tight ends of the league, right?
Yeah.
Noah Fant, I would go with for sure because of I would go with Noah Fant based off production being, I think, similar if he was given the same opportunity, but he's not that much younger.
He's 26.
And how old is Schultz? 27, 28?
27, I think 27 going on 28. And I think Noah Fant's early on at 26.
I don't like taking a tight end in the second or third and saying that's the guy that's going to be like he's going to come in and give me Dalton Schultz production this season. So I think I default here, even though I don't love the number of 3 for 33. I think I default the Dalton Schultz.
I almost went. Andrew, where do you go with this one?
You can pick a first occasionally too, Josh. It's
No.
okay.
I was just going to say I would go with Noah Fant.
He's being a kind host.
I would go with Noah Fant. I like the idea of his athleticism and what he could be if he got the same targets that Dalton Schultz did, and he's a little bit cheaper. Anywhere you can save a little bit of money, if you're talking about like $11 million a year versus $8 million a year, that three extra million could mean somebody extra that for depth at another position or a hole where you need it. So I'd like to save that money and see what Noah Fant could do with the same opportunities.
Yeah, I'm in the Noah Fant camp as well. Now, look, if Brock Bowers somehow dropped to the Texans at 23,
run that card up to the table, baby.
The conversation's a little bit different. But yeah, I think that $11 million is just a tiny bit too rich for me for Dalton Schultz. And this offseason, I'm expecting Nick Caserio to have to work some magic in terms of he's going to have to account for every single dollar that he spends to try and maximize what the Texans do this offseason and fill as many positions of need as they can. And I think that Noah Fant wasn't necessarily utilized the proper way since he got to Seattle. I mean, you look at his production going from Denver to Seattle, he was over 550 yards every year in Denver and didn't crack 500 in his 2 seasons in Seattle. He's got the ability, and I'm with you, Josh. I would like to see him in a Shanahan-style offense with C.J. Stroud throwing him the football. I'm not saying it could be super special or anything, but I think you would see more of the prospect that we thought we were getting when he was drafted to Denver back in 2018, 2019.
In my mind, there's potential for Noah Fant in this offense to be kind of like a Kittle Light. Like kind of like that, see that athleticism and see how they could utilize him in open space, especially against a lot of teams struggle against tight ends. So I think it'd be interesting to look at. I do have some defensive position. We can move that to later in the show.
We can save those for later in the show, 'cause I don't think we ever came up with anything for Tuesday.
Yes, we did, but I can replace it. Yes. Shh.
Oh, no,
Stop.
I mean, we'll figure it out.
Stop talking about things on the
you know
back
what?
end.
I think we'll find a spot for it. Or we could save it for Monday.
I'm not here on Monday.
Save it for Tuesday.
We could save it for Tuesday.
Whatever. We'll figure it out. So there's Josh's hypotheticals here. You know what it's time for me? Your Astros question of the day. I'll give that to you when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
We're ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nothing about this is easy.
It's not easy being drunk all the time. Everyone would do it if it were easy.
For more than a century, the Pendleton Roundup has defined what it means to be a cowboy. It also gave life to something equally renowned, Pendleton whiskey, capturing that unique spirit in every bottle and honoring the enduring legacy of the American West. Pendleton whiskey made with the finest northern grains and cut with Mount Hood glacier water. A whiskey that celebrates the cowboy in all of us. That's Pendleton whiskey. That's true Western tradition. Pendleton is the official whiskey of the PBR Tour.
Pendleton Distillers, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Please drink responsibly.
Don't miss a minute of the action with Thoroughbred Stakes racing every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Sam Houston Race Park. There's something different every weekend that's fun for the whole family. This weekend, live music by the Slags on Friday night. Saturday features 5 major stakes races during the Texas Preview Day. Be one of the first 800 customers and get a free Coca-Cola hat for Sam Houston Race Park's 30th anniversary. Live music and great drink specials every Friday, plus premier dining and the best Sunday brunch around. Sam Houston Race Park. Visit shrp.com for details.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air France radio announcement. Our very best 90th anniversary fares have just landed. From now until February 21st, enjoy our very best prices during the Air France rendezvous and benefit from our 90 years of experience in design, comfort, and fine dining. Book your rendezvous with Paris with daily flights from Houston starting at $1,435 round trip, taxes included. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Round trip purchase required. Advertised fare not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. See terms and conditions at airfrance.us.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
For over 30 years, the attorneys at Adley Law Firm have helped navigate their clients through car and truck accidents, premise liability claims, and other types of personal injury cases. They are board certified and have an aggressive reputation with insurance companies, and their caring approach to clients has made them one of Houston's best Google-reviewed personal injury firms. Live chat now with an Adley Law Firm representative at adleylawfirm.com or call 713-999-8669 for a free consultation. No fees unless they win your case. 713-999-8669.
Back to the best 3 hours of post-lunch sports talk in the history of recorded time. It's Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
And that is the truest statement that Spencer's ever had on one of these.
I wasn't paying attention. What do you say?
It's the greatest radio in post-lunchtime history.
That's absolutely true.
Is that right? Something like that.
Greatest 3 hours of post-lunch sports radio in recorded history.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
that's
it's
true.
I can promise you this: it's the most effort you're going to get on a 12 to 3 show in this city.
That's definitely true.
There's not a lot of effort put into the other ones. This one gives you effort.
Well,
Cares.
and we're all inclusive here, right? Like this show, Connor and Beard 12 to 3, it's for everybody inside and outside the loop, not just
For
a certain
sure.
area. So.
Yeah, and we're not going to touch our chin a lot.
No,
We're not going to sit here and do this in our videos. If you're looking on the YouTube, you can see what I'm doing right now. And if
you got to stop doing that. That's real weird, man.
If you're really inside radio, you know who does this a lot, and he's terrible. And I bet his locker room smells like crap. But I don't know what we were. Oh, it's time for the Astros question today.
Don't ever do that again.
What? Touch my chin?
Yeah, that was real weird.
And that's what he does. It's something I've always noticed. Just touches
Now
his
I'm
chin.
going to be every time I scratch my chin, I'm going to think about it. Thanks
He's
a lot.
really
man. You just gave me a
bad.
complex.
I'm not even gonna. I told you it's a feisty Friday. He's really bad, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not naming names. But
Why are you
he's
so feisty on this
He's
Friday?
really bad, and I don't know why anybody would listen to him.
Why are you so feisty on a Friday?
Just felt like violence today.
Why? You haven't been violent with me, which I appreciate.
No, yeah, I'm not violent with you. I'm just feisty in general. It's just one of those days. I've got a little bit of energy. You know, I got.
Did you get enough sleep last night?
No.
Have you had enough water?
I woke up at 4:45 this morning. My left nostril from sitting out in the damn in the wind last. What? My left nostril, my nose was completely stopped up. What?
I just wasn't ready for a left nostril.
I'm
excuse.
serious. Like I woke up at like 4:45 this morning. I couldn't breathe on my left side of my nose, and I'm like, I tried to fall back asleep, and I didn't. And my alarm went off at 6. And
You know why?
Up. Huh.
You know why all this is happening?
Why?
Because you're getting old, Michael.
No, it's 'cause
and
I
you
sat out in
need
the
to
wind
deal with
last
it.
night.
No, it's because you're getting old and you need to deal with it.
No, it's not that.
Once you accept it, the better it's going to get.
No, I'm not old, Josh. I'm not like you. You're old and dying all the time.
That's so rude.
I mean, look at your finger.
What's wrong?
You almost got an arm chopped off at the elbow this week.
I did not. I dislocated my finger.
I mean,
it was
hell,
a bad dislocation.
Look, when you texted the other day and said, guys, they're considering amputation from the shoulder down, I was
say that.
concerned.
All I did was I don't think my finger's supposed to look like this, and then I sent the picture to you guys because my finger looked like an old
Before you know, we're
going to
get a text from you and say, guys, they said they're going to have to amputate my head.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
I'm gonna Josh comes in headless one day.
I'm gonna send this is gonna be like a picture of me holding my ear and be like, guys, what happened here?
Yeah, there's his head. It's right here. But let's get to our Astros question of the day. Spring training is a full go. When's the first spring training game? I don't even know when the hell that is. It's coming up. What they've got first full squad workout on Monday. Some of the position players that have not been there, actually, there's not a lot of them there yet because most of them were at the big stars of the team were at the Cactus Jack event yesterday. But I saw Mauricio Dubon, I believe, showed up today to join the crew. But they'll get like a week worth of work in. Everybody's favorite at spring training was the PFPs took place 24th. So first full. Damn. Their first full squad workout is Monday the 19th. Their first game is Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday the 24th at 5
I mean, like,
o'clock.
these guys come in ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it used to be you'd go down there for, like, 2 weeks worth of work before you started playing games. But now, I mean, when you're together from February all the way to November, why the hell wouldn't you just push it back a little bit?
Take a little bit more time off and stay away from each other. I get that.
Yeah, because they're going to hate each other soon. Not really.
No, they're going to love each other.
ELE is the phrase in the clubhouse, as always. Everybody loves everybody. But your Astros question of the day, guys, I went with a simple one today on a Friday. Look, maybe it's because it's Friday. I don't want to be simple. Who's going to be the team MVP this year? It was Kyle Tucker last year. This is voted on at the end of the season, but Who do you think is going to be the team MVP at the end of the year?
Man, this is a tough one for me. I've been thinking about this a lot as we've been going through the show. And I know I've knocked him, not really, like I've knocked his ability to stay healthy all year. And Joe and Andrew had hot takes on how many home runs he would hit. Not hot takes, but they're very confident and optimistic about how many home runs he's going to hit this season. I'm a little more pessimistic because I'm worried about health. But I'm going to say Yordan Alvarez. I think Yordan Alvarez ends up being the team's MVP in 2024.
Went out on a limb there.
That is a limb. That in my mind, that absolutely is a limb because everybody is banking on him being able to do that means he has to stay healthy for the whole year. And has he done that yet?
No.
So if he has never done a thing, being able to go out on a limb and say, hey, he's going to stay healthy finally for the first time ever, that's kind of it's not a huge limb, but it's a limb to go out on.
Just trying to find who won it. Last year was Kyle Tucker. Yordan won it in 2022.
I know. Can he do it again?
Yeah, like he can do it, but he really went out on a limb on that one.
I did, because he needs to stay healthy all year to be able to do it.
He doesn't have to. In 2022, he didn't stay healthy all year. He missed games that year.
He did.
2022, he played 135 games. Hit 37 home runs. Last year he played 114 games, hit 31 home runs.
If he
drove in the same amount of runs last year as he did in 2022 in 15 less games.
If he stays healthy enough to hit the 40+ home runs, then he wins that MVP. Oh, who are you going to say? Let me see that limb that you go out on, Michael. Who do you think is going to be the team MVP in 2024?
Victor Carantini.
Get out of here.
Give me Verlander's personal catcher.
I will literally walk out right now.
He's going to get Verlander 24 wins this year.
I will walk out right now.
Fourth Cy Young Award. And it's all going to be Victor Carantini. He's going to go. Verlander's going to be giving a speech after the Astros won the World Series and whoever. He goes, "This would not be possible if I didn't have Victor Carantini."
8234 says that Alex Bregman in a contract year is going to be the MVP.
You
like that one?
I like that thought because of the contract year. I'm sorry. I've not watched Bregman in the last 2 years and go, he's going to be the best player in the Astros at any point.
No, I don't think. I mean, he could end up being like a top 3 or top 4, but I just don't see that him being good enough.
Nice top.
If he has a really good contract year, that I see top 3 or top 4, but not the number 1 guy.
Okay, you want a hot take? It's a bad thing if Alex Bregman's one of their 5 best players this year.
Ooh, interesting.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I think that you need those other guys to be
better,
to be there. Like Altuve is always better than him. Tucker is elevated to a point where he's a better player than Bregman. Yordan's a better player than Bregman. And I think you need one more pitcher. I think you need Framber Valdez to pitch like an ace at the top of the rotation and to be viewed as a better player than Alex Bregman.
Do you want to
those things don't happen? You have a little bit of a problem.
Do you want to make your real pick now?
Yeah, my real pick for team MVP
yes,
this
because it's not going to be Victor Carantini.
No, it's not going to be Victor Carantini. It's going to be Jeremy Pena. Okay, never mind. Let me make my real pick. Okay, I'm sorry. Jose Abreu. No, okay, I'm getting it out of my system, Josh. My real pick.
I actually like the Jose Abreu pick.
No, my real pick this year is going to be Jose Altuve. I think Jose Altuve is what we saw last year. I just think, and he's in his mid-30s. I get it. Like, at some point, Father Time will start to slow you down. It's impossible to not happen. I don't think that that's going to happen for another 3-4 years probably with him. And I think he's just matured so much as a hitter when it comes to his pitch selection at the plate. Now, he's still Altuve occasionally. He'll swing at stuff, but he's always had the ability to hit stuff that other guys can't.
Yeah.
And his power last year in such a brief period of time was so real. I think you see Altuve hit 30 home runs this year, hit over 300, and be one of the three finalists for the MVP in the American League.
I would love that so much, especially in the first, like, after signing his extension and just going out there this year and doing that with us.
I mean, think about 90 games last year. 90 games.
Yeah.
311, 17 home runs, 51 runs batted in, stole 14 bags, had an OPS at 915. If he parlays that into an entire season worth, he's going to have a 30 home run season, and he's going to be an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love that so much. 3993 says Dubon is going to be the Astros MVP.
That would be a problem.
You've got issues.
Yeah. Andrew, who's your pick?
If you say Victor Caratini, I'll scream.
This is a guy who I'm not necessarily sure I think they're going to be the team MVP, but if the Astros want to accomplish and achieve their goals of winning the World Series, I think it would be very helpful if he was the MVP, and that's Framber Valdez. If he comes out and he has a season similar to the one he had where he broke the quality starts record and he finished 5th in the Cy Young voting, then I think he's got every shot at being this team's MVP, and he will probably be their best pitcher if he's able to do that. And look, I know that we all love JV, but he's getting up there in age, and Framber is going to be the workhorse of this rotation, and they need him to be the ace that he's been in the past, not whoever the hell he was for the back half of last season.
The Astros are probably looking at Framber and going, hey, buddy, look,
please,
over the next 2 years, we need about 500 innings out of you. And then you could go be somebody's problem where your shoulder explodes on your $100 million deal. That's what they're looking at, Framber Valdez. I hate to be that way, but
you're not wrong.
Thinking.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And look, your answer's right. I mean, he's the workhorse.
Yes.
201 innings, 201 and a third in 2022 last year. Even though it was bad in the second half, he still ended up at 198 innings. And then in the postseason, the postseason last year was a disaster for him. The regular season, or the postseason the year before was a lot better. But let's positive. We're going to manifest positivity. Yeah, good Lord. I didn't realize Framber went 0-3 in the postseason last year. Oh,
not
0-3 with an ERA well over 10.
Not good.
That's just god-awful. But I like the pick. I do like the pick. So there's our picks for Team MVP this year. Congratulations to Victor Carantini on winning it. Who's taking a leap and who's falling in the NFL in 2024? We'll discuss it next here on Connor and Beard.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is almost here, and Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Stewart in the Heights, step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize to fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
Texas conservatives, listen up. Shady PACs with secret funds are spreading lies about Mano de Ala and other top Texas conservatives. But you know talk's cheap in political season, so ignore the lies and hear the facts. When Governor Abbott asked for more border security, Mano de Ala delivered. He passed the toughest border bill in American history. That's why Abbott endorsed him, along with our cops and state troopers. The NRA, they give Mano de Ala a top grade. The pro-life and homeschool groups too, because conservatives know Mano gets results. But that's not all. When parents asked to protect our children, Mano answered. He removed sexually explicit books from school libraries and banned men from women's sports. And he tied billions in new funding to student performance and safety. Endorsed by Governor Greg Abbott, Mano de Ala. You ask, he delivers.
Political ad paid for by Mano de Ala campaign.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
John Granado here with Dr. Kane Linville from 975hair.com. Doc, tell me the difference between neografting and PRP. How do you know when a guy needs which one?
Well, neograft is done when your scalp is pretty much bald. I try to think about it like a transplant. So you're going to transplant some trees or some foliage into that bald spot. And PRP is like Miracle Grow. So PRP takes your growth factors from your blood. We spin that down and layer it onto the scalp like Miracle Grow to help thicken up the hairs that you have on the scalp.
975hair.com, 975hair.com.
And with the local DBC news, Ellen Cool J with
back to two guys who sound like they've had just about enough of each other. Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on your Friday. Guess we're halfway home to the weekend.
Almost there, baby.
You and your long weekend.
Yeah, I get a 3-day weekend. My kids get a 4-day weekend this weekend, though.
I don't understand that.
Today's a teacher. They call it a teacher work day, and then they have Monday off for President's Day, so they have a 4-day weekend.
Lucky.
I'm jealous.
Kids.
We didn't get that when we were kids.
No, we were talking about that yesterday with all that because we were looking at their academic schedule, and I'm like, there's at least one day off every month, minimum.
Andrew, would you like a teacher work day since you're essentially like being a parent or a teacher trying to produce this show with us?
Look, do not compare my responsibilities to those of a teacher. I'm not even going to entertain the joke. No, because teachers.
My wife was a teacher. So
I think that teachers are among the least respected professions in the country for what they do, and that's completely undeserved.
By far.
They do a phenomenal job by and large, and I think that they deserve way, way, way more credit and respect than they get for the difficulty of their jobs.
So what I'm hearing now is if you're a single teacher and you're looking for a guy who's going to respect you, we got one for you. Just saying. One more notch on the quest for love for Andrew Carlson.
Yeah.
Connor and Beard Love Doctor's always at work.
It's true. Hey, let's talk about some NFL teams right now and some teams that are poised to make a big leap or a big fall in 2024, Josh.
I mean, a leap. It should be a substantial leap. It should be a gargantuan leap, a giant leap. This should be a team that goes from, especially the expectations going into the season and then what they should do. I guess expectations going into the season should be a massive leap compared to what they were before this last season. What they should do should be a leap, but it shouldn't be that much of a leap. We expect them to.
You're talking about the Texans, yes.
The Texans, yes. We expect them to go out and win the AFC South again.
Correct.
We expect them to make the playoffs and hopefully win a playoff game. So the leap from there would be make it to an AFC championship game and then go from there. So it's just really make a leap, a decent sized leap. It's not, I guess, going to an AFC championship game isn't a small leap, but it's also not a huge
for a
leap from where they're
franchise
at.
that has never been to it before. It'd be a massive leap.
That's a big leap.
This CBS Sports has up two different things. One for the 5 teams that they think are going to make a big leap in 2024, and the 5 teams that are going to take a big leap backwards. Texans are the number 1 team on there, followed by the Colts.
Makes sense.
For the leaps. Packers, which the Packers are the media darling again right now.
They are. Yeah,
Rams and the Bengals. The Bengals are an easy one because they'll have their quarterback back. You think that that's going to happen. The Rams, I don't know.
The Rams?
I don't know. I mean,
at the very beginning of this,
is their team going to change a lot? They're still in some cap hell, I think.
I don't know. It's at the very beginning of it. It says, well, they're going to have Matt Stafford healthy for the majority of the year.
He'll get hurt again.
He's old. He's old.
He played well last year, though.
He did play well, but I don't know. I don't know how much bigger of a jump Matt Stafford can make. We know what quarterback he is. Even if he's healthy, he's still going to be older.
I think the Texans are the prime to have the biggest because they are, to me, and I say that, and I saw this at ESPN.com had up their off-season thing, predicting the 2 early predictions for MVPs and Super Bowl and all this, and a lot of people have the Texans, and I think it was Dan Graziano that had. He's like, I expect that, and this is an NFL insider that I guess hears things. He said, I expect the Texans to do what the Bengals did after their first year. With Burrow and go hard and big in free agency to really maximize this rookie window. So if that's the case, they do that. If they do a bunch of crazy big stuff, then yeah, you're talking about a team that takes a leap from losing a divisional game against Baltimore to playing in the AFC Championship game at a minimum next year.
Well, if you go hard and big in the offseason, you can blast that window wide open. I mean, that's really when you're talking about taking a leap. You just take a massive gargantuan leap if you go hard and big. Why are you frustrated by that?
I'm just letting it sit.
That's what it says. It says go. I'm just saying what the article says. If they go hard and big in the offseason.
I agree with I think if I was just looking at this list in general, I think 3 teams on here do make a leap next year, that being the Texans, that being the Packers, and that being the Bengals. The Rams don't scream one of those teams to me.
No.
The Colts don't scream one of those teams to me either.
Well, the Colts.
I got to see more Anthony Richardson. Everybody's just living in this world where Anthony Richardson's going to be this guaranteed thing. Like the guy could only read one half of the field last year. If you go back and I can't remember who did it, but somebody put it together. When he played, he was a one-read guy, and eventually that crap catches up to you. So, I want to see him play for a whole season and see him operate in an NFL offense and see if they can handle all that. He's a freak of a talent. There's no denying that. But I got to see it happen before I'm like, oh, the Colts are going to make this big leap.
The funny thing is anytime you hear anybody have a conversation about Anthony Richardson, it's like a lot of people nationally just assume he would have been the second best rookie quarterback in the NFL after C.J. Stroud. The way they talk about him, it's like, oh, yeah, it is a known fact that Anthony Richardson, had he stayed healthy all season, would have clearly been the second best rookie quarterback. Who knows if he would have even been better than Will Levis? Will Levis didn't have a terrible rookie season. He had some nice moments. So we don't even know that Anthony Richardson would have been better than him. And he's still essentially going to be a rookie quarterback whenever he comes back. So I could see them taking a leap. They have cap space to work with, so they could do a lot in the offseason. It's just the Rams one on this list makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Let's go real quick.
If the Texans are going to go hard and big, the Rams are going to go small and soft.
They're going to go big on free agency, and the Texans are going to make themselves be awesome. I want to go through the teams real quick that they have down as teams that we're going to take the biggest fall backwards. I like their number one option here a lot, the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I love that.
They are a team that, they're a year older. The Nick Chubb situation, does he come back and is he effective at all? It's such a brutal injury.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's still talent there, and I think that they should be competitive. The Ravens are still the clear favorite to win that division next year based on the way that they played this year, and they overall feels like they'll go get most of their team back. And they do a really good job of drafting and everything. But I think that now, look, he's barely played football for the last 3 years now, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
and when he played this year for the Cleveland Browns again, he didn't look good.
Mm-mm.
And I think the Texans system that they had in place when he was here kept us from feeling like he was exposed in terms of what he's really bad at. And I think when we're seeing him play in a system that is going to require more out of him than he probably had here in Houston, he's an average quarterback. And overall, as a Cleveland Brown, he's been a bad quarterback considering the amount you gave up to get him in the contract and everything.
Yeah.
I just don't think that he's ever going to attain getting back to that level of stats that he had when he was in Houston, and that makes that football team bad.
That's the biggest thing for me is he's spent too much time not playing football. Over the course of years, he's spent far too much time not playing football, and I don't think
he's played 12 games
in 3 seasons.
In 3 seasons, since the end of the 2020 season, he has played 12 football games total.
And
That's insane.
I just don't see. I don't see him ever getting back to that level. When you lose that much time physically,
he'll be 29 years old this year.
Yeah, you lose that much time physically and mentally when you're just not there in the game playing it. You're not out there processing. You're not making those decisions, those split-second decisions. Deshaun Watson could stay in shape whenever he's not playing. Okay, cool. You can
Everybody
stay in.
can.
Anybody
Colin
can stay in
Kaepernick's
shape.
been in shape for years playing football,
Exactly.
but waiting for his chance.
But being out on a football field where you actually have to make those reads and you have to read a defense and you have to make those decisions as quickly as he has to make those decisions, he is clearly not there, and I don't know that he'll ever get back to that. So at the end of this little blurb in this article, it says, if Watson is mediocre, the Browns will be too. I totally agree with that, and I don't know that he'll be anything more than maybe his ceiling at this point is a slightly above average quarterback.
And it's, I know it's easy to be like, well, that's the former Houston fan, slandering.
He didn't look good.
I think that he's been exposed for a lot of the things that he can't do on a football field when he has played, and like you mentioned, it's just difficult to do. The other teams they have down for big falls completely agree with this one. The Saints, they could be a disaster. I mean, they pushed their cap issues down the road so far, and now they're just so stuck, and they've got a roster that's just getting older and older, and I think that they have a really, really good chance of being bad this year. The Broncos they have on here as well. Who knows who's playing quarterback for them? They have the Vikings down. I don't know about that one yet. I think it depends on, is Kirk Cousins back, obviously, and is Justin Jefferson there, which there's been some people talking about him being moved. And then they have the Giants down there. For a team that had the coach of the year his first year there, They seem like they're a big old hot, fat mess now. That one, I could see them going from 6 wins down to 2 for sure.
Well, especially if they lose their really honestly their biggest playmaker. Like the one guy who helped him win Coach of the Year and helped that team be so successful in his first year as the head coach, talking about Brian Dable, it was Saquon Barkley and the way he played. So if Saquon goes somewhere else, you lose your biggest and best weapon that they have. So I am totally on board with them being a team that falls off. I love the Saints pick as a team that falls off the map.
I think they're gonna be terrible.
They didn't have a choice. That's the problem. Well, they did have a choice. They could have gone with Jameis Winston as their starter, but they needed to try to bring in a quarterback who could maximize the talent that they had. They still had to figure out whether Alvin Kamara, bless you, was going to be a guy who was going to be able to continue to who's going to be able to continue to compete for them.
Thanks.
Chris Olave is this hot young talent. Michael Thomas, what was he going to look like when he was coming back? So like the best thing you could do is try to keep some of that talent continuity and bring in Derek Carr and see what he could do. Derek Carr, a guy who at one point in his career, people talked about as an MVP candidate and would he continue being a good quarterback, bless you, in the NFL. And they had to make it work, and it just didn't, and I don't think it will moving forward.
I think that all those teams that they mentioned here, Broncos, Saints, and Giants, are all picking top 10 next year in the draft.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, so you know what's nice? Not having the Texans on that list.
It's beautiful. And
having them on the leap list, way
great.
better than the other list.
Having them on the leap list to go into a season after they won their division and went to the playoffs is even better.
Yep. Hey, somebody in sports that we all love to hate announced yesterday that his run in the game that he commissions, is that the best way to put it? That he's the commissioner of,
yeah,
is coming to an end. We'll say goodbye to that bleep hole when we return here on Connor and Beard.
ESPN 97.5 on YouTube. Dracula Flow.
I'm Dracula. I'm 12 million years old. I have more perks than there are stars in the Leo cluster.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello? Who is this?
This is your fortune.
My fortune.
Your fortune. Listen, the Mega Millions jackpot is huge and getting bigger every day. You need to download the free Jackpot.com lottery app right now and buy your official state lottery tickets right from your phone.
Wait, I can buy lottery tickets right from my phone?
It's easy. You just download the app, choose your favorite lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly.
I can do that right from my phone.
With the Jackpot.com lottery app, you can. Download the app right now and get a free lottery ticket with your first play. So don't wait.
Your fortune is calling. The Mega Millions jackpot is huge and getting bigger every day. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, right now, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Never miss another jackpot. Go to the App Store right now and search for the Jackpot.com lottery app. That's Jackpot.com lottery app.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery, they are no longer your only options, and frankly, they're not even your best options in many cases. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, hip pain from arthritis or injury. Well, don't let the pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is revolutionary, and it's a revolutionary approach that is going to give you long-lasting relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Make sure and go to QCkinetics.com. 4 locations here in the Houston area. Get your consultation at QCkinetics.com.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh yeah, John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And guys, it's time to say, a pre-goodbye, I guess.
Pre-goodbye?
Yeah, pre-goodbye, because his goodbye is not coming yet.
Okay.
And that man's name is Robert Manfred.
Blech.
He announced yesterday that he is leaving Major League Baseball after his contract ends in 2029. He's 65 years old, so good Lord, I'll give him this. He doesn't look like he's
good.
65.
No, he looks good for 65.
Yeah, I expected him to be like 58, something in that range. But what's his full name? I was trying to look it up. Robert Dean Manfred Jr. I think everybody in the city of Houston could tell you, go to hell. To me, guys.
But he went to Cornell and Harvard.
Cool. That doesn't mean you're smart.
No, not at all.
I mean, you're book smart. You have the ability to study and get through, tough courses or whatever, but that doesn't mean you're, like, overall, like, some genius. Says the guy who sounds like a dumbass on the radio half the time.
No, you don't sound... Well, you just sneeze a lot. Which apparently people are impressed that I was saying bless you and continuing my thought at the same time. That's just called the ADHD blessing, where I've had to learn how to continue a thought with things like that happening. No, he is by far the most insufferable commissioner of any league that of any of the sports that I've ever watched. Like Bud Selig wasn't great in my opinion.
Bud Selig was god awful, and somehow this guy is he's been just as bad.
Can we just get a not Yankee fan? That's all. That's my one requirement. I don't care if the commissioner's bad. They just can't be a Yankee fan.
I hate to break this to you. The commissioner of baseball is always going to cater to the bigger market teams.
I know.
Guess what? Those teams are always going to make the sport more money.
Because
baseball's such a regional thing, and those markets do so they just always are.
I get it.
Sucks.
But if we're already going to have an inherent catering to the big market team, I also don't want them to be a fan of that team as well. I don't want to double down.
Well, how do you know he's a fan of the Yankees?
He's from New York. You've heard
that doesn't mean anything.
We've heard rumblings of him being a Yankees fan for years.
Well, it's not shocking. I mean, look, he did cover up the Yankees, and he helped fight the whole letter and all that crap. Here, and just going back to that situation, there's a lot of people that are still mad about it to this day. I thought it was an interesting play on his part, telling all the players that they've got immunity to it. I guess I'll just say it. I don't know if I've ever said it on the radio or not. The whole Mike Fiers thing about you want to know how that really became a thing?
How?
Because in 2019, remember when the Astros beat the crap out of him in 2019 when he was with the Oakland A's?
I do remember that. Yeah. That was I was out of radio when all of this started, so I wasn't as close.
He
to
thought
the
they were
issue.
still sign stealing, and he went and bitched and moaned to somebody.
Really?
That's how it happened.
What a clown!
Yeah.
What an absolute clown.
He went to him because he thought they were still doing it. Because he was just getting crushed.
And then he never pitched against them ever again.
Well, yeah, then we found out he likes teenage girls, and he's not playing baseball anymore. But like that whole thing, the way that was handled, people gave him a lot of crap for giving them immunity, which, as a sport, that was the only option, right? Because the Astros players were never going to talk about it. They would never have talked about it if you didn't give them immunity. Why would you?
Yeah.
It'd be stupid to. You just deny, just like the steroid users you did for years. So, I mean, he has that era of baseball, the sign-stealing era, that blood is on his hands for running the sport the way that he did. They were so hands-off, and it's never going to be to, sit here and say the Astros got or didn't do something bad. I was close enough to a lot of them, or around baseball at the time. It was going on everywhere. It truly was going on everywhere in different forms and fashions. Like, it wasn't just an Astros exclusive thing. And if anybody that's still in 2024 wants to live with their hand in the sand about it, or head in the sand about it, they're an idiot.
They could live with their hand in the sand,
yeah, that
too.
too.
Though. But look, they did wrong. They got scapegoated. It is what it is. And the worst part was the fact that Manfred knew that he was scapegoating one team when he knew other things were happening and could have done something about it. If you're going to make an example, probably make an example of every team that gets caught.
Yeah.
Not just the one team, but whatever. Rob Manfred he did nothing to really elevate this sport. He did nothing to elevate Major League Baseball. And one of the things that I think that this sport could benefit from, they did some things where they made it a little quicker.
He did get them, the number one thing is to make them money. He made the owners more money.
That's fine.
Because the TV deals have been great, even for a sport that's not as good. Like, they're still making a ton of money off of those. But I don't know if I give them all the credit for that.
No, I don't.
I think it's kind of easy to default. We'll see how it goes the next round.
I want to see a commissioner who finally finds a way to market the players in this league at a higher level. There's a lot of really marketable talent in Major League Baseball. Like, Bryce Harper should be all over the place.
Have you noticed what they're doing this spring? Like, big time on all their social media channels. Have you seen who the darling is now? Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Rookie of the Year last year. Of course, they went to the World Series. But, if you pay attention to their social media, Corbin Carroll is everywhere. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, we got just Corbin Carroll. I'm not gonna like Corbin Carroll by the end of spring training the way that they post him.
But it's just cool. He was Rookie of the Year. He plays for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Who cares? Who cares if he plays? They're not a team of relevance. Market the marketable players on teams that matter. You know what? We complain all the time. And to an extent, it is rightful complaining. But we complain because on ESPN, if you turn on ESPN, they're talking about the Lakers and the Warriors, which those are play-in teams in the Western Conference right now, the Lakers and the Warriors. But guess what? They are two teams that have had a multitude of success, and they've got some of the biggest names and most marketable players on their teams. There's a reason why they get talked about when they're play-in caliber teams right now. And baseball still hasn't figured it out. Baseball still hasn't figured out how to take the sport from a regionalized sport to a more nationalized sport, where by marketing the league, allowing like guys like Pitching Ninja, where Pitching Ninja's account got locked for a while on Twitter because he was posting MLB videos. Stop doing stuff like that. Let people continue to market this for you and market your players better.
One of their biggest problems, and Rob Manfred's fault of this, and they have, and look, it takes two to tango here. They basically got away from having ESPN do anything. And now look at what ESPN never talks baseball.
No.
And there are still so many casual people. I'm not talking about just watching SportsCenter. I'm talking about just in general. People follow the ESPN accounts because of the brand of what ESPN is for news. And ESPN does nothing basically baseball-wise now. They get a game or two a week, Sunday Night Baseball and like a midweek game or something. They canned baseball tonight years ago. It was one of the biggest mistakes that they've made from the standpoint of it all being right there. He has done, like I said, he's done things that made owners money, made the sport money and whatnot. But I just think from the public relations standpoint, he is without a doubt the most baffling commissioner I have ever seen in my life, because he has no sense for how to have good PR. That's the thing that blows me away. Hell, we're seeing it right now. Did you see the Scott Boras thing yesterday? Because Manfred, look, the free agent market has been slow for the Boras clients, the big ones that are still out there. They're still sitting out there, free agents today, and pitchers and catchers are in camp. But Manfred, I get that you're trying to find ideas and whatnot, but he's brought up this idea of having a deadline for free agency. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, and then Scott Boras over there just trashing him for it as he should, because you can't tell guys that you can't limit on when they can sign. Like, that's the kind of stuff that you get with Rob Manfred. Is the fixing the game a good thing from the standpoint of speeding it up and doing all that? Brilliant idea.
Yes.
It was great. One of the few things that he's done that's awesome. But when you have stuff like this that you're constantly doing, you just have no sense to like your public, the public opinion on you. When you're out there basically fighting the world and saying that players should have a deadline for when they can get paid. It's just dumb. He's clueless with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, and even with all of that said, the Major League Baseball is still the second most profitable league in the entire world. Based on revenue that they've gotten, they're still the number
does
two.
college football count now? Because college football is pretty blown past that.
Actually, it probably should. It probably should count, but it's not.
But it's football. It's
listed on
college
there,
football, NFL, and then based off revenue, it's Major League Baseball still.
Yes.
And I do think baseball's seen a little bit of a rejuvenation to its sport. Like, go look at the attendance numbers last year; they were up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
People are going back to the ballpark
because people care about their regional team.
Yeah,
right. Like, we care about the Astros because we're here. People in Arlington care about the Rangers because they're there. But it's about making this a more national thing where people care about these players and these teams outside of what's just in their city. Because I'll tell you, when I left Dallas and I started moving to different places all around the U.S. and I was being stationed in different places, I didn't care about baseball at that point. I didn't start caring about baseball again until I moved back to Texas and started watching the Astros, because it doesn't matter from a national perspective. It only matters regionally when you are living somewhere and you can root for that team.
Well, 2029, for him being gone, can't get here fast enough. It can slow down because that year I'll be 39 years old. I don't need that to happen. But
well, you're already old now. You're pretty much 39.
I'm not 39.
It's kind of the same.
I'm 33, Josh. Thank you very much.
It's only a few years away. You're as close to 39 as I am.
Sure, whatever. Let's go ahead and get to some predictions for the Texans that some people are making. Some big ones for the Texans in 2024. We'll talk about that next here on Connor and Beard.
Well, before we talk about that, let me talk about this with you guys. We're talking about baseball. Baseball season's coming up. Basketball season is hot right now. Everything with basketball season is going to continue getting hotter. We've got NBA All-Star Weekend this weekend with more basketball starting up next week after the All-Star Weekend. And if you love playing fantasy sports, you need to do what I do and take that sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. All you have to do is just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few easy taps. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and that huge selection of players and stat options. Look, there's millions of people with the Prize Picks app right now, millions of people on Prize Picks making a bunch of money that have already signed up. I'm one of them, so join me and everybody else and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it. Right now, if you sign up, if you download the Prize Picks app, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit up to $100. So get on Prize Picks and have a little bit more fun while you're watching Steph Curry to see if he can go for more than 29 points. Watch Luka Doncic, see if he can go for more than 10.5 assists. And you can place your entry and just kind of have a little bit more fun with watching the games with Prize Picks. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app. So just download that Prize Picks app. It's really easy to use, and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975 when you download the Prize Picks app. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dude, stop chewing on the power cables.
Yeah, what I thought. My knock. Chewing on the power cables.
My knock.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 68 or more select OSB sheathing. Plus, save 10% on bulk purchases of Hillman galvanized fasteners. Visit us in-store or online for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
The History of Curb Your Enthusiasm with Susie Essman and Jeff Garland is a recap podcast on every episode of Curb ever, with exclusive behind-the-scenes tidbits from the beloved TV show, featuring guests like Richard Lewis, Bob Odenkirk, and Larry David himself.
The joy of doing the show for me is to be able to say things to people that I can't say in my life. And one of them is, do you want to go to dinner tomorrow night? No, I don't.
Listen to The History of Curb Your Enthusiasm wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, now the football season is over and you stand ready to sink back into your full, mundane, everyday non-football existence. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 would like to take this opportunity to assist this transition with some personal affirmation. You're a good person with a great life. So many blessings you can count on each hand. That's like over 20 fingers. Football may be over for now, but there are plenty of other sports like baseball and basketball to escape into and avoid all those blessings you just counted. You have your friends and compadres here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to keep you informed and entertained on the radio and on YouTube. John and Lance, Paul Gallant, Connor and Beard, the Killer Bees, the bullpen. So roll up your bootstraps and pull yourself up by the sleeves. You have plenty to be happy about right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. In a world, in a symphony of debauchery, two strangers must work in tandem, and the task ahead of them is vast and treacherous. Can they face the challenge? Will they survive? Michael Connor and Josh Beard. It's Connor and Beard.
Connor and Beard rolls on for the third hour on Friday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And if you would like to get involved this hour, 713-780-3776. You can send your call. You can call or send your text message there. You can also watch the show over on YouTube. What are you laughing at?
Did you say send your call?
I meant to say send your text. Make your calls.
Somebody during the break did text in, 6389 texted in and said, dang, y'all sound way older than early 30s. I'm in my late 30s, but yeah, we do sound way older, and I don't think saying something like
we sound that old.
Saying something like send your calls in probably makes you sound
you ever
a little
misspeak
older.
a little bit?
It's not about misspeaking.
Okay, you want to do this entire
old.
you want to do this entire segment with our hip young slang?
Uh,
you know what, Josh? You're a sweat.
Yeah, I've been known to be a bit of a sweat, but that's because I'm a
that one
tryhard.
he asked me he told me that one last night.
Yeah, I haven't asked them any new phrases lately.
I have, and I keep forgetting to bring them.
That's all right. We need to write them down.
Sweat, I do. Sweat's the good. Now we sound old.
Now we sound old because we're talking about writing down the new age Gen Z slang.
Yeah, because when we use that, it makes us all bricked up.
We need some of them Gen Alpha guys bricked up.
Yeah.
But I get bricked up a lot.
Yeah.
Andrew's not in there, so we could just say it as much as we
You
want
do it
right
again?
now.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Bricked up.
That's what we did. Hey, by the way, you can watch the show on YouTube. Like we
we're
were
children.
mentioning. Go subscribe to the ESPN Houston YouTube page. Search for ESPN Houston on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Pound the like. Pound the subscribe. Smash that button over and over again.
And Fake Tony Stark is in the YouTube chat. He noticed that I hit my finger on the microphone, and he asked if it hurt. Yes, the answer is yes. It absolutely did hurt, and I chose not to react to it.
Oh.
Yeah, I moved my hand up, and I hit it on the microphone, and it didn't feel great.
How much longer are you going to wear that
I have
thing?
to wear it for 5 more weeks after this.
Oh, my God.
It says 5. I'm supposed to wear it for 6
Do you,
weeks.
change out the bandage on it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been blue. How do you not notice the difference between it being blue and now it's flesh-colored? So, yes, I've been changing out the bandage and the wrapping.
I'm just checking on your hygiene.
I change it multiple times a day.
Okay,
I usually
good.
change it like twice a day.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I figured it'd be good for
because
one
it gets
day.
messed up. It gets messed up in the morning. So what I'll do is I'll typically if I go for
What are
a
you
walk
doing
or
in the
something,
mornings?
I sleep on it and I sleep around it. I woke up the other day and I had it underneath my pillow with my head on it, and it did not feel great.
I
at
bet
all.
not.
But yeah, I change it out. Well, some of the days it's been once, but usually it's like twice a day. I'll
Somebody
change.
says
out
your
the bandage.
thumb stinks. I don't know what that means. Does it smell?
No, it smells like bacon. I made bacon this morning. But
Oh, nice.
No,
You haven't washed your hands since you've gone to the bathroom here and not washed your hands, is what you're telling me.
no, I did wash my
Josh
hands.
is
No,
disgusting.
my hands just still smell like bacon because it's just bacon smells. It stays there
Dirty
forever.
ass Josh.
Actually, you know what? I think
Dash.
it's the bandage that smells like bacon.
That's disgusting.
It does smell a little weird though.
But you guys, by the way, can send in your comments there on the YouTube page.
Oh, look,
as
Andrew's
well.
back.
Hey, Andrew.
Don't worry, nothing didn't happen.
Yeah, nothing happened. It was just very boring. We've just been telling people to go to the YouTube page.
Nothing happened
Because you guys are
And
actually
subscribe.
involved in the show today on the YouTube page.
Yeah,
so.
it's awesome to see.
Yeah.
We're getting more people in there.
Yeah, so come on over. Come on over here to the YouTube page. It's a good time where we're hanging out on ESPN's YouTube. ESPN Houston YouTube is where you're looking for that. But in this final hour of the show here, Josh, we're going to start things off with Texans discussion because ESPN's picking the Texans for some big predictions in 2024. And this was the thing. I glanced through this earlier that I was mentioning in the show, but they've got some early Super Bowl picks. Do you think anybody picked them to go to the Super Bowl?
Yes, at least one person picked them. I think that they're going to be a Super Bowl dark horse darling. So I'm going to say at least one person picked them to go to the Super Bowl.
I would love to make a Michael guarantee right now and say
Do it.
guarantee
Oh my
that.
God, do it.
I'm saying I would love to guarantee that, like when we make season predictions for the NFL, I pick the Texans to go to the Super Bowl. But they play in the conference with the Chiefs, so I can't do that.
Yeah, that's true.
I just can't. Maybe that changes in a month. Was it free agency's in like a month, right?
I don't think it'll change for you until we get to training camp time.
Training camp, and they get through camp healthy.
Yeah.
Which won't stay the same all year, but
We're going to go to one training camp. We're going to go out there like that first day of practices, and we're going to watch C.J. Stroud throw the ball, and we're going to be like Super Bowl. Super Bowl, baby.
I don't think I'm going to go.
What? You better
be too hot.
Go to one. Just go to one.
I went to one this year.
You don't have to
I
go
went to two this year.
Exactly. Just go to one. We go to the first one together. You don't have to go to all the rest of them. We just go.
Well, the problem is
show.
they're like they're like around when the show, like don't they start at like 10 o'clock in the morning?
Last time I was doing it, they started around like 8 o'clock.
We just can't be out there for it. Because then we got to find somewhere to shower.
Why do you have to shower?
If we went out there and then come here to do the show,
yeah.
I'm not going to go out there and sweat my ass off in the August heat.
Baby wipes.
No.
Yeah, just baby wipe
No,
yourself.
I need a shower.
You just wipe yourself down, smell nice.
Actually, you know what? There's
nice
a gym on the way back over here that's I'm a member of that I could go to any of the locations.
I could just sniff you when you get in and see if you smell bad. If you don't smell bad, you're good to go.
It's the sitting around in it. I can't sit around in it.
Why?
Because it's gross.
What if you don't sweat? What if you don't sweat that much?
I sweat like crazy.
I do too.
I mean, I literally yesterday I was at the gym and I was using one of the leg machines, and it was just like it was somebody dipped it in the pool when I got up, and this woman was about to sit. This old lady was about to sit down on it as I was going up to get a wipe to wipe it down. I go, hold on, I don't think you want to sit in my pool of sweat there. She goes, oh, I didn't even notice that. I'm like, how did you not notice that pool of sweat sitting right there? That's what I am. But no, there was one pick for the Texans to lose to the Lions in the Super Bowl in this ESPN.
See, I call Texans Lions Super Bowl jokingly.
There's a lot
the
of
other
Lions
day.
love in here. They're in a lot
I'm not
of the
surprised
picks.
by that. They're going to be I feel like if I had to call it before I fully look at this, if I had to call it, I would say the Lions and the Packers are getting a lot of the Lions, Packers and Texans in general are getting a lot of love.
So much love.
Yeah,
Packers are literally, and like Jordan Love is getting a ton of love too.
They're going to be a favorite pick. Jordan Love looked really good at the end of the season. I think that there is definitely something to be said for the Packers. But they're going to be the overhyped team of 2024.
1,000%. They're going to go out there and go win 9 games again.
It's going to be okay, I finally pulled it up. First pick is Packers over Bengals.
I told you. Well, look, some people you don't want to be redundant, right? You don't want to keep having the same pick every year. Like, everybody don't want to pick the Chiefs every year. You got to pick somebody else at some point.
I get it, but just picking any NFC team or any team representing the NFC over any team representing the AFC because of if you're an AFC team making it to the Super Bowl, the absolute mayhem that you have to go through to get to a Super Bowl in the first place. You're gonna be hard pressed to get me to pick against an AFC team for like the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think that you're right on that one. I'm not going to pick against AFC teams. In terms of the picks for the MVP next year, C.J. Stroud got 2 picks. Congrats to C.J. Stroud. He's a preseason MVP candidate already.
Nailed it. C.J. Stroud. My C.J. Stroud Hall of Fame prediction is looking pretty good right now.
My favorite section of this is that they wanted you to name one team or coach or player who will break out in 2024 season.
Okay.
And somebody put Bryce Young.
Look, that you can't.
I'm not trying to doubt him, but I'm trying to say that the Panthers are so bad, and the guy that Canales or whatever they hired to be the head coach.
Yeah.
After finding out that and I think it was Paul Gallant that was talking about this.
The offensive coordinator.
Yeah. But Paul was talking about that story, or not even the story, but the fact that the Panthers already had to come out and put a statement out about it, like that, yes, we're aware of the fact that he has a book out there where he basically owns up to being a total sex addict and cheating on his wife constantly, that he wrote a book about it. That thing just seems like it's destined for disaster. Another 6-year contract for a coach working for David Tepper. I just feel like they're going to be every season full of flames that we're going to see. And poor Bryce Young.
I'm ready for it.
He's going to just turn into a disaster of a quarterback.
It stinks that he has to be the sacrificial lamb for our entertainment, but I'm willing to give that up. I'm willing to give up Bryce Young for the entertainment that the Panthers are going to give us over the next few years. So I'm okay with it. I like the pick for the breakout player. A few, like 3 or 4 spots underneath him with Tyjae Spears with the Titans. If there's one person who's going to kind of be a problem for the Texans for the next few years, it's going to be Tyjae Spears. It just stinks the rest of the team around him is not very good. But he could be a breakout player in 2024.
You know what maybe so they have off-season predictions as well. And we don't care about a lot of these, but the one that's funniest to me is that I guess it's from Jeremy Fowler. The Patriots submarine the Buccaneers by signing quarterback Baker Mayfield. Submarine them? You really think the Buccaneers would get all that hot and bothered if they weren't able to keep Baker Mayfield?
Shucks. I mean, they're going to keep
darn,
him.
we don't get the right to overpay that little shrimp.
They're going to keep him because they don't have any other options, but, like, they're not going to be mad at another team and be like, dang. You took it. Oh, shucks. You took him away from us.
You decided to pay Baker Mayfield $22 million a year.
Guess we have to do something else now. Uh-oh.
Darn it. You know who would love Baker Mayfield? The people of Boston.
Yeah. He would fit in with them.
He'd fit in until he sucks.
Yeah, and then they destroy him.
Yeah, they just bring back Brady.
Tampa Bay.
Get Brady back in here. Park the car.
Tampa Bay is the perfect spot for it. That's a dumb take anyway, because the Patriots are drafting a quarterback. Like, they're not. Why would you pay Baker Mayfield when you can just draft a quarterback number 3? Or I guess if there's a world where they feel like paying Baker Mayfield and drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. is a good move. But why not go out and get the quarterback that's going to be better for you long term, possibly?
Yeah, that's where I would go. But hey, look, you know what? It's just nice that again the Texans are getting some love in these preseason things. And speaking of love, let's give some more love to the man that plays quarterback, whose name is C.J. Stroud. And a little hypothetical for you. You love hypotheticals, Josh.
I do.
Based off of yesterday's MVP award and the game he was playing in, somebody was there. Could that somebody be here? Let's talk about it.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, doing just enough not to get fired.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately.
I wouldn't say I've been missing it, Bob.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves.
So the problem with a company like Home Title Lock is that they can get me in the middle of the crime, and that's your worst fear.
Are you already a victim? Find out today with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value, free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello?
This is your fortune. Listen, the Mega Millions jackpot is huge and getting bigger every day. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy your official state lottery tickets right from your phone.
I can do that.
With the Jackpot.com lottery app, you can.
Your fortune is calling. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Go to the App Store and search for the Jackpot.com lottery app.
Time to hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original, lemon lime. The Veritex Community Bank Studios is currently under Connor and Beard occupation. Not sure that's a good thing, but here they are.
It's absolutely fantastic on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Guys, we love C.J. Stroud, correct? You love him yet? You willing to admit you love another man, Josh?
What about how I've talked about C.J. Stroud throughout this NFL season would make you or anyone else believe that I'm not in love with him?
I'm just asking.
The answer is unequivocally yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm in love with him.
Andrew, do you love him?
I literally offered my wife to him.
That's
dude.
true. You know what? That's right. He did offer his wife up for sex.
Well, I mean, technically, well, yes. When you put it that way, I feel a little bit bad about it. My mother-in-law heard that too, bless you. Whenever I did that, she wasn't that happy about it.
I mean, my mother-in-law wouldn't be happy if I did it with my wife, if I said that.
It was consent. It would have been consensual. Like, it's not like, it wasn't anything nefarious. It's not like I was going to force my wife to do it. I was going to let her make the decision.
Yeah, but still, you offered her up.
Pull back the curtain a little bit for realsies. She said she would do it for a Super Bowl.
Ooh, yikes.
I don't know how I felt about that.
My wife would never do that.
For a Super Bowl?
Nope.
Why not?
She doesn't care like that. She's not. You know why? I give her this. She's a dab.
What about?
You know what that means?
No.
She's down half bit.
What about 10 years of Alabama national championships?
No, she wouldn't do it.
She wouldn't do it?
No. We can call her and find out if you want to, or if you want me to find. Let me text her right now. What do you want me to text me? What do you want me to text her?
Text her. Say Andrew wants to know.
Nope. Josh wants to know.
Do not put my name. Do not attach my name to this. Say the listeners. Do not attach my name to this,
if
Michael.
You would
no, dude.
Have sex with Nick Saban.
Not Nick Saban.
No, I can't.
Don't text
she's not gonna like
Please
this.
don't text.
Yeah,
she'll
she's not
hate
gonna
me
like
forever.
this text. That's right. You're actually right. As I typed it out, it
what about
sounded
Paul?
worse.
But say Paul's the one who asked you.
No, I can't do it at all.
Yeah. Well, then don't do it. Yeah, that's fine.
She wouldn't. She would legit not like. She'd be like, "Why are you talking about this on the air? This is stupid."
What?
That's what she'd tell me.
See, my wife actually doesn't care. She
gets mad at me if she hears certain things with topics or whatever. That she does, like, she will tell me, "Why are you talking about this? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You shouldn't be doing this. You're better than this."
The difference is my wife has learned after almost 20 years of being with me that there's literally nothing she can do to stop me. So it's just become like an endearing part of my personality to her.
You see, my thing is like
you've got a few years to go before.
Well, it's not even that. Like when I take a step back usually and think about it, she uses her brain a little bit more than I do sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, I would imagine both of our wives use their brain far more often than we do.
She'll tell me, like, that was stupid, that you shouldn't have been talking about that, and then I'll think about it, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? She's actually right.
Yeah, I 100% agree with her, yes. But I also think that sometimes the things that we talk about when we don't think about what we're talking about are hilarious, too.
Oh,
objectively hilarious. And in my opinion, I'll always take funny over thoughtful.
Yeah, like we're here to entertain, right?
Yeah, man. That's how we make our money.
At the end of the day, this isn't all that serious.
They don't pay us the big bucks to use our brain, Michael. They pay us the big bucks to tell jokes.
Sure. Yeah, I don't even. I think they just pay me to show up. I don't know what they really pay me for. But you know what? That's okay. We're here like you said, we're here to do things that are gonna make your life better.
Yes,
like we're not gonna text our wives and ask her if she wants to have sex with somebody else.
No, we'll just talk about it on the air without their permission.
Yeah. So CJ Stroud yesterday. Now look, I know it was the biggest event in the city. I still don't understand necessarily. Is it a sold event to like the public? Can you go to the Cactus Jack softball game at Minute Maid Park?
I don't know. I wonder if you can. I'm guessing you can. I know, like JJ Watt had his softball game that you could buy tickets to.
Yeah, which people used they would sell out the entire bottom area of the.
I'm guessing
the bottom level of the ballpark. This year, by the way, JJ's thing is back. But JJ's softball game is back this year. It's at Constellation Field.
Oh, is it back? It's that. See, I played one softball game. It was a TV versus radio softball game at Constellation Field. It was a lot of fun. Yeah,
I've played in the.
I hit a home run. Almost hit a second home run there.
I've played in the media softball game a few times at Minute Maid when the season ends. I didn't do it this year. Joe asked me if we wanted to this year, but I didn't want to.
Joe didn't ask me.
That's because I think he knows that I've played in it. I used to play in it every year.
Him asking you makes total sense. Just so he absolutely.
I am the Astros.
You're
insider.
the Astros insider. So you being asked makes total sense.
But they do it on like a weekday. It's at like 10 o'clock in the morning. You could have had to miss the show.
We could have mic'd you up while you did it.
No, they wouldn't allow that.
Why?
We're not the flagship.
Oh, that's true. That's garbage. But you still should have done it.
I just didn't want to take a day off.
That's fine.
Maybe next year I will.
I'm hurt that Joe didn't ask me to do it.
Well, why would they ask you?
Why would
You're not the Astros insider.
I know I'm saying it makes more sense for you to go to the game, but the fact that Joe didn't even think of me is hurtful. Okay, Joe should have thought of me. No. What, you looking at my finger? My thumb? What are you doing? What about my thumb? I look like my finger wasn't hurt during the softball game, Joe.
Well,
my finger was totally fine.
It might have been around the time when did you fall down the stairs? When was that?
Okay, that's fair. It might have been whenever I had a concussion.
I really don't remember. When was that? Do you remember the date?
No, I don't remember the date.
No, that was around Christmas.
After Christmas. Yeah,
before Christmas.
Was it before Christmas? I don't remember. My brain doesn't work that well.
I think the softball game was in like November.
I was fine then. All my fingers were fine. My fingers were fine. My brain was fine.
Look, to be honest, you didn't get asked because you would have embarrassed us as a station.
That is not true at all. I have played in the media softball game before. Not that one, but another one, and I was very good. So.
Yeah, I would do better. That's okay though. That's okay.
I don't doubt that you would do better.
There's a lot of people in the media that are very unathletic and have no business playing a softball game that are out there. I once almost took off. Sure. Coach Fritz's daughter, when she was working here in Houston. I don't know if she's still on TV now.
You almost hurt her?
I rocketed one at third base and nearly took her head off. It was like she ducked in the nick of time. So close. I hit a bullet. Yeah. Reed Ryan would always be the all-time pitcher when we do them, and he knew that I could get into one because I used to always try and pop. I never popped one out. I hit one off the wall a couple times out there in left field, but he would give it a little bit more speed to the pitch for me. Yeah, because he knew that I wanted to get one out, and I thought I was going to kill her. I really thought I was going to kill her.
Courtney Bell, who works with us, she was pitching in that softball game that I played, and I accidentally rocketed one right back at her.
Pitcher. That's the biggest no-no in softball.
I know. I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to get underneath, and I just got on top of it a little bit. It just went right back at her. I felt so bad.
Yeah.
I felt awful. Right.
Way to go. But C.J. Stroud played in that game last night in Minute Maid Park, and he was named the MVP. Is this the biggest award that C.J. Stroud has won yet?
No.
I think it is.
No, absolutely not.
Then what's bigger?
When he got 9th place in David Carr's ChatGPT offensive player list.
That's right.
That is the far bigger award than this one.
I completely forgot about that.
I would say number one is David Carr's ChatGPT offensive player list, and CJ getting 9th on that. Number 2 is definitely MVP of the Cactus Jack softball game. Number 3 would then probably be Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Did you see the list of the people that played in this thing last night?
No, I didn't.
This is insane. Adrian Peterson, Alex Bregman. Who's Amber Rose? Do you know who Amber Rose is?
Amber Rose, she was not a porn star, but maybe. Amber Rose, she was like she dated like a bunch of musicians. She was a model.
Okay.
She was a model that dated a bunch of different musicians.
On her.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. I don't keep track of all of them. All I know is I have seen pictures and am a fan.
Andre Johnson, Andrew Jones, Anthony Mackie, Bun B, Carl Lewis, CeCe Sabathia. Maybe he finally got to win a game at Minute Maid Park. Chase B. I don't know who Chase B is.
It's probably a musician that we're too young to know.
C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
DeMar Hamlin.
That's cool.
DeAndre Hopkins was there.
Yep.
Who's Drewski?
Drewski is like a social media influencer guy.
Okay. Gary Sheffield.
Nice.
Hopefully he wasn't using steroids. Jeff Bagwell. I bet he didn't play. He can't throw anything with his shoulder. Jeremy Pena. Johnny Manziel. Jose Altuve.
Love it.
Jose Canseco. And Josie Canseco.
Let's go.
When you think of biggest celebrities that need to be in an event, you think Jose Canseco and Josie Canseco.
For sure.
Justin Jefferson, which we'll talk about in a second. Ken Griffey Jr.
That's a cheat code.
Kyle Tucker.
Another cheat code.
Lance McCullers Jr. I hope he didn't play because he probably would have gotten hurt.
Lance McCullers Jr. suffers setback in Cactus Jack Celebrity Softball
Who's
game.
Lauren Burke?
I don't know.
Okay, well, the next two names I'm about to read you from this list that played in this game that C.J. Stroud won the MVP in. When you think of like two names together, you never would have put these two together. Number 1, Mauricio Dubon.
Okay.
Followed by Metro Boomin.
Get you a Metro.
You think Mauricio Dubon went up to Metro Boomin at some point and goes, if you have Metro, I don't trust you. He's going to shoot you.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren Burke played softball at Texas, by the way.
Okay. Michael Brantley.
Yeah.
He came out of retirement. Who's Mo Amer?
Mo Amer is a comedian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Neo was there.
He's really funny.
Paul Wall. Rachel Demita.
I have no idea who that is.
Reggie Jackson. I'm going to guess Reggie didn't play.
He was probably staying there.
Robinson Cano was there.
Do you think Reggie Jackson's Twitter account got hacked while he was playing in the softball game? Or
Probably not. He probably wasn't hacked the first time.
Yeah, probably.
Robinson Cano was there. You know what? I don't like this. There's too many steroid users there.
Yeah, a lot of them. Do you
Scarface.
think they were juicing before the game?
Shane Victorino.
Okay.
Sheck West.
I have no clue who that is.
Slim Thug. Stephon Diggs. Hey. Sway Lee. Who's Sway Lee?
I'm going to say a musician.
Tank Dell. He
There
was
we
there.
go.
I don't know if he played or not. Terrell Owens.
T.O. action.
Tiana Taylor.
Okay.
I don't know who that is. Trey the Truth.
Okay.
Obviously Travis Scott. Vince Young. And Warren Moon. So
Somebody
C.J. Stroud won the MVP over all those guys.
Over all of those
and
athletes
girls.
and former and current baseball players. C.J. Stroud clearly could be on the Astros right now if he wanted to be.
Yeah. I saw he hit some home runs. But here's the next question. You had two guys there, two receivers, Justin Jefferson and Stephon Diggs. Do you think CJ was brokering a deal to get one of these guys to Houston?
Oh, I hope so. Well, one of the two guys.
Jefferson.
The other one,
you want to give up 3 first-round picks for Justin Jefferson?
It'd be really stupid. It'd be dumb from a
And
team
give him a
building
contract?
aspect. I'd do it in a heartbeat. It'd just be so much fun. Selfishly, I would do it. It'd be so much fun to watch C.J. Stroud throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson. It makes no sense from a team building standpoint whatsoever. But I would still do it. I don't care because it'd be fun. Selfish Josh would do it.
I don't think I'd want it. I don't think I'd give up all the capital just yet. I love him, but it's a lot, man.
It is a ton.
You're mortgaging everything for
yes.
that one guy.
You are
plus eating up a ton of your cap space.
You're making the right decision by not doing that, but that one in particular I would do.
I should be more in on him. I think I don't know if it's his natural colored hair or if it's dyed, but he's got like a red goatee. We should be goatee brothers.
Apparently we messed up.
What?
5433 says y'all complain about a listener saying you're old and don't know half the Houston rappers. Now,
Well, who's the Houston rapper that we didn't know?
I don't know. We didn't technically we didn't complain.
I know who Scarface is. I know who Paul Wall went to Jersey Village.
We knew.
You think I don't know my fellow Jersey Village people?
We knew all of them. We just didn't know some of the maybe newer ones that are Houston rappers.
Drewski a Houston rapper?
No, Drewski's like he's a comedian and a social media.
Sway Lee is that?
Sway Lee is probably one of the names that they're talking about. If I had to guess, I'd say probably Sway Lee and what was one of the other ones? I think that's the only one that we didn't know. To be honest.
Sway Lee's a rapper for sure. I'm looking at him right now.
We know Neo.
He's from California.
Yeah.
His origins to Pula,
maybe
Mississippi.
Sheck West. We knew all of the. Who are you talking about? That's a Houston rapper that we didn't know.
I know my Houston rappers. Get out of here with your crap text. That's crap text.
Sheck West is from Harlem. He's from New York.
That's not a Houston rapper.
We knew.
So I don't dabble in New York. You know why? New York, trash.
You know
Houston, not trash.
We're old enough to know when to double check our data and our information before we text something in. Text.
Are we missing any others?
Rachel Demita.
Did you figure out who Chase B is?
No, that might be. Maybe that's the Houston rapper, and we just
please don't be from Houston. Damn it, Chase
is
B
it from Houston? Oh, so we didn't know one young Houston rapper. In fact, you know what? Honestly,
he's my age. He's 33.
We are the oldest here. I feel like that's Andrew's fault. That we got to put that on
Chase
Andrew.
B?
He should know who Chase B is because he's the youngest.
Who the hell
of
is
us.
Chase B?
He's a Houston rapper, and we didn't know that because you didn't tell us. You should. That is your job to be the younger person who knows younger Houston rap.
You guys both have kids. Why are you looking at me when you guys have kids who could be telling you this information?
They're not my
They're
kids.
not here
They're
right
nephews.
now. Yeah, they're not here right
Sorry,
now.
you both have children living with you permanently that could be telling you this information that should be way more plugged into whatever
if
the
Chase
current
B's
scene
rap
is.
sounds like the rap that goes on all over
Well,
that they
apparently,
listen
Chase
to
B is a
now.
DJ. He's not even a rapper.
I'll get that. Well, we got to figure it out then. We'll find out who it is.
All I'm saying is we knew most of the rappers, and we knew most of the rappers that are within the realm of what we listened
we
to
just
when
got
we were
text
growing
that
up.
Chase B is a DJ.
Yeah.
All right, for Travis Scott. Oh, that doesn't
Yeah,
count.
that
Get
doesn't
outta
count
here.
at all.
Get out
Well, I don't know. We don't know.
That's
DJs
not a Houston rapper.
DJ Knowledge, Marshmello. That's it. That's all I got. I know
Calvin
nothing else.
Scott.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think
Calvin
that's right.
Harris. Not
Calvin
Calvin
Harris.
Scott. I'm thinking of Calvin Klein.
Calvin Klein.
Yeah, that one. Jesus.
We're so old.
Hey, teams that are all in on winning it in 2024. The Astros are one of them. Who else is? We'll discuss it next here on Connor and Beard.
back to Connor and Beard in the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Do you smell that? What do you think that is? I don't know.
What it is the smell of the weekend coming up, which the weekend is already starting for a lot of you, but keep it going at 3 o'clock when the Killer Bees take over this afternoon. Do you think Branham's listening? We talked about this yesterday.
I think
say something right now very insulting about Branham. Let's see if he
just
say it. And
Jeremy
see if he
Branham,
comes in here and knows and acknowledges
Jeremy Branham is my friend. I have no interest in saying something very insulting about him.
But like a kidding insulting.
No, I don't want to do that. Jeremy and I have done that, and I think that maybe he thinks that I actually have been mad at him for things like that in the past few months.
I just wanted to see if he hears
not.
it. Yesterday, you were determined that he was listening to the show, and I'm like, he's not listening to us.
I love Jeremy.
That's okay.
He made fun of me about playing video games, so he was at least listening to the final segment.
Okay. That's okay.
Because I walked up to him, and he looked at my finger. He's like, you do that playing video games? And then I wanted to throw his laptop on the ground.
You should have done it.
No, because I'm not a bully.
Let's have interstation violence.
No, not at all.
You don't want to fight?
I don't.
Okay, fine.
I don't. I know we joke around about it all the time, but I don't want to fight people.
You know what we can fight about all year is who's going to win the World Series, which I don't think we're going to fight about.
Nobody here is going to fight about that.
So,
I think we all know who's going to win.
ESPN has a stock watch for all 30 teams where they stand this spring in terms of their who's all in and who's not. Where do you think they have the Astros on this list, Josh?
Of who's all in?
Yeah.
Or who has the best chance to win?
Both. It's both.
I would say, I'm going to go. We talked about like some of the other projections on Fangraphs yesterday. I don't know where ESPN would put them and how they would rate them, but I would still say number 3. They had the Astros had the third best projection to win the World Series, so I would say that they have either number 3 or number 4.
Yes, they have them number 3. Their projection system that they have here in terms of wins only has 4 teams in all of baseball winning over 90 games.
Wow. Who are the
it's the team that's right behind the Astros that I don't agree with here at all, being the Yankees at 92.6 wins. I don't understand that.
I think they might be a little scarier than what you're thinking.
Astros projection is 97.4, Braves projection is 104.7, and Dodgers is 104.8.
They have the Dodgers number 1?
Yep.
I would have guessed the Braves are number 1. I know the Dodgers added a lot, but the Braves are still the better team, right?
I believe so.
I think so too. They have the best.
I think they have better pitching.
Yes.
Now that's going to change in a year when Shohei Ohtani's pitching for them.
Right, but this year without that, they have the better pitching.
I don't understand this Yankees fascination. If it's just an ESPN going to the Yankees thing or what it is. You go look at their team, and I've got their depth chart right now. Now, in terms of the all-in, there's no denying those are the most all-in teams on winning a title this year. Like all 4 of those teams, I think are the most or the highest level of expectation.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is their 5th highest one here is the Twins at 88.9, ahead of the Orioles.
Yeah, Orioles at 87.7. That's
you know where the
wild.
Rangers came in? 11th.
I was going to say 10th.
86.
Who's number 10?
Number 10 was the Mariners.
Okay.
86.3.
That's
so look, the projection systems, like I've been trying to tell y'all, the projection systems and everything else have the Mariners as a bigger threat to the Astros because it's the truth. The Rangers, I have respect for them. I will give them the respect for winning a title last year, defeating the Astros in the 7-game series. I'm telling you, it was more of a fluke last year for them, and it all came together than it was them being that great.
Yeah.
It's just a simple
absolutely.
fact. And I think you're going to see that happen this year. And they're so banged up starting pitching-wise to start the year that I think you're going to see them have a really, really tough time of being consistent this year.
I do like that their Astros win projection is about where I said I would put it yesterday. They have it I said 96. They have it at 97.4.
Yeah. But I go to the Yankees one, and this is the one that bugs me. And I go look at this team. What's changed? I mean, honestly, what's changed? They're going to run out a rotation that's still going to be Garrett Cole at the top, best pitcher in baseball probably. I'm always going to give him the credit for that.
Well, they added Marcus Stroman too.
You realize Marcus Stroman was one of the worst pitchers in all of baseball last year in like the last 2.5 months?
I know.
I mean, he was great in the first half, and then he just fell off the face of the earth.
But he's also one of those guys who could have a bounce-back season for them. And if he has a bounce-back season, it makes their starting rotation
I just don't think that he is a guy that relies so much on weak contact.
Yeah.
That when you get a team that's bashing the ball and playing in that ballpark there in Yankee Stadium with that short porch and right, I just don't like it. I don't think it's a good fit for him.
Yeah.
I just think that he's a guy that needs to be in a big ballpark somewhere.
What if he let's say what if he is not like Cy Young candidates Marcus Stroman, but he's like more like a 3.5 ERA.
That's fine for them, but they need Carlos Rodon to be not god-awful and healthy, which is basically not a thing anymore. Nestor Cortez is whatever. He's very beatable. They didn't really do anything to their bullpen to make it any better. It's the same crap that they've been running out there basically every single year. Position player-wise, Rizzo took another step back, declining player last year at first. Gleyber Torres had a better year last year, but it didn't matter.
Yeah.
DJ LeMahieu has continued to decline at third base. Volpe is, they've always had this huge high touting of him, and he's okay, whatever. They did add Alex Verdugo, which is a solid player, but he's a 260, 270 hitter who hits 10 home runs a year. Like, is that making you crazy better? No.
For me, I think it's just the combination
now,
of the
course,
additions.
they did add Juan Soto.
That's a big one.
Which matters. But is Juan Soto and Aaron Judge enough? Like, they were so reliant on Aaron Judge being crazy good. Like, okay, so you add one more player. I mean, look, the Padres just had Juan Soto in a lineup that had him and Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado and Xander Bogaerts, and they couldn't win baseball games. So why do you think you're going to put them in the Yankees lineup that's still got a ton of holes in it, and they're going to be able to win a ton of baseball games?
But that's the thing. It's not like they're putting the Yankees up there in like the high 90s or hundreds of wins. They're putting them in the low 90s.
Well, they have
fair.
You want to talk about title percentage chances? They have the Yankees at 8.2, the Astros at 12.
Which makes
I don't think that gap's big enough.
No, it's not. The title percentage chance makes no sense to me at all, because if you look at their projections for the Dodgers and the Braves, both of them they were over 20% chance to win the World Series, and then it drops off by 10% to the Astros. That makes no sense.
Now, look, computer systems can do what computer systems want.
Right.
I think that the projections have been unfair to the Astros from the title percentage wise.
Yes. Because it was,
like I said, I think that those two
the
teams in the National League are awesome. I think the Braves, to me, are the best team in baseball going in. But, like, there's not a huge gap between the Astros and the Braves. I know that the Astros have some question marks in the pitching and all that. There's not some massive gap like the projections are saying.
To me, I would put the Braves as at the top, and then it'd be the Astros number 2 for me before the Dodgers. But the Dodgers and the Astros would be 2A and 2B. Whatever the gap, if you think there is a gap between the Dodgers and the Braves, whatever that gap is, the gap is the exact same for the Astros.
I just can't wait for the Astros to win it all in 2024.
Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be so sweet. And then we get to go. You know what? I'm not going to go. Whoever they beat in the World Series, Braves, Dodgers, don't care. I'm not going to go to that fan base. I'm not going to go to any other American League fan base. I'm going to go right back to all of my Rangers family and friends.
Don't be that guy.
Oh, I am.
Nah, don't.
No, I've been.
Trust me. Take the high road.
Absolutely,
Josh,
not.
we'll be a dynasty. They can't sniff that.
The amount of texts that I got, I'm going to go. I've been holding these receipts. I'm going to go to each and every person that texted me over the span of the 3 weeks that I had to deal with it, and I'm just going to text one singular word. Dynasty, and I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, fine. You do you. I'll let you do that. Hey, we'll wrap up the show in a couple of moments with some thoughts on NBA All-Star Weekend, something that I know you're all bricked up to watch this week, which is the NBA All-Star Weekend.
I'm bricked up to watch it.
So we're going to talk about it to wrap up the show next, but I want to tell you about my favorite plumbing company, Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and you can head over to their website right now, aqueductplumbing.com, and you can get your free quote set up. You can get them to come out because they're not going to hassle you like so many plumbing companies are going to do. They're going to come out. They're going to give you a fair, honest assessment of the work that needs to be done, whether you need a new water heater. Maybe you're thinking going tankless. Maybe you need new pipes. Look, we've been lucky this year. We've not had a big, crazy freeze with a bunch of you busting pipes all over the place. But when you talk about a crew that takes care of people when it comes to repiping in the city, nobody does it better than Billy Brown's people over there at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Again, aqueductplumbingcompany.com to check it out and to get yourself set up with them today. You can also, of course, call them on the phone, which is always a great option when it comes to setting up your appointment, 281-488-6238. You could be like me. You got an issue with a bathroom sink, and then you decided that, hey, you want to be home plumber that watched a YouTube video. Don't be me. Please don't. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and get yourself set up today, or call 281-488-6238. They are Houston's repiping specialist. They are going to be the best experience you've ever had with a plumbing company. I absolutely guarantee it. aqueductplumbingcompany.com, 281-488-6238 for Aqueduct Plumbing. 488-6238 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 for Aqueduct Plumbing. 488-
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Mike O'Connor and Josh Beard.
O'Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to join us. You know, we didn't even mention it really this week before we do our All-Star weekend here. And I was just, again, seeing pictures of other teams. If you've not seen it in the news at all, Major League Baseball players are pissed off, and they've taken it to the union because the spring training uniforms are complete hot garbage.
Really?
Yeah, so the uniforms are Nike, but Nike doesn't produce them. It's Fanatics.
Oh, so they get to deal with the gear we get to buy.
Dude, if you go look at pictures of the Astros players, look at the numbers on the back of the jersey. And they're all like, it looks, you know what they honestly look like? They look like those crappy replica jerseys that they make that they do as giveaways at the ballpark.
That's awful.
And these are Major League players wearing them. Like it, and it's not just Astros. It's like I'm looking at the Yankees right now. The Yankees numbers on the back of their jerseys look terrible. Like, who okayed this? I know
these. I'm seeing them now. These look awful.
Like there was a picture of the Braves yesterday. I saw one of Chris Sale, the back of his, like the numbers, like Verlander pitching yesterday. The 35 is tiny, and then his big ass, and they look cheap.
That looks.
And that's what happens when
terrible.
you get into bed with Nike, who doesn't do it. They just put their swoosh on the Fanatics crap. And Fanatics is the worst. Not good product.
No, that's I've bought stuff from them, and the shirts fall apart so quickly.
They're terrible.
Yes,
they're literally they're gonna fall. Like I have some of the the championship T-shirts or whatever throughout the years that they're awful. Every single one of them is not wearable after like 5 times wearing it because they immediately shrink and they fade out.
Yeah,
they're just god awful.
Look, as a gentleman who is larger in stature and also has weirdly wide shoulders and a weirdly long torso, so it's already hard enough to find shirts that fit me well anyway. Mm-hmm. It's not great when it shrinks, man.
Yeah.
Talk about the T-shirts. Well, it's not great. It's not great when anything shrinks, but
so you
specifically T-shirts.
You were in the pool is what you're saying.
Yeah.
It happens.
Not great.
It happens.
Just saying.
NBA All-Star Weekend is this weekend. What are you going to watch? You going to watch it? You going to watch any of it? You going to turn it on?
Yes.
What are you going to turn on? What are you honestly going to watch?
All of it. I typically like the Rising Stars stuff, so I'll watch some of the Rising Stars stuff that they'll have, which is I think that's the semifinal and the final are both tonight, or is one tonight and one tomorrow? It doesn't matter. They do it differently now, so I'll watch the Rising Stars. I'll watch the Celebrity Game. We don't really do anything else on Friday nights anyway, so I always enjoy doing that. I will watch All-Star Saturday night. It is not as good as it has been, and it hasn't been good in a long time. I think the 3-point contest has gotten more exciting in my opinion because the shooters have gotten better. The skills challenge has gotten better too. I enjoy the skills challenge now. I am excited to watch the Steph Curry versus Sabrina. I always say this wrong. Ionescu. Is that how you pronounce it? Ionescu?
Ionescu.
Ionescu. I'm excited to watch the 3-point challenge between the two of them because I think there's a lot of dudes who play some pickup basketball or they don't play basketball at all who just assume that Steph Curry is going to blow the doors off of her. But, like, shooters are shooters, man. It doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. So that's going to be fun to watch. And then I'll very begrudgingly watch the slam dunk contest that won't interest me at all.
Who's in the dunk contest?
I don't even know this year. I haven't even looked at it.
It's got to be better than last year. Okay, well, actually, it's not much better.
I saw
Jaylen Brown is the only name that anybody's going to know, right?
Well, Mac McClung, I know his name because he is known for dunking. So I'm excited to watch him.
But you're an inside basketball person that knows that.
Everybody outside doesn't really know the name Mac McClung, but this guy is going to be fun to watch.
Jacob Toppin.
Yeah.
And Jaime Vasquez. Is that how you say it?
Jaquez. There's no V in there.
I don't know why
I'm really interested how you got with a J, how you got Vasquez. And there's not an S before the Q either.
I just got this wild hit of hunger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just totally overtook my brain.
You don't want to know why?
Huh.
Because you're getting old.
Well, no, because I just texted my wife, told her to take out some chicken so I can cook when I get home.
I just don't know how good the dunk contest is going to be.
It's never going to be good
about
again.
any of these.
Which, by the way, I didn't even realize this. All-Star Weekend, all of it's not at the Pacers Arena. It's at Lucas Oil Stadium.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that at all.
It's not at the Pacers Arena.
That's wild.
I had no idea. No, not a clue.
McClung's going to be fun to watch in the dunk contest. He was in it. Was he in it last year or the year before? He won it last year, right? Or was
news
it last
to me.
Year?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, he's going to be fun. But I saw a rule idea from somebody. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, where if for the slam dunk contest, 3-point shootout, all of it, you should not be able to compete unless you're an all-star. They should only have actual all-stars compete.
I agree with that, but the players are never going to agree to that.
They are not.
You're never going to get, because these guys have been scared their entire lives to do the dunk contest.
That's the worst part. No,
I'm not trying to make this a LeBron thing, like crushing LeBron.
It is his fault.
But the fact that LeBron went through his entire career and didn't one time do the dunk contest, it's embarrassing.
It is 100% his fault. It is absolutely his fault, because we've even seen stars do it before. Dwight Howard was a star, did it. Okay, since Dwight Howard, when was the last, or since Dwight Howard and Blake Griffin? But since Blake Griffin, when was the last time a star player, a real true star player, was active in wanting to do the slam dunk contest? People don't want, like, Jaylen Brown's fine, but is he gonna do well in the dunk contest? Mac McClung, nobody knows who he is.
Well, here's the thing, though,
nobody knows who he is.
We can say all these things, but everything's been done. There's nothing else that these guys can do at this point.
But that's why the names matter. People don't.
Yes, I agree. The names do matter. They absolutely matter. There's nothing that's appealing about any of these names that are on this list.
People really don't care about the dunk at the end of the day. People don't want to watch some no-name guy go out there and try a dunk 8 different times before he gets it. People want to watch the stars, the superstars in the league. It doesn't matter if a dunk's been done before. But, I mean, LeBron James doing, like, one under-the-leg windmill would be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, last year's participants were KJ Martin, Trey Murphy, the third, Jericho Sims, Mac McClung.
And Mac McClung was legitimately awesome last year.
But I don't know any of those people. I knew KJ Martin because he played for the Rockets. Nobody knows who KJ Martin is.
The one thing I will say about Mac McClung is there was a little bit of an aspect of where people are like, if you get him or dunks like this every single year, it could bring the dunk contest back. I don't believe that until you have names.
Did you remember Dwight Howard did it again in 2020?
Yeah, he did it twice.
I don't know. He did it 4 times.
Oh, he did it 4 times? Oh,
yeah.
I thought he only did it twice.
He won it in 08.
I remember him doing it again in 2020.
He did it in 07, and then he did it again in 2012. Props to Dwight.
Gerald Green is one of my more favorite more recent.
Trying to find like recent stars. Donovan Mitchell did it in 2018.
Yeah,
he won it that year.
Yep.
DeAndre, he wasn't a star.
No.
We had a dunk contest one year where it was DeAndre Jordan. Or no, excuse me. 1 year, Andre Drummond was in the dunk contest.
The Andre Drummond one was awful.
What were we doing?
One of my favorites.
Paul George did it twice.
Yeah.
Damian Lillard did it once.
Oh, I forgot Damian
John
Lillard
Wall did it once. So, yeah, I mean, there's been a small smattering.
Smattering's fine.
Of star players that have done it, but no, overall, it's terrible.
Go watch Mac McClung from the dunk contest last year. I forgot how good he was last year. The rest of them were KJ Martin was not very good. He had like some. He had an okay one, yeah. But Mac McClung was legitimately incredible. He had a couple of dunks that were just nuts. And if he can build on top of that,
does he play in the NBA or is he in the G League?
He was that was the thing last year is he was in the G League mostly, and then they
just see that, like you said, there's the problem. There's nothing about the dunk contest that's popular from the standpoint of nobody knows these people. There's no star power to it.
And that's really what matters
even
at the end of the day.
Even the three-point contest. Look at the three-point contest.
Oh, I know.
Malik Beasley. Jalen Brunson, good one. Tyrese Halliburton, good one. Damian Lillard, good one. Lauri Markkanen, nobody cares. Donovan Mitchell, fine. Karl-Anthony Towns is
a good one.
Trae Young, that's a good one. But still,
the three-point contest, I think, is fine. That's why the three-point contest is more exciting because there's star power there. There's names there. The dunk contest won't ever be good again until they get star power in there.
Well, you enjoy watching it, Josh.
I will. I'll have fun.
I'm going to be doing other things. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will talk to you. Well, I'll talk to you Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Josh will be back Tuesday.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Joe George behind the glass, our assistant to the regional manager, and our queen bee. It's baseball season, by the way. I'm not in studio today. Full disclosure, I'm out at Schrader Park in Houston. Opening day in college baseball for all of those that are interested. But pitchers and catchers reporting. Hitters, I guess, will report next week. Some are already there. Like the overachievers are there. Jake Myers is there. Chas McCormick is there. Yiner's a catcher, so he had to report because he's a catcher. And pitchers and catchers report early. There's a lot of guys that are there. Jeremy Pena's playing in the Cactus Jack softball thing yesterday. But so is Lance McCullers, and Lance McCullers was at West Palm Beach, Florida today. That was nice to see. But it's baseball season. It's baseball season. Hope springs eternal, all of that stuff. Spring training is underway. The Astros will be playing games here pretty soon. We've already had tons of Astro news. We've had shoulder inflammation. We've had a new closer name. So lots of stuff has been going on, which begs the question, what's your favorite spring training storyline? 713-780-3776. Also, who's your favorite spring training player to watch, or why are you watching that guy, or the guy that has the most importance to you? Where do you stand on that, Blankers? What's your favorite spring training storyline?
I think the first one to me, Jeremy, is I'm just watching center field really closely. I've been adamant about the fact I'd rather have Chas in center field. I know that Paul had thrown out there that Dubon might be his answer. To me, I prefer Chas in center, but that would mean that they have a better alternative in left. But I'm curious to see how Jake Myers is, how he looks, how he plays. Is he going to be the same Jake? Is he going to be the Jake that we knew before the injuries? So I am definitely dialed into I don't even know if it's a competition, because right now they're planning on Chas in left and Jake in center. I'm just curious to kind of see center field and Jake Myers.
Yeah, I feel like that job's already been won. What's your favorite offensive stat? What offensive number do you look at that is your favorite when it comes to valuing an offensive player?
I guess now it's kind of graduated to OPS, right?
That's my favorite. I mean, everybody has their own. Like, some people put a lot of stock on batting average or on base.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people like traditional, like homers. Dusty Baker liked the counting stats. He liked guys who got RBIs.
Right.
And depending on where you bat in the order, it kind of determines how many RBIs you get. Jake Myers and Mauricio Dubon really aren't that different offensively when you look at it from an OPS perspective. Now Dubon had a better year last year, was playing more often. Dubon had a 720 OPS last year. Myers was at 678. Like, that's better. But when you look at their career, now Myers was playing intermittently. He was kind of in and out of the lineup. Jake's career OPS 675, which is actually a little bit less than it was last year. Dubon's 680. So, like, from an offense, depending on how you look at it, from an offensive point of view, Jake Myers, career-wise, has been right there with Mauricio Dubon. Now, factoring in the defense, I think Jake Myers has a lot more range than Mauricio Dubon. I think Dubon's fine in center field. I think he takes kind of awkward angles. I don't think he has nearly as much of the range as Jake Myers does. Some of the advanced stuff would tell you the exact same thing. Now, Dubon has the arm advantage over Jake Myers. How much does that come into play in a center field? Who knows? I think that they're very comparable players, but from an everyday center field point of view, like let's see what Jake Myers has for the first 3 months of the year. Part of that is also, I believe, Mauricio Dubon's value is that he can fill in for anybody. And if you're using Mauricio Dubon as your starting center fielder, then who's your utility guy? Gray Kessinger. Mm-hmm. So I'm not a big fan of that. The Chas in center field, like we've discussed this in the past, I'm not a big fan of that either, because I don't want Yordan Alvarez to play much left field. And even if he is playing left field, okay, well then now who's your DH? Well, Yiner Diaz is your DH. Okay, well that means Victor Caratini's catching. Is that a huge upgrade over Jake Myers offensively? And then Jake Myers gives you the plus defense in center field. So I don't like the domino effect. I'm okay with the roster that's currently constructed. With Jake being the center fielder, I don't really think that much is going to be determined in spring training. I think they've made their mind up on that. Now, if he struggles in the first couple of months of the year, I can see them adding a bat that can play left field or DH, and then you move Chas to center field that way.
Yeah, I think that essentially, I'm watching it for the sole purpose of, you know me, I am not a huge believer in Jake Myers, and this is, I think, basically, in my opinion, this is my last chance. I would hope it's their last chance to say, let's see if Jake Myers can be our full-time center fielder. And then if it's the Jake Myers that I've seen that I've lost faith in, both offensively and defensively, I want to see if they would be willing to actually make a change and try and do something else, or are they just going to keep it in-house, internal, and like you mentioned, whether it be Dubon or Chas or however they care to do it, Would they just kind of adjust internally? I mean, I think there's young players that you want to see at that position too, just to see what they have and what they can do. But to me, I'm watching Jake Meyers and I'm watching center field closely.
Does Jake defensively, is he capable in your mind of playing center field every day?
Yeah, but see, the answer to that question flat out is yes, because we saw it when he first came up. Then we also saw him go through some injuries and some situations that kind of changed his aggressiveness and the way that he played center field, in my opinion. And then obviously, I think you talk about sometimes taking some bad angles. You talk about a guy that looks apprehensive in the outfield. And again, granted, he had injuries both going out into the wall and in to where he had a shoulder issue to where it looked like we've talked about this. I thought that he changed his approach in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but he had catches after
balls.
that where he crashed into the wall.
My personal feeling is that he looked totally different than he did when he first came up after the injuries and what he had been through. Granted, some of that is understandable because, he suffered an injury and he went through some things. But overall, I'm curious to see if he can get back to that Jake Meyers before the injuries, the way he played center field.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw some of that early. I think that he's crashed into walls multiple times since we've brought that up in the past. So I mean, we differ there. It was a two-part question though, because defensively, he's to me he's a good defensive center fielder. To me, he's a really good defensive center fielder. You think he's capable of manning center field defensively on and off? Because I think where he's going to either take over the full-time center field role. Is going to come with his offense. Defensively, he's there. Everybody in the organization would tell you that. We might differ on how good of defense he plays, but capable to play center field. It's going to come down to offense for Jake Meyers. So knowing that he's at least capable, we differ on the capability, but he's capable of playing center field defensively. What do you need to see from him offensively to be the full-time center fielder?
Well, I think that in terms of his plate approach, I think a lot of times he looked like a deer in the headlights. I don't know that he had an approach. I think a lot of times he ends up getting beat hot by high fastballs. To me, I think that as a center fielder, and Jake Meyers' type center fielder, he's had pop in the past, but that was kind of rare compared to who he had been his entire career. I'd like him just to try and work on getting on base more. I'd like to see him kind of do some of the things that Chaz talked about that he'd worked on. Instead of falling for and chasing a lot of bad breaking pitches on the outside corner and slow off speeds pitches, look to try to take them to right field. Look to try to do things to get on base. We know he's fast. We know that he can run. Well, it doesn't do you any good if you can't get him on base. And so I'd like to see him kind of dial it down to hone into being kind of more of a base hit hitter that can get on base, set the table for others. And like you said, with the offense that they have, it's going to come down to how his offense plays into this lineup. And I would hope that he becomes more looking for, hitting for average and trying to get on base than a lot of times. I think he had a big swing trying to swing for extra base hits.
Okay. So what kind of I'm with you on that. I think that he's going to be in the bottom of the order, defensive minded center fielder. I'm cool with him being an on base guy. Where at? Where do you want that on base percentage to be? What would you feel good with for him to be your everyday center fielder?
I guess what Major League average is in the low 700s, but I would say
you're talking OPS.
OPS.
You're saying OPS.
Yeah.
But you said on base percentage.
Okay, I don't know the exact percentage. I would like him to be a table setter a lot more and try and get on base a lot more consistently.
Okay. It doesn't really sound like what you need. What you need to see out of him, it sounds to me is more eye test from you, which is fine. That's anybody's prerogative. For me, because again, I think he's going to be, if he makes it as an everyday center fielder, it's going to be about his offense. He's capable of playing defensive in center field right now, and I think he does it at a really high level. I look more at it from an OPS standpoint. Whenever he got called up his first few games after he played in 49 games, it's more than a few. He was fine. He was really, really good. He was solid. If he could give you what he was before the injury, you would take that in a heartbeat. 260 average, 323 on base, 761 OPS. He had an OPS plus, which the average on that's 100 of 107. So he was an above average offensive player in center field and played center field at a high level. Now, last year, 112 games, 341 plate appearances, was in and out of the lineup. His numbers weren't as good, and it was his first full year back from the injury. 227 average, 296 on base. That needs to be north of 300 for me. And then he had a 678 OPS, 86 OPS plus. Because I think he's a really good defensive player. I think if Jake Myers is around a 100 OPS, and then the on-base percentage, I'm with you. Like that needs to go up. It can't be under 300. I want it to be around 3. Like I would like for it to be around 330, 340. But I can live with it at 320 if he's giving you a little bit of punch. So 320 on base for me. Give me an OPS plus 95 because he's an above-average defender. So I can take a little bit below-average offense. Keep in mind he's probably batting ninth for you. So that's all I need from Jake Myers. Like I don't have these huge, lofty expectations. He doesn't have like a whole lot in my mind to be the everyday center fielder. Just give me the defense that you play. Give me an OPS plus around 95. Get on base 32% of the time. And he's an everyday center fielder for me.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think that we look similar and different, but at the same time, I think we're both expecting the same thing because I think the other thing is the microscope's also going to be on Chaz because Chaz then as the left fielder, if he's going to be the more everyday left fielder, that he's got to pick up where he left off last year. And, look, I love Chaz's attitude, effort, and a whole lot about Chaz McCormick, but I think that he obviously had a career year last year, and I'm curious to see if he can do it again because every spot in that lineup, obviously they're resting a lot of their laurels on their offense, and they can play defense, but this team, I need it to have the same kind of consistency offensively to score runs, and if you take Maldi out, I would hope the bottom of the lineup can get better, but I need Chaz to try and be in the ballpark pretty close to what he did a year ago if he's going to play left field every day.
Yeah, because he's playing the corner outfield spot. Mm-hmm. He needs to be the guy who he was last year and not the guy over the course of his career. Like 842 OPS from your left fielder, that'll play. Mm-hmm. 786 OPS from your left fielder, like that's pretty good, but it's not. You're not really winning there. You know what I mean? Like you're not lapping the field. You're not top 5 in all of Major League Baseball. Now, you put that in center field, and you have an offense that really, really plays. I like this lineup. Now, some things have to go your way. Like Jose Abreu, I don't even need Jose Abreu to be prime Jose Abreu. I just need Jose Abreu to be kind of who he was in the final 2 months of the year as opposed to the first 4 months of the year. Altuve's health. Jeremy Pena, people look at Jeremy Pena's second year, and they're like, oh, what a major disappointment. He was pretty similar to what he did in his first year if you eliminate the playoffs, except he lost his lift, but he actually added plate discipline, and he actually became a better contact hitter. So I actually saw some signs last year that I liked from Jeremy Pena. Now, I'd like him to start lifting the ball a little bit more because he's got power. Yiner, if we just kind of expect that he's going to do what he did last year over a full season, and he's being in the lineup every day, I think he'll find some rhythm. And then Jake and Chaz kind of have to be, Chaz has to be who he was. Jake kind of has to revert back to who he used to be. But they should have a fine lineup. Like, that's the bottom of the order. Your last two guys in the order are Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers. That's not atrocious.
No, it's not. It's not. And obviously, you basically took, not just last year, but for the last couple of years, you basically took an out at the end of the line, at the end of the order with Maldi. So hopefully that no matter what you do, it's better than what you had, and you upgrade the offense. Because I'm with you on Abreu. Look, I'm not looking for White Sox Abreu or prime Abreu, but if you can give me the last 2 months of the way Abreu came back after they came out and said it was a back injury, that was the kind of guy that plays in this lineup because he had more pop. He had some big hits for this team down the stretch, starting with the last series in Arizona and kind of carrying it in a little bit to where if he can do that instead of being the Abreu we saw from the minute he put an Astros uniform on, and you can improve the bottom of the lineup a little bit, you're in a pretty good spot.
713-780-ESPN. What are your favorite spring training storylines? What's your favorite, or who are you watching in spring training as well? Not what's your favorite, but who are you watching the most this spring training? 713-780-ESPN. I'll give you my favorite storyline too. Talking about blankers there. We'll talk about mine when we return. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston. Great time to be had there. It is a Friday show. Fridays are always the best. Mean text to close out the week. Justin Verlander. I got to ask an interesting question about Justin Verlander. Is he washed? We'll get to that a little bit later as well. But what's your favorite spring training storyline? Who's your favorite player to watch in spring training this year for whatever reason you want? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back, Houston. These guys missed you over the last break. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What's your favorite spring training storyline? 713-780-3776. He's Blank on Branham. 3311. Branham's favorite storyline is, will they re-sign Alex Bregman? No, it's not. I retired from talking about Alex Bregman contract extension. Speaking of which, though, I saw the Blue Jays manager talking. Was it Schneider or I don't know his name.
You're right.
I think it's Schneider. He was talking about George Springer, and they said that he's going to try to give George Springer more DH at bats and give him more days off. Last year he became a full-time right fielder and didn't perform well either, by the way. And then this year they're going to give him more DH spots and more days off. Astros got that one right.
Yeah, they did. There's no doubt about it. And I think that when we saw just the age alone, when he was about to enter free agency, you just kind of knew that he was looking to make up for lost time financially, as well as the fact that when you factor in his age, whether we've seen more and more of to know that the trend was there, that the Astros are they're not going to do certain things. That was one that, as much as I loved him as an Astro, was my favorite Astro while he was here. I just didn't think, I was realistic from the jump. It just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, so that's just something to put away there, because a lot of people at the time didn't like when Springer left, and it looks like you got that one right. 7248, can't wait to see Jacob Melton play center field. I'm looking forward to that as well. Now, I will maybe buzzkill Branham this a little bit. I don't feel like Jacob Melton's anywhere close to big league ready, though. He played in 13 games above A-ball last year. He played in 13 games with Corpus. He had 52 at-bats with Corpus. Dana Brown speaks glowingly about Jacob Melton. Find me a general manager that doesn't talk up their minor league prospects. But I like his skill set. He's got power. He's got speed. He probably strikes out a little bit too much. But he needs a lot more seasoning. And in those 52 at-bats, he hit 250. Now, he had a good OPS, and you'll take that. But to me, he needs about 150 AA at-bats, maybe even AAA at-bats. I don't care too much about AAA. But he needs more seasoning, point blank, end of story.
Well, no, and that's the thing, too, Jeremy. I mean, the minute his name comes out of Dana Brown's mouth, everybody's eyes are watching. Now, suddenly, he's under a microscope, and there's crosshairs, and everybody's anticipating and almost expecting this kid's going to be a guy that immediately is going to be on the fringe and on the cusp of, joining this team and big things happening. And the reality is he's got a ways to go, because, you hear Melton, you hear Arrighetti, and Dana Brown has talked about both those guys. And all of a sudden, the light bulb goes on, the microscope comes out, and it's like, oh, I got to watch that guy because he should be here pretty soon. Arrighetti probably has a better chance than Melton, but Melton's, got some work to do.
Yeah. I mean, Arrighetti, I think, will be in the bigs before Melton. Now, Arrighetti probably needs some injuries, too. I don't think they're going to want to start his clock sooner, but he's closer. He's closer. I think Melton has the bigger upside. My favorite spring training storyline is really the middle relievers. Like, it's probably pretty boring, right? It's not going to move the needle. We're talking about these middle relievers after Josh Hader, Ryan Presley, and Brian Abreu. And then you can lock up Rafael Montero into one of the bullpen spots, too, because his contract is so big. But you got 3 other spots that you have a bunch of randoms that are fighting for. And we got into some of Dana Brown yesterday and what he's a couple of the names that he mentioned. But that, to me, is where the actual competition is. I don't think that there's any competition in terms of your starting lineup. You might see a competition for the final bench spot. Like, does it go to Trey Cabbage? Does it go to Corey Julks? Go Cougs? Does it go to John Singleton? That job can be won. I think that's the only offensive job that can be won, though, because Kessinger's a backup, I think, on this team over Hensley. So there's one spot offensively, and it's literally your last bench spot. But on the pitching staff, you have a bunch of guys, whether it's guys like Forrest Whitley who have come up in your system, a Souza who you claimed off of waivers last year, a Dylan Coleman who you traded for. You have a lot of what I would call 4A pitchers that are fighting for 3 jobs. And I'm excited to get to see those guys get actual work in spring training. See, I don't think those guys have the luxury of working on stuff because they're fighting for a job. So, I don't put a whole lot of weight on Framber Valdez's spring training ERA, but I do with all these middle relievers who are fighting for these openings.
Yeah, you got to get outs. I mean, look, we talked about the fact that I think we're both in the camp of we liked what we saw to Souza last season. And in the short, sample size that we saw in an Astros uniform, he looked like he could get people out. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do, hopefully starting his first full season with this club, because I think that at least from an veteran with experience that you can plug into the middle of that bullpen, I would have confidence in him if he can pick up where he left off a year ago. Coleman's a guy, if they went out and got him, he's going to get every opportunity to succeed, but I don't think they're also going to have a really tough time if they have to just say he's not the guy right now because he just doesn't have it. And Whitley's a guy that I think, obviously, that everybody would love to see finally do something to where he could actually play a role and make a difference on the big league level. But he's the one guy that I think that really has to dial it in and show that he's got, control and he's got a firm grasp of his situation.
Yeah, his stuff is good. I like his stuff, but he's never really put it together and had like these dominating years. I'm really interested to see what he looks like as a reliever. But 3 jobs, right? Because you're going to have a 6-man rotation, assuming everybody's healthy, and like Verlander doesn't start on the injured list. You're going to have France and Urquidy that are either part of the 6-man rotation. One of them's your long guy. You have Hader, you have Presley, you have Abreu, you have Montero. So there's 3 jobs to fight for. If I had to pick today, I would go Coleman, Whitley, and Souza. But the other names that are there, you're talking about Blanco. Is Blanco going to be a starter or a reliever? If he's a reliever, I think he has a chance to make the team. Brandon Bielak, he's like the veteran in the room. I think he has an okay chance to make the team. I really don't love that. I wouldn't be a huge fan of him making the team. Then you have like Seth Martinez is still around. Dubin's still around. So you have some options here. You have some people fighting for these jobs. So that's the thing that I'm looking forward to when these games actually start happening.
Yeah, I think that to me, because Seth Martinez has proven himself for the most part that he can get big league hitters out and he can be a guy that can do a variety of different things for you. That to me, if Whitley doesn't make it, because I'm kind of leaning your direction that Whitley, this is the real opportunity for him. But if he blows up in spring training or he looks like he just hasn't got it yet, then I would say Seth Martinez is the first guy that I would look at.
He might even be the favorite right now. Like if you had to put the 26-man roster together right now, Martinez might have that job because Whitley might have to prove some stuff, because he hasn't pitched at the big league level. And Martinez wasn't great last year, like getting ERA north of 5, but you know that he's capable at least. Yeah. And it's not a role in the bullpen where you're like, these are leverage innings. These are give me 3 outs when you're down by 3 runs and keep us in the game. So I bet you Seth is if they had to decide right now is the favorite. But I'm hoping that, and maybe this is just me being like super optimistic, that Whitley's stuff looks so good and he's dominant in spring that they just can't not give him the job.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for a guy that just on stuff alone, Whitley and Blanco to me have the kind of major league stuff that I believe in. That could actually be in that role. But the other thing with Martinez is the fact that if you get into an extra inning game, he can give you multiple innings. He can soak up innings, and he can do some things that you need a pitcher to do, especially if you've used multiple pitchers to get to that point in a given game. So he's proven enough that I think that he'll be at the top of their list.
That's a good point. Like, he can give you 6 outs.
Yep.
Like, he gives you a little bit of versatility in the pen, which, if you're looking at the final spot of the bullpen, and you're in a 6-man rotation too, like – if you're in a 5-man rotation, you have your long guy in France or Urquidy. But if you're going 6-man rotation, you have no long guy, and you might want somebody in that bullpen that can eat 2 to 3 innings, and Martinez can do that. And with them transitioning Whitley to a bullpen role, I think he's going to be a 3-out guy. 713-780-3776. Somebody says Kennedy Corona is who Melton already is, but with more seasoning. I know that they put him on the 40-man to avoid being selected in the Rule 5 draft. It's hard for me to put any weight in offensive numbers before AA. Like if you're tearing up single A, okay, I'm gonna keep my eye on you. You're tearing up rookie ball, okay, I'm gonna keep my eye on you. But I really don't take prospects that seriously until they get to AA. And last year was Corona's first year in AA. He did all right. 244 average, isn't fantastic, but a 773 OPS. He hit 20 home runs in 111 games. So it's like, okay, you got power. He stole 31 bases. Okay, you have some speed. I think Corona's more outfield depth, though, than, surprise make the team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And, the thing that, again, the other guy that I was going to throw into the mix when we were talking about, out of Dana Brown's mouth, or if Dana Brown makes a move, everybody's going to be watching. Everybody's going to be watching Cabbage. And to me, Cabbage is the quintessential 4A All-Star, right? He's a AAA All-Star. He can pound the ball in AAA, but there's a reason why the Angels were quick to get rid of him. I'm going to kind of keep a side eye at least on him to see if he is what everybody is expecting him to be, and see if there's any even if he's capable of making a roster spot on this squad.
Yeah, I'm interested to see him play too, because he has that rare combination of power and speed. He strikes out a ton, and then he gives you position flexibility. Like, he can play the corner infielder spots, and he can play corner outfield spots. So if, like, he and John Singleton are offensive washes, well, now you have speed from Cabbage, and he can play 4 positions as opposed to just 1. So that gives Cabbage the advantage. And, like, if those are the 2 guys battling, or do you keep, like, another outfielder only in a Corey Julks? Like, I think that position is going to be a fight. I think that is going to be an actual battle. One thing that kind of works against Cabbage and Julks is that they both have minor league options. So if it's like a tie between all 3 of these guys, and one of them doesn't have options but the other 2 do, well, you're going to send down the 2 guys that have options.
Yeah, and it's funny that Julks a year ago was a guy that everybody was talking about, all the positives and the local kid, and now you don't hear a single thing about him. But I would expect that, yeah, he went through a really tough spell there after getting settled on the team last year. But I'm curious to see what he brings to the table. I know he's a little older, but I would think that he's got as good a chance as anybody of showing that he can still make this squad and be a guy off the bench that they can plug and play.
Should be fun. I'm ready to see a spot his lineups too, and I know that he'll like tinker and probably play with things, but I'm interested to see if he's any different than Dusty Baker when it comes to those lineups. I would also temper expectations. Remember, Justin Dearden was like the darling of the ball last year when it came to spring training, and like, oh, he should be the outfielder, and then he had a terrible season. He's been dropped from like every Astros top prospect list. The Astros left him unprotected in the Rule 5 draft and didn't get picked. So, like, that's the thing you have to keep in mind, too. Yeah. Like, these guys might go nuts in 15 games in spring training, but they might not be on the team's radar whatsoever.
Yeah, no, yeah. Again, it's funny how because of, like, the fan infatuation with names that they miss some of, like, the real details that show you. If all these teams are passing on a guy, there's probably a reason why.
713-780-ESPN. No argument in my mind. Jim Crane is the best owner in the city. I'll tell you why next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The killer bees. What about the murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
No argument in my mind that Jim Crane is the best owner in this city. Chris Baldwin, he does work for Paper City Mag, does a really good job. I enjoy reading his work. He's fantastic at what he does. He had some quotes from Jim Crane. I think this was kind of like a little media get together for the Houston Open that's coming up. But he got to have a little exclusive with Jim Crane, and a few of these quotes that again just I think cement Jim Crane as the best owner in the city. If you disagree, 713-780-3776. And, of course, people, before he signed Hader, he's cheap, he's tightwad, doesn't open up his wallet, blah, 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 blah. Here are a few of the quotes from Jim Crane that stood out to me. I'm not worried about the window. He made in a one-on-one interview with Paper City. I made a statement the other day that as long as I'm here, the window's open. So I've got to live up to that. Okay, that sounds great. Words to me don't matter a whole lot. I need to see action. But I've seen action on that front. I've seen action where Jim Crane's willing to keep the window open, Blankers.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think that if there was anybody that questioned anything about Jim Crane and his dedication towards winning and spending, this offseason should have put it to bed. And even, quite frankly, whether you agree with the moves and the length of the contracts and the way he went about it or not, what he did last year, too, because he committed more than most on both Montero and Abreu, and then, believed that it was the right commitment on a pretty substantial one-year deal for Brantley. And now coming out of that, no one saw the Hader deal coming. And when he locked up Hader, it basically should have shut a whole bunch of people up and told a lot of people, hey, I'm willing to do whatever's necessary if I feel, and it's his choice, if he feels like it's going to help this team get over the hump and win another one or compete for another one. So you got to love that.
Yeah, I love that quote, and then let's keep the window open. Obviously, everybody wants to do that. Now, I don't think keeping the window open necessarily means that you're signing free agents each and every year. Keeping the window open means that you're continuing to add on to a team that's really good. And that can come from a variety of different ways. It could come in free agency, like with Hader. It could come with Yainer Diaz, who came up through the minor league system after he was traded for. It could be Jeremy Pena, a guy that you drafted that wasn't like this massive top prospect, can't-miss guy, then all of a sudden he's your everyday shortstop and is doing some pretty good things, whether it's coming through in the clutch in the World Series a couple of years ago, in the playoffs a couple of years ago, or winning a Gold Glove, playing some really good defense. So there's multiple ways to keep that window open. It doesn't have to be only free agency. Another quote that I like from him, extending Altuve was big. He's a main guy who can still play well, and getting him into the Hall of Fame would be a big deal for us, so we've got to keep him around until he retires. The contract that they just signed with Altuve, I think, is a big indicator of that. But also, we kicked around the idea, is this Jose Altuve's last contract? I think there's a decent chance, 50-50 chance, maybe 60-40 chance, that it's not his final contract, that he's going to play beyond the 5-year extension that he signed. And here in this quote, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, you tell me if I am, this means to me that they're going to make sure he's here even if he plays beyond this current extension.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They even basically said as much when they tweeted out the announcement that he's going to be an Astro for life, or however they worded it when they put that out there. But, just based on when we were calculating what he's got to do and the amount of time it's going to take to get to the hits that he wants to get to and some of the milestones, he's probably got one more short-term deal in him based on where he wants to be individually, regardless of how this team performs as a whole for the length of his contract. And so I'm with you. I think it's probably more than 60-40. I think that there's probably a 70% chance that he's going to need one more contract because he's going to want to get to that milestone of 3,000 hits, and he's probably going to be a little short when this thing expires.
One of the Crane talked about the finances a little bit. Like, owners are never going to open up their books. But he said, listen, you've got 22,000 season tickets sold, which I believe is a Houston Astros record. That's a lot of season tickets. I always tell people the fans are the ones paying the bill. I've just got to administrate it properly. So I take it very seriously. Without the sponsors and the fans, we wouldn't be where we're at. We've got to always remember those people first. I tell the players they're paying, the fans are paying for it, not me. Look, I feel like this is how owners should operate. Like, if you're making lots of money, and again, this is us putting, getting into other people's wallets and other people's pockets. But if I was a sports owner, I would take X amount of money per year profit. And I know you owe it to your co-owners and stuff like that too. But the money you're bringing in, I feel like, is money that you should be spending on the team. And again, that doesn't always mean through free agency. It might mean coaching staff. It might mean whatever you're doing in research and development to make sure that's the absolute best. Crane's talking about, building kind of a Wrigleyville around Minute Maid Park. Like, that's part of, like, putting money back into the team. So, that's where I'm at. You should always be putting the money that you're making back into the team. Mm-hmm. And quite frankly, I think that he does.
Yeah, no, I think, and look, in his big picture vision, like you mentioned, building that whole community around the stadium is going to be an external money maker that's going to help him and give him more flexibility and the ability to take more chances or go out farther past the tax line simply because of the fact that he knows whether it's team generated or not, there's going to be revenue opportunities. But when it comes down to the sponsors and the fans, the other thing that I would put into that mix that he forgot about, and he is deeply invested in it now, is that TV deal. And that TV deal and that TV network and that partnership with Tillman is going to play a lot too into the fact that if it does well, if it takes off, then he's got an extra revenue stream in his back pocket. If it doesn't, not that it's going to limit him, but it could be an issue that he's got to pay attention to. And that's why when you have that, but you also have another backup plan with building that whole area around the stadium and building it out, he's doing things for the big picture in the long term every step of the way while he's doing things for the year to year. And that's what you really have to appreciate as a fan, because a lot of owners don't have that kind of forward thinking.
No, yeah, I'm curious to see how that whole TV thing plays out too, because like currently they're operating with the same like structure that they did previously, whenever it was pre-Shin. Mm-hmm. But do they start selling like subscriptions? Like, can you start getting it a la carte like in the future? But I think right now they're tied into their into the contracts that they have with the providers. But in the future, can they go a la carte? Can they get $13 a month to watch the Astros and Rockets specifically through an app? I think that they will, and I think that the business will boom when it comes to that.
Streaming is going to be a big deal in all the deals, nationally, locally, the league deals. It's going to play a big role. And then from just strictly locally here with Tillman and with Crane, the bigger thing was that network was struggling mightily, and part of it was because they had to pay exorbitant fees to the teams just to get the rights to do the games. And now you would think that both owners in the short term are taking that off the table so that the network can get a little bit of a revenue stream going, and then they'll adjust accordingly. But, at least from the standpoint of them even putting their money and their commitment into that network, it shows you their commitment to being here and trying to make this thing work long-term with profitability.
I do think cash in hand, it hurts you, though, short-term. Like, because you mentioned these networks are giving them this, lump sum of money, which is massive. And now that, they have their own rights, and there's like it takes away the restrictions of what they can earn through sponsors and ads and things like that. But that takes time to build. I think that they do take a hit short-term. But long term, it could have major success and rewards. The final one was about Crane was asked about contract extensions with players. I think the reporters are well, they've got to extend this guy? ? I mean, listen, there's a time for everything. We focus on one thing at a time and try to knock them out as we see the priority. You're not going to always be able to sign everyone because your payroll would be so high, you'd be broke. So we've prioritized things, and we think we made good decisions when we make them. You're always under a lot of scrutiny, but I'm not worried about the window. You look at the big three that left. We talked about Springer a moment ago. George Springer is no longer a center fielder. People always in Houston, well, you never were able to replace George Springer in center field. He's not even a center fielder anymore. If George Springer was still on this team, you would still be looking for a center fielder because he can't play center field anymore. He can only play right field. And also, he's getting days off and is going to DH more this year. And also, he had a 732 OPS last year. He was a very average corner outfielder. He makes $25 million a year. That's a win for me. Carlos Correa, he's had all these injuries. He's not really been a good offensive player since he's left Houston. $33.3 million. Garrett Cole is the best of the three that have left. He's still pitching at a very, very high level. He makes $36 million. Two of those three are no-brainers, easy decisions. Let them walk. Garrett Cole, you would love to have him back, and I would take Garrett Cole back on the contract he's on, but it was never realistic for the Astros. If you combine those three players' salaries, it's $94.3 million.
Yeah, and the thing is that it was almost a blessing. They were never in the discussion because he wanted to be a Yankee. That's where he had his heart set on going, maybe ever since he was a kid, but you could tell from the jump he was ready to go to New York, and it was a blessing because the other two, the fans were really, their heartstrings were firmly attached to those two guys. But it just wasn't the right move from an organizational standpoint. A lot of owners would have caved in. A lot of owners would have felt that kind of pressure and decided, we've got to do this. The fans love these guys. The ability to make smart business decisions and baseball decisions while also still paying close attention to the fans is the beauty of Jim Crane as well. And that's why you really got to appreciate him, because it is the reality that this window is staying open because of it.
713-780-ESPN. ESPN YouTube. Matt says Hannah McNair. Would you have Hannah McNair higher on your owner list than Jim Crane?
No, she gets honorable mention, extra credit, special extra credit, because of the fact that Cal was going to be rock bottom dead last and was doing a whole lot that turned everybody the wrong direction towards the Texans. And maybe some people would like to call it coincidence. I don't. I think that she was the cooler head in the room, that once she was brought into the picture and had a voice, it seems like everything started to turn in the right direction. So she definitely gets credit for turning what looked like a dumpster fire into a whole lot better ownership situation with the Texans.
Yeah, it does seem like she is she's kind of the person behind Cal McNair. I'm not 100% sure, and she's not the owner. Janice is the owner, and she's alive and she's well, according to the courts.
She doesn't need any test to prove it.
Yeah, she's alive and she is well. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. I don't know if you saw the big news, but CJ Stroud keeps winning. He won the Cactus Jack softball MVP yesterday, and I'm not kidding when I tell you this. I think it's a big deal. I'll tell you why. Next, it's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is a game changer, people. He's a game changer in the game of life, because if you've lost your hair, you've got thinning spots, bald spots, you don't think there's anything you can do about it. You've either tried or don't want to try the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem, and you've basically thrown up your hands and given up. You don't have to. All you got to do is get with Doc Linville and his staff. And right now, as a listener to ESPN 97.5, you can do that for free. No commitment, no signing on the dotted line, no cash out of pocket. You can figure out if the NeoGraft procedure is right for you. The NeoGraft procedure is that game changer you've been looking for. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. I saw the results almost immediately and also have seen them since. And you can too. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Set up a consultation. It's absolutely free, like I said. And you can ask questions, get answers, and see if it's an alternative that you might be willing to consider. For those that have, like me, unbelievable results. And what Doc told me that I wasn't aware of was 95% of the follicles he's going to move are going to stay and grow with and be with you for the long haul, not go anywhere. And the follicles he's going to move are going from a spot that you're never going to lose your hair. What I was not aware of was the fact that no matter how bald you go on top or lose your hairline in front, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He takes some of those follicles, moves them where you need them, and you see the results immediately. But also, when they get stronger and longer and you know they're not going anywhere, you'll see a whole heck of a lot results, like the final results in about 9 months. Phenomenal things going on at Doc Linville's office. Tell him I sent you by, but check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Welcome back, Houston. These guys missed you over the last break. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you've been living under a rock lately, you might have known that the Cactus Jack celebrity softball game was yesterday at Minute Maid Park. It was a who's who of everybody in Houston. Bagwell was there. Warren Moon was there. Participant was there. You know who that is, Participant?
Nope.
Yeah, I think he's like a rapper or something. He was in Cron.com. There was I'm joking. There was a list of Houston Astros. There was like Brantley was there, Pena was there, Bregman was there, Lance was there, and there was some rando there. And instead of like finding out who the guy was, they just listed him as participant. Like they just listed him as
Who was
participant.
it? I mean, was it somebody?
Somebody in the comments said who he thought it was, but I had never heard of the name. And then I Googled him and stuff, and I couldn't find him.
Huh.
I couldn't find out.
I'll be honest with you. I wasn't living under a rock, but I had no idea that game was going on last night, and I was curious. Like, was it open to the public? Did they try and sell tickets?
I think they sold tickets.
Huh?
Yeah, I think they sold tickets. I didn't. I didn't. I saw the list of participants yesterday morning, so like I knew the game was happening, but I wasn't going to go. But C.J. Stroud is your MVP.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Stroud won the MVP. He hit a homer in the game. He doubled in the game. He's a winner. And I know that I've mocked C.J. Stroud playing in these games, and I guess it's not so much mock. I really don't want him to. Like, would I want C.J. Stroud playing in the Cactus Jack softball game yesterday? Yes or no? Strictly for me, no, I don't. Like, I care about the Texans. I don't care about his side of the celebrity softball game. Saying is the celebrity game tonight or tomorrow for the All-Star game?
It is Friday night. It should be tonight.
So if it's tonight, like I don't want Stroud playing in that game. Like I'd rather him not play than play. So like I am sincere when I say that. That said, if he's going to play, I want him to win the darn thing. And why this actually matters to me is like multiple fronts. But the first one is C.J. Stroud has that weird like competitor tick where like you see like it's kind of freaky, right? Like we saw it in Kobe Bryant where like Kobe Bryant has this weird like mental thing where he's just going to be a son of a gun and be a winner, right? Like he's going to figure out a way to have success. I think Nick Saban's kind of the same way. Nick Saban has this really weird mental thing where he's going to figure out how to be super successful, and he's going to block out things in his life that are like very normal to all of us in order to be, a winner. And I think it's borderline psychotic. And I'm seeing the same stuff with C.J. Stroud, where like it could be something as stupid as a celebrity softball game. It could be something as stupid as a celebrity all-star game that he's playing in tonight for the NBA All-Star festivities. But C.J. Stroud's a competitor, and he wants to win. And my favorite thing about C.J. Stroud, quite frankly, is his mentality.
Jeremy, he's been training for this all year.
That's crazy.
I mean, because of the fact that we see him every pregame and everybody's going, is he shooting a basketball pregame? Is he, doing like multiple sport training before he on the field before he warms up for an NFL game? I mean, he was talking on a podcast the other day about how he dropped 40 on the Jaime Jaquez from the Heat that played at UCLA. And it's like, you know what? You're right. When he talks about he's got that dog in him, but it's a good comparison to Kobe. Now, the one thing that I would say is that because I've lived part of this with some of the women that he's been just pictured with, hopefully, around him, the one thing I don't want him to get caught up in is the Kardashian curse or Amber Rose.
Oh, wait, time out. Did you say that intentionally?
What do you mean?
Did you just say that last name intentionally, Joel?
What name?
Amber Rose?
Yeah, I think he said it. He said who he was going home with. So, like, I think he saw it.
Okay. Yeah. I was making sure. I thought I misheard you there. I thought you were just rattling names. That's my bad. Sorry.
You saw him go home with Amber Rose last night, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I was confused. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
I thought it was a coincidence.
I've seen I've seen one of the Kardashians and Amber Rose as guests in the Toyota Center to a guy that really had a lot of things go negatively during those times. I don't need that now because I want that competitive dog, C.J. Stroud, trying to win everything. And I'm with you. I don't want him playing in the celebrity game tonight.
Right.
I don't mind softball if he's in batting practice and taking big swings and trying to hit home runs. But I don't want him – look, I'm not even saying it. I just don't want him to be out there a whole lot. No. I don't want him MVP tonight. Let me put it that way.
This shows the mentality, though. Like, and again, I think it's kind of a mental thing whenever you talk about these elite – guys in their field that have tremendous amount of success. In fact, I think you have to be borderline crazy in order to have that level of competition, that level of desire. And just those were just a few of the names that stick out to me. And Stroud and winning the Cactus Jack, Mankind, Dude Love, Celebrity Softball Game MVPs, the only one example of where we've seen this. Like, we've seen it in a bunch of different aspects of life. Here was whenever he was doing the media row stuff the other day, last week ahead of the Super Bowl, he was on with Kay Adams. And Kay Adams, like, she had a couch, her side, and then she had the guest side where they had a couch, and in the middle they had, like, a centerpiece, and the centerpiece was actually the Lombardi Trophy. And here was the conversation with Stroud and Kay Adams around the Lombardi Trophy.
You guys, this is the actual Lombardi Trophy, CJ.
I don't want to look at it yet.
What?
I'm not going to look at it.
You're not going to look at it? Why?
Because I'm on my own, and I don't want to.
This is the actual one that will be given out to either the Niners or the Chiefs. You don't want to look at it?
Nope. I'm on my own.
You won't even make eye contact with it. I find that fascinating. Really, everybody else is like taking selfies with it. No, why? Can you explain that a little better so I get it?
I don't know. I just feel like I want to put my eyes on the one that I want to win, So that's already up for grabs from two other teams, and, I'm not available in those games. Those aren't my team. That's not my team. So, I'd rather just wait next year for mine.
I love this mentality, and I hope it happens, and you guys are well on your way. You have leadership and all the right things and all the right stuff in all the right places.
That's my favorite thing about C.J. Stroud. He has a lot of attributes. My favorite attribute is his mentality, is his mindset. It's like he's going to refuse to lose. He's going to refuse to fail. And I think he's borderline psychotic. I really do. I think he's borderline psychotic. He has to be the best in a softball game. He's talking trash to Micah Parsons about a celebrity basketball game. He refuses to even – it's not even touch. Like, a lot of people won't touch the trophy. He won't even look at the trophy. The dude is a freak, and I love it.
I love it, too, because here's the thing, Jeremy, and this might be a hot take, but the only one that I've ever seen have that mentality for, like, I won't say 24/7, 365, but as close to it is Kobe. You're right. You're absolutely right. Because Jordan, when the season was over, yeah, he loved basketball. He loved golf. He loved baseball for a while. He loved cigars. He loved going out. He did a whole lot of stuff, and Kobe seemed to always be dialed in. He was working with Dream here in Houston and trying to develop new moves. He was constantly in the lab, as he put it, in the gym and lifting weights and doing all those things. And a lot of it, he said, was emulating and getting the same trainer and doing the same things as Jordan did. But Jordan definitely took time off and away from it, where Kobe was always in that mindset. And you do have to love it because it's a rarity these days. I mean, look, there were so many guys that the minute the buzzer went off on the last game that they played, they didn't pick up another ball or do something else with their sport until the next team-organized activity, or the rest. In the case of some of the guys that I used to work with, it might be until the next training camp started. So the fact that he seemingly has that is just another positive thing, and why you love this kid being associated with your team and the quarterback.
It makes it easier to root for. Just,
Yep.
he has that dog in him. I wish he wasn't playing in these games, but if he's going to play in these games, be a freak and be the guy that refuses to lose. 713-780-ESPN. We'll be thinking of C.J. Stroud tonight, too, by the way.
I'll be thinking about having him sit down and not play.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get many minutes.
Don't try and dunk.
I think him and Parsons are going to go at it, actually, though.
You know what? Remember, this goes back to when what Myles Garrett played in the game, and then he had to try to dunk on every play and things like that. Every time, if I was a Browns executive for sure, but anybody that's a Browns, I'd be like, I was holding my breath going, oh, my God, he's going to sprain an ankle.
I'm right there with you. 713-780-3776. C.J. Stroud winning the Cactus Jack softball MVP. Big deal for you. Let's reevaluate NBA free agency. Would the Rockets be better off this day going forward if they didn't have the offseason that they had? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The killer bees. What about the murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Houston Rockets didn't enter the All-Star break with the in the best of ways. In fact, so much so that I want them to tank and start playing for some ping pong balls. Get a top 4 pick. Top 4 protected. Otherwise, it goes to Oklahoma City. I was wondering about this, though. Kind of watching that game and getting the idea of, hey, maybe we're still, a year away. And I know the Rockets had to spend money, and I know that you were critical, especially of the Dylan Brooks contract. I think you kind of understand. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to say you're okay with the Fred VanVleet contract, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, because you can get out of it after 2 years.
Right, and the thing was, length and money on Dylan Brooks completely, and on the Van Vliet one, it made sense short term, and it was a shorter deal, and it meant you weren't getting James Harden. So from the Van Vliet perspective, I was all in.
Let's look at them one at a time.
Yep.
Dylan Brooks, it's the 4-year, $86 million deal. It does have reverse escalators slightly, like it goes from 22.6 to 22.2 to 21.1 to 19.9, which maybe that makes it a little bit easier to trade out of because it lowers the percentage of the cap that he's taking up, which I guess that's good. It's good to structure it that way. Would the Rockets be in a better spot today, though, going forward? We're talking about the future of the team because the 2023-24 season isn't where the Rockets are hoping to be at their very best. This is still very much a rebuild. This is still very much building for the future. So it's not so much about the rest of this season, the final 28 games. This is about the final 28 games and then maybe the next 2, 3, 4 years. Would the Rockets be in better position if they never signed Dylan Brooks?
I think so. I absolutely do, and it's on a variety of different fronts. One, like I just said, I had a problem with the 4 years. There's enough incentives in that contract it can get over 90 or 91 mil, I think is as much as it can get to. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of years. And that's a lot of minutes that you're going to be taking away from a young team that I guess you didn't know Cam Whitmore was going to be who Cam Whitmore turned out to be. But between Cam, Tari Eason, and guys that play the same position, you've got that young nucleus of talent that you want to continue to see and develop. And I think Dylan Brooks, in a lot of ways, is going to be a detriment to that because he's going to start. He's going to demand minutes. He's going to, obviously, for the money he's being paid. There's the organization, too, that's probably going to cater to him a little bit more to try and prove it being a deal that was worthy of being made. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. It's obviously they did have to spend the money, but then I throw it at you and I say, okay, would they have been better off passing on him and giving maybe more money towards a big that would have helped Alpi and be kind of in the situation they're in now, lacking an extra guy up front, whether it was Brook Lopez or somebody else. There were other guys out there because the market wasn't
I don't think there
great.
were, though. I remember when they missed out on Hilm, it was like they immediately went to Jock Landale. I don't think that the market for centers was very good, if I remember correctly.
I think the market overall wasn't great.
Yeah.
For sure. And there's no doubt about it. I don't want to, penalize them for that. But would they have been better off passing on Dylan Brooks, who, let's be honest, no one ever looked at Dylan Brooks and thought he was a max-type player or a guy worthy of getting a contract this big for that long, and the Rockets did. And that makes you scratch your temple, too, going, was anybody else in the ballpark offering this guy that kind of money? And I had said it at the time. I would like to see if there was competition for a deal that big for a dude like that. But, it's what's done is done. If I could go back and do it again, I would love to redo that deal.
Yeah, certainly revisionist history. Mm-hmm. It's one that I would take back, too. I will credit Stone for doing the reverse escalator, though, because that is going to make it more tolerable. Now, you can certainly criticize the 4-year deal, and you kind of hit on a couple of those points, too. The reason that revisionist history, hindsight 2020, I would like to have this one back isn't so much about Dylan Brooks. It's more about the emergence of Cam Whitmore. I want if Dylan Brooks is playing 32 minutes, that means he's taking minutes from Cam Whitmore. That means he's taking minutes from Amin Thompson. Tari Eason got hurt, so you can't include him in this conversation. But I want the youth movement right now today. So that's where I would hindsight 2020 it. You are on the hook for multiple years, and you did have to hit the salary floor, but maybe you hit the salary floor by overpaying playing 2-3 players on 1-year deals. That way they're expirings and you're not committed to it going forward. So you kind of kick the can down the road in when you have these cap savings. So I would say a hard yes. We're in agreement there. Revisionist history. It'd be nice to have that Dylan Brooks contract back. And I was more in favor of it at the time than you were. So that will give you the dub on that one. The second one, Fred VanVleet. 3-year, $128.5 million deal. Now, the third year is a club option. So it can be a 2-year deal if the Rockets want out after next season. Revisionist history, hindsight 2020, where do you stand on this one?
I'm still doing this one, Jeremy, and I'm doing it simply because of some of the reasons you mentioned and then a couple that need to factor in, and that is obviously the short deal, the opportunity to get out after 2, the fact that he still has a lot of value in this league, and you saw it. Not only is he playing the most minutes, but, he's still effective doing his job. He can distribute the basketball. He can make shots when he's open. But we as a fan base watching this team, we needed to see more structure. We needed to see more coaching. And when the coaches can't do it on the floor, we needed someone, not James Harden, me, but someone that could get the young guys involved as well as do what they needed to do for themselves and for the team as a whole. Fred VanVleet is that guy. He's the extension of Udoka. He's a guy that's already been there, done that, and won one, to where he got the contract, but he was the ideal veteran guy. And again, I go back to what I said. He prevented you by getting him from getting James Harden because you had to spend money, and that was my biggest fear. I think both of our biggest fear was, please don't do that again. But the fact that Fred is a guy that brings stability in the locker room, stability on the floor, still can get numbers and do things, I don't regret, and it's only a 2-year deal. I think they will find a market for him if they want to unload and get out before the 3rd year, regardless. But I think he was the right fit.
Yeah, that's the thing is I think he might actually have some value. Like, I think this offseason is too early to trade him because you're still super young in the backcourt, and I don't think Amin Thompson's ready to take over the reins of the starting point guard full-time, although I wouldn't hate it. I don't feel like the timing's right this offseason, but maybe at the deadline, and then, you get creative with that club option that he has. Like, you can pick up the option, sign and trade, whatever random things you do. I'll be honest, there are times whenever I wish Fred VanVleet got less minutes. There are times whenever he's getting 38 minutes a night. He led the NBA in minutes per game for a while, where I'm like, okay, should he be playing 38 or should he be playing 30, 32, and you're giving some extra minutes to Amin Thompson? So I've been frustrated with the amount of minutes that Fred VanVleet gets. So I haven't been all that positive about the contract, but you had to give the money, and I'm okay with it even today. Now, I don't want him to play as many minutes. I wish that they would close the gap a little bit between VanVleet and Amin Thompson. But I also think you can get some value from it as soon as next trade deadline.
Yeah, ETS2 is exactly why you were thinking that way, which is, without question, embrace the suck too. Because now that you've gotten past the trade deadline, I think the first half of the season was Udoka obviously trying to surpass the wins of last year and show that this is a whole new ball game, top to bottom. VanVleet was also, they were proving that they made the right decision with a guy that is the perfect fit for what they want to do, how they want to do it, and the kind of player that they want to be their leader out there. But now that you've passed the trade deadline, it's okay to say he can play 27, 30 minutes a game. You can give Amen more run now because now it is truly about the development of your roster 1 through 8, 1 through 10, as opposed to going out and trying to win ball games as we highlighted this week. You got to change your mentality a little bit, whether the coaching staff does or not, but as an organization and being reality and saying, even if you get in, you're getting out quick. So you might as well see as much as you can of the young guys and figure out what this team's going to be for next year.
I wonder if we do see a little bit more of that after the All-Star break because Amin played well. And I don't even know the timeline on VanVleet. Have you heard the timeline on VanVleet at all?
I heard it was shortly after the All-Star break, but I don't know I don't think that he and Tari, I don't think they've pinpointed an exact game or when. The scary part to me, Jeremy, and this is where you're going to look at Udoka, is the fact that Holiday's been playing well in the last couple of games. I understand that, but he's not in your long-term future plans. No. He's not in the plans past this year. So I understand he's been playing better, but maybe that means you let him go and hook up with another team that can actually utilize his skills and maybe he has a future with, because I don't want to see him playing that much after the All-Star break.
I mean, that's where Udoka can learn a thing or two from Branham, quite frankly, is that he's going to be trying to win. They shouldn't be trying to win. They should be trying to lose. And how do you lose? Instead of playing Holiday, you give a couple more minutes to Jalen Green, who's not that great. 3311, Tillman needs to take a page out of Crane's book, open up that checkbook, and get a good veteran to lead the kids on and off the court. Isn't that what he did?
That's what he tried to do.
You know what he did? I mean, I think Van Vliet's that guy. I think Brooks actually is a better leader than we give him credit for because his on-court demeanor is weird.
Right.
I actually think he's pretty respected in the locker room.
You're right about that. I've actually spoken to people about that, and behind the scenes, they say he is a great dude. He is a loyal teammate, and he not that he's a bona fide leader per se, but he is a guy that has the back of his teammates, and that's great. The on-court antics is just an extra thing that you don't need. It's fine if you want to go support and stick up for one of your teammates, but when you instigate it and you do it a lot, it's a bit much.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So we're on the same page. We wish we would have had back the Dillon Brooks contract and then Fred VanVleet. And you can get creative on how you spend the money. Like if you're still not at the salary floor, okay, we'll give Jeff Green $20 million. I'm kidding a little bit. But just sign the best free agent that you can for 1 year. And even if you trade that guy at the trade deadline, like, okay, well now you used your money wisely. Like you use your money to, create players in the future, which I think is a better option than Dillon Brooks for the next 3 years.
Yeah, look, I think there is. I think there were other options. I know you had to spend money somehow. You could have signed maybe a slightly better player on still a short deal, gotten kind of the things that you needed for this year and maybe next year, but you didn't have to do and make the commitment both in years and money that you did to a guy like Dillon Brooks, who, in my mind, just wasn't going to live up to that contract no matter what he did.
Dizzle, are you guys watching the NBA as much as you have in the past? I just don't feel like the storylines are there anymore. They don't really hate each other anymore, unless you're Draymond Green. Between AAU and frequent trades, they cross paths more often.
It can be a tough product to watch. Obviously, I'm a diehard. I've always been dedicated to the league, and I still watch a lot of games, and I scan the league and see what's on. But I can totally understand those that can't do it anymore or are turned off by it or just don't like the product that's out there, because there's not a whole lot of solid basketball being played by good teams in this league. There's maybe 10 teams or less that you can focus on that play the right way, that put out an enjoyable product.
I watch very little non-Rocket basketball this time of year. Just too busy. Now, I make it a point to watch the Rockets. I've watched the Rockets more this year than I've watched since they were a playoff team. Just because they're well coached. I like the young players, or at least they have a chance. So my Rocket intake is up. My NBA intake's probably been where it's been the last several years, which is down from where it's been about 7 years ago.
Wouldn't you say that they're watchable this year? Because in the past, it was tough to watch.
Yeah, they're a real NBA team now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if they're not quite top 10 in the Western Conference, like they're currently 12th, like they're competitive most nights. And some nights in the NBA, like we crush them whenever they lay an egg like Memphis. Every NBA team's going to do that 10 times a year. It's just the nature of the business.
Milwaukee just did it to Memphis last night.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. That's exactly right. The reality that fans hate to digest is these guys, there are certain times of the year you can predict it on the calendar. They're going to mail it in a couple of times, and it sucks, but it's true.
Sampson, who coached in the NBA, says there's 10 games each year that you're just going to win. You're just going to play over your head, and you're just going to win. And there's 10 games that you're going to lose every year. Like, it's just going to happen. It's what you do with the other 62.
It's a booby trap, literally, when you're in Miami, but also right there around the All-Star break.
713-780-3776, HRP listener line. Let's make mock drafts great again. How are we making mock drafts great again, and how are we making the Texans better? 713-780-3776, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5. Killer bees are also known as Africanized bees. And we all know there's nothing Africanized about these two guys. It's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
3%, which is more of the vote than Graham Barton got yesterday. Making mock drafts great again. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Ocho says the NBA is bad word. Next topic. 1317, my life shattered today when I realized Joel Blank was white. All this time I thought you was black, dude. 3 exclamation marks.
Who said that?
1317.
Oh, text. Okay. That's the first time I've heard that one. Barry Laminack used to get that a lot.
I feel like a lot of people think my co-hosts are black. I used to get that with the Baytown Batty. People would think he was black for some reason.
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
I don't either. Like, I don't see it. Anyways, let's make mock drafts great again. Yesterday, we're opening this up to the listeners, by the way. You want to play along with this game. We're posting it on a poll each and every day, so you can get in and vote for who you would take. Yesterday, we had Jerzon Newton, Marius Mims, Cooper DeJean, and Graham Barton. Jerzon Newton won the vote, 51%, so it was unanimous. Us three and the voters all wanted Jerzon Newton. Cooper DeJean got 34%. Mims got 13%. I don't know who you guys are that want to tackle. And poor Graham Barton got less than 2%. Unbelievable. Less than 2% for Graham Barton. All right, so today we're looking at the mock draft, NFL.com's Dan Parr for the course. Number 1, he had Caleb Williams, Chicago. No surprise. Washington goes with Drake May at 2. Marvin Harrison up a spot to number 3. So the Patriots don't go quarterback. Instead, they go Marvin Harrison Jr. at 3. He projects a trade. Falcons move up to number 4. They select Jaden Daniels. Chargers go Joe Alt, the tackle from Notre Dame. Giants, Malik Neighbors from LSU. Tennessee goes with Lumawa Fashuna. Say it with conviction. Offensive tackle from Penn State. Arizona, who traded down, they get Roma Dunze at number 8. That's a pretty good trade for Arizona. You trade down because Harrison goes 3. You get the top 3 receiver in the draft, and then you add future draft capital. That helps.
No doubt.
I don't mind that trade for Arizona. Number 9, Chicago. They go Dallas Turner, the edge. How do you feel about that, Joe?
Yeah, Joe, seriously, I don't know that that's the right fit.
I think it's a good pick. I still kind of like the idea of going Caleb and then receiver if it's there, but putting someone opposite of Montez Sweat makes a lot of sense. So
I guess if 3 receivers go before 9, it takes you out of the receivers a little bit.
Yeah, so you'd either have to trade back, and I don't think they're in the Brock Bowers game because of Cole Kmet. So I think Dallas Turner makes sense there. Honestly,
I wouldn't be in the Brock Bowers game anymore either with that terrible picture of him.
the khakis, khakis in waiting.
I've had a draft crush on Brock Bowers for 2 years that was ruined by one picture. Number 10, the Raiders, they actually trade up and go J.J. McCarthy in this one. Scroll on down. Houston Texans are on the clock. They select Nate Wiggins, corner from Clemson. If Nate Wiggins is the pick, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I am. Because, again, there's the ramifications, and it's basically what it's telling you the other message in this whole scenario, which is that with free agency before the draft, you're going to know what their plan is and or was with guys like Grenard and Stevie Nelson. And if Stevie Nelson's gone and you have to replace Stevie Nelson, and we know how many starters they have to replace and how much money that they have to balance, and the fact that you're plugging in a corner that's probably going to be plug and play from day one and fill the role of Stevie Nelson, be the bookend long-term for Stingley, then it makes sense to me and I can live with it because it's a necessity pick over kind of a luxury pick. And that's why I'm so against another offensive lineman in that position.
Yeah, we've discussed the offensive lineman stuff. The opportunity cost. I hear you on the opportunity cost because if you're going offensive lineman instead of corner, instead of defensive end, blah 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 blah. Now, what you do in free agencies, what could impact this? If you bring back Nelson, you bring back Grenard, which I frankly don't think that's very possible. I think bringing back both of those guys is probably less than 10%. Where would you have it? Grenard, Nelson, re-sign with the Texans before draft day. I have it at less than 10%.
I'm with you. It's definitely a single-digit number in my opinion, simply because of the fact that both guys, I think, are trying to break the bank. I think Stevie Nelson's been around the block a few times, and he knows this might be his last time to cash in and get multiple years. And Grenard's a guy that, had his best season at a time when he hits the market, and he bet on himself. He's betting on himself, and I think he's betting that he's getting a big bag.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Nate Wiggins pick. Lance has him as a year one starter. He has him as a 6.73 grade, which is higher than some of the guys that we've talked about these last couple of days. Playing the game, how would you feel about Nate Wiggins at 23 if he's ultimately the selection, Joe?
I think it's a good pick. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm at like a 2% chance that both those guys are
2%.
back. So it doesn't seem logical that Nelson and Grenard are going to be there. I know Nelson started a podcast, and he kind of backtracked a little bit, just trying to be like, I didn't think it was going to go so viral when I posted the vest, and I didn't even say his name.
Well, he didn't sound anything like that. I listened to the podcast. He didn't sound anything like that.
But I think Wiggins makes a lot of sense. Like, I think Lance is a day one starter.
Yeah.
So I think, like, it's a fine pick, and it does feel like corner, the way these mocks are looking. If most of these people are right, the best position available at 23 is going to be corner, I think.
And you have some options there at corner, too. The Nelson thing was weird. It was somebody else's podcast, but I think he might have started his own podcast recently, too, on top of that. He talked about how there was like some sort of agreement between he and Caserio that they were going to bump him up, and like he was sitting there waiting, and he got frustrated with the timing of it, which I mean, it was kind of weird. Anyways, let's do our game here. So Nate Wiggins, 23. This mock has Graham Barton. We get a pick between Graham Barton again, the Duke interior offensive lineman at 24. Cooper DeJean goes 25 to Green Bay, Iowa corner. And Chop Robinson, number 26 pick, the edge from Penn State. So you got the option with Wiggins, Barton, DeJean, and Robinson. Which of the four are you taking?
See, I'm going Chop Robinson because I think that in my mind, I think both of those guys that we talked about are gone. I think Grenard is gone, and I don't want to pay him, as I said yesterday, anything around 20-plus that he's looking for, and I definitely don't want to pay Stevie Nelson what he's looking for. So if I'm looking to replace guys, and I also, again, in the back of my mind, I hear D'Amico talking about improving the defensive line. You need a guy to replace Grenard on the other side of Will Anderson, and you get Chop Robinson. I think you can still draft an interior defensive lineman. It looks like some of the names and D linemen are going to slide to the second round where you could possibly still get them. I think you could get a corner that's serviceable in free agency. Doesn't have to be the top of the list corners that are going to be out there and available, but I think that you can replace a corner cheaper than you could for to get some of the guys that you're trying to re-sign and or that are going to be out there at other positions like pass rusher, and I think you make your overall defense better. So I'm going to go Chop Robinson. I'm going to trust that they can either get a corner in free agency and they could still use their second round pick. I think that Sweat and guys like that are going to slide, and I think that you might even be able to get a defensive lineman in the second round.
Yeah, I'm going to cop out on this. If you bring back John Grenard, give me the corner Nate Wiggins.
Sure.
If you bring back Nelson and not Grenard, give me Chop Robinson. For the sake of the exercise, let's say both are gone. Because now you really have the question, and I think that's what you ultimately did. You were kind of acting like both of them were gone.
Yep.
This one's tough for me. I wouldn't be mad at any four of these. For the record, Wiggins the pick, cool. Barton's the pick, cool. I can get on board with that. It means that you're out on Kenyon Green, though. DeJean, cool. Chop Robinson, cool. So I can get on board with any of these four. I'm going to eliminate Barton, though, because of the opportunity cost. I feel like your holes are bigger outside of interior offensive line if Grenard and Nelson are gone. I'm also going to cross off DeJean. Lateral movement, not something that I want my corner to lack. So it's between Chop Robinson and Nate Wiggins for me. Lance has them both as year one starters. He has their prospect grades very, very similar. 6.73 for Nate Wiggins, 6.70 for Chop Robinson. I value the defensive end more than I value the cornerback. Give me Chop Robinson. You are a Houston Texan. Blankers and I are in agreement. Joe, what do you say?
We are unanimous. Even though
That's
I like
second day in a row.
I know. I think I
don't
like
like this.
I think I like Nate Wiggins, but should I go against you guys? I just think that pass rusher is more important, like you said, Jeremy. And Chop is the guy that I thought he was very good in the Big Ten. And even though this specific draft profile gets me really excited for Nate Wiggins because it says that at least one scout views Wiggins as a better prospect than Devin Witherspoon. That excites me. If that one scout is right, then Wiggins should be going in the top 10. But for this one, I'll stick with Chop just because I think you need that dominant guy as well across from Will Anderson.
And I think you could find another Stevie Anderson in free agent. Stevie Nelson in free agency, not Snead. Not what your Bears guy Johnson, not the top of the pay scale, but you can find another Stevie Nelson that may be a little younger to replace a corner as opposed to a pass rusher is probably going to cost you a lot more.
Or if corner's deep, maybe you can find one in the second round too. The national scout, I'm starting to wonder about these national scouts because the national scout on Chop Robinson, I get the comparison to Micah Parsons, but I think Parsons was a little more polished as a football player when he came out. Chop is still a little green, NFC National Scout. These National Scouts are blowing up these prospects. They're gassing them up.
Yeah, but Devin Witherspoon is a fine comparison in terms of like lofty expectations. Comparing someone to Micah Parsons is a joke.
I think they're both lofty here.
I mean, they're
both
lofty, but one is way loftier than the other.
There's not many things that I hate more than draft comps because every draft comp is like a Pro Bowler or an All-Star. Every single one. Who does this random guy who's going to be a fourth-round draft pick remind you of? Oh, Marshall Faulk. Like it never fails. Like the comp is always better than the prospect,
and it's always a crapshoot
95% of the time.
Right? The fact that I always say in the NBA, it's become a complete crapshoot based on potential. But even in the NFL, I mean, look at what we had on Bad Take Boulevard with all the different bad takes on Patrick Mahomes. Because as much as you want to think you know and have figured it all out, and Lance does a boatload of work every single year on this, it's one thing to evaluate their talent, but then when you have to try and make a comp, it's unfair around the board, across the board, because it's unfair to the kid to try and live up to that expectation, and it's a little disrespectful if, as Granado would say, it's a little disrespectful if you're saying a guy that ends up being a Hall of Famer or a multiple-time Pro Bowler, and that this kid's going to be you. They got to prove it.
The voters so far: Chop Robinson 39% of the vote, Wiggins 34%, DeGene 21%, and poor Graham Barton. It's been our whooping boy, 5%. For Graham Barton. All right, 713-780-3776. Who would you take of those four? Wiggins, Barton, DeGene, Robinson. You can vote on it at Jeremy Branham on Twitter as well. Bush League or not? 713-780-3776. I just gave away our Willa bits. Bush League or not? Couple of things that are Bush League or not. What do you think? It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Guy's a Brit. I screwed it up. That's my bad. I spoiled the Will-A-Bit today. We take great pride in Will-A-Bits. You never know what you're going to get. It's a great surprise, just like the normal Price is Right. You just never know. You never know. Well, I spoiled it today. That's my bad. Bush League or not? What is Bush League or not today, Joe George?
Today, Bush League or not. Sorry, I got to pull up my rundown here. I was having a conversation with Brian McDonald. My bad, Jeremy Branham.
It's okay.
The Chronicle put out this article off the Jim Crane interview. They also had one. And there's a quote in there about Yainer Diaz. And they put out this headline. It said, Astros owner Jim Crane laments Yainer Diaz staying on the bench in 2023. Now, when you read the article, the only quote that's in here about that, it says, Jim Crane said, we've got a backup catcher, talking about Victor Caratini. Yeah. We're going to play our younger catcher a lot. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. So is this a Bush League headline?
This was the Paper City article from earlier. Yeah, we think we're in good shape. We've got a backup catcher. We're going to play our young catcher a lot. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. It says that he lamented Yainer Diaz's benching. Actually, I don't know if he got benched. That kind of makes it seem like he got benched. No. And then it says Houston's owner seemed displeased with the young catcher being sidelined from starting. Bush League or not? Is it a misleading headline here?
I don't really think it is. I think that obviously he says in the article that he would like to have seen. I think in the article everybody would like to have seen him more. We knew that. That was, conversation A going down the stretch was we need to see him more. And he had the tweet the time with his palms raised to the air emoji, basically after everybody was getting into it because he wanted to play more. After Dusty said he's going to thank me later in his career for what I did this year. I think that's a bunch of BS. But I think we did see him. We saw him in the playoffs. Would we have liked to have seen him more? Yes. Could Crane be a little irritated by it? Sure. But do I think I've seen a lot worse headlines.
I think that this is I think it's super misleading, quite honestly. I mean, if you read the quote, he says we're going to play our young catcher a lot. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. Like, that to me doesn't, like, I can, certainly that's like the fans, like, would say, he didn't get a lot of action this past season, and that was a huge mistake. Like, usually there's something else after that, right? Like, if it was us talking about it, Yainer, didn't get a lot of action this past season, and it cost the Astros wins. And it prevented him from having a huge season. Like, that to me is more lamenting. But stopping right there, like, he didn't say anything negative. He didn't take a shot at, like, Dusty. He didn't take a shot at Maldy. He didn't even say that Yainer should play more. He says, we're going to play our young catcher a lot. He didn't say that he should have played more last year. He says we're going to play him a lot this year. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. That to me does not read as a lament. And it doesn't necessarily, like, maybe tone matters here.
Yeah.
But this guy didn't know the tone because it was in a Paper City article, and this guy's writing for the Cron, so he didn't hear the tone. That doesn't sound like a lament to me. It doesn't sound like he was displeased. He might have been, but I don't know how you take that from just that quote.
Here's where I was thinking about it too, is the fact that if the guy who wrote the article writes the headline, and like you said, it's two different services.
Right.
So that's a big key. But even still, the paper always has headline writers, and they're different than who writes the actual article in a lot of ways. And I don't know if that's still the case, but I think that has been the norm. And at the same, and it could be one thing if because it's one thing if the guy who wrote the article could sense that tone and maybe had some off the record kind of conversations to where you can really feel strongly that you could back that comment. But if it's coming from a different source that wasn't the source that got the interview, now you're right.
It's like two sources removed.
Yeah.
Like if you have somebody else writing the headline and writing the subheadline for Cron, who is like basically aggregating this story on something that was in Paper City. Like the quote was giving in a one-on-one with Paper City. And then the Cron took that quote from Paper City, didn't have any idea of the tone of the quote, and all of a sudden he's complaining because he says he didn't get a lot of action this past season. That's a fact. He didn't get a lot of action this past season. He's not saying it in a negative way if you read it just solely on the quote, and this guy is reading it just solely on the quote because he wasn't there in the one-on-one.
Yeah, this is more. This is, and everybody's looking for clicks these days, but this is more of the norm for, like, is it Yahoo Sports that always does this, where Yahoo Sports always puts out, like, if the Astros sign Cabbage. And all of a sudden, the headline is Astros sign key bat and piece to add to a chase for championship. And everybody's like, ooh, and then you go, it's a cabbage. It's a vegetable.
Right. I think this was a clickbait.
Yeah.
I think it was a clickbait. And if it's clickbait, it's Bush League to me.
It is Bush League, absolutely.
You throw a word like lament and displeased? No, I don't. He just gave you a factual quote. Bush League. What else you got for us, Joe?
All right, this one's about me, okay? I have a question if this is a Bush League take.
But since you're the king of Bush League, did you say that was Bush League?
Oh, it's definitely Bush League.
Okay.
It's a terrible quote. Like it is a terrible headline.
He's not lamenting, right?
No, there's no lamenting in it. Like he's just stating a fact that he didn't play much last year and he's going to play a lot this year. So this is my take that might be Bush League. Okay, I am worried. I have red flags about C.J. Stroud.
Oh boy,
because he's going home with Amber Rose. Because Deshaun Watson is going on podcasts and talking about how he talks to C.J. Stroud and gives him advice.
Ooh.
And Johnny Manziel last night before the Cactus Jack softball game thing that C.J. was in, Johnny Manziel said the same thing. Said he's known C.J. Stroud for a long time, and he calls and gives him advice. I don't like these people he's going home with and he's getting advice from. I feel like an old man now telling my son to stay away from bad people.
Now, if you heard the rest of it, because I heard the quote, they played it earlier today on the show, one of the shows on our station. And I'm sitting there going, oh, no, Johnny Manziel. And then he goes, not that he's needed me for any advice yet. I'm like, okay, whew, exhale. All right, that's better.
The one part of this where, I know part of my take is Bush League is I almost don't know if I believe either Deshaun or Johnny about what they're spinning. But, it's just there's two guys that are saying they talk to C.J. Stroud. They give advice if he wants it. They're there for him. And he's going over with Amber Rose. I'm like, I don't like his circle. The Kardashians at the Super Bowl. I don't know if I like C.J. Stroud's inner circle, it seems.
I think you can get away with a Jenner rather than a Kardashian.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Jenners are the ones that are cursed.
No, because one of them dated Devin Booker, and Devin Booker's a fine individual, and he's a hell of a player. That's fine. I think that when you look at it, though, to Joe's point, when you start trying to dissect this, well, thankfully, the connection I can make to try and buffer this a little bit is with Deshaun is they have the same agent. So hopefully it's just same agent, guy that's been through the ringer.
Yeah, but don't you remember, I saw Lamont tweeting this earlier when all the Amber Rose stuff started happening. Remember when Deshaun Watson, all of a sudden there was this random video of him dunking on Mia Khalifa, and they were just hanging out in a kitchen? And everyone's like, oh, it's Deshaun, it's no big deal, he's a good kid. Well, look what happened.
Yeah, I said that was a red flag at the time. Over on the other station, they weren't very happy.
We tried to get Mia Khalifa on after that, but it wasn't as easy as we thought it was going to be. But from the standpoint of Johnny Manziel, I think he was. That's why I was
supposed to mean.
You can read with it what you will, but with the Johnny Manziel part of it, I think he's trying to stay relevant because when you listen to his quotes, and part of that quote was, "I just really appreciate the invite." Johnny Manziel has always been me, and ego driven, and all of a sudden he was humble, and the humility was, "I really appreciate being included in this, and the fact that they invited me, and it's awesome." And then when he got into that, even it was almost like. At a certain point in his own mind, he caught himself going too far, going, but not that he actually asked me for any advice yet, but I'm here for him.
Now, you are the company that you keep. That's a kind of a mantra that I live by. You are the company that you keep. So, the thing with Deshaun, they have the same agent. You trade texts with people. People text me, hey, you should do this. Okay, well, cool. Cool that you text me that. I'm not going to listen because I don't care about your opinion. Same thing with Johnny Manziel. I didn't know the second part where Manziel said that he hasn't asked me for advice yet. Same thing. I don't care if people give me advice. I'm not going to take advice from people I don't care about their opinion. So, that stuff doesn't really matter to me. The Amber Heard thing. Amber Rose. Amber Heard was the
that would
Johnny
be
Depp
worse,
guy.
to be honest.
Who's Amber Heard?
She was the Johnny Depp guy.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Or gal, not guy. This one concerns me a little bit. Amber Rose had she had the thing with Kanye, right?
She had the thing with Harden briefly.
She dated Harden.
Oh,
too?
we had her at Rockets games courtside.
I didn't know she dated Harden. So she dated Harden. She had a thing with Kanye. I think she was married with Wiz Khalifa for a little bit.
That sounds.
So she's got quite the list, and she's also 40 years old.
Yeah.
And our quarterback's 21, 22. Like, is she trying to exploit C.J. Stroud here? Is she taking advantage of an impressionable young man? I wonder that. I don't love the Amber Rose aspects of this. The Deshaun thing, whatever. They're texting. Stroud can choose to ignore them. Same thing with Manziel. I didn't love seeing Stroud take Amber Rose into his car after he won the MVP at the Cactus Jack thing.
He's from here. He's got a car. She needed a lift. Let's try and look at the bright side of this, okay?
We don't know.
It's CJ. I mean, look, what's the difference between Jalen Green and his potential, I guess, baby mama? Isn't there a huge age difference there, too?
I think it's about the same amount of years.
Jalen Green,
yeah, it's scary.
I think it's about the same. Well, I hope that matures Jalen Green.
We said that, but I don't need any more maturity on C.J. Stroud. No. He's with his mom. His mom gives him good guidance. He's playing great. The last thing we need is C.J. Stroud to get the Kardashian 15 in the curse, and he comes in fat and he doesn't play like Harden did. And I don't need any of that from him, just like I don't need him playing in these celebrity basketball games. Yeah. Stay away from trouble.
Someone in Texas said that he was also she was also involved with 21 Savage. I didn't realize that. I like his music, but I didn't realize that. 5912, CJ was seen with Amber Rose after the celebrity softball game. No, all capital letters and about 7 exclamation marks. And then 0838 takes the opposite approach, says that he won after the game as well. So I guess it depends on who you ask when it comes to Amber Rose. I don't know how this is good. All I care about is how CJ Stroud performs with the Houston Texans.
I think she's got a reality TV show, too. Still.
I think she still have one. I know that I think that she used to.
Yeah, and I want to say that she still has one because I want to.
No,
I hope
this is not good.
Yeah, I don't like it.
This is not good. The offseason for C.J. Stroud's off to a terrible, terrible start.
Oh no, he won the MVP.
He did, but then he was seen after the game with her, so we don't know when their relationship started. Maybe
Who's
she
he
saw
gonna go
the
home
trophy.
with tonight?
Joseph.
What? I'm just saying.
Joseph.
He's going to win another MVP. He's going to drop 30 on Micah Parsons and Puka. I think Puka's on the other team as well. And it's going to be great.
Hopefully he's above
NBA
this.
All-Star Weekend, Joseph.
Hopefully he can compartmentalize. Hopefully he can maybe he's Jeter.
Boy.
Maybe he's Jeter.
That'd be great.
Maybe
he's Jeter. Most clutch player ever.
Jeter and Kobe would be great to be compared to. James Harden's dating
Kobe.
I mean, Kobe was married, though.
Yeah, but we were talking about his work ethic earlier. And
I thought we were talking about their compartmentalization.
No, I'm not. Yeah, what's going in compartments is not part of it. I'm just saying I'm going to compare him to Kobe and Jeter from a winning and that drive perspective. I don't want the drive of Slim Jim and the dating prowess of things we've already been through in this city.
I got my eyes on this. This is
like
something
it.
that has my attention. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bush League or not, Joe's take on he's a little concerned about the company that C.J. Stroud is keeping. What other sport in the world can the 300th player in the world spike viewership so much? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about the newest and greatest golf spot that I found. It's X Golf in Katy. X Golf in Katy is the real deal. It is absolutely phenomenal, and you're going to love it if you're a golf fan. You can love it even if you're not, because it's like a sports bar. It's absolutely fantastic, and they've got tons of screens, and they got all your favorite libations, and you're going to love every single thing about it. But now, look, if you're a golfer, it is the end-all, be-all that I've seen. It is absolutely phenomenal because it's the best golf simulators I've ever been on. The fact that you can putt, and it's really an accurate way to judge how you putt. You can practice chipping. You can play over 50 courses worldwide. It's absolutely phenomenal. You can use your own golf balls if you want to actually really hone in on the touch and the feel of the swing. And it's going to chart everything, the spin of the ball, the distance, all the great things that simulators do. They have the ability for you to have parties there. You can have birthday parties and gatherings and celebrations. They have a back room you can reserve for ultimate privacy with one of the simulators, or you can just get the simulators like everybody else does by being there. You can get fitted for clubs. It's a phenomenal spot. You've been there once. If you go there once, you're going to be there a lot more because I'm hooked already. Check them out today. We're going to be there next Friday, by the way, on a remote where you can check it out as well. X Golf is the newest, latest, and greatest in golf in Houston, and you got to check it out. It's at 99 and I-10 in Katy, and it is absolutely phenomenal. Check out X Golf online today.
back to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5. The show name is a reference to how many great Astros' last name begin with the letter B who were playing back in the 90s when they were not winning World Series. Bagwell, Biggio, Barry, Bell, and eventually Bergman. You might not remember Barry and Bell, but trust me, you'll remember Blank and Brenham. Here they are now, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Few texts on Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud. Ocho says that Amber Rose was kicked off College Hill, Celebrity Edition, for fighting Joseline Hernandez. I've never heard of that show.
Me either, and I've never heard of Joseline Hernandez.
Yeah, me either. I'm kind of, I watch a little reality TV. I dabble in the reality TV my wife forces me to watch. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, you both do.
Yeah, happy wife, happy life. CJ is a grown-up. Do you really think he cares about three guys on ESPN's opinion? He is 21, living his best life. I certainly hope so. We're the beacon of wisdom, on this show. Everybody should listen to us.
We are the voice of reality.
You listen to us, then people, you're much smarter. You're much smarter. If you listen to us, you're smarter. You make better decisions. People like you more.
Yeah, no doubt about it. At the same time, the fact of the matter is that we're looking out for his best interest. Whether he listens to us or not, we care enough that we're trying to look out for him.
Mm-hmm. That's all it is. 713-780-ESPN. We're looking out for his best interest. And in turn, when we're looking out for his best interest, we're looking out for your best interest, if you are a fan of the Houston Texans. What other sport in the world can the 100 – actually, let's just go 300th player in the world spike viewership so much? Tiger Woods was playing in the Genesis, which Tiger Woods withdrew from the tournament today, citing illness, which is probably good news. If he was withdrawing from the tournament, which is the best reason for his future as to why? Illness, because, you can't avoid illness. Now, if it was leg, okay, that's not great.
Or back. Yesterday he had back spasms.
Yeah, just like an ailment. He had back spasms yesterday?
That's what he blamed the shank on 18 on, was the fact that 17 and 18 he was having reoccurring back spasms, and it spasmed, causing him to shank.
That's what I say whenever I hit bad shots, too. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh, my back spasm. Where did it hurt? All over. Spinal. So he withdrew today. Illness. That's good news, I guess, because it's not, like you said, a spasm or a leg or something like that. But I saw that the viewership numbers were sky high. They went through the roof with Tiger playing. The bets on the Riviera, the Genesis Invitational, they went up. The golf course is Riviera. They went up tremendously. There was more bets on this tournament by far than any other tournament this year. What other sport in the world can the 300th best player in that sport spike viewership in the way that Tiger Woods does?
Well, I'll give you the answer that's not reality, but the answer is that if Michael Jordan ever decided to play again, no matter how old and how bad he was, everybody would be watching. And LeBron probably has some of that cachet, but LeBron's still really good at his age. It's tough to say with the quote-unquote rankings because different sports are obviously different.
Yeah.
But we all know there's nothing close to Tiger. I think all three of us, even Joe, who's not an avid golfer, is dialed in when Tiger's playing, and it's must-see TV.
I can't call myself an avid golfer. I like it. I'm not avid. I don't play.
I don't have the time to play anymore. I love it.
I call myself an avid golfer. I see Jordan's interesting to me because would it really – he did come out of retirement,
he did.
But he was still really good. He wasn't the 300th best player in the league. He was much higher than that. Does he spike viewership that much when he came back for the Wizards over what they were normally getting? I don't remember.
So the first time he came back, remember, he wore 45 and played for the Bulls, and that was right before the playoffs, and that threw everything through the roof.
I was meaning more the Wizard.
And then when he made the ultimate,
right?
When he made the ultimate comeback to the Wizards, then people were still paying close attention, and there were those glimpses of brilliance. There was the big night. I think he had a big night in the Garden one last time. He had a 40-point game, I think, at least once or twice, where everybody was like, he's still MJ. I got to see MJ. Is MJ playing tonight? And he was that team was bad, but because MJ was playing, he was on TNT. He was on, the game of the week because everybody had to still see Michael.
Yeah, that's probably a good one. He averaged 20 in both of those years too, so he was still at least scoring, and that's back when 20 meant something.
Yep.
That wasn't like nowadays where 20 is just 20. The answer that I had was is Mike Tyson. whenever Mike Tyson late in his career, this is after, he was pretty good when he got out of prison, like didn't necessarily beat anybody. But when he got out of prison, he was still fine. And then he had the big prize fights with Holyfield. He had 2 of them. He had the fight with Lennox Lewis, never beat any of them. But I'm talking about like when he was late, when he was fighting like the McBride. Like this is whenever he got like the tattoo around his eye. People were still tuning in to see if Mike Tyson was A, going to be Mike Tyson again, or B, do something crazy like bite somebody's ear off. So like because Mike Tyson late in his career was not very good. Middle of the pack fighter at best. I mean, he was losing to some just tomato cans. I would say Mike Tyson had that kind of effect.
He did, because of the fact that you're right. Whether you wanted to see him finally kind of figure out the greatness we all thought that he had in him, to whether he was going to continue to be the car wreck that we had gotten to know, everybody had to see what's the next chapter going to play out like? How's this all going to end? And so everybody had to see it, and he was, because we always talk about it, like from this, if you just look at his career achievements, he's not even close to being in the consideration for the greatest of all time or one of the greatest of all time. But when he was at his peak, when he was rising and everybody was watching everything that he did and his story, you had to see Tyson when he stepped in the ring. And you also knew if you blinked, it might be over, which is another reason why, because people love fights, that they had to see it.
But you can only talk about the last couple, though, because, like, he was one of the best whenever he was coming up. Like, this is Tiger now. Like, who is very mediocre at their sport, but still is going to pull ratings and viewership and engagements more than literally anybody else. Someone texted in and said Mario Andretti. Like, I don't know that game enough to know if that is the case. Like, and it would probably have to be an individual sport. Like maybe Serena Williams can do it.
If she comes back and she's one short, that would be a pretty big storyline that people would want to see. Is can she put it all together for just one tournament? Yeah. It's like when Tiger won. Again, we go back to Tiger.
Is she the equivalent, though? Like, it's
close.
Is she the equivalent right now to women's tennis what Tiger is to men's golf? Like, is her game slipped that much?
We don't know, because I've seen her on some talk shows, and I don't think she's been staying in shape the way she used to, because she's not training the way she used to. Could she get back there? That's the biggest question. Because I could see LeBron getting to this point. I could see there being a point when LeBron wants to play with Bronny or down the road that he's not, because he's still so effective right now at his age. But there could be a time in our future when LeBron says, I still want to play with Bronny. And
could be next year.
Yeah, and everybody but he's still, I don't think he's going to fall off a cliff. But, there could be a point in the future where LeBron says, I still want to play because I want to play with my son. And people are still going to want to see it regardless of how good or bad he is.
4187 says Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather fights like exhibition fights that I literally do not know are going on.
Yeah, I agree.
And Simone Biles comes to my mind, but Simone Biles is still the best gymnast in the world. Yeah, she's disqualified because she's the best gymnast in the world. She didn't fall off at all.
She may, she won the world championship again. She may very well, depending on her state of mind, but she may win a gold medal again. So she's still at the top of her field.
You calling her? Are you accusing her of having the twisties?
I'm not accusing her of anything. I know what happened the last Olympics. So short of feeling those same feelings again in terms of how she rates athletically, she's still top of the world.
6171 Jake Paul. I mean, he's very mediocre and he does pull numbers. Like, that's not a terrible answer. A few people are saying Conor McGregor. That's a good call. That's a good call.
I thought about that when you mentioned Floyd Mayweather. That's the first thing I thought about was, well, everybody had to see that fight, and neither one of them were in their prime.
No, I think McGregor's a really good call. Okay, I'm not reading that one. Sorry to say this, but Bronny's not good enough to be an NBA player right now. I completely agree, but if he declared for the NBA next year, he would be on a roster.
And a team's going to do it. Yeah.
It would probably be the Lakers.
And a team's going to do it. The Lakers would love to have every other team say no, because they would say yes, because LeBron has said he wants to play on the same team as his son. And if a team's taking Bronny in this upcoming draft, they're taking him knowing that there's a chance from a marketing and ticket sales standpoint they could get LeBron James too.
What other sport in the world can a mediocre athlete in their sport still spike viewership at the same level as Tiger? Conor McGregor. 713-780-3776. Speaking of old guys, Justin Verlander, he's old. He's got shoulder inflammation. He said he felt good today. That's a great sign. Today was the hurdle, not yesterday. Is Justin Verlander washed? And what ERA would you accept from an old Justin Verlander? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
razor-blunt commentary delivered with a special purpose.
What's happening to my special purpose?
It's the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
Is Justin Verlander washed? 713-780-ESPN. He's blank. I'm Branham. 713-780-3776. Someone hopped in my Twitter comments yesterday. We were talking about the healthy rotation, the injured rotation, which of the four is better. And a gentleman said that Verlander is washed. So I asked him, what level of washed? What's his ERA this season? He said he pitched his lowest amount of games in, 6 or 7 years, outside of injury 21. He's set to start this year injured already. I'm going 375 for easily. Let's answer the washed one first. Is Justin Verlander washed?
I don't think so. I mean, look, it's how you define washed, but Justin Verlander, even if he's not at his absolute best, is better than, dare I say, most. I mean, if it's not most, a pretty good cross-section of the rest of the league, he still would be an upper-tier pitcher in baseball. I don't think he's washed, and I don't think he's less than the top 25% of starting pitchers in baseball still.
Yeah, washed is too strong for me. I think it's fair to say that Verlander is going to take a step back. I would say that a guy who was 40 years old and is going to be 41 isn't going to pitch as good as he did the previous year. And Verlander took a step back from 23 and 22 as well. 22, he won the Cy Young, sub-2 ERA. I mean, unbelievable year for a guy who was 39. A 3.22 ERA when you're 40 is really good. So, what level of step back are we talking about here? So I'm not going to say Verlander is washed. Saying a guy's washed is I think Zach Greinke. I think of a guy who literally probably shouldn't be in the big leagues anymore. I don't think Greinke has a team right now. Washed to me means that you're not capable of pitching in the bigs anymore. It doesn't mean that you're not as good as what you once were, because that's natural when you're 41 years old. So I'm not going to throw out the word washed at all when we're talking about Justin Verlander. Even last year when he came to the Astros, he got a 3.31 ERA. It was 3.15 with the Mets. He pitched pretty good for the Astros. You get a 3.31 ERA, that's pretty good. So we're both in agreement. He's not washed at all. What kind of year do you think he's going to have in terms of that ERA?
I'm not going to go 375. We know last year when he finally did get going and he got a late start at it with the Mets, he had a couple of blow-ups. One was in Colorado, so you can kind of scratch that one off. But we've seen it in his years here where there's been some games. A Mariner game comes to mind where he gave up 3 or 4 bombs and an 8 spot in a game that he can blow up a little bit. But I just don't think it's going to get as high as 375. I mean, he pitches. He thinks through pitches. He like you said, he has command regardless if he still has his A-plus stuff that he used to have. I'll say if he hovers around 325, 330 ERA, that I'd be just fine with it.
Yeah, see, I think it's fair to say a step back. And if he had a 3.22 ERA last year, I would take a 3.50 ERA. If he had a 3.50 ERA this year, I would take that right now today, and I would be okay with that.
I think that you have an offense that hopefully just by the bottom of the lineup alone should be better than it was last year, because you didn't have Brantley for the majority of the year, and Abreu was awful for the majority of the year, and you had Maldonado. So I could live with that as well. And I think that if we're saying that he used to be a top 5 pitcher in baseball and he was top 10 in the last couple of years, that now he's top 25 or top 25 percentile, I'm still living with that because of the team around him and the fact that they're still going to give him support both defensively and offensively to where he's going to be successful for this team.
3.667 may not be an ace, but he's still at least a 3 on any team out there. I would completely agree with that. And for what the Astros are paying him, that's fine.
Yeah.
That for number 3s, that's the going rate for number 3s in the market. Now, you do kind of pencil him into your top 2 when you talk about this rotation, he and Fromber. Pessimistic Chad calling Verlander washed is a bad take, Boulevard take. Verlander will be solid, but how solid? 713-780-3776. 3281, Verlander isn't washed, but he's more open to being injury prone. Estimated ERA of 3.15. See, 3.15 is high. By high, I mean good. It's low, ERA standards. Right. I would take 3.15 in a heartbeat. I would take 3.50 in a heartbeat, quite honestly.
Look, 3.15 to me, and you're winning. Regardless, that's a great situation. I'm all in on that, and that's fantastic because of the fact that, like I said, there's a better support system around offensively and defensively to where I'm all good, all in on that.
what really might come into play on this too is his health. Like that's the other thing. Like if he has a 3.50 ERA and makes 32 starts, that I'll take that. If he has a 3.50 ERA but makes 15 starts, that's a little bit more difficult.
Sure. That's where you start factoring in like the availability, because Lance is on an unbelievably friendly deal for a guy that has the potential also to be a top 3 starter in a rotation. But Lance, the bigger question is just reliability, and you can't rely on him health-wise. Verlander, yeah, he had Tommy John surgery, but once he came back from it, he was very, very strong. Now he's had some little bumps here or there, but we all know he knows himself better than anybody. He knows where he's at and what he's going to do, and I still think you're going to count on him for 25-plus starts easy this year.
I would take that too. I would take 25 starts, 3.50 ERA right now this second. Sign
Jeremy,
me up for that.
You know what you're fighting too, right? You're fighting Justin Verlander because he's chasing history. He's chasing numbers. So you would love a 6-man rotation. You would love to limit how many starts he gets so that he's absolutely as good as he can be for the postseason. But he's going to love getting as many wins as he can to try and narrow that gap to 300 and do the strikeouts and the things he needs to do.
Yeah, that's it just washed to me is too strong of a word when you're talking about Verlander. Now, I mean, step back, absolutely. Tony 22, I'll take anything under 4 as a reality. Could you live with a 375?
Yeah, I still could live with that. Yeah.
Now, it might come into the innings pitch. Like if 375, he's 90 innings versus 375, 160 innings. Like the innings matter here.
They absolutely do. But again, you're fighting Justin, which is a difficult situation sometimes. But I think that they know what they signed up for. That as much as Justin wants to win, as much as Justin wants to help the team, Justin got his money. Justin's chasing a couple of records or history that he wants to get to, and that's why he pushes back on how long you use the 6-man rotation and other things.
Double Rods on Twitch. JV's age, you really have no idea if he'll be good. He missed a good amount to start last season. King of Twitch says he ain't getting to 300 wins. I don't want Verlander to be making the decisions. Like, you know me, I'm not a fan of individual accolades. Like, it's cool if you get it, but individual accolades never take priority over team accolades. And if you feel like your best interest as a team, and I think that the Astros will do hybrid 5-man, 6-man, depending on what the schedule looks like. But whenever you have a stretch of 22 games in 23 days, or you play 20 games in a row, when it's advantageous to go to the 6-man rotation, like, you got to have that tough conversation with Verlander. Be like, hey, man, I know that you're going to be a Hall of Famer. I know that you're chasing 300 wins, 4,000 strikeouts, but we're looking out for the Houston Astros. And I care, personally, far more about the Houston Astros than I do Justin Verlander. So I really hope we don't hear any pushback from Verlander this year.
I hope you're right, because he is the guy, and we've talked about this kind of the prima donna attitude that comes with being – like the diva, the ace of a staff, like your number one, like the wide receiver ones and other guys in different sports. You know that this is one of those things where Verlander is going to have a huge issue if there's pushback, because everybody that's JV. Just leave JV alone. Leave him do what he does and be who he is. Well, not at the detriment of the fact that this team has higher aspirations for this season as a unit, and he's a big part of it, and they don't want him to get burnt out.
Yeah, and I do think that Verlander does have those diva tendencies.
No
like
question.
He's our diva. We love him. He's our diva. We literally love him. But he has those diva tendencies, and he's earned it. Like, he's earned it, but it can't be. And I'm fine with that. Like, the Astros let Roger Clemens not go on road trips and only go on road trips when he was pitching. Like, he probably didn't even have to be around the team whenever he wasn't starting. I'm fine with giving great players, especially pitchers, preferential treatment. I have no problem with that. But it can't interfere in what is best for the team.
Yeah, I'd love to say you're absolutely right, and it's not going to happen, because it's a possibility it could happen, because every situation is different, every organization is different, and it's really rare to see that a team's going to put its foot down and say, hey, I know what you want to do, diva, Cy Young award-winning, legendary pitcher, but we're not going to go along with it, and then see how that goes.
Yeah, the Dre with a really good point on the Twitch that if Dubon starts in center field when JV pitches, you will have a fit. Like, that is a good ultimate determining factor. If Verlander gets his personal center fielder, which I think that was a Dusty thing. I don't think that was a Verlander thing personally.
There were times I thought it was
Dusty
JV saying it.
I don't remember a quote with Verlander saying.
No, I'm
wrong,
saying
but
me personally, I kind of felt sometimes like JV either, and pitchers are everybody's superstitious in baseball, but regardless, I thought that there was more than just Dusty doing it at a certain point in the year because it happened too frequently and it seemed to be more than just like a fluky thing.
I mean, Dusty told you why he did it. Now, did that
was
that? Yeah, I do. Actually, I do. Because he said that you needed that arm in the outfield, and Verlander's a fly ball pitcher. So he was thinking about throwing guys out who were tagging up second to third to home, where, you would think maybe fly ball pitchers, maybe you play your range guy, but Myers doesn't have an arm. So I do believe, I don't agree with the rationale, but I do believe what Dusty was saying. I believe that Dusty believed it.
I believe Dusty believed a lot of things that a lot of people did.
I think Verlander cared way more about his catcher.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And
there's
I
no
think,
doubt.
and I'm pretty sure that Dubon did not play center field in the playoffs. I could be wrong. Like 2 years
I don't
ago.
recall.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
last year. I'm talking 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't recall on that.
either.
But you're right about, look, that's the biggest reason why we talked about in the offseason that if you don't want Maldi back from the simple fact that if he's on the roster, that's the one guy, first and foremost, that's going to go say, that's all cute and dandy that you want to play Yiner more, but when I'm pitching, Maldi's catching. And that's one of those diva moves that I think that teams would relent to.
Yeah, that was Joe's great point.
It was.
Yeah.
Way to go,
Joe.
Joe.
On this team, because if he's on this team, then Verlander is going to want him to catch. 713-780-ESPN 0315. Verlander will need more run support than ever in his career. Okay, that's fair, but that doesn't really change the ERA. Klops thinks JV needs at least 3 more seasons to reach 300 wins. Anyway, 30% chance. Verlander's at 257, so he needs 43 wins. I think he needs
3 years.
I don't know, man. He might need more than that. He won 13 games last year.
Yeah, but he didn't play the whole year here.
Right. He won 6 games and 16 starts with the Mets. He won 7 games and 11 starts with the Astros.
Yeah.
He made 27 starts in general because he was hurt at the start of the year. But is he going to be a beacon of health at age 41?
He's 37 short?
He's 43 short.
Oh, 43 short? Yeah, maybe 4 years.
I think it's going to take 4.
It might.
Yeah, I think it's going to take 4. If not, he's going to have to stay really
Well,
really
this
healthy.
year's going to dictate a lot of that because I think that with this team, if he and this shoulder deal, if he is ready at the start of the year, I think he's in the ballpark to get 15 plus. But I don't know going forward how many more years he's going to have like that.
I think it's 3 to 4 years. Like 3 is
Yeah,
going to
for sure.
take really. It's going to take a lot of health, and he's going to have to stay pretty sharp. He's going to have to be 3.50 ERA probably for the next 3 years. And you have to go into game. You have to go deep into games.
But this might be the best total team that he plays on in the next 3 to 4 years, to where he could actually stockpile a couple extra ones.
Huh? You think the Astros are better this year than next year?
I think. Well, I mean, it depends. But if Bregman's
Yeah.
walking out the door, and and depending on how they react to guys coming up, and how they replace guys walking out. Yeah, I think this might be the best team that Justin Verlander plays on in the next 4 years.
Yeah, it's probably health though. Like if Jordan plays 120 games this year, but 150 games next year, like it might depend on what year Jordan Alvarez's MVP year is, because that's coming.
Mhm.
Like Jordan Alvarez is going to win an MVP in the next 3 to 4 years.
You're not going to get me to tell you you're wrong on that one. I see it too.
Yeah, and it's probably health. Like, can the offense stay healthy this year? If the offense is healthy this year, I tend to agree. 713-780-3776. I think that the Astros pitching staff is a good litmus test if anybody's a glass half full or glass half empty type of person. Why? I'll tell you why. Next, Killer Bees on ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They're the best in the business. They're absolutely fantastic, and they're right here in your backyard. That means if you're trying to protect your biggest investment, for most of us, that's your house, and you want to do the right things to make sure it lasts longer, is more energy efficient, looks better, and all those kinds of things, that's why you do the upgrades that are available at Allstate Siding and Windows, because of the fact that they do the best thing for your house. Siding makes it look better. It eliminates all the maintenance that you have to do with painting and all these other things, and it gives you a clean look on the outside. I just did my windows, and I did them with Allstate for the simple fact that they are the best in the business. They are family-owned and operated. They've been here a long time, like almost 50 years, and the fact that they know what they're doing. I had Mike to the house. He painted the picture, did everything for me, told me how they could help, and told me I could save up to 40% on my energy bills. I was like, oh, my God, I'm so glad I'm doing this. And then when I saw how the outside of the house looked, I was even happier because it gives the entire house a facelift and looks fantastic. But he said, look, aside from the looks, from hurricane season and the strength, durability, and clarity that it brings, to the fact that every time it gets too hot or too cold, the right energy is kept inside, the wrong energy kept outside, and overall, it's a game changer. That's why I did it. You should too. And check it out, because the greatest thing is they will come to your house and tell you how they can help and what they can do, and it doesn't cost you anything. All you got to do is reach out. 832-204-1936. Call them, and they will come to you and tell you what they can do. 832-204-1936, or connect with them online. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com, because they are here to help.
Most bees make honey. These killer bees make great sports insights, but they also make honey. Don't ask about the process. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Joel and Jeremy.
He's blank on Branham. 0002. We'll get to the pitching staff litmus test if you're a glass half full, glass half empty guy. 0002. Papa was a big fan of machete, even when he became a butter knife. Dad joke. Grade the joke. 713-780-3776.
It's shocker that I would like that one. I'm going to give it a 7.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'll give it a good solid 5. Good solid 5.
You're always hard on those.
I feel like that was actually friendly. I feel like a 5 was friendly there. 6091, guaranteed you'll be comparing Verlander to Javier this year. Okay.
What does that mean? I hope Javier plays his tail off then.
Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
It kind of leads perfectly into this segment. I feel like this year's Astro pitching staff, especially the rotation, is a good litmus test if you're a glass half full, glass half empty person. Because you can go the negative route with this pitching staff. Go up the top. Framber Valdez pitches like he did in the second half last year. Okay, that's fine. That's fair take. Justin Verlander is washed at the age of 41, and he has a 4 ERA. Christian Javier can't develop a third pitch, and he pitches like he did all of last season. Lance McCullers can't come back. Luis Garcia, Tommy John, or whatever. He did have Tommy John. He doesn't come back all that well, or he's not as fine as he used to be. Hunter Brown can't figure out his stuff. He still has lack of command. Jose Urquidy and J.P. France lack stuff. So there's you're a glass half empty type of guy, or you can be glass half full. Framber Valdez, top 5 Cy Young guy, which is a fair take. Justin Verlander doesn't find father time all that well, and still pitches pretty good. Like, maybe not what he did last year, but still solid. Christian Javier is who he was in the first half of last year. Hunter Brown is who he was in the first half of last year. Finally, Lance McCullers comes back, which seems like that would be a miracle. Luis Garcia comes back healthy and pitches like he does. J.P. France gives you quality innings. Jose Urquidy gives you quality innings like he did in the postseason. So, all of these takes are fair, but I think it's a litmus test if you're glass half full or glass half empty?
Oh, for sure. Because I think that you don't need – if you're glass half full, you don't need all of those guys to be back and healthy and excel because you have enough options to have enough guys to do what you need to do to fill out the rotation and maybe even still give you an extra arm or two. But glass half empty, it's easy to say, look, Garcia has a setback. We just saw 2 setbacks before the spring training even started, and you're looking at guys that are coming off major surgeries, some again, where you're like, ugh. And then we talked about the fact that we're expecting Urquidy to be healthy, but Urquidy has had major surgeries in his past and also hasn't been able to stay healthy the last couple of years the way you'd like and be as effective. So, yeah, it's an easy way to look at it. And it depends on what side of the fence you're on. I'm going to border on the fact of being glass half full because there's so many options to choose from. Other teams in this league would love to have the multiple options that present themselves with guys coming back from injury, guys needing to bounce back, and just the overall talent of 1 through 7, pitching-wise, that gives you so many different opportunities. So I look at it as glass half full. I think McCullers is the guy that I believe in the least, simply because we've been there and done that before. But I believe Hunter Brown's going to figure some things out. I've heard and seen stories on how he's developing a slower off-speed pitch to go with his 2 best pitches, and maybe that helps him to even get better. But I believe that there's too much talent on this pitching staff to not believe that they will have enough guys to get the job done.
See, that's the thing. Like, even if Lance McCullers doesn't have that ability to get back or be good whenever he gets back, you still have 7 other options.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't need all of these guys to hit, especially if you start to, like, forecast a playoff ride. Like, you shouldn't take that for granted. You shouldn't just act like the Astros are guaranteed a playoff spot. We kind of have taken that for granted because it has been that way. But if you start, fast-forwarding to the postseason, you only need 4 of those guys. Like, there's been years the Astros have had less than 4 good starters. So you have 8 guys, and you're looking for half of them to have good years. Now, Urquidy, France, I think are limited from like a stuff point of view. You want those guys to kind of be your inning eaters. They're not really ever going to be top half of the rotation guys. So maybe you're looking for 3 guys out of 6. The Lance McCullers thing, like, it's fair to give him the least amount of optimism because look at the last few years of Lance McCullers. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that they finally figured out the reason why. They finally figured out, like, the genesis of what have been causing them all these troubles in these last couple of years, and hopefully they figured it out. So, like, fingers crossed on that. I think it's fair to, be cynical of that, absolutely. Hunter Brown, I think Dre brings up a good point on the Twitch. Dre says that he tries to strike – Hunter Brown tries to strike everyone out, and he's willing to walk a batter to do it. King of Twitch says he's a rookie, might be more of a setup guy than a starter. I don't like the sounds of that. I agree with Dre that he does hunt the strikeout too much.
Yep.
I would like him to pitch to contact more because I think he's a guy with his stuff that if he were living in the strike zone a little bit more, that he's going to get a lot of soft contact outs, which I think takes him deeper into games, and it doesn't put him in trouble whenever he's walking these
I've
guys.
said this previously, and you and I both discussed how great his stuff can be, that he's got to pitch more and stop trying to overpower, throw less, because Dre's right. You're absolutely right. He tries to just absolutely blow it by everybody. And when he has effectively used his change and other off-speed pitches and he pitches more and keeps it between his ears too, we know he's got the stuff to be extremely successful. I think the other positive for the entire pitching staff is the fact that you don't have to be expected to go as deep as maybe they've had to go in the past, because we know that Javier is a guy that has a tough time with his pitch count. But overall, that until you got it to 8 and 9, that it might be a challenge bridging the gap. But when you add Hader and you've got 7, 8, and 9 covered, now you don't have to do it for as long. Just do it a little better for while you're out there.
Yeah, it is. Are you glass half full? Are you glass half empty? I think you can go either way with this Astros team. I think it's a good litmus test if you're a positive or negative person. Bear Brother says a glass half full because no bad word, WBC. Okay, Verlander didn't pitch in the WBC. Nope. Fromber didn't pitch in the WBC. Now, Javier
wanted to.
Luis Garcia did. Which one? Fromber?
Fromber wanted to. They asked him not to.
I remember they told him that, yeah. I don't remember him pushing back a whole lot about it.
But the bigger question is, did he ramp up to like preparing like he was going to until they had the discussion?
Right. Yeah, I wonder about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know because that wouldn't be. But he pitched great in the first.
He
half.
did. First half, he was
And then
good.
I think it was more All-Star game because he's mental. That sounds outrageous that a guy would be so distraught about not starting the All-Star game that he wouldn't pitch well in the second half of the season. But would you put that past Framber Valdez?
No, it's Framber Valdez. It's not your average everyday pitcher. We've seen the emotional roller coaster he goes on. It's why we had the theme song we did for him.
713-780-ESPN. Are you glass half full? Are you glass half empty when it comes to the Astro pitching rotation? 713-780-ESPN. Also, who is taking a fall next year in the NFL? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees Nuts, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's Joel Blank and that Jeremy Branham guy.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. A couple of things with the Ochos keeps clamoring for offensive help. It's February 16th. I don't think you're getting any more offensive help. Ocho says Chas McCormick's not a quality bet. Blah, blah, blah. What are the odds the next closer comes back before Lance McCullers? I don't know what that means.
The next closer?
Yeah, I don't know. JP France puts up to Glass. I don't know. You texters are lost your mind on a late Friday. Yeah. Y'all must, whatever.
Not
Someone
much-
else didn't like the joke.
Oh, it was a
Yeah,
good
these people have lost it on the
Yeah, Twitchers are happy to see that the text messages have come down a notch.
8240 said that that dad joke from earlier was bad word horrible. So
No, it wasn't. Listen to our show pretty consistently, and there's going to be more of those that pop up than not.
We might have dodged a bullet when it comes to C.J. Stroud. Amber Rose on social media says, "We literally don't know each other and only met yesterday at a softball game. The sprinter left me, and he was nice enough to give me a ride to my hotel.
I called it.
Thanks again at C.J. Stroud."
I called it on my glass half full. I was hoping that he lives here. He's got a ride. She needed a lift. Thank goodness. That's one to dodge.
You know, one thing that I did notice from that video that, like, I noticed it, but I was like, whatever. I didn't really put a whole lot of weight, but now I'm putting more weight on it because of this latest information. He kept his distance. Like, he stayed pretty far away. In fact, at one point, he walked around a media member, putting a literal another human being in between he and Amber Rose. I think he was giving off a lot of I am not with her vibes, walking from the Minute Maid Park to his vehicle.
Look, I hope we're all right. And I hope that this is not going to be a trend, because I also was obviously with the Kardashian suite in the Super Bowl, the dude that passed out or was sleeping or both that CJ was closest to. I'm like, good. I hope he's still talking to that guy while he's passed out, as opposed to running the risk of putting a curse on him that we don't need.
I mean, go back and watch the video. Like, I'm watching it right now. He walks out. He lets Amber go before him, kind of points in the direction of his vehicle. He walks a couple of feet in front of her, goes around a police officer, putting about 15 feet of separation between he and the lady. He doesn't open the door for Amber. He's way out in front of Amber. I mean, he's giving off major "we're not together" vibes.
Yeah, and then he puts the stuff in the trunk and they go. So I hope that this is much ado about nothing, and thankfully she clarified enough for me to go, I can exhale now.
One thing that I am concerned about, though, he didn't open the door for a woman.
I'm with you on that.
He should have opened the door for the woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's just Southern hospitality. I guess they didn't teach him any manners in California and in Columbus, Ohio.
Well, I mean, that's why, that he had a bad take about the women of Houston, the food of Houston, and maybe that's better because in L.A. that's acceptable.
He needs to start opening doors, even for Amber Rose. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. A mean text coming up in about 10 minutes. So if you've not already contributed to mean text for the week, you still got 10 minutes to get those mean text in, 713-780-3776. Yesterday we talked about 5 teams that are poised to make a major leap in 2024, talking NFL here. One of those teams were the Houston Texans, who went to the divisional round. What is a major leap? We talked about it yesterday. How about the 5 teams that could take a major step back in 2024? How about the Cleveland Browns? 11-6 a year ago. Obviously, were ousted by the Texans in the wild card round. Do you think they could take a major fall in 2024?
I do, because they caught lightning in a bottle with a guy that was supposed to be past his prime and well on his way to doing something else. And now people's expectations are we're supposed to be better with Deshaun. And truly, we haven't seen Deshaun be great since he came back. And he continues to fight now injuries, father time, and his time away from the game, to where I think that it is legitimate that the Browns could take a step back and maybe a major one. Their division is pretty darn good, and Burrow's going to be back, and the Bengals are going to be back. So it's going to be real interesting to see, but I think that's one of the teams that probably would have been high on my list as well.
Yeah, we differ on this one. I think a little bit more of the Browns than you do. I think that they have some cap situation. They're over the cap. I think they have to clear like $20 million, which that could impact who they are as a football team. But I love their defense. Their defense carried them this year. I know that Flacco is kind of lightning in a bottle, but Flacco also got them in trouble at times. Mm-hmm. He literally didn't have a game where he didn't throw an interception. Deshaun was also playing better just before the injury. Like, he had that big comeback after his slow start. And the Browns won with him as a starter. Like, talk about what you want, Deshaun not being very good. Deshaun was 5-1 as a starter, and I thought played his best couple of games right before the injury. And they're getting Nick Chubb back. Amari Cooper's not going anywhere. David Njoku's not going anywhere. I still think that the Browns have a lot of talent. It's hard for me to predict a major drop-off for them. Next one, they have the Saints. Saints were 9-8 a year ago.
I could see that. I don't think Carr is anywhere near what they thought he was going to be. And I think another year of Alvin Kamara, older, longer in the tooth, a guy that they expected so much of. They're moving on, I believe, from Michael Thomas, but if they're not, they should, because he hasn't been anything but, a money grab. They're getting older. I don't see them getting better. And the best thing they got going for them is the division ain't all that great. But I could easily see the Saints continue to tumble.
Yeah, I'm not a big Dennis Allen guy. I think he's super mediocre as a head coach. I want Kubiak to have success. He's the new offensive coordinator there, but I just don't really see it. I think David Carr's brother Derek is super mediocre. Kamara is getting older. I'm a big fan of Chris Olave, but I just don't love the other weapons around him or the quarterback that's throwing him the ball. And then I think they're going to take a step back defensively too. So we're in agreement on the Saints, who went 9-8 a year ago. Sorry, Big C. Denver Broncos at 8-9. Do you think they'd make a major step back?
Well, I think they were such a roller coaster a year ago, and I assume that Russell Wilson's going to be out of the picture. That means you're probably starting a rookie quarterback, which means you're probably going to take your lumps. Short of C.J. Stroud, it just doesn't happen in the NFL. And so, yeah, I think that they will lose more games than they win, and they will lose more games than they did a year ago. So, yeah, I definitely think they're going to take a step back.
I can't believe they won 8 games a year
I
ago.
can't either.
It blows my mind that they won 8 games. And I mean, Russ had a solid year. I think now he didn't live up to the contract, and that's why Denver is going to move on, because they can't continue to pay him that kind of money. He had a solid year though, over 1,000 yards, 26 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. I think he's going to find a pretty good landing spot, not in Denver. So I do think they are taking a step back at quarterback. While I also condone their move. They should move on from Russell Wilson. It just blows my mind they won 8 games, because that should have been a 6-win team, and we're talking about them again at 6 wins. They overachieved last year, and because of where their roster is going to be and the quarterback that you mentioned, I tend to agree. I don't see them winning 8 games. I think they're more of a 6-win team next year, maybe 5 or 6.
Agreed.
The next one is Minnesota Vikings, 7-10 a year ago. Them as a major fall in 24.
Well, the big thing is going to be who's going to play quarterback, because they've been rumored to be looking at trying to get one of the young quarterbacks in the draft. At the same time, they've got a big decision to make on Kirk Cousins and the fact that he's coming off injury, but he's your best chance to continue to try and stay relevant and win. And if you move on from him or he moves on from you, you're going to have a very disgruntled Justin Jefferson, and your hands are going to be full. You have the potential of losing your best pass rusher. The Vikings already took a step back from last year from the year before to last year. I could see them taking a complete press the reset button type approach to this upcoming season. The only problem is Justin Jefferson's not going to want that, like that, or be a part of that. So that's going to be a big challenge for you. Does that speed the rebuild up because you got to trade him and you got to get a whole bunch of picks? Or do you say, I can't do the reset because whether Cousins is back or not, I've got to appease Justin Jefferson? It'd be an interesting scenario, but the division is still good. The Bears are getting better. Regardless of what you think of the Packers, the Lions are there. I could see the Vikings continue to tumble.
See, I'm on the opposite end of this. I'm expecting a bounce back for Minnesota. I don't think they want any idea, or they don't even want to entertain the thought of trading Justin Jefferson. I think they're going to try to build around Justin Jefferson, and I think that they'll listen a bit to Justin Jefferson. He's talked about how he wants Cousins back. To me, it makes too much sense for him to come back. He seems to me O'Connell really likes him because the relationship that they had watching that quarterback show on Netflix. They really liked each other. The city likes him. I think they're going to pay him. It seems like he likes the city. And if Cousins is back, I don't see Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson having a 10-loss season. That connection was too good, even if you think Cousins is mid. I think that they're going to be contending for a playoff spot. Now, that's me working on the thought that Kirk Cousins is going to sign back with them in free agency, because if Kirk is there, I don't see them being an under 500 team.
I like
think
Addison
9 games minimum. Yeah, Addison's really good.
Yeah,
and so Hawkinson's going to be out a majority of the year because of the knee injury.
Right.
But you bring back Cousins with Jefferson and Addison, and that defense was pretty solid last year.
But you
that's
could lose
contender.
your best defender. So
yeah,
and Smith's getting older on the backside too. So they got decisions they got to make too.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a make or break offseason. And even if you sign Cousins it almost feels like that's a bridge and you're punting on the
Oh,
decision.
yeah, for sure.
Because he's a stopgap. Now, I think a pretty good one. I think he's overpaid, but I think he's underrated.
Scary thing, though, Jeremy, is the fact that there's teams that know instead of just a bridge in Minnesota that they could actually make a difference if they got him, and he's probably going to, even though he's coming off injury, he's probably going to get more money than most people anticipate.
I completely agree with you. I think he's going to get a good amount of money. The final team that they mentioned, the Giants at 6-11. You see the Giants taking a major fall.
I don't because I think they've already fallen enough, and whether they bring Saquon back or not, and whatever they do with Daniel Jones, I think they've already in their building. They've started a rebuild. I think they're already looking at how they continue to get better. I think that Daniel Jones is enough to keep them mediocre and maybe a little better. But I think that I think they've to me, I think they've already fallen enough. I don't think they're going to take another major step back, though it might be in their best interest because they need a quarterback, and this is it for Daniel Jones one way or another. They're going to move on from him. They need the highest draft pick they can get, so maybe it's in their plans that the best way to completely reset would be to absolutely tank it out and get shoot for the number one pick in the draft. I like their coach. I like Dable. I like the fact that what he did the first year, but I don't see them being bad enough in New York, especially knowing Rodgers is coming back with the Jets, that they're going to willing to completely tank.
I like how you got in a Rodgers reference there.
Well, because they're fighting within their own city. It's like Lakers, Clippers, and when you got two teams in the same city, the Mets is always talking about trying to compete with the Yankees. I think it's going to be trying to stay relevant because the Jets are going to be what everybody's talking about in New York.
He lives in your head rent-free.
And I hate it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, how do you have a 6-win team on a team that's going to take a major fall that was without their starting quarterback for most of the year? Like, even if you don't like Daniel Jones, he's better than Danny DeVito.
Yep.
Like, so they had a major downgrade at quarterback last year. I agree with you. I think Dable is a pretty good coach. They have a top 10 pick. I don't think that they're going to be knocking on the door of the playoffs, but I think they're going to win 6-7 games, and they won 6 games last year. So I find it kind of funny that the Giants were even on this list. I agree with you on that one. 713-780-ESPN. Who do you think is going to have a major downfall in 2024 in the NFL? Also, on the other side, it's our car wreck of the day. And every Friday, our car wreck of the day are all the mean, nasty things you say to us. Mean text with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Some of you guys are really mean. Really, really mean. Car wreck of the day. Or mean text. Joe, cue the music. Cue the mean text music. Few people texting in, trying to join in on the party, because you guys are miserable human beings that like to be mean to us. Spud, many people poke fun at Joe, but he provides comic relief to the show. That's good, because you two guys just aren't funny.
Huh.
I agree with half of that.
Yeah, you're half.
No, I don't think I have zero personality. I have no personality at all. Not funny at all. Never say anything that warrants even a smile.
I'd agree with that.
7701, my mean text. Let's end Who Said It. I love the show so much, but I don't like Who Said It.
Okay. I think Double Rod's either sent that or Double Rod's on Twitch is going to agree with that. He hates it too.
Joe, I just can't get in the spirit of mean text with this non-mean music.
Yeah, what happened?
I need to feel depressed and say, there we go. Now I can really dive into some mean text. What is it, emo or emo? I never know how to say it.
Emo?
Emo, yeah. I've got to feel a little emo at 5:50 every Friday.
What did you think it was?
Emo.
Or?
Emo.
It's like the Rockets head coach's first name, I guess.
Ime.
All right. But Ime?
Oh, somebody nominated me yesterday for saying anime. Apparently it's anime.
Was it Chewy?
No, Chewy hadn't talked to us since yesterday. I think we ticked him off.
That's one thing. We didn't drill him. We should have gotten all. He left without saying goodbye.
You know what? I'm just going to call it anime forever. Joe earlier this week said I had no talent. That's how we're leading off with mean text today. He said I didn't have any talent.
He said you didn't have any talent?
Zero talent. Joe,
really?
Do you remember this? We were talking about residencies in Vegas, and Joe says you have no talent. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
I did say that.
Good knowing. I know. I know what we do with guys like you. Stay tuned. Why has Joe been acting like he's part of the show the past couple of days? Put him back in his cage where he belongs. That wasn't even me. That was Honey Glazed Branham. Maybe we're relatives. We didn't even know it.
I still am going back to the last one. You put Jeremy in a category with Paris Hilton and the Kardashians?
Yeah.
You calling me a dead fish?
I'm just saying he doesn't have he doesn't have talent to have a Vegas residency. To do this, yeah. To have a residency in Vegas? Come
Joe,
on.
I've done a show in Vegas. Have you?
Yes, I was with you.
And were you on the air? Were you on air talent show in Vegas?
No.
There we go. I have. Which one of us has the talent, bro?
I never said I had talent.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Touche. J-Bone is a teenage girl. That was from King of Twitch. I can't remember why he said I was a teenage girl. He said I was a teenage girl. It's rude.
Was it the love of Taylor Swift?
Maybe. I can't remember. No, I think I was being, he thought I was being emotional. I think it was about Mahomes. I said, oh, you know what it was? It was Mahomes versus Montana. He's old, so he's a Montana guy, and can't believe that anybody else would say that somebody has more talent than Joe Montana. So because I said Mahomes had more talent than Joe Montana, he called me an irrational, hasty teenage girl. Not great. Granado said that I looked like John Hinckley Jr. a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, I remember that one.
Which is mean. He said I didn't have success getting the job
You weren't
done.
the only one. They were trying to find a serial killer for all of us.
You know, if it's coming from Granado, though, he probably has my best interest in mind. He's probably trying to motivate me. He's probably trying to make me better by saying that. So I heed John Granado's advice, and I'll make myself better. Granado's telling you that he's got a message whenever he says stuff like that. Time to change the channel to avoid hearing one of the worst segments in radio. I don't remember what segment we were doing, but it was definitely while we were on the air.
What would that be if it was this week?
Maybe it was the same guy who didn't like Who Said It.
Yeah, maybe.
It could have been that same guy.
But we didn't have Who Said It this week.
I don't know. Blankers kind of looks like Bill O'Brien a bit.
Gee, thanks. I don't have a butt chin.
No. Do you think that you look like O'Brien a little bit?
Yeah, I've been told.
I've
heard that before.
I would say a better-looking O'Brien, though. I think you're a little bit more handsome. Like, O'Brien's probably a 3, you're at least a 4.
Oh, gee, thanks. Thank God you have a horrible rating system.
You're at least one spot higher.
Gee, that's encouraging.
I mean, hey, look, see, you're being glass half empty. I said you're better-looking than Bill O'Brien. Take the compliment.
So was the garbage can.
I mean, he's a 3.
The garbage can or Bill? Or both? Because, gee.
No, you're better-looking than O'Brien.
Okay.
This was definitely about the Altuve, Bagwell, Biggio conversation we were having. This was 2 weeks ago. Why would you not put them in the same tier? All three spent their entire illustrious careers in Houston, which is a rare feat in sports. If you feel the need to rate them in order of importance based on statistics, that's a different conversation. Way to be a bad word, cool guy.
Isn't it
nice?
Not nice at all. And I think that anybody that saw the playoffs over the years of all their careers, it's pretty clear cut.
I love it when people are they get so heated about not liking your take. It's like, hey, I think this team is better. You're a bad word, cool guy. Okay.
That is our reality on a daily basis. Like, if you don't agree with someone's take, they'll attack your family, your spouse, you, everything.
50-10. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's like, okay, man, you like the other team. Cool. 50-10. Yeah, I'm going to say that your show's talent level is half glass empty. That's not very nice. 1290 Blankers is a little husky, like Billy O. Would you call yourself husky?
Sure.
I don't think that you're husky.
Well, I appreciate that.
Maybe just stout.
Okay.
6837. I remember I called Joe Bill O'Brien with the usual suspects, and Nick called him that on air, and he got mad.
Do you
remember that?
Joe, I don't recall you ever getting that.
I think he said, I think he meant to say Joel. He said, I remember I called Joel Bill O'Brien with the usual suspects, and then Nick called you that on air, and you got mad.
I think it's probably with people that know me well enough to have listened that long to know that I have a sensitivity issue, that it's possible I got mad, yes. Look, I'm getting better.
Plausible.
Yeah.
I think this helps you. I think this is kind of like
you can shut your mouth and go to hell because it doesn't help me. I hate this segment.
I think it conditions you to be a little bit tougher and thick-skinned.
I hate it.
It's like therapy, I think, in a way.
No, it's
makes you strong.
It's more like a butt pimple.
Oh. Think J-Bone reminds me of a dumber John Madden. I don't know why I like that one. Do I do like booms and like right there through the hole? Do I need a telestrator?
I think B-Max sounds a lot like John Madden.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, maybe we can have him do John Madden's on a mobile, which
Yeah.
I thought of a pretty good idea today.
Uh-oh.
Whenever we feel the need to have John McClain on the radio, which is only like during Hall of Fame inductions and maybe like old school Oiler history, we should have a John McClain on the mobile calls.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
I think that needs to happen. Is Blankers going to cry? Give him some crawfish.
What's that from?
I think you said something the other day where you didn't like crawfish.
Oh, I don't. No, I broke out in hives when I had crawfish.
I don't know the cry reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't need to know it because it's an everyday occurrence. Someone's going to take shots.
For some reason, I thought Branham was going to be off today. Guess I'll ride home in silence.
Oh, man.
Silence is good, though. You can think about your thoughts. A lot of times I like to meditate. That way I can get that's what I do before the show. Usually the 15 minutes I disappear right before the show.
Oh, I bet you do.
Meditating.
Okay, you get people to believe that one.
That's what I'm doing. I'm meditating for 3 hours with Blankers.
Amongst other things.
Right before the show, 15
And don't
minutes.
sell me as the only one.
I'm
Joe's
meditating.
here, too.
I'm meditating. All right, that does it for us. Great shows all week. Thanks to everybody for the high for participating, especially in the mean text. Joe, great job behind the glass. Didn't like that last insult. Might have to do something about that. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.